and Joe Shasky.
Presented by Timeless Coffee.
This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
3rd and 8 is a tough one to get if you're Matt Ryan.
Ryan, crumbling pocket. Here comes Bosa.
Like the ball came out too.
There was a fumble on the play at the 38. Bosa getting sack number 15. Warner vacuums it in with the turnover for San Francisco.
And oh, baby, Kevin Harlan on the call yesterday for CBS Sports. Nick Bosa now 15 and a half sacks. 4 away from Alden Smith. Tied his franchise record for most sacks in the season. He may get that. He may just get that. Maybe he'll get a couple more holding calls too, but Nick Bosa having a fantastic season. The defense yesterday having a fantastic day. A few goal line stands. Hold the Falcons at 13 points, and the Niners win their 6th game in 7 weeks. They're now 8-6 on the season. Locked into the 6th seed, and how good are they? How good are they? We'll get into that all day long. As I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to all the roasters on Twitch and YouTube. Text line, Lakeford and Curly, and you, Joe Shasky. A cold one yesterday at Levi Stadium. And the game didn't start off well with a fumble on the opening kickoff to Michael Hasty. Special teams continue to be special in its own very way. But Niners overcome that, and they get a solid win over the Falcons. They smashed them 31-13.
So, when we were looking at just the season heading into it, I kept saying, I feel like a 9-18, 8-9, somewhere in that range. I look up this morning, and they're a little better than what I thought they were going to be. And it was a weird route to get to where they're at right now, but I feel really good about where they're at, and they're playing their best football right now. I don't think that exact same game plan is how you're going to beat some of these legitimate playoff teams, because Atlanta is its own dumpster fire. But you're running the ball, you're dominating the trenches, and the one thing that is constant about this defensive line, even though there's a ton of injuries that have wiped out the normal names people are accustomed to, if you're a statue quarterback, this D-line is going to get after you, period. And so I do think there's some things that I look at and I go, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. And then the emergence of this offense and getting the ball to their weapons, Ayuk making plays, Debo making plays, Kittle continuing to make plays. Boy, it was nice to have Jeff Wilson Jr. back there. He looked spry and healthy and great vision. And then Jennings? Are you kidding? Jawan Jennings emerging as a guy who could just make a play when everyone else is kind of covered up? Dare I say this offense looks explosive?
Yes, they do have explosive players, and I thought Shanahan did a great job these last few weeks of getting the ball to his playmakers. Explosive.
I mean, Bonte, think about this. Debo Samuel leads the NFL in 40-plus yard plays.
No doubt.
George Kittle is having a monster season.
They're explosive players, no douut. Explosive
Ayuk flipped
players.
the field in one play yesterday with that beautiful slant. That reminded me of John Taylor.
And you know what? That was his only catch yesterday. 1 catch for 36 yards. But I thought it was a factor. He got the pass interference call.
He was blocking
later in the
really
game.
well.
He was blocking really well. Debo, not a big factor to passing game, but 4 catches, 60 yards. Kittle continuing to get targets. I thought it was a very nice executed game plan by the offense. Running the football down the Falcons' throat, scoring the football, another drive, another touchdown within the last 2 minutes. Go figure. Although the third drive started. Yeah, they did the wraparound. They shut down the Falcons at the beginning of the third quarter. Got a quick 3 and out. They got the ball back and scored. They go down to score to make it 24-10. So
they've done that now 5 of the 6 times that they've won. They've won 5 of their last 6. They've done that 5 out of 6 times, meaning they scored before the half last, and then they scored again before the other team scored. So whether it's a field goal or not, I like what they're doing right now. Nick Bosa's
a baller.
Bonte.
Fred Warner, I thought, set the tone, though, yesterday with Patrick Willis in the house getting retired and seeing that number 52 up there on the big board.
I teared
up there in the suite. Of course, John Taylor out there. Fred Warner came out to play. 5 tackles in that first quarter. He was flying around everywhere, setting the tone. And, of course, the defensive line, it starts with Nick Bosa. Arden Key, Elbukam,
Armstead made a
DJ
play.
Jones, Armstead.
DJ Jones
defensive line is finally line is finally playing up to their potential. And defensive lines travel. Defensive lines travel.
Yeah.
Does not matter. Even a short week in Tennessee, D lines travel. So it all starts with Nick Bosa, who is having a phenomenal season.
Well, the Fred Warner Jr. What's funny is, I went back. I'm watching the game last night, and the first play of the game, Jermichael Hasty, I don't even know why he's taking that ball out of the end zone. It was short. It was probably at the 1 or 2 yard line, if you will, inside the end zone. Again, why he's taking it out, I don't know. Belichick has this theory that if it goes into the end zone, knee it. Take it to the 25. Too many bad things can happen. You can go less than the 25. You can fumble the ball. You can give the ball right up to the other team. Boom, what does he do? Gives them the ball. First play, they throw a little swing pass, if you will, on a little play action to Kyle Pitts, and Warner makes a tackle right at the goal line. First play of the game. And they ended up getting that defensive stop, and it's because of Warner. Warner playing great D in the end zone on Lee Smith. By the way, how many Lee Smiths are there in sports?
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like there's been 20 of them, and they're both white and black guys. But he made a great play on that one where he kind of knew the route, jumped it, boxed it, and then Matt Ryan, that guy stinks. I don't even know what's up with Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan is just old. He's done. He's cooked. The arm strength isn't there anymore.
Where's he scrambling to?
Well, you got happy feet. You're going to get killed if you stay in that pocket. I don't know what he's doing, but you look at the lack of weapons they have in Atlanta right now without Calvin Ridley.
It's a big loss.
That's a big loss.
I agree.
I mean, they still were burning white. Look, the quarterback situation.
Gage made plays.
The quarterback situation is a problem. When is Mosley getting back, Curly? Can you look up when Emmanuel Mosley is getting back? I know he's out multiple weeks here with the ankle injury.
The IR, I believe the new IR rule is 3-week minimum. Right. I believe that's what it is, a 3-week minimum.
Get that information,
He had a high ankle sprain, correct?
Get that information because he's going to be needed January 8th or 9th when the Niners play the Rams. May not need him against Tennessee. Julio Jones left the game yesterday with a hamstring injury. A.J. Brown hasn't been back yet for the Titans. Then the Texans, they stink. Although Brandon Cooks is making plays, you will get cooked by Cook. David Mills. Brandon Cooks lit up the Jaguars yesterday.
Can we get through Christmas?
Yeah,
and the Titans
we will. I'm not looking ahead.
I'm not looking
ahead. Relax. I'm not looking ahead. But I told you, the Falcons were going to get smashed yesterday. Their best shot to win that football game was scoring on that first drive. And once the Niners stuffed them out of the end zone, it's like, all right, the Falcons, put these dudes away.
Well, and then the Niners went 3 and out right after that and punted it right back to him on a short field. So they had 2 possessions inside the 50.
They should have been up 14-0.
Well, at least 7.
At least 10-0. At least 10-0. The Falcons stink. So...
Don't know about Emmanuel Mosley, by the way, because there's no official update, but he was hurt after the 6th, so maybe by the Texans game, maybe by the Rams, but I think it's a long shot to say Texans is when he can return.
They need him. They need him because Aubrey Thomas and Josh Norman is a problem. Norman getting beat.
Why don't they go after Rashad Breeland?
I don't.
No,
maybe they
seriously.
will. Maybe they will.
Like, I don't even know why he got released.
I think he clears waivers today, if I'm not mistaken.
I'd be all over him. Just because you have nothing.
You have nothing. You have nothing. Atlanta stinks, though. That's a bad football team. But the Niners did what they had to do. And so I watched that game from the prism of the Niners are playing against themselves.
Oh.
Seriously. How good? And I'm watching that game and I'm saying to myself, okay, is this performance good enough to beat the Cowboys? Is it good enough to beat the Packers? Is it good enough to beat one of these playoff teams? I think it's good enough to beat the Cardinals, no doubt about it. But how do they perform against a team? Look, the Falcons hadn't beat a team with a winning record all season. This was a sorry-ass football team. A sorry football team. So how do you beat them? Well, you pound them into the turf. You win that game going away to the fourth quarter. I like that. Blow away the weak teams. The Falcons are a weak team. I don't care what their record says. They're weak. Niners did what they had to do, but there's some things they need to clean up. 12 men on the field penalty, pre-snap.
Okay.
Can't do that. Bobble snaps. All right? You can't do that. False starts. You can't do that. Special teams. Not only the 2 muff kickoff returns.
The one off the face mask.
It's just unbelievable. But you miss a tackle on the punt team. You give up an extra 30 yards. These are just little things that I'm going to nitpick all week long because, look, if you want to win the big games, you got to play clean football. And that was far from a clean football game yesterday.
So I paused it, and I wanted to look at who is on this kickoff return unit, okay?
Right.
Can you name any of the players on the kickoff return unit?
No, absolutely not.
River Craycraft is probably the best player on that. I'm dead serious on that. It's like Diamonor Lenore.
Wait, River Craycraft?
Yeah, number 13.
He's on this team? I thought he was in Cincinnati.
No, he's number 13 on this team. Where have you been?
Where have I been?
He's
River
dancing
Craycraft
around.
is back on the team?
Yeah, he's dancing around, helmet, headbutting people.
Jeez.
He's number 13, no? There's a white number 13. I just assumed it was River Craycraft.
Oh, you assumed it was River Craycraft.
I just assumed
I thought he went to Cincinnati.
Then who's number 13? There's a white number 13. Now I'm doubting myself. You got it all in my face. Jordan Willis, okay, he's out there on special teams. They got a bunch of random safeties I've never seen. Flanagan Fowles, or whatever his name is, number 45. Jamichael Hasty. Bonte, they don't have one player, and even a diehard fan could identify on kickoff return unit. It's a problem. The special teams unit is a problem. They absolutely are going to lose a game down the stretch or in the playoffs because of the hidden yardage in a game. That is undeniable. I am 100% with you.
Right.
They have got to figure it out on special teams.
So River Craycraft signed a 1-year extension with the Niners in February.
See?
Hold on. He was waived August 24th, re-signed 4 days later. Then he was waived again August 31st.
Okay.
And then re-signed to the practice squad the next day. He was promoted to the active roster on December 11th. Another white guy I'm thinking about is Trent Taylor, who had signed with the Bengals in preseason.
Wrong small white guy.
Wrong small white guy.
But I would say this, River Craycraft is out there. He's helmet butting people and chest thumping them on the sidelines. He's my kind of guy.
He's no Matthew Slater.
Well, I mean,
no
Matthew Slater might go into the Hall of Fame as one of the great special teams players of the last 35 years.
Special teams is a problem.
Tasker.
Special teams is a problem.
It's a huge problem.
Special teams is... but let's focus on the positives, because I can hear the boss man right now saying, hey, man, the Niners were 8-6. They're in the 6th spot. Let's focus on the positives. Well, let's focus on Jimmy G. What do you make of his performance yesterday? We're 16 minutes in, or actually 11 minutes into the show. We haven't brought up Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, I think that was a testament to how they dominated the trenches yesterday. I think Jimmy Garoppolo was fine. He executed the game plan to perfection. I mean, he's been really good the last couple of weeks. Was there a throw here and there that I didn't love? Of course, it's every quarterback, every game. But for the most part, you know what I liked the most about the game plan? They subtly moved him in the pocket a couple of times. Kind of like a slight rollout. He stops, sets his feet. He has a clean platform to throw from. He hit guys in stride yesterday. And I love that he's throwing the ball down the field. He hit Debo on a down the field throw. He hit Brandon Ayuk on a slant, but that essentially is a down the field throw because where he hit him. And then the throw to Kittle was a great throw. I thought Kittle did a great job kind of boxing out the defender. So I got no problems with Jimmy Garoppolo this morning. Like I'm feeling really good about Jimmy G right now.
Wow.
I mean, he didn't look bad yesterday. He looked good.
11 to 13 in that first half, 170 yards. And I think the most important thing is
he looks
the
rhythm.
The design to the playmakers. There was a nice little third down play where George Kittle motions over to the left side of the formation to make it trips left. He hits a little swing, a little quick out route. Garoppolo hits him for a first down. I thought getting the ball to Debo Samuel's hand in stride. That's the most important thing, in stride. Brandon Ayuk, with the one catch he had for 36 yards, hitting Ayuk in stride and giving him a chance to make a play after the catch. So after a false start, yeah, no doubt it was 1st and 15. And Brandon Ayuk had the false start. I thought he was solid yesterday. There was a couple balls I'm like, boy, you're going to get these guys
The one to Jeff
killed.
Wilson Jr. where he's getting collapsed on?
No, well, the one to Jennings.
Anybody who said, oh, that one was bad. But anybody who says, like, oh, he was aiming for Jeff Wilson Jr., I don't know. From my vantage point, it looked like he was getting collapsed on and he was just trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I thought Jeff Wilson Jr. made a hell of a play.
Yeah,
now,
no
they
doubt.
might come out onto the podium last night. I don't know. I didn't hear the sound, but Jeff Wilson Jr. made a great play to make that a 6-yard gain. That's all I'm saying.
You know, I'm not going to lie to you, though. There's a lot of plays every week when you watch Jimmy Garoppolo at home, you say, damn, that could have been a bigger play.
Okay.
That could have been more yards.
Isn't that the Jimmy Garoppolo story?
Yeah, I mean, it is the
A
experience.
lifetime story.
That's why I think.
The Jimmy Garoppolo
That's why I
story.
watched that game and I said, okay, this is good enough to beat the Falcons. That game was closer than what the 31-13
I'm
score
with you.
said. Game was a lot closer.
You want a good Jimmy G, Kyle Shanahan stat? I couldn't believe this. The 49ers lead the NFL with 5 touchdown drives of 90 yards or more.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's pretty interesting.
It doesn't surprise me.
CBS,
They've had some big.
I got to give them credit. They do a great job with the advanced stats and some of the prepackaged stuff that they do in between plays.
Well, just off the rip, I remember the one in Philly where they had it right before halftime. Remember they went on that like 8, 9, 10-minute drive in Philadelphia. So that it kind of doesn't surprise me because they get a lot of chunk plays. Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, they get a lot of chunk plays.
Dare I say explosive?
Explosive players. I don't know if I would call this offense explosive. I mean, seriously, would you call this offense explosive, or would you just say they have explosive players?
I mean, I think they're very similar. We're like dicing up words here. I mean, if we had a better quarterback, we would have no problem saying this is an explosive offense.
Because I feel
if
like
Aaron Rodgers had the exact same stats as Jimmy Garoppolo with the exact same players, we would have no problem saying it's an explosive offense. I'm not saying Jimmy's Aaron Rodgers,
and
but
Aaron
I do
Rodgers
think the quarterback matters.
Aaron Rodgers would have a lot better numbers.
If by explosive players you mean exploding mouthpieces out of guys' helmets, then yeah, they definitely got explosive players.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was wild.
That was wild. They laid the wood, man.
Just make an appearance?
They laid the wood. No, Gruden is done.
I think he just made a quick, brief appearance.
Gruden is fired.
Man,
Gruden is fired. 510, talking about the positive. Cardinals getting blown out by the Detroit Lions. Cardinals without DeAndre Hopkins, they might be cooked. What I tell you, like week 7, when I saw him hobbling on the field, I said, man, they are really hurt right now. I'd be surprised if DeAndre finishes the season. Yeah, no.
And it's looking like I don't think he's going to be back, dude.
No,
he looked like a shell of himself on that Monday night game.
Well, they forced him to come back early. Thursday night football against the Packers when he came back. He played a play, didn't play back in the fourth quarter. It's like, what are you guys doing? Shut him down on a short week. You don't mess with a hamstring injury, but they did. And now he's got an MCL deal, and now he may not be back into the championship game. And I got news for you, Cardinals fans. You're not making the NFC Championship game as currently constructed.
I like that you've just proclamated that. I'm liking that, King Bronte.
Are you feeling?
No, but again, I have no idea what to make of this NFL season. I didn't think Detroit. I started the Arizona defense yesterday thinking they would smash Detroit. So I'm over here sitting like very angry at the Cardinals this morning. The one thing I want to say about the offense in general, when they need a big play, whether it's Shanahan, whether it's the players, the quarterback, like whatever. Okay, we can sit here and argue about which phase and who to give credit to. They do make big plays. We talked about that false start, and then obviously they hit Ayuk on a slant. It was a perfectly designed play, perfectly executed.
Shanahan.
And it flips the field.
Give
How
Shanahan
about
credit.
They look dead in the water, and they throw a screen pass early in the game to George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk makes a great block. Jennings makes a great block, and then ball in players' hands, and he's just running with the ball. George Kittle making plays downfield, 25-yarder, just instant life right then and there. I love that about this team.
I do wonder, though. Again, 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about the 49ers? Was that fool's goal yesterday? Are you impressed with the way they're playing? Or are you just saying this morning, that's the Falcons. You should win that game? Because I felt like going into that one, I was like, you got to dominate. This is a dominating game.
Did you think that they dominated?
I thought they beat themselves. I thought the only, I want to say they dominated, but at the same time, they kept the Falcons in the game with their own undoings. Like, give the Falcons credit a couple times. They hit Gage Jr., Aubrey Thomas. Aubrey Thomas he got mossed not once, not twice, but 3 times.
He had
like straight up mossed.
Had an interception just ripped right out of his hands.
Dude, he got mossed 3 times.
Yeah, I saw it.
Just like
after the Arden Key sack, which was
the Arden Key roughing the passer, quote unquote roughing the passer.
That was terrible.
Yeah, it was a terrible call.
That was terrible.
Could have been a game changer.
I thought it was going to be from my seat. I was like, they're going to get Bosa for going low because it looked like Bosa was on the ground going low, and I was like, all right, I get it. Like you want to protect the quarterback, Arden Key for that like that.
I just wonder.
I don't get that call.
I just wonder. 888-957-9570.
But that gave them 7 points. They should have only had a field goal there.
Was that performance good enough to beat a playoff team? Was it good enough to beat the top dogs in the NFC? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't. But a lot of things I saw the Niners do yesterday that kept the Falcons in the game that kind of concerned me moving forward. I'm concerned individual. Falcons stink. Yet they had a chance to score early in the game, score in the middle of the game. They were in that football game, even going into the fourth quarter. Big time touchdown here and there. All of a sudden, you got a ball game. Niners controlled the game. I'll say that, Shasky. I'll say they controlled the game. But did they dominate? Oh, no.
I mean, we don't need them to dominate. I need them to win.
I need them to dominate against the Falcons. All right? Falcons hadn't beat a team without a winning record.
Did they win by almost 20?
They should have. I
mean, like, they were in complete control. I have no issues with yesterday.
They were in control.
I have no issues with yesterday's game. I thought they were fine, and I thought that they handled business the way that they should have. And we could sit here and point fingers at different things that went wrong in terms of the special teams.
Just asking a question.
I thought the defense yesterday, if they play like that, if the defense plays like that moving forward over the last couple of weeks of December and into January, I think they're going to win at least one playoff game. I do.
888-957-9570. How you feeling about the Niners right now?
They could beat anyone.
A monster Monday. Beat anybody in the league, in the NFL.
Dude, have you watched the NFL this year?
Oh wow!
Anything can happen.
You're going there.
Anyone? Hey, but they could beat Tampa Bay and lose the very next week to some random team.
Wow!
Anyone could beat anyone.
Wow! Look at you.
I like their chances.
Prop Joe.
I mean, I do. I like their chances.
Over here.
Look, they got 2 safeties playing very good football right now. Their linebackers playing like a star linebacker again. They've got the best defensive player, in my opinion, in the NFL, and Nick Bosa.
Wow.
Arden Key stepped up. Armstead's played very well. DJ Jones is having a big year.
I'm not disappointed about the win. I'm just asking the question. Could they beat other top dogs with a performance like that? Well, Shanahan last night, after the Niners won, sounded disappointed with the win.
Yeah,
we'll get to the sound next on the other side here. Brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risk of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com.
I'm Krista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books?
pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Jack is back there with Wilson, who gets the call. Burrowing for the touchdown. It's the third rushing touchdown today for San Francisco. That for 5 for Wilson, his first of the year. On the fumble by Ryan, and the Niners cash in.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Fonte and Shasky.
Good morning, everybody out there. Welcome to the roast. We'll be here until Thursday. Actually, we'll be here until Friday. We're working all the way through Thursday. What?
I'm out on Friday, doggy.
That's what I'm saying. We're working through Thursday.
Oh, through Thursday? Okay.
We're not working on Friday.
Yeah, I'm out.
Me?
Friday, I'm out. I'm out. But
Yeah,
did
I'm
you
not
know that
working
this
with you
segment is
either.
presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California? Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Sound like he was on fast forward right there.
We're going to get right back into the 49ers. You brought something up that piqued my interest. I don't know if you saw over the weekend, but Charlie Woods being all over it. That's Tiger's son, all over the internet.
11 straight birdies yesterday. Team Woods.
I'm letting you know this right now. America cares. When it comes to golf, they care about Tiger Woods, and the number 2 is now Charlie Woods. He has jumped Phil Mickelson in terms of who we care about.
I mean, those tee shots he was hitting yesterday.
Bombs.
Charlie Woods, and then his putt game. His short game was on point.
About him telling, go get my money to
Justin Thomas. Yeah, and then Tiger. I love the hug at the end there, Tiger and Charlie. Good to see them embracing father-son.
I'm going to get a good payday, whatever happens.
Look, the Dailies won it.
Yeah.
And I love John
Daly. It's kind of
Daly.
illegal, though.
Yeah, why? Because his
kid's
son...
a freshman superstar in Arkansas, and he's playing with no handicap. Like, none of them are playing with a handicap.
The boy done brilliant.
Charlie's 12.
Yeah, but you know what? I like the Daily beard.
I know.
I just like seeing Daily with this. Dude, I just like them seeing with their sons, man.
Yeah.
That was cool, man. Father-son tournament. This is a great idea by golf.
Oh, it's incredible.
I'll buy into that.
I'm with you.
I'll buy in.
I wanted to see more women involved because I want to see the Cordas with their father. I would like to see Lexi Thompson and her brother, out
be
there.
cool.
Yeah, so I think they should expand.
Lexi's brother is Justin Thomas?
No, Lexi's brother, Lexi Thompson's brother, is a caddy, and he also traveled around the mini circuits, if you will. So it's a family affair. If you live in the Jupe, a.k.a. Jupiter, Florida, you're part of that Jupe life.
They call it the Jupe?
That's what I call it.
Okay.
That's where Tiger Woods made that home base, and now all the Rory's there, Justin's there, Ricky's there, all the Jupe life, man.
Jupe life.
Yeah.
Jupe life.
It's all about that Jupe life.
It's all about the Jupe
But
life.
Charlie Woods, did it not take over the internet?
I mean, I watched it when I got home yesterday, just a 6-minute highlight and package of Charlie and Tiger, and they're both hitting bombs. They're hitting putts, and then you hear Tiger in the background, break, baby. Good shot, Char. Good shot, Char. You just hear him saying, hey, good shot, Char. And he's like right behind Charlie, pumping him up. And then Charlie's just got the swagger.
Oh, mad swagger.
He's got the swagger.
I like the way he does the same mannerisms as Tiger. Ball's in the air. He puts both hands on the knee like he's a coach
that is
watching
crazy.
the ball. It's freaking nuts. By the way, you know what his nickname is, right?
What's that?
He's the pup. The cub.
The Cub. They're calling him the Cub.
Yeah, the pup or the cub. I saw that all over the internet.
So when he becomes
Dad's Tiger.
So when he becomes an older guy, will he be Tiger Jr.?
I don't know.
Will he just be Char? I don't like Char. Oh, there's Char. But I did hear the announcers yesterday on NBC. Oh, he's a star when he hit that shot. What was that, 17?
Yeah.
Where he hit, oh my God, Charlie is amazing.
I'll give you the prediction right now. We'll get right back into the 49ers. He's not going to college, folks. He's going straight to the PGA Tour.
It's going to be straight. Is he going to be a stud or is he?
Bonte.
Is he going to be legit?
Fonte, his swing looks identical to what Tiger's was back then.
It's ridiculous.
You just played in a tournament with televisions everywhere at 12 years old and was probably the most captivating person on that course.
Dude, that was unbelievable.
Lee Trevino, with Tiger Woods. Right. I mean, and you name it. There are people that are megastars that are out there, and nobody's shined brighter than Charlie Woods.
11 straight birdies, dog, and they're wearing the Sunday Reds. Oh, man, that was great. That was so sick. Let's get back to the Niners here. By the way, speaking of Niners, Frank Gore, could you please never box again? Just don't do it, Frank.
Now, will you?
Don't
now
box again.
You admit where I came from a couple weeks ago. I was so sad when I found out that he was going to do the boxing.
I was too. I didn't want him to fight.
Oh no, Frank!
I didn't want him to fight either.
Please.
I didn't want him to fight.
I
didn't want him to fight. Yeah, he's now the meme of the year.
Really sad.
He's now the meme of the year. It was sad. It was really sad. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Fred, what's happening, man? Are you loving the Niners win, Fred? Are you loving that win yesterday?
I am.
Yeah, I'm liking the win. It was a good win. You know, it was against the sorry Falcons, but, you know, it's all good. Monte, I was watching the Warriors pregame the other day, a couple of weeks ago, man. You was fired with them Griffies on. Man, that's a nice look, man. I like that.
I don't know. But, hey, Fred, I wore the Griffies only because I left my dress shoes at home that day. But a lot of kids didn't like the look. You know, Fred, a lot of kids didn't like the look. These young punks were saying that I look like a history teacher married to a white woman. I mean, they were like, they was just clouding me, dog.
Oh, no, that was a fire look. Because I did it like 2 weeks. I did it like 2 days later at church just because.
And what they say at church? What they say at church?
Oh, nothing. They was just like, you know, next time, make sure that you come appropriate. I was like, but God said you come as is.
Hey, man, damn. Yeah, I'm a trendsetter to churches, man. Christian Baptist. Why'd you let him go? Why'd you let him go?
Because there's only so much time left in the segment here.
Man, we got 4 minutes. We're going to ask about the Niners. Fred, call back, man. He's going to church, giving his graces to God. He's wearing the Griffies. I'm out here setting trenches. I'm setting trends in the temples, man. Come on. This may be my biggest accomplishment in life. Guy wore the Griffies. Fred in Richmond wore the Griffies because he saw me on television and went to church praying to God in the Griffies. Damn, Fred is dude. Nominate Fred for Man of the Year.
The upper room.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Get Fred back out here and get his Niners take, man. It's the holidays, Langford. Robin in the city. What's happening, Robin? You're on the roast. Shasky, you didn't like that? We gonna talk about that all so long. That made my day. Robin, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? Listen, real quickly, I want to talk about the Niners, but I just want to say to you guys, I didn't talk to you last week, with the Steph ceremony. I wish. Did you hear that organ? That organ, they need to lose that organ. It sounds like funeral music. Anyway, it did. It was getting on my nerves. Listen, guys, this is not aimed at you guys specifically, because I'm thinking of fans yesterday who called in after the win. You know, Niner fans, this is what ticks me off and gets me motivated to call. Niner fans are never happy. They're never satisfied. Win or lose. And it's really irritating. A win's a win. But here's what I want to say to you, Vontae, about your question. Yesterday, what I was impressed about, even though, so what it's Atlanta, is the efficiency. I don't know if you guys are old enough to have actually watched Joe Montana play all the way to the end of his career from start to finish. Those slants, that's all. Those slants across the middle, that's all Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Roger Craig, because he turned everybody into a receiver. They all ran across the middle, and you had to be efficient and accurate in order to make those type of plays. And I was really impressed. I could not believe that Jimmy was spreading them in there, looking like Joe Montana. And that route, that boy with them dreads with that big head, what's his name?
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that that was on the money. That looked like a John Taylor.
Yeah,
Exactly.
with John Taylor in the house too, Robin.
That's what I
Thanks
said to you.
thanks for the call. No, you're right. We're nitpicking here. We got to though because I'm thinking big, Robin.
No, I'm not.
The reason why I'm questioning things is because I think big. I think championships. It ain't just about going to the playoffs, being happy going to the playoffs. It's about winning the whole damn thing. All right? I'm not lowering my bar because of what the franchise has done the last 20 years. I'm keeping the bar raised at where it was at when I grew up. And that was Super Bowl or bust with this franchise. And we need to get back to that damn mentality around here instead of just saying, well, we've only had 5 winning seasons in 20 years. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, but
there's
along
a standard
journey,
here.
Along the journey, you got to appreciate the win like yesterday.
I do appreciate the win.
They won going away. The other team gets paid too.
What did I never said I didn't appreciate the win.
It feels like we want dominating 50-0 victories or else nothing
I wanted
else
50 to
matters.
13 yesterday.
Okay,
the Falcons were smacked. They were
got
trash.
31-13.
You know what? My predicted score. You see that? 34-16. I was close. 6 points off. Not bad.
Well, that's not predicting the score.
Not bad. It was in the ballpark. 34-16.
in the ballpark.
It was 31-13.
So are you mad
Langford,
that
is
they
that in
didn't
the
cover
ballpark?
your number?
No, they covered the spread. If I would have bet on the Niners, they would have covered. I told you they were going to cover the 9.5. Matter of fact, they covered the 9.5. Curly, did you write down the number from last week?
Then.
The 510. That's right, baby. Curly, give me the number at break. I'm calling your number out. You owe me a damn power drill.
Oh.
Yeah, owe me a power drill for the Niners covering the spread.
Don't call the number out. That's illegal.
I know that, but he knows, hey, 510. You know what time it is. You know, if you're out there, you're listening. You owe me a damn power drill because the Niners covered Fred. We'll get you on the other side. Plus, we have Shanahan sound we'll get to about the win yesterday. That's all coming up. I'm feeling good today. My boy Fred wore the Griffies in church because he saw me on TV do it. Damn, I'm a fashion trendsetter now. Oh, pray to Jesus. I made it, mama. Hey, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. More Niners.
language skills on our upcoming adventures. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
And off the fingertips of the tight end, Kyle Pitts, with the coverage by Jaquaski Tart. And on downs, the Falcons will give it up. Goal line stand by San Francisco's defense.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Kevin Harlan on the call for CBS Sports. Niners roll last night over the Falcons, 31-13, and that defense. Look, Omri Thomas is a rookie who's getting mossed. Josh Norman is Josh Norman. He's going to get beat deep from time to time. But I thought that front seven played excellent football yesterday. The goal line stand to start the game after JaMychal Hasty fumble on the opening kickoff. I thought the defense was solid throughout. You hold a team to 13 points in today's day and age, in today's NFL, you're doing something right there. So I'm proud of the defense and the way they played. Shout out to D'Amico Ryans and that crew.
So let's stay on the defensive side of the ball. I am not going to make an assumption on either side, because if you loved Aldon Smith and I thought he was a Hall of Fame talent. I really did. I think that his career was derailed for a variety of reasons. And if you want to say that, he only got numbers because of Justin Smith, that's your prerogative. I think that's taken away from how dominant Aldon was. I mean, he had the longest arms of any pass rusher I've ever seen. And his ability to just bull rush, spin moves, stunt. I mean, he had all the tricks in his bag. They're just different players. Let me go through the first 32 games of their careers. Okay? And I'll give you the playoff numbers through 2 years as well. 32 games. Now, Bosa was hurt the second year, so I'm just going 32 overall games. 32 overall games. 24 sacks, 34 tackles for loss for Nick Bosa. Okay? 24 sacks, 34 tackles for loss through 32 games. For Aldon Smith, 33.5 sacks, 31 tackles for loss. They both had 55-plus quarterback hits, 56 for Aldon, 55 for Nick Bosa, 5 forced fumbles for Aldon Smith, 6 forced fumbles for Nick Bosa. I mean, again, Aldon had, I believe, 33.5 sacks to 24 sacks. So he had more sacks through 32 games. Every other metric is damn near identical. Now, here's where the difference is in the playoffs. 4 sacks in 3 games for Nick Bosa. Only 2 sacks in 5 games through 2 years for Aldon Smith. I mean, we're slicing hairs here. They're both all-time talents.
I would say Aldon was good against the run. He was actually really good against the run. Nick Bosa, if there's one area I say Nick Bosa has to get better at, maybe it gets to run at times, because he
gets
does
a little too upfield.
Gets a little too upfield at times, but you know what? We're nitpicking here. Nick Bosa's great. Nick Bosa coming off a knee injury like he did, reconstructive knee injury, basically. Got to reconstruct the ACL. He had ACL damage, MCL damage. It's unreal what he's doing here, 15.5 sacks. And they had it on the big board yesterday at Levi Stadium. One play where they're just showing Nick Bosa getting choked.
Yeah.
Getting choked.
I saw that.
No holding call, and he's still getting relentless pressure on the Matt Ryan. So Nick Bosa's playing out of his mind right now. Aldon Smith was great. You had Justice Smith on that side. You had a good defensive line. Ray McDonald, Isaac Sopoaga, of course, Ahmed Brooks on the other side. Look, Nick Bosa and this defensive line is starting to come. DJ Jones, he's humming. Eric Armstead, I thought he played well yesterday.
He had a really nice stop at the goal line.
Ebu Cobb and Arden Key play some good complimentary football here.
I would like to upgrade in the offseason
opposite
Nick Bosa, but I agree with you.
I can't do anything about 2022 right now. I want to upgrade in a few spots, including quarterback. But, hey, I'm not going there today. I'm not going there.
So let's just get into it right now. In 2012, 19.5 sacks. All-time single-season record for sacks for the 49ers. Fred Dean is number 2, 17.5 sacks in 1983. And then Tim Harris, old six-shooter Tim Harris, In 1992, had 17 sacks. And then in 1990, Charles Haley had 16 sacks. Right now, Nick Bosa is tied with Chris Dolman and Dana Stubblefield, 15 sacks. Now, he gets the extra game, so maybe we'll dilute this here. Do you think he can get to 4.5 more sacks? Can he get to 20?
He may get to it Thursday against Tennessee. I think he can get a couple sacks against Tennessee at Ryan Tannehill. He'll run into a sack. And then you get the Texans.
I know.
You get the Texans. That's stats game. That's a stats game. That's a game where you solidify your entry into the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
All pro team. So he's got a shot here. He's got a shot to reach it right during the Texas game.
Let's just put the off-field stuff to the side. Let's just put, because it's hard to ignore and it changes the whole conversation. In a vacuum, if you were drafting from scratch right now from these two guys, who would you take on your team right now, Alden or Nick Bosa? It's such a tough one because I love both players.
Alden was the number 7 overall pick.
Yes.
Alden didn't get hurt. Alden didn't have any injuries.
I know. They were very different players, right?
Very different.
Very different. I mean, this is a tough one. I'm not trying to dilute Alden because he was so great.
Kind of lean Alden.
Me too.
But I know it's going to be tough for some people to not factor in the off-field issues.
Of course, because he's a bad guy.
But if you just said on the football, you can go no wrong. Whoever, I would love to have the number 2 pick in this situation. You want to take Alden? I'll take Bosa. You want to take Bosa? I'll take Alden.
That's a great way.
I mean, I'm not losing here.
Yeah.
I'm not losing in this situation.
I do believe Alden was more athletically gifted than Nick Bosa. Yep. I think Bosa's motor runs longer than where Alden's is at. We're slicing hairs. I just think it's a great comp because through 32 games right now with Nick Bosa, again, part of his second year completely wiped out. 24 sacks to 33.5 sacks for Alden Smith. But the tackles for loss, 34 for Bosa, only 31 for Alden. Man, they're right there. And the quarterback hit numbers are almost identical, 55 to 56.
They're right there. By the way, 510-294. Beep, 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 beep. That Makita bet. You better holler at me on the text line. 510. I'm like the DMV here. Number 510-294. Please come to the window. Please come to window 957 and let me know about that bet. All right, 510-294. You got about 2 hours and 5 minutes. 2 hours and 5 minutes. I want my power drill. Let's go back to Fred and Rich. Let's get his text. Hey, Fred, man, let me just say, you're my favorite caller ever. You're the roaster of the day. Hell, Fred, you may be the roaster of the year after that first call before a nice guy cut you off. And nice guy wasn't being so damn nice there. But, Fred, go ahead. Give us your 49er thoughts.
Oh, like I was saying, it was a good game. They did play the Falcons. But I was looking at some stats, and it's kind of funny to know that it's a possibility that the Niners could still win the division because Arizona looked like they are crumbling right before our eyes. We don't know what the Rams are. They do have the Seahawks and then Baltimore. So it's a possibility that game in January could be for the division title.
It could.
Wouldn't that be something after all we done been through? The Niners could be the 4th seed in the playoffs. That would be amazing.
I'm with you. So here's what would have to happen down the stretch. Arizona would have to lose the next 3 games. Because if they're tied, if they're tied with the Niners, they have the tiebreaker because they won both games. And then you have the Rams going to play, I believe, Tuesday. Is that when this game is now?
Tuesday against Seattle.
I have a little, just bookmark this. I'm pissed with fantasy, and I'll get to that in a second.
You must have lost.
It's just the COVID thing has driven me nuts. It ruined the playoffs for everyone.
No, it didn't. This was fascinating.
No,
I'm actually intrigued because I'm down 30 in one playoff matchup. I've got DK. I've got Dallas Goedert. I've got some other Nick Chubb today. I like the fact that it's getting dragged out here, and there's a lot of upsets happening in these fantasy playoffs.
It's allowing players who would not have played on a Sunday to play on a Monday or a Tuesday.
Hey,
we'll get to that later.
It is what it is, baby.
The 49ers, if they can get to 11 wins and pray that the Cardinals do not win another game the rest of the year, that's their chance of winning the division. They need the Seahawks to win against the Rams. That game is Tuesday?
Tuesday at 4 o'clock, SoFi Stadium.
So
no Tyler Lockett.
That game is Tuesday.
No Tyler Lockett. I start gambling again and bet on the Rams.
Okay,
now.
you are really too excited
Right,
for
go
this
ahead.
gambling stuff. And then the 49ers would obviously own the tiebreaker against the Rams. So if the Niners can win that last game against the Rams and they both have 11 wins when the season ends, I believe the 49ers if Arizona loses all three, that's their way of winning the West.
Here's the Cardinals' remaining schedule.
Give it to me.
Christmas Day.
Who?
5:15.
Who?
NFL Network.
Who?
At home against?
Who?
The Horseshoe. The Indianapolis Colts with those all-white uniforms.
Jonathan Taylor, I think he's the lead candidate right now for most valuable player in the league.
He should be.
They've
He should go to a
resurrected
running
Carson
back.
Wentz's career. Frank Reich deserves a lot of credit for Coach of the Year,
No doubt.
given all the injuries at the beginning of the
And the
year
slow
and where
start.
that team was. That's what I'm saying,
0-3.
circling the drain.
Yeah, no doubt. So
they get the Colts on Christmas.
Colts, then they go to Dallas day after New Year's Day.
I got to root for the Cowboys.
And then they end the season with the Seattle Seahawks at home.
Russ?
25.
Russ?
Spoiler, could be Russ's last game as a Seahawk.
They could easily lose all three of those games.
They could. I did not anticipate them losing yesterday.
No one did.
But now we got action.
Kyler doesn't look right.
Kyler's not right.
I've been telling people, man, the ankle, the shoulder, the elbow.
But also that offense looks pretty predictable right now.
It does.
It looks predictable.
Chase Edmonds not being there is a big one. And then Rondale Moore's not getting involved the way he was before.
Nope. AJ Green, can you count on him to be your numero uno?
I
don't know.
AJ, though. But not as a number one.
Not as a number one. Rams, their schedule.
Give it to me.
Seattle at home.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, Tuesday night special.
Oh, we're all rooting for Seattle, right?
Seattle.
We have to.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Seattle.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We have to.
I got to root for DK to have a big game, but no Tyler Lockett. That means Jalen Ramsey will be shadowing him. Now, that does tick me off because Ramsey wouldn't have played in this game yesterday. He's going to play now, but hey, it is what it is. You know what? You know what, DK? Show up. Show up. At Minnesota next week.
Okay.
So the Rams at Minnesota. You never know what team Minnesota. You just never know.
The
man.
lava lamp. Mike Zimmer and Kirk Cousins.
I could see them losing that game. I could see the Vikings. I don't know. What do you flip a coin? At Baltimore the following week. That could be a loss for the Rams. And then the Niners. So the Niners just need the Rams to lose one time, right? Mm-hmm. Because that last game, they could tie them.
Yes.
Just need one loss from the LA Rams if you're a Niners
And they
fan.
need the Cardinals to lose out. And they still have an outside track of getting to the division. So that's where, when I wake up this morning, I know you're like worried about style points against Atlanta. And I get where you're coming from. They're where they need to be. They're 8-6.
I'm not.
They're going to be a playoff team. They're looking good. They're clicking at the right time. Their playmakers are making plays.
Look,
the defense has found a way to be, potent somehow. I don't know how, but they're potent right now. I like their chances.
Listen, mister, I'm worried about the Atlanta Falcons this Sunday. Listen.
Appropriate fear.
No, the Falcons sucked. This is a smash game. This is a statement game. This is to let the NFL know, like, hey, we're going to beat up on the good teams. Falcons had to beat a team with a winning record all season. So, but I'm looking at the team. I'm watching that game from a prism of if they play like this against, said, the Green Bay Packers, said the Tampa Bay Bucks, said the Dallas Cowboys, the LA Rams. They play like this against a playoff team. Is that good enough to win? Is that good enough to beat those teams?
Do you know how the NFL's played? It's about matchups. You can't just take one game and transfer it over against another team.
Do they match up well?
Transitive
Do they match up well with the Dallas Cowboys right now?
Right now, yeah, because Dak's calf makes him look limited. They do not look like the same team they were earlier in the year. So, yeah, and their running game looks kind of pedestrian. So I actually really like the 49ers' chances. Even against Tampa Bay, as great as Tom Brady is, the fact that he's a statue quarterback, why do I feel like the Niners match up better with Tampa Bay than they do the Seahawks, for crying out loud?
That defensive line.
I mean, it's just crazy. Yes, but I also look at the 49ers' ability to keep a quarterback on the sideline with the run game. If they can get Elijah Mitchell back, the knee injury is very worrisome. If they can get him back, now you have a two-headed running back situation where you've got the Thunder and the Lightning and Jeff Wilson Jr. and Elijah Mitchell. Now we're cooking. We got our playmakers all touching the ball. I feel like Jimmy Garoppolo's his confidence level feels right now the highest it's been since 2019.
888-957-9570. Are you thinking big now with the Niners? It's time to think big. Can they beat anybody in the NFC? Niner fans, where you at right now? They're 8-6 as a 6th seed here. 6th seed. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Butch and Bonte here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game after the Niners win. Also, Charlie Woods still in the show. And the Warriors. Nice 3-2 road trip. They don't play anybody Saturday in Toronto. They return home tonight against the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center. I saw the Warriors open up as 13.5-point favorites against the Kings. However, Andrew Wiggins, he's out due to health and safety protocols. Jordan Poole, he's out due to health and safety protocols. Jim Barnett is out due to health and safety protocols. He's back in Boston. So COVID-19 has run rampant in the NBA and the NFL. I don't even want to go into all that stuff.
The NFL has now eradicated. I believe it's if you're vaccinated and you're asymptomatic, they're not going to do any testing, I guess, is what they're saying. That's what they're saying for the vaccinated players. So they've kind of pivoted what they're doing right now. We're all COVIDed out. Everyone. Everyone is sick of the whole thing.
I'm over it. I
have a feeling the NBA will try to adopt. I know they're indoors, so it's a little different, but I think for their own product, they're going to try to adopt something. Now, maybe they limit the fan stuff, but in terms of the daily testing and things like that, Bonte, how many games should have been canceled over the weekend?
Well, a lot of NBA games have been postponed.
It's crazy.
They postponed 4 games yesterday.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
What is it? Philly game was one of them.
Philly game, Brooklyn game, Hawks game. They had a Nuggets game. It was all kind of games getting postponed yesterday. But Kuminga, how about Jonathan Kuminga? Did you watch Saturday?
Of course I did. I had them on the small pad, though. The iPad, and then I had the big TV. I was watching your boy, Mac Jones. Had to. I was rooting so hard against the Patriots because my Kansas City Chiefs, the team that I'm now in love with, has an inside track at, having home field advantage in the AFC.
You love the Chiefs now.
Well, I can't let Mac Jones go to the AFC Championship.
So you'd rather let another guy, how about root for the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, I'll root for I love Josh Allen. He's my quarterback in every fantasy league.
Root for anybody but Kansas City and
I don't like Kansas City, but I just don't want to see New England win, and Kansas City's my best chance to make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah. You know I hate Kansas City.
What about Tennessee?
Come on, get out of here. Ryan Tannehill, get out of here.
Yeah, but we're on to something tonight.
Stop
What about the Chargers?
Oh, I love the Chargers.
The Chargers?
Yeah, they're not beating Kansas City, though.
What about Baltimore?
Go Chargers, go!
Baltimore? No? Cincinnati?
Come on, Doc. Baltimore was way more healthy the last couple years and couldn't win a playoff game.
So you're rooting for a team that you hate, Kansas City?
Absolutely.
Mac Jones' ball placement's pretty good.
It is. It was to the linebacker Darius Leonard who pulled a Jimmy Garoppolo play and did the old, I'm going to come stuff the run. Oh, no, I'm dropping back into zone.
Did you also watch the new Spider-Man?
No, I haven't, but do not ruin it for me. Do not ruin it for me. I'm going to go see this week.
I watched it.
And then?
Maybe best Spider-Man ever.
You went to the theater?
Come on, man.
What theater?
Don't worry about that. I can't give up my secrets. Can't blow up the spot.
You're not Barack Obama, homie.
A secret movie theater?
Yeah,
nobody goes to.
Oh yeah,
it's perfect.
Oh, yeah?
Comfortable seats. Nobody bothers me.
No one goes to the movie theaters anyway.
I'm lying. I didn't go see Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't even know who Peter Parker is.
I do know who Peter Parker is. It's my favorite character.
He's in that one Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, just the one.
I meant Tobey Maguire. It was a mistake. It was early that day. By the way, shout out to Timeless Coffee. Getting us through another week here. Timeless Coffee, the official coffee of the Morning Roast. 3 locations. I met Tamir, my guy Izzy, out there at the new location on 17th and Webster. Let me tell you, that baby was humming. There were people coming in and out. Donuts were fresh. Coffee was brewing. Really good time at Timeless Coffee on 17th and Webster.
Almost as good as the 49ers' efficiency in the red zone.
It was pretty damn good yesterday. So let me ask you this, Shasky. And we can ask our audience this. 888-957-9570. So Shasky roots for the Cowboys and Chiefs. Yeah, it's unbelievable what's going on here. Who should get the most credit for the Niners winning 5-6?
Say that again?
Who should get the most credit for the 49ers winning 5-6 games?
The whole team. I don't know why we need to just give credit to one person.
Well, we always criticize this one person. We always do that.
Quarterback play is extremely important, but I think that
you're giving Jimmy Garoppolo the most. Who's if you had a pie chart of culpability, the Shasky pie chart. The Shasky pie chart.
I think,
and you're sitting there like, and you got your robe on with your on your whiteboard, and you're saying, okay, this slice of pie goes to Shanahan. This slice of pie goes to Garoppolo. This slice of pie goes to Fred Warner. Who's getting the biggest slice of pie?
I'll give it to Shanahan since you cannot give Shanahan an ounce of credit.
You don't want to get me started, dude.
Shanahan has a team that just look at all the different metrics. You want to look at explosive plays, they're at the top of the charts. Multiple players. You want to look at yards after the catch, top of the charts. They have 2 different guys in the top 5. You want to look at run game being established with a bunch of backups. Look at what they've done. This guy has adjusted midseason. He's gotten the best out of Debo, the best out of George Kittle. They've got the best left tackle in the game, Trent Williams, who he coaxed out of retirement. They've done a great job. They have a backup right tackle and a backup right guard, basically playing really good football right now, which is shocking to say out loud. Their defensive line is patchwork, and they're still getting back to the quarterback. They have a bunch of corners that no one in the league would want. Kyle Shanahan has done a fantastic job this year of rallying the troops, and I think he's put this team in a position to not just get into the playoffs. I think that they're a threat, and they're going to win at least one playoff game. Gotten the best out of Jimmy Garoppolo, too.
Shanahan gets the biggest piece of the pie.
Right now, yeah. Hell
what about
yeah.
you, Roasters? 888-957-9570. I knew you were going Shanahan. You just want to piss me off. Because, it was funny. I got to the bathroom yesterday at halftime. And what was my guy name? Was it Javi in South City I met? I think it was Javi. South City. Oh, Bonte Hill. First of all, you're yelling my name too loud, trying to blow up the spot here. Just trying to use the bathroom. All right? You're blowing up the spot. But number 2, why you always hate on the 49ers, Bonte? You hate the Niners. What are you talking about? Nobody's hating on the Niners. But if I'm going to give credit in the biggest slice of pie, I'm going to number 10, baby. Because number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo, despite all the noise, despite all y'all's wanting Trey Lance to play, including yours truly, despite all the stuff about every throw, Jimmy Garoppolo almost threw a pick 6 last week in Cincinnati. Oh, we're nitpicking against a playoff team, but we can't nitpick against a team like the Falcons. Yeah, we're going to nitpick against the Bengals. Oh, well, he almost threw the pick 6. Well, yeah, he went 6-6 in overtime. And how about Jimmy yesterday, 11 for 13 for 170 yards? 170 yards. Sure, Shanahan is calling the plays, but Jimmy's making the throws. Jimmy's making the plays. Jimmy, as Kyle Juszczyk said last week, gives us the best chance to win football games. So, my biggest slice of the pie, Jimmy Garoppolo.
What about Debo? They've won 5 of their last 6. And
Debo was hurt for the 2 games.
He was hurt for the 1 game that they lost in the last 6, and out of the last 6, that's when he started running the football. I mean, how much of it goes to Debo Samuel as opposed to just those 2 guys?
I'm glad you brought up Debo because they're utilizing him in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
In fact, he has more rushing touchdowns than any wide receiver ever. Oh, isn't that nice? So, yeah, him and my man Kittle getting the rock left and right. Give a little love to Shanahan. He is using the weapons to their fullest.
You know what? Shanahan gets a big piece of the pie. Shanahan's done a good job.
People want to know more about you meeting people in bathrooms.
I was just going to use the bathroom, and I came out, and somebody said, "Hey, Bonte, what's up, man?" It was outside of the bathroom. I go in the bathroom, I handle my business. I'll say anything. Head down, mask up. Let's go. Let's stop. Why did really we need those sophomoric jokes here? We're better than that. What are we, 12? We go to Herbert Hoover Middle School or something? Oh, my God. You meet guys in the bathroom?
It is awkward when you meet people in a bathroom, though.
It is awkward.
Pre-COVID, when Live 105 was having live studio performances with bands and stuff, I mean, I met one of the drummers in the bathroom. I didn't know what to say. He just walked out, and I said, "Hey, man." And he said, "Hey, back." And that's it. I don't really know what to say in a bathroom. It's awkward.
I'm giving Jimmy the most credit here. Sue me. 888-957-9570. Who deserves the most credit on this football team? Is it Shanahan? Is it Garoppolo? Is it George Kittle? Is it Trent Williams? Is it the defensive line?
Now I'm imagining,
is it Jimmy Ward?
I'm imagining Steven meeting band members in the restroom. Nice flute.
I'm just going to let that one breathe. That one just let that one wash away through the wind like a good old-fashioned fart. Just let it wash away. Just let it dissipate in the air.
Silent
but
deadly.
Go. Let it go. SBD, baby. Silent but deadly. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Safeway. Your calls, because we're going to go to them, because I don't know what the hell's going on this show right now.
How are Niner fans not fired up? It's Christmas week.
You know why?
The Titans on Thursday.
You know why
Let's go.
You know why they're not fired up, Shasky? Because they just beat the sorry-ass Dirty Birds. And people were saying, you should beat the Dirty Birds by how much you did. That's why they're not fired up. Are they fired up?
I'm feeling great.
They're 8-6. I feel good because guess what? Your boy predicted 11-6, and it's still in play, baby. It's still in play. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. Your call's coming up, 888-957. zero sugar. If we had Joe Shasky, the butcher's pie chart of culpability or pie chart of credit, who's getting the biggest slice? Is it Nick Bosa? Is it the defense as a whole? Are you giving half the pie to Kyle Shanahan for the way he's diagramming up play calls? Now, he's the head coach. And the reason why I'm not giving Shanahan the biggest slice of the pie is
because you can't stand him?
No, I like Shanahan. I'm just, you guys want to hold the quarterback up to a high standard. Joe Montana, Steve Young. So why not the head coach? You guys forget about the head coach? Or are you guys used to Tom Sula or Chip Kelly? No. Bill Walsh roamed these sidelines. George Seifert roamed these sidelines. Dick Nolan roamed these sidelines. Steve Mariucci roamed these sidelines. Jim Harbaugh roamed these sidelines. There's a standard as a head coach as well. And you know what? The head coach is overlooking special teams. Head coach got to fix the special teams. That's why I give Shanahan a B yesterday. Can't come out of a game that you got to have and fumble the opening kickoff and then muff the next kickoff. What are we doing here?
They've got backups on special teams. They need to put a starter in there. I've been saying to you all year. They need to put a couple of starters on the kickoff return units. It's that simple.
And hear what Shanahan had to say about the Niners finishing the game.
I thought we should have finished him earlier with some of the stuff. And, I hated how we started the game. I thought, we struggled on special teams. I think that was obvious with the turnover there. It didn't seem like we kicked the ball that well, just with our kickoffs and some of our punts. So that was tough with the field position battle and everything. But, yeah, I just always want to do better.
Always want to do better. Always want to see them do better, Shasky.
Yeah,
always want to see the Niners do better.
I didn't love the possession. They got the ball back with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It was 31-13. Did not love that possession. I think they went 3 straight throws. Only took about a minute off the clock. I wanted to see them run the ball right there. I understand trying to be aggressive and throw the ball down the field. Yesterday was one of those days, just run the ball down their throats in the second half. That's what I wanted to see them do. They eventually got the ball back and did it again. But again, I think that the way that they've rallied the troops, they've got a rookie coordinator in D'Amico Ryans, who I had major question marks about.
He's doing a great job.
They've got random corners that anyone in the league could have signed after week 5 out there playing cornerback. And yeah, it hasn't been pretty, but I think that the safety play has been really good. I think that their defensive line, they're without Dee Ford, who they've invested a lot of money in. They're without Javon Kinlaw, who they invested a first-round draft pick in. And they found a way to make it work. DJ Jones playing great ball right now. So I think the coaching staff deserves a ton of credit. This could have gone sideways.
It could have.
I mean, when you look at, they were -9 in differential after week 9. -9.
Yep.
They're back to I believe they're only -1 right now. I believe because they're +8 since then. I believe they're
taking
only
care of the football.
Yeah, it's huge.
They're taking care of football. Taking care of the
and
football.
I think the quarterback's done a great job of taking care of the football. That's one thing. And I also think that their defense is playing swarming football. But more importantly, these playmakers are making plays. They're making plays. And so I think that Shanahan deserves a ton of credit because Deebo Samuel the last couple of years, or at least last year, was hurt. This year, they have squeezed every ounce out of Deebo.
No doubt.
And they've done the same thing with Kittle.
408, any way you slice it up. I like that. Great play on words. Any way you slice it up, Niners are going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with them.
If they go to the playoffs, how far can they go? Let's hear from the fullback, Kyle Juszczyk, on how far they can go.
We're going to go as far as Jimmy takes us. And he does such a good job of being that leader, especially on the offensive side. He's so good at stepping into the huddle, commanding that huddle, get us fired up, but also keeping us calm and, being able to direct the offense. He does a great job.
They're going to go as far as Jimmy takes them. That's what Juszczyk said about Jimmy being ready to go yesterday against the Falcons.
Jimmy's been stacking weeks this whole year, and we do feel like he's just continually getting better. But I know today there was something different about him. He had this aura about him. I mean, even at breakfast, George and I looked at each other and we're like, Jimmy's ready to go today. And I love to see it from him. It's contagious, too. When we see our head guy like that fired up and ready to go, it makes everybody else fired up.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Well, wait, I think I am hearing it.
Did you hear that?
I thought I heard you in your seats yesterday chanting this.
Jimmy.
Hey. You heard what Juszczyk said? He had that aura about him. He knew who was ready at breakfast.
Oh, at breakfast.
Breakfast.
Oh, man.
Breakfast.
Oh.
I'm going to go as far as Jimmy takes them. Where's the Shanahan? Who's getting your big slice? Who's getting your big slice?
They're right
What
where
about
they need
Bosa?
to be. They're right where they need to be. I'm just so happy that they're back in a position to win double-digit games.
Shasky.
They righted the ship.
You feel good?
Why couldn't you? Of course.
Playoffs.
And why can't they beat anyone?
Playoffs.
Did you watch all the potential playoffs?
Aren't you
teams?
happy they didn't just fold and say, let's develop everybody? Aren't you happy to actually play for something?
I mean, look, we can go back in time. I still think that they'd be about where they're at now, even if they played Trey. I think people are losing their minds because Trey isn't playing. Look how bad he must be if he's not getting in at the end of that game. It's like, Doug, they're not going to play him now. They're not going to play him right now.
This doesn't happen in the NFL where you just start bitching starters. Just doesn't do it.
Well, and
come on, it's the NFL, folks.
Yeah, they don't.
This ain't high school.
They don't do the Steph Curry where he sits the whole fourth quarter.
Right.
Tom Brady takes every snap, even in like a 45-7 blowout.
Folks, have you been watching pro football? Some of the writers do this too. Oh, why is Trey playing in a blowout? Relax. Because if Trey fumbles a snap and Atlanta scores 31-20, and now you're ticked off. And now you're a bad possession away or two.
Jimmy did make a throw in the fourth quarter. I was like, but it's okay. I thought he looked really good. He's done a really good job kind of changing who Jimmy G is in the pocket. And he's not just saying, hey, we're going to run nothing but play action. They're moving him. They're getting him out on a little small rollout where he can step into his throw and deliver it downfield. They're doing a really good job going wide. I think the Jawan Jennings development has been a revelation.
He did drop a few passes, though.
Jennings? He dropped on the first drive, and then he dropped another one. But that's going to happen.
He's getting better, though. I do. When I watch Jennings, I think all the time. Whenever he makes a play,
thank God he's out there and not Sanu.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, damn, Sanu was playing over this guy? All right, Lions starting to pack up here. 888-957-9570.
What he gives them in terms of a wide receiver development, like I was looking back at just the last 20-something years. They have not had 3 legit wide receivers simultaneously at any point since, and again, people are going to say, J.J. Stokes wasn't good. J.J. was solid, all right?
Niners 98, J.J. Stokes had 3 wide receivers go over 1,000
No, I was going to go 2002. So 2002.
You're going 2002?
I was saying that's the most recent. The Ty Streets had like 30-something catches.
Yeah.
J.J. had 30-something catches. And then T.O. went for over 1,000 yards.
I like the trio with Rice.
You can't compare anyone to Jerry Rice and T.O.
But I'm
That's
saying
not
that
fair.
trio was dynamic.
Okay.
02, Stokes was basically done. Stokes was done.
Okay.
Right.
But Bonte,
Stokes
what
was
I'm
done.
saying is where you spread the ball out and you had 3 receivers catch 30-something passes or more, and you had 1 Pro Bowler. That was a really good team. You want to dice it up on how good Stokes was? Okay, he wasn't the greatest, but look at Ayuk's raw numbers. They're not that great.
I like the 98 team when you had 3 guys with at least 63 catches. But hey, we're nitpicking here. Kittle on if he saw
But I
an
don't
aura.
think you're going to have 3 guys as wide receivers get 63 catches.
Here's what Kittle said on an aura.
Yeah.
The aura Jimmy had at breakfast.
I don't know if I saw it at breakfast, but definitely you could tell just in the locker room, especially on the field during warm-ups, Jimmy was definitely inspired to play at a high level today, and he definitely inspired all of us. He's a guy that breaks down the team before we go head out to the field as a team, and I thought he did a great job today. He definitely pulled us all along. I think he had a really good day today. But yeah, no, he definitely an aura. Nice juice.
I think
nice.
The aura, like what is
Look how
he, Jesus?
uptight you get,
Is
man.
he Jesus? He walks around and he's got a halo around him. He's got an aura.
You can't stand it. Hey.
No, it's just a ridiculous question.
Hey, listen, there was times at Washington when I saw Big Dog City.
Glowing.
I would see Big Dog City before a game. I'm like, damn, Big Dog City's ready to go.
Oh, yeah?
He's got that aura. Or I saw my guy, Johan Thomas, scholarship at Oregon State. I said, man, this guy, Johan Thomas, by the way, Washington Eagles legend, 4 interceptions in Turkey Day.
Wow.
4 interceptions. That's pretty great. That's a state record.
The night train lane of
dude, Johan was a bad boy. But I could tell.
Yeah, you could tell?
I could tell with the swagger.
You could
before
see
came.
the look in his eyes.
I could see the look.
Yeah?
I saw a gleam.
Oh.
I saw a gleam, man. I saw a gleam with Johan Thomas.
Was it at breakfast?
It wasn't at breakfast. It was walking through the tunnel, pregame warm-ups.
Okay.
Sometimes you see it at pregame warm-ups because you really didn't have breakfast together in high school.
What did Kyle Juszczyk see? Like from breakfast, what happened? Did Jimmy order the eggs with confidence this time?
It's the way he ate the eggs.
When he was asked, "How do you want your eggs?" He just said, "Scrambled." No question. No thought about it.
It's the way he ate his eggs. It's the way. Maybe he just pulled a Rocky. Just boom, cracked them, put them in the glass, and just chugged the eggs. I don't know.
Who wasn't doing shakes that way, by the way, back in the day with the Rocky?
I never tried that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, never. Come on, I wouldn't do it. I'm cooking them eggs, man. I ain't no fool.
Everybody
Come on, man.
Come on, everybody did the raw.
Come on. We ain't doing that. Come on. What are you doing?
What do you mean?
What are you doing? Wasting eggs, man.
Trying to be Rocky.
You're wasting eggs. Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan touching the podium. Actually missed the post-game presser last night, so this is the first time I'm listening to everything. This is all a surprise to me. The element is surprise. What did Shanahan have to say about Jimmy Garoppolo?
Jimmy hasn't been much different to me all year. I think we've gotten better around him throughout the year. I think we've gotten more continuity on the offense. I think that we've, with the skill positions and tight ends, I think, they've gotten healthier and been out there more consistently than they were at the beginning of the year. And when you get to string weeks together from a quarterback and some of the guys you're throwing to, I think you usually improve and you just get more consistent. I think that's what we have struggled with is consistency and guys getting a little better and from health and stuff, and then us just committing to the run a lot better than we did at the beginning of the year. And getting more results out of that, to me, helps everybody in offense.
So we had Juszczyk talk about the aura at breakfast, and then we had two different guys, Kittle and Shanahan, be the voice of reason coming in like, you're not seeing a whole lot different. But he is, I would say he is playing an unflappable level of football right now where things just don't faze him.
I'm not going to lie, Shasky. Sometimes when you walk into the studio, I can tell when you're going to have a great show.
Yeah?
I can tell when you're locked in. When you wear the cardigans, I saw somebody wear that Bill Walsh cardigan yesterday, by the way.
You?
As just a regular fit. I told you could wear that. That's not an ugly sweater. Oh. That's a fit you could rock the Levi Stadium. But look, this young kid right below us, he looks saucy. When every time he's got Bosa the second time, he goes, that's twice, yo. That's twice he got Bosa. I said, young fella, you right, man.
Did he say, meet me in the bathroom, I'll finish this conversation?
Nobody said meet me in the bathroom. Nobody said meet me in the bathroom. Nobody said meet me in the bathroom. We don't do those things, man. What are you talking about? Hey, meet me in the bathroom. Section 227, meet me in the bathroom. Come on, man. What are we doing here? But no, listen. I could tell when you're about to have a great show. When you're talking and you're amped up, I was like, okay, Shasky's going to be fired up today. When you're kind of quiet and you disappear for a while, I'm like, man, I don't know about. I look at John Curley and say, what do you think about Shasky this morning? I don't know, boss. I don't know. So, we'll see.
He's been carrying this operation for a couple of years now.
We'll see. We'll see when we crack the mics.
I'm Irish.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. It's an aura. It's an aura. Casey and Marin. Casey, what's
up, Casey?
Oh, wait, is this Casey Marin putting up his Christmas trees in June?
Yes.
What's up, Casey? Good morning, man. I ain't heard from you since, man. Casey.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Scrooge? How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing a lot better this morning.
Hey, first, I want to get to the Niners. One thing I love, big win, but I love the up and down, the soap opera type with the hosts and the callers. Jimmy G is garbage. Start Trey. Shanahan is a joke. The Niners are beautiful. I love them. It's like let's stick to one talking calm, sort of standpoint this year. I need to get to Grandpa Bonta.
Thank you.
Bonta.
My grandfather told me. I apologize.
No, you're all good.
I sincerely apologize for the mispronunciation.
You're all good.
My grandfather told me when I was 8, 9. You always dress when you go to the airport like you have a job interview, and it was the worst advice ever. And then I see my grandfather, who's been dead about 10 years, old white guy, not the nicest guy. I see him on Warriors pregame wearing a nice pressed pants, pair of brown pants with his brand new Nike Air Monarchs, and I'm saying, what's happened? What's happened to this gentleman who's worked his way up to the pinnacle of sports commentators, and he's dressing like my dead grandfather? So, Bonte, excuse me, we got to get some clothes on you that are 1990 and newer. I love you guys.
Hey, Casey, real quick. Casey, real quick, because they're running some good material here. They're running some good material. I'm laughing here. I'm laughing. But
no,
did you hear my guy Fred Richmond this morning?
Yeah, I'm going to call him Pop Pop, because if he's going to wear his Air Monarch, he's my Pop Pop. He's my grandfather on my mom's side. God. Come on, guys. Please. Oh, by the way, Bonte, last thing. No more pleats, my man. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Casey.
That was incredible.
Merry Christmas.
I mean, there was like 7 layers of material being ran simultaneously
that is great material. Casey brings it, man. Yeah. That's twice now. He's dominated me twice in the last 2 months.
He's your softy mauler.
He is my softy baller. And Casey, he owns real estate in my head right now.
He does.
He owns. Because look, it wasn't just Casey
that
who was
tax
ripping
rate
me.
Must be beautiful.
Dude, it wasn't Casey just ripping me.
Lot of land on that head.
He was just like, these young punks on Twitter, some guy got like 200 likes off my outfit trying to rip me. I mean, made him verified on Twitter because he's talking about me. So, you want to talk about my fashion? It's all good. It's all good, baby. It's all good.
All right, so let's go behind the scenes. Yesterday, I'm in the parking lot. I'm eating a deli sandwich. I'm with my boy Crow and his brother-in-law. And his brother-in-law is a big Falcons fan. So we show up, and all of a sudden I see this Charger come flying through the parking lot. And I go, oh, here he goes. It's Bonte. So I walk over to the Charger in the parking lot at Levi Stadium. I'm like, what's up, man? Bonte and his homie hop out of the car. I'm going to go around the room. What beer is Bonte drinking before he goes into the stadium?
It wasn't the beer of my choice. Let's just
stop that.
Can you preface that? Can you preface it?
There's no prefacing. I'm just telling you what I saw. What beer is in his hand? I'm going to give you an opportunity to go around the room. Let's start with Steven. Steven, what kind of beer?
Trumer Pills.
Steel Reserve?
No.
No, come on,
man.
No. Damn.
Not even the right continent.
Shows how much Langford thinks of me, man.
Hey, Curly, now let's all remember, he's got old white man tendencies, okay? So we're going right back to the outfit that he's talking about and his love for the all-white Colts uniform. What do you think the beer is that Bonte's drinking in the pregame?
Oh, please tell me it was a Bud Light.
Not even close. This guy had a Foster's. Like he was like Crocodile Dundee.
Like one of those giant cans?
Yes.
Stop giggling, John. Trying to do a show here.
Giggles at everything. Listen.
Casey Marin has him dying. He might pass out in the back here. So we might not have a producer by the end of this show.
I mean, we never have a producer at this show. It'd be business as usual.
He stopped wearing a suit about 2 months ago and mailed it in ever since. He's like, numbers are looking great, boys.
I mean, Curly's been wearing the same raggedy-ass jeans every day on this show for the last 2 months.
He's the Tom Compton of this show.
Dude, he's checked out of this show. I mean, I don't even know the guy's working half the time. Listen. All right, let me explain. Nance P, Scooby-Doo, has the same birthday, same day as you.
Oh.
Nance P. Been knowing him since I was like 16 years old. And since he was about 19, the guy's drunk nothing but Foster's. So I scooped him up.
The only black guy I've ever seen drink Foster's.
So full disclosure, I go scoop him up. He's coming out the liquor store. He's ready to go, right? I pay for some Advil because I never know if I'm going to get a headache or not.
I always have the
Motrin. Always. Yeah. So I'm like, yo, man, we got any water in this car? I down my coffee, throws a little parched, and he's like, yo, you want to hit this Foster's? And no, that's what happened. This lady was walking down the parking lot trail, and she was trying to give out Ultra Michelob Lights.
Oh.
I've never had one of those. But I was like, damn, I just need something to drink. So he was like, here you go. Drink this Foster's. Let me tell you, I chugged that Foster's, the big can.
Uh-huh.
That's the only one to drink Foster's. I didn't even know they sold Foster's anymore.
Well, you know what was great about that is right when you hopped out of the car, I could see there was an aura about you. And I asked Foster, I said, hey, man, or your boy, I asked him, I said, hey, did he have this aura about him at breakfast?
Let me tell you, that Foster's had me at the bathroom stall for like 5 minutes. It's the longest. Look, and I wasn't taking the number 2. It was the number 1. That was the longest number 1 I've had in years because of that Foster's. I was trying to hold it till halftime. Dog, I was like, let's just go with 30 seconds left.
Number 1.
Man. I had to do it. Number one. Dude, and that's Nance P. He's the only black dude I've ever met drinking Foster's, man. So Foster's beer, it's still better than Bud Light, Curly. Still better than Bud Light. Let's go to freaking Texas. Freaking Texas.
How are Niner fans feeling today, baby? I'm so fired up.
Sorry. If you got kids in the car, I'm sorry, kids. Do not drink beer. Say no to alcohol. Matter of fact, kids, say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Drugs is no good. Frank, what's happening?
Hey, well, good morning to you, fellas. It's great to be a 49er fan right now, isn't it?
Hell yeah.
It feels pretty good. I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey, I was talking to the producer, or the screener at least. I think we're the most dangerous team in the NFL right now because if any team gets us when we're hitting on all 8 cylinders, the run game is going to take over when Mitchell gets back, and so that's what I'm excited about.
See, I'm with you on this one, and let me take it from here for you because I'm saying the 49ers have now beaten just whether they're playoff teams right now.
Wait, time out.
You can't call timeout. I'm in the middle of a play.
Calling it 20.
You don't even have possession.
I'm calling it 20. Call it 20. I should be leading this conversation about them being the most dangerous team in the league.
Well, that would require you to give Shanahan a little love.
No, I give Shanahan his slices, but you got to fix some special teams. Shanahan offensively been dialed in. Let Jimmy throw the ball. Let Jimmy throw the ball down the field.
How many attempts yesterday?
Well, you didn't have to throw the ball in the second half. You saved your plays for Thursday against Tennessee.
Okay.
But check it out. Check it out. You were down in dubs. You were worried about the Falcons.
Of course.
You were worried
I have
about
appropriate
the Bengals
fear
game.
for my opponent.
No. You were like,
they get paid
Bonte.
too.
Oh, they beat us 2 years ago.
They were a potential playoff team. That was their season on the line. Was it not?
Let me tell you.
Was that their season on the line?
This is the tweet I had a month ago. Thanksgiving night. And a lot of you fans owe me an apology. I said, there's only one team the 49ers should fear right now.
Uh-huh.
That's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You know what? You're right. I'm sorry, Bonte.
No. It's not about being right. It's just said, look, welcome to the train of Bonte Hill, baby. Holidays. Happy holidays, everybody. Just ride the gravy train. Ride the gravy train. Don't listen to Casey and Marin. Don't listen, listen to Fred Richmond, the caller of the year, the roaster of the day. So we had 3 roasters of the day, right? Actually, I got to nominate another guy, too. We had Ernie, our boy Ernie at Concord.
Okay.
Who else did we have? We had Mikey Dubs, even though he gives us a lot of crap. Tyler Miller on YouTube's been represented. I think he's a roaster of the day, too.
Okay.
Matter of fact, everybody's a roaster of the day.
All right, so let me take it over here because you're all over the place. The 49ers have now beaten these teams with either their season on the line or teams that will be potential playoff teams. They had Green Bay. Now, you say they lost. All right, whatever. That they were toe-to-toe with Green Bay. They should have beat Green Bay. All right? They beat the Rams now. The Rams are atop the division if they can win against the Seahawks tomorrow. All right? They beat the Vikings when the Vikings season was hanging in the balance. If they win that game, the Vikings are in the playoff hunt. They are in the playoffs and have to lose a bunch of games to come out. They knocked them off, and really it feels like they ended their season essentially.
Whoa.
They beat Atlanta. Atlanta's year was on the line. Was it not?
Atlanta hasn't beaten a winning team all season.
Okay,
yes,
but their season was on the line.
Atlanta stinks.
All right, Cincinnati will probably be a playoff team.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, they were 8-5 at the time that the 49ers beat them. Like 5 wins, essentially, against teams that are either playing for their season or are potential playoff teams. They are one of the most dangerous teams in the league. Their defensive end, who's an all-world player, is fired up right now. Yeah, I'm super hyphy.
You didn't even wear Niners gear the week after Seattle beat them, and now you're all happy and jacked up.
Yeah, I wasn't happy that time, but that's what happens. I mean, now they're right where they need to be. They're 8-6.
You're like Lloyd in Dumb and Dumber.
Exactly. You brought me right back in. They're 8-6. They're going to go for at least double-digit wins. Like, that's the way I'm looking at this. You got to win 2 out of 3 to get to 10.
Redeem yourself.
And you're looking at them, and I'm saying to myself, all right, so if people think that Green Bay's a Titan, fine. You think that Tampa Bay's a Titan? I don't. I think they can beat anyone. Fine. The Niners are clearly one of the top 4 teams in the NFC this morning.
You know what?
That's good.
888-957-9570. You just said it with your chest there.
I did.
You just said it with your chest, and I respect that. That's why I like working with you, Shasky. I respect that.
There are statue quarterbacks that are leading their divisions, and I say to myself, bring on a statue quarterback. This defensive line hunts statue quarterbacks. Bring on Brady.
Bring on Tom Brady?
Yeah, bring them on. Why not? Why can't the Niners beat them? I don't think Tampa Bay's as good this year as they were last year down the stretch. I don't.
957-9570. You feeling like Shasky right now?
The hottest team in football.
Are the 49ers the most dangerous team in the NFL? Dangerous.
They've got an all-world wideout. They've got an all-world tight end. Ooh. They've got a running game that was averaging 6 yards a carry yesterday. They've got a second wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk who's coming into his own. Their third wide receiver's looking good. Their quarterback's looking really good, and he's playoff battle tested. All right. I look at their defense. They're ranked 8th overall, but more importantly, they're getting after the quarterback. Arden Key playing on the inside, looking really good right now. Fred Warner's back to being healthy. Why not this team? Bonte, they have 5 guys that were born to kill people in the playoffs. Trent Williams, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. Let's throw in Fred Warner. Like, these guys are born to beat dudes up. And Nick Bosa, destroy people. 5 guys. Not many teams can say that. 5 dudes that are just, if not the best player at their position, second best player at their position.
How about this for Tampa Bay? Speaking of Tampa Bay.
Give it to me. The team that didn't score last night.
Yeah, I mean, they.
Well, no, I don't want to hear it. They didn't score last night against a subpar Saints team.
Hey, it's a division game. Division games are different.
So what?
Division games are different. But breaking news: Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin expected to miss the rest of the regular season in return for the playoffs. He has a MCL sprain.
That's a big injury.
Leonard Fournette may miss some time, a game or two.
There we go.
But not a major injury. Mike Evans' hamstring should be okay. Nothing major there.
Godwin is Brady's most reliable receiver outside of Gronk.
And Antonio Brown.
Brown's been out.
Antonio Brown be back next week.
Well, I mean,
we'll see. They didn't cut Antonio Brown.
We'll see.
They didn't cut Antonio Brown.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm telling you, man,
All
the
right,
Niners are right where they need to be. Their playmakers are making plays. They're healthy. They look good right now. Yeah. Do the two cornerbacks scare me? Of course they do. Every team in the league has crappy cornerback play right now, outside of a couple of teams. Like, there aren't a lot of elite DBs right now. There just aren't.
My guy's jacked up. Most dangerous team in the league.
They are.
Let's go.
And they're going to get Elijah Mitchell back this week, and they're going to have Lightning and Thunder. They're going to have Jeff Wilson Jr. and Elijah.
More dangerous in Indianapolis?
Hey, Indianapolis playing very good football right now.
More dangerous than Kansas City?
I like the weapons on the outside for the Niners better than the Indianapolis weapons on the outside. I love
More dangerous
Pittman.
than Kansas City?
I mean, come on, Mahomes is
More
cheat
dangerous
code.
than the Chargers?
I don't care about the AFC. I'm talking about NFC.
You said most dangerous team in the NFL.
Well, NFC.
That's AFC and NFC.
Well, I'll go NFC right now. Kansas City is,
Green
if
Bay
we're
Packers?
looking at the team everyone fears, it's Kansas City.
Green Bay Packers?
I think the Niners are as good as the Packers. Packers struggled yesterday. Why not the Niners? Like, why do we have to try to punch holes in our favorite team? This team's playing good football right now. They got a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. They got an Offensive Player of the Year candidate. They got a quarterback who's battle-tested. Why not?
The coach, Los Altos. What's up, coach? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, great show. Love it as usual. I'm standing here walking around Los Altos in my 49ers military service sweatshirt.
Let's go.
Wishing there was a timeless coffee here in Los Altos. So tell those boys they need to expand.
I told them that last Thursday. Get out to the West Bay.
Yeah, they do need to get out to the West Bay. I can't wait. I had the coffee for the first time. It's damn good. So, hey, just a few quick thoughts. One, Vontae. They dominated that game. I was there yesterday, 9 rows from the field watching it. That Arden Key BS call could have changed the game. Otherwise, it would have been 31-9.
Yeah.
Because their kicker can shred, so he would have kicked it. But it was a bad call. Like, if you watch Arden, he actually crab walked over him so that he didn't land on him. It was just the worst call.
No doubt.
Second, I think we are the most dangerous wild card team, is what I would say. Nobody wants to play this team in a one-and-done game. Now, I think we may win a game and then go home. If we got a shutdown corner or a corner that could play, I think we could go very deep. I think that's our one weakness. In terms of the pie, I'd give half to the defense. I was going to give most of it. I'm going to give half to the offense, and I ain't giving squat to special teams. They are terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
And it's players and coaching.
Yep.
They, mark my words, they are going to lose us our playoff.
I'm with you,
know
Coach.
what?
They are terrible.
Yeah, Coach, thanks for the call, man, this morning. I'll say this. Because, I'm nitpicking about everything, and I'm asking you questions about how dangerous they are. The Niners can go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, they could.
They could. They have the running game. They have the playmakers. They have the defensive end.
Can they win 3 games to get there? That's really hard.
Look, they're really good on the road this year. They've been really good on the road.
They are. They're better on the road. They're 5-2 on the road.
Although they've won 3 straight at home. I like the fact that they're reestablishing home field advantage.
Yeah, but they are 5-2 on the road.
5-2 on the road. Look, can they go to the Super Bowl? Absolutely. Special teams scares the living crap out of me.
Okay.
Special teams scares the living crap out of me.
Let's have the special teams conversation since we're here. I was telling you that I'm now listening to the Bill Belichick book right now on audiobook, and he was talking about how he spent 4 years as
If you guys don't know, Shasky likes to listen to books and not read to books. He listens to the books.
Yes. So I paid for the Audible, whatever it's called. It's called Audible. It's like the Amazon Prime for book listening. It's like a podcast in book form. So it's about Bill Belichick and his career and his coaching, and he's just being peppered a bunch of questions. The first 4 or 5 years, he was a special assistant, but he cut his teeth essentially doing special teams, and he was obsessive about special teams. And what he kept saying, and this is going back to the 70s, and he uses this same strategy now, he said, look, your starters have to play special teams. Not every position, but there has to be a couple of starters out there. You know why? Because those are your best football players. And he demanded that Lawrence Taylor played special teams because he was that good. And I look at what the Patriots have been over the 20 years. No one talks about it. Matthew Slater's probably a Hall of Fame special teamer alongside Steve Tasker. They'll never get their credit, but they deserve to be in there.
They've also had Julian Edelman on special teams, play return, play gunner.
Welker did it too.
Yeah, Welker did it as well.
Hightower's played a lot of special teams for them over the years. Point being is that he has prioritized special teams, and Kyle Shanahan has never really been a special teams coordinator or assistant coach at any level. So I'm not sure how much he emphasizes it. Special teams is very valuable. The second part of this is just current NFL landscape. With all of the COVID stuff, with all of the injuries, there are so many practice squad players on every team playing special teams. You know what Belichick had happen to him the other night, which ended up costing them that game? A blocked punt for a touchdown.
No doubt.
That never happens to Belichick's teams. But because of the COVID stuff and because of some of the injuries, they're forced to play practice squad players. I'm telling you, I went out and I looked at the kick return and punt return units. It's a bunch of guys no one, even diehard Niner fans, can't name.
No, it's bad. It's bad right now. By the way,
they need to tighten it up.
Bubba Ventrone, the special teams coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts, former Niner, played special teams with Jim Harbaugh. He was fired up Saturday night when the Colts blocked that punt against the Patriots. Let's go to Jose and Vallejo. Jose, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roaster on 95.7 The Game.
Man, good morning, fellas. Hey, Jimmy G is the truth. All you guys haters, last this, that. All he does is win. I'm so glad. We're going back to this shit. We riding this, and let's go. And I can't wait to see next year. Because to let him go, man, we're about to be 3 and whatever the math is. I don't even know.
I don't know either. I know what you're Look, I'm not going to lie. Even though Niners have won 5 and 6 and we're giving out slices of pie, Jimmy G yesterday, he was good. He was good. But again, I watched that game. Is it good enough to beat the big boys? Is it good enough to beat the big boys?
But that's not how the NFL works. And you look at Belichick. He threw 3 times. He threw 3 times on a Monday night. We praised him. You know why? Because you do what you got to do to win.
You got to do what you got to do to win.
So they did everything they needed to do to suffocate Atlanta yesterday. Whenever there's a different matchup, they have to just do what they need to do to beat that team. This week, it's Tennessee. No A.J. Brown. No Derrick Henry. Let's go. No Julio. Let's go. Make Tannehill beat you.
Man, Jose, smoking that good this morning, baby, in the Valley Joe.
Hey, I gotta say,
how many potheads you think listen to the show? You got to be high to listen to the show
all day. You
got to be a little something. You got to be off your rocker.
From the 415, this is probably my favorite. Bonte all over the place today. He got that urinal aura. That's good.
It's okay. It's like a 3.5 out of 10. And I'm about that action, boss. By the way, again, it's 7:52. I haven't seen this number popped up. Last week I said the Niners were going to smash the Falcons.
I love how you're identifying one individual. Keep going. I like it.
Smash the Falcons, right? And I said they're covering the 9.5.
You did. You were very confident.
You turned into San Francesco.
I did.
I was like, come on, man. You're the leader of the Niner. Well,
they called me the Turtle Shop.
Actually, I'm the ambassador now. I took that away from you.
That's fine.
After week 5. But
you and Banjo Man.
Yeah, no, Banjo Man's a fraud. I'm not. Look.
Straight bullets everywhere.
Look, he's a fraud. I'm not.
Straight bullets.
Look, I told you. The Niners will cover the 9.5. And 510-294, beep, 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 beep. He said, I'll bet you a Makita drill that the Niners don't cover.
Okay.
They're going to lose to the Falcons. And I said all week, I'm not worried about that. Baldy came in Friday. By the way, shout out to Brian Baldinger, live in studio last Friday. Breaking down film during the game. Brian Baldinger sat tomorrow and said, hey, the Niners are going to roll this week. It's like, the film don't lie. Falcons stink. They suck. They stink.
If you didn't watch the film, don't knock us for watching film, Shasky.
Don't knock us for watching film. Guarantee that they're going to win by at least 9.5. Cover the spread. Liquidate all assets. Shout out to Guru and Dibs. Do all that.
So then why are you reluctant to give them love? They're the hottest team in the NFL.
Because I expected greatness yesterday on that football field. I expected them to dominate. I expected them. So 510-294, bleep, 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 bleep. Text in. Don't disappear on me. I want my power drill. I want a Milwaukee or DeWalt. I'm not playing.
Give me my Makita.
I got your phone number, 510. I'll come see you and say hi and drink a cup of coffee with you.
Well, the strength of the team when they went to the Super Bowl was their defensive line, right? We can agree there. I'm not saying their defensive line is better than 2019. It's very different. I don't think it's better than 2019.
Yep.
It's pretty underrated, though. DJ Jones is playing high-level football.
DJ Jones playing like an
Arden
all-pro.
Key as a pass rusher on the inside. The way they're putting Armstead next to Nick Bosa, like they're freeing up Nick Bosa. I like this. Givens, he's up and down. Street, up and down. I like this D-line,
I do
though.
like the D-line.
And I feel like
They're
Fred
attacking.
Warner is having a resurgence.
Now, Fred Warner admitted halfway through the season, the contract got to me. I'm not playing my best football. And we called out Fred Warner. Said, Fred, you're not, I don't want to. I remember I went off on Fred.
I remember you did.
I don't want to hear him along in the same sentence as Patrick Willis. But with Patrick Willis in the house, wearing that red blazer for being inducted into the 49ers Football Hall of Fame, Fred Warner went out there and represented for Patrick Willis and all the great linebackers in 49ers history. He was everywhere, sideline to sideline, all over the place. And by the way, this text is funny. Before we hit the break, Shasky, I got to read it. 650. Banjo Man charging more for pictures with inflation. Look, do we charge for pictures? We're happy to take pictures with people, right?
Oh, yeah.
I would never charge somebody a phone. That's come on. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, you don't charge for pictures.
People.
What
Hey,
is this,
charge,
Vegas?
Give me $10 for a picture.
Yeah, come
Who
on.
the hell is Banjo Man? You stink, dog. You don't wear deodorant. Banjo Man don't wear deodorant.
Destroying people.
He does not wear deodorant. Why would I want to pay you for a picture when you don't wear deodorant and wear the same dingy shirt every game? Banjo Man. 888-957-9570. If you had a slice of pie to give out, who's getting the biggest slice of pie for the 49ers winning five of their last 6? And also, are the 49ers the most dangerous team
yes.
in the National Football Conference?
They're the Ken Shamrock of the NFL right now.
Wow. That's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking. No compromises.
Savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find gifts of great taste.
Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson was on the move, but the handoff goes to Samuel, who got the block from Kittle and takes it in, slicing for 6. 10-yard touchdown run. Deebo Samuel.
Kevin Harlan on the call, and baby! Niners win again. They're 8-6. They've won 5 of their last 6 games. Headed to Tennessee on a short week Thursday in Nashville. If you're going out there, I hear a lot of Niner fans going out there before Christmas. Nashville, Tennessee to take on the Titans, who blew a lead yesterday in Pittsburgh. Ryan Tannehill ain't moving the football. Derrick Henry ain't coming back. Niners got action out in Nashville. They beat the Falcons yesterday. They smashed the Falcons. They honestly should have put up 45. That's the biggest
I
disappointment
feel like you're
there.
mad at the Falcons.
No, I'm not mad at the Falcons. They stink.
So then why are you so mad at the Niners? They handle business.
Mad. Who's mad?
Well, they
who's
crushed
mad
them.
at the Niners?
I thought it was just a
Curly, who's
perfect
mad?
game.
Am I mad? Langford, I'm not mad. What are you talking about?
Outside of the special teams, I thought they played almost a perfect game.
Well, no, it wasn't far from a perfect game. There was drop passes.
Well, you're going to have those in games.
There was pre-snap penalties, 12 men on the field. There was a bobbled snap. You can't be having bobbled snaps in Week 14 of the season. I'm sorry.
They won by 2.5 touchdowns against a team that's going to the, or was trying to go to the playoffs.
Fumbled twice on special teams. Missed tackle for a big return on the punt team.
Yeah, those are 3 special teams plays.
Wisnowski can't get the ball in the end zone. Offensively, you didn't finish the game. You heard what Shanahan said. He would have liked to finish the game earlier to get Trey some run. They didn't finish the game. It wasn't perfect, but they get the big win.
I thought it was a nice win. No, I thought
Nobody's
it was a really
Nobody's
nice
bad.
win. I think that the 49ers are trying to be perfectionists, but they have to feel really good about where they're at.
Talking to the same guy who loved the 17-11 win in Philly.
Wait, Philly? Another team that wants to get into the playoffs that the 49ers beat on the road.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, the 49ers are battle-tested. They've circled the drains. They found a way to come back, and they're feeling real good. How could you not be happy?
Who's not happy?
No, I am. I'm saying, how could you not, as a fan, be happy right now?
All the fans are happy.
You know, Kittle's balling, Debo's balling, Ayuk looks good, but Jennings is emerging. Jeff Wilson Jr. looks so healthy.
is that a performance that's going to win you a big game in the playoffs? Are the 49ers the most dangerous team in the NFC? Are we going there?
I am going there in the NFC.
9570.
In the NFC, yeah.
Are they the most dangerous team in the NFC?
Who's playing good football right now of the top dogs?
Green Bay playing really good football.
Are they? I thought they struggled a little yesterday.
They were up 31-17. Huntley made a good play there at the end. You're on a roll in
the
Baltimore.
Niners were up 31-13.
Baltimore's a lot better team than Atlanta. A lot better team than Atlanta.
Without Lamar?
Huntley's not bad.
He's okay.
Atlanta hadn't beat a team with a winning record all season. Atlanta sucks.
Baltimore's got a lot of injuries.
Dude, Shatsky, don't do that. Don't do that. No, that will get me angry.
Atlanta has
Atlanta's on the same pedestal.
No,
they haven't beat anybody.
I think higher of John Harbaugh than I do of Atlanta. But we're dicing hairs here. I mean,
we're not.
Yeah.
Baltimore's a much better team than Atlanta. That's a terrible comparison. I'm not letting you get away with that.
Okay.
All right. Let's Lori and Phoenix.
Kyle Pitts is a better offensive weapon than anyone outside of Lamar on Baltimore's offense.
Oh, stop.
He is.
Stop. They don't even get.
He's
Kyle
dynamic.
My Hollywood Brown ain't bad. Lori and
Hollywood
Phoenix.
Brown can't catch a cold.
Oh, come on. See, now you're just saying anything.
He dropped so many passes.
You're saying anything.
No.
Baltimore's so much better
Every
than
GM
Atlanta.
in the league would take Pitts over.
Atlanta stink, dude. You want to go over Atlanta's schedule? Not to be that guy, but since we're here, Lori, hang tight, Lori. Hang tight. 1 second, Lori. Let's really break this down. All right. So Atlanta get beat 32-6 by Philadelphia at home to start the season.
Potential playoff team in Philadelphia.
They go to Tampa Bay and give up 48.
The GOAT.
They lose at home to Washington 34-30.
Another team trying to be a playoff team.
They beat the New York Giants 17-14.
Not a good team.
They beat the Jets in London 27-20.
Handling business.
Are the Jets good?
No.
All right, the Jets stink. All right, they won a game at Miami 30-28.
That's a team that's one of the hottest teams in football.
Their best win of the season.
They won 7 in a row, I believe. 6 in a row.
Best win of the season. Lose to Carolina. They actually beat the Saints.
Oh, there you go. Another team that shut out Tampa Bay last night.
Lost to Dallas 43-3. Got shut out by the Patriots 25-0. Oh, they survived the Jacksonville winning 21-14.
Hey, Jacksonville knocked off Buffalo. The NFL. This season, anything can happen.
We watched the Niners smash Jacksonville. That's not a good football
anything
team.
can happen.
Let's stop.
That was the best win of the Urban Meyer era.
Stop with the charades. Stop it. Stop it with the shenanigans right now. Lose to Tampa Bay again, get smashed by the Niners. You're right, 209. Is Kyle Pitts a more dangerous weapon than Mark Andrews right now?
Hell yeah.
You see what Mark Andrews is doing?
Pick in the draft.
I don't care.
He's running like a 4.4.
I don't care if he was picked first, third, 7th, 8th, 9th. Mark Andrews is a baller.
Okay.
Don't put that in the conversation. I can't put the Falcons in conversation with the Ravens.
Your dismissal of the Falcons
I know they're both teams that have
ridiculous.
birds. The Falcons suck. They suck.
And the Niners thumped them.
Yeah, exactly. The Falcons
They did what they needed to do.
Tell me the Falcons are just as good as the Ravens.
That was their season on the line.
Oh, my God, their season on the line. They had no season. Okay. They were done. The Falcons stink. All right? Atlanta sucks. Matt Ryan's cooked. All right? They got Cordero Patterson playing running back for crying out loud.
Career resurgence year.
Yeah.
10 touchdowns.
They suck. The Falcons, the same as the Ravens. Stop it. All right? Stop. Just stop. All right, let's not do that. We're better than that. Falcons stink. John Harbaugh and the Ravens, they don't stink. They play well. They're well coached. Lori and Phoenix, thanks for waiting.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Lori.
So, look, the whole thing with this whole, who's better, who's worse. At this point of the season, you beat the opponent that's in front of you.
Thank you.
That's the only thing you worry about. I mean, did the Cardinals get it done yesterday? Nope. Should they have won that game? For sure. You don't want to give away those kind of games this time of year. But I think the Niners showed yesterday that they are a much more dominant team than Atlanta. Okay, they played the way they needed to play. And it was a good game. These kind of games are confidence boosters. But again, it's later in the season. It's another win. They stacked another win. They got to 8-6. This is right where they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
What I wanted to say about being the most dangerous team in the league or most dangerous team in the NFC, the thing that makes them great. Obviously, you guys have already hit this with their playmakers: Williams, Kittle, Debo, Bosa, Warner's now starting to play great football. But they have their core guys. You got Wilson Jr. starting to cook now. You got Ayuk, definitely make it a
He's
much
not in the
better
doghouse
second half.
no more, right? He's not in the doghouse no more.
Right, exactly. But, I mean, he's playing. You got Juice. You got Arden Key. Look at Aziz. These guys, what makes them dangerous is that these core guys are now playing some of their best football.
Exactly.
This is a team. This is not one guy. It's not Jimmy G's going to take him there. It's not Jeff Wilson Jr. It's not Kittle's going to take it. You have to be running on full cylinders. Obviously, our secondary and our special teams is a problem. But you know what? The D-line has been covering up those. They know what they've got to do.
Yep.
So going into this playoff run, the Niners know where their weaknesses are.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting healthier. Tampa Bay is starting to have some issues with injury. Obviously, the Cardinals are having injury issues. But can these guys win it? Now, we know Tampa Bay can because Tampa Bay's done it. But can the Cardinals win these games when it counts?
I don't think so.
They're inexperienced. We don't know that. We know the Niners can do it.
Yep.
That's what makes the Niners dangerous. I like the Niners.
There you go, Lori. Good call.
So I want to focus on one thing that she was talking about, the best players on the team playing their best ball. Trent Williams, this is what I mark a dangerous team. And I look at them if you wanted to make an argument for the Green Bay Packers, right? You would sit here and you'd say, Aaron Rodgers is incredible. On any given day, he's the number 1, 2, or 3 best quarterback in the league.
I don't fear one team in the NFC outside of Tampa Bay.
No, but what I'm saying is if you're making an argument for some of these other teams, right? You'd say Devontae Adams, on any given game, can be the 1, 2, or 3 best wide receiver in the league, right?
No doubt.
So, totally, it makes sense. Yair Alexander is one of the top corners in the game. He can lock down people, right?
No doubt.
When the Smiths were humming, those were great pass rushers and defensive players. I look at the Niners. Nick Bosa is either the first, second, or third best defensive end right now in football, right?
No
Playing his best brand of football.
No doubt.
I look at George Kittle. He's the first, second, or third best tight end in football, playing like the best.
Playing like the best.
Right? I look
like
at Deebo Samuel. Right now, based off the numbers and his effectiveness, whether you want to call him a wide receiver, a playmaker, he is one of the top 3 offensive players in the NFL this year. In terms of, he has the most 40-yard plays in football. He's got double-digit touchdowns, which puts him in the top 10. I believe he was tied for 7th yesterday when the night was over. He's been dynamic in the run game and in the passing game.
Making plays.
All right. Trent Williams, one of the top left tackles in football, if not the best guy, the second best guy. They have got guys at every single level on offense, and then they have the one guy at the most important position on defense playing at their highest level at the right time. That's a dangerous team to me. Can they be beat by a buzzsaw quarterback? Absolutely. We've seen it. Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. These guys are in their own class.
So to be dangerous, you got to have faith in a quarterback. So it sounds like you have faith in a quarterback right now.
I'm coming around on that. So when we look at Jimmy Garoppolo, I think he's playing the best 4-game stretch that he's had since the 2019 season. I think that's easy to say.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have much to base it off. 2020
Cincinnati
was a lost year.
2 great game-winning drives to end that game.
I know. Trust me. You're talking to a guy who apparently shoves pom-poms in the air for Jimmy G. 2020 was a lost season. That was an absolute lost season. COVID, no fans, injuries to start the year. 2020 was lost for everybody. Jimmy is playing good football. Is it to the level of 2019? I don't know.
But is it the best that he's played this year?
Of course.
Then there you go.
They've won 6 or 7.
I mean,
the entire football team. The entire football team's playing better. The entire football team's playing better.
That's what I'm getting at.
Defensively is playing better.
They're in a rhythm.
Yeah, they're playing. By the way, we're late on this one. Hold that thought, Shasky. Langford hit it. The 11 on 11 brought to you by Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat. Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
All right, Bonte and Butch, here is the latest with Klay Thompson. Now, last Friday, we gave you the update from Shams, who said that the earliest possible return date would be December 28th as Thompson ramps up conditioning over the next couple of weeks. Then we got another update from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN saying sources are saying Golden State and Klay Thompson are targeting January for a return to the NBA on a home date, with key targets including January 9th versus Cleveland and January 18th versus Detroit. January 3rd versus Miami hasn't been ruled out, but is considered less likely.
There it is. More dates and timelines. Let me just say this about the Klay Thompson return, about James Wiseman. I've heard from the Warriors. The Warriors themselves have never given out a date. The Warriors themselves have never said, hey, Klay Thompson's coming back on the Christmas or the 28th. In fact, they've debunked those dates. They basically said, Bonte, he's not coming back on Christmas. He's not coming back before Christmas. Maybe a little after Christmas, but until his conditioning is right, until we feel like he's ready to play, then he's not playing. So these dates that everybody's throwing out to try to be first, getting information from the agents or whatnot, and, oh, man, he's going to come back at this date. We don't know. But when he does come back, we'll all welcome him back with open arms. And the Warriors are 24-6 right now. Play Sacramento tonight. They're rolling. I figured sometime around January, Klay will be back. So this timeline doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise you, Shasky.
No, be patient. They've built up a great equity, and I mean that's why they kind of rolled out what I would deem to be like the C team against Toronto the other night. Toronto's jerseys, the black with the gold, was that some sort of a City Connect jersey type deal?
Kind of liked it.
No, I did too, but it was just random. I've never seen that. Those uniforms from Scotty Barnes looks nice. I mean, He looks really good. So whatever. I mean, I'm fine. The Warriors look really good right now. Take your time with Klay Thompson. There's no need to rush.
No need to rush at all. Warriors 24-6 take on Sacramento. Obviously, Andrew Wiggins out due to health and safety protocols tonight. Jordan Poole out due to health and safety protocols tonight. Plenty of tickets available for the Sacramento Kings Warriors matchup tonight at Chase Center, 7 p.m. tip-off. Go to www.warriors.com to get tickets. Tickets are still available for tonight's action, but we'll see a little more Jonathan Kuminga, a little more Moses Moody for the Golden State Warriors as they get back off that East Coast road trip. They go 3-2, but I think everybody is happy about this road trip and the way it went. Winning that back-to-back in Indiana and New York, Steph Curry becoming a three-point king. Of course, they beat Boston Friday night. Good clutch play down the stretch there from everybody. I thought the Warriors did a good job, although they almost blew a 20-point lead. Warriors 24-6 taking on the Kings tonight as we shift gears back to football. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, we don't fear nobody out here, man. We can beat anybody. We can even beat that goat in Tampa. Like, you know damn well we don't fear Green Bay. I mean, we beat Aaron Rodgers, 3 times in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
That's like somebody saying, Will the Warriors be fearful of the Lakers? Man, we'll beat LeBron James 3 times in the finals. We don't care about that, man. We got Debo Samuel knocking people's mouth guards out. Got Trent Big Cat Williams just knocking dudes out, looking like Mike Tyson out there, man. We're a juggernaut. We on the road, baby. Call us Butter on the road, baby. And we got a short week, Tennessee. We're going to spank them, too, on a short week. I'm fired up.
Look,
I wish I would have saw y'all yesterday at the game, but I didn't.
Oh, man, I know. I wish I would have seen you, too, but I was stuck in my seats. I didn't move around too much yesterday. Shout out to everybody who went down to Levi's Stadium. I thought it was a good crowd yesterday, even though it was a little chilly. I thought it was a good crowd at Levi's yesterday as the Niners smashed the Falcons. Look, Kittle's playing like one of the best tight ends in all of football right now. That is true. Debo's playing like one of the best playmakers in all of football. I don't know if he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all subjective. But he is playing like one of the best playmakers. And when it comes to tackling him, I don't think a lot of DBs like to tackle Debo Samuel. He is a physical, hard-nosed runner. Out of the backfield, when he catches passes, he is a problem. And he looks for contact. He looks for physicality. George Kittle, same thing, looks for physicality. Hell, sometimes I wish George Kittle would just get down instead of taking extra punishment.
I'm with you on that.
Man, it's like, dude, just get down. We get it. You're a tone setter.
Well, he's going to break his leg that way. That's what's going to happen when a guy comes flying in. Some D lineman yesterday, it happened twice, but the first time, the D lineman just squared him up.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's how you get a concussion.
No, it's not good.
And did you see Bosa take a big-time shot from Cordell Patterson? He's standing there waiting. Patterson comes flying in and just lit him up. He went into the tent, came back out, and obviously looked fantastic like he always does. Yeah, no I'm with you, though. You got to be smarter with your body, George Kittle.
Just stay focused. Stay focused.
On the Debo thing, I think it's Debo's such a great weapon. When you saw him his rookie year, I didn't see them using him this way, the way that they have this year, because they were using him on those jet sweeps and things like that. the way they've lined him up in the backfield, it's just fantastic. That little, I don't know if it was a counter or a trap to the left to get into the end zone. I mean, that was just easy work, easy money. They set the edge. George Kittle makes a block. Boom, Ayuk finishes it. Touchdown. This guy sniffs end zone. He gets in every time. He's such a luxury to have on the offense, especially in the red zone.
Look, you just said the Niners are the most dangerous team in the NFC.
Right now.
I believe the Niners shouldn't fear anybody in the NFC outside of Tampa Bay. And because they are getting reinforcements back, Antonio Brown's coming back. Mike Evans is coming back. Godwin may be back in the playoffs, and if he is, that's 3 top-flight wide receivers. And I'm looking at the cornerback situation of the 49ers saying, good God, Brady's going to throw all over the place. But if if this D-line gets after him, things change. Pressure always beats Brady. Pressure always beats any quarterback. But my expectation yesterday was to smash the Falcons. Show me you're a good team by smashing the Falcons.
I thought they did that.
For the most part, they did that.
Yeah.
There's things they need to clean up.
Yeah, we're in agreement there.
But some people think I'm mad at the win. Nobody's mad. They did what they had to do. Did they finish the way I like them? Even Shanahan said this. He didn't like the way they finished.
I thought we should have finished them earlier with some of the stuff. And, I hated how we started the game. I thought, we struggled on special teams. I think that was obvious with the turnover there. It didn't seem like we kicked the ball that well, just with our kickoffs and some of our punts. So that was tough with the field position battle and everything. But, yeah, I just always want to do better.
Wasn't the cleanest game, however. I do like the fact that the Niners are overcoming adversity in some of these football games. Last week, they blow a 20-6 lead in Cincinnati. They win in overtime after falling behind 23-20. Overcoming adversity. They did that in Cincinnati. Yesterday, you fumble the opening kickoff, Atlanta gets the ball. They go down to the 1-yard line. Challenge. All right, they reverse the play. Next thing you know, you have a goal line stand. You had 2 goal line stands yesterday. I like what the defense did. You overcame adversity. Despite some of the mistakes, despite some of the penalties, the Niners overcame adversity yesterday and handled business. That's a mark of a good football team. So I like where they're trending to. I like how they're ascending right now. Things are looking good with the 49ers.
Did the Niners have the largest margin of victory yesterday?
Don't know that. Off the top of my head.
It was a nice win. And here's the thing that I'm looking at.
Well, they're tied with Detroit because Detroit beat Arizona 30-12. That's 18 points. I'm not a math major, but that's an 18-point difference. Niners won by 18 points yesterday.
So it's pretty damn good. It's hard to beat a team by 18 points in the NFL. Niners are looking real good right now. Of course, special teams is an issue. And I know everyone's hypersensitive about the cornerback situation. Look, they're going to give up plays. Watch the NFL. Corners give up plays. Newsflash. They're going to hold left and right. I don't think it's anywhere near a strength. I think it's the biggest hole on the team. I would go after Rashad Breeland the minute he becomes available and you could sign him. I would bring him into the fold. You can never have enough guys. Why not? Let's see what we've got there. I'm just looking at this. Look at the powerhouse teams in the NFC. Stafford, he can move a little, but he's a pocket guy, right? He's more of a statue, right?
Yeah, I don't fear I don't fear Stafford.
No, but this is where I'm going with this.
Statue, he doesn't move around a lot. Yes.
Tom Brady, as great as Tom Brady is, he's a statue. We know that. He'll move around a little, but he's a statue for the most part. Aaron Rodgers can move a little, but the Niners have done a really good job containing him over the years, specifically with this organization. Who else am I really fearing? Because statue quarterbacks is what this D-line gets after.
Right. Dak Prescott in Dallas is intriguing to me.
But he's not moving like he did earlier in the year. The calf injury is, and his arm doesn't look right.
I don't know if he's trying to move. I don't know if it's a mandate or if Mike McCarthy or Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator in Dallas, are telling him, hey, look, stick in the pocket a little longer. We don't need you running around because the calf may not be 100%. And they need rest.
Does anyone trust McCarthy in the playoffs?
Nobody. Exactly. And nobody trusts Zeke either.
No.
Zeke is banged up too. So,
but I do think that would be a great matchup because I think that's two teams that are very comparable. Very comparable to each other. I actually think that's probably one of the teams that I think the Niners can beat them, but they could easily lose to Dallas as well.
And this is why that tweet Thanksgiving night, and people thought I was crazy. They thought I was drinking too much, Shasky. I tweeted out, the only team in the NFC I fear is Tampa. And a lot of people say, you know what, you shouldn't even fear Tampa. It'd be a tough game. But the Niners do stack up well with other NFC teams.
That's what I'm saying.
And I've been saying it all year. No, bro, I got no issues with that. But was yesterday's performance good enough to beat those good teams?
Yeah.
Was it good enough to beat those good teams? And that's where our opinions differ a bit.
Well,
they got to be cleaner.
If they needed, if they can get Elijah Mitchell back, you're going to have 150 yards on the ground. I mean, the way Jeff Wilson Jr. was running yesterday, he just needed to pop one.
Because those teams, Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, you give them chances in the red zone like Atlanta had chances
they've
yesterday.
got more weapons.
They're scoring touchdowns.
Okay.
They're scoring touchdowns.
Well, yeah, that's where you need to clean up the special teams.
Right,
that's where I need Ayuk back there. Like, Ayuk needs to, he returned a punt yesterday, or I think 2 punts.
It was a good, nice little punt. He had a nice little catch on the punt.
But he needs to return every kick. And here's the rule for the rest of the year. Stop running it out of the end zone on kickoffs. Take the 25. Just take it to the 25.
Let's go sign a kick return specialist, for crying out loud. Sign one, all right? Bay Rob, Eric, Gene, and more of your calls coming up next. Twitch, YouTube is humming. The roasters on Twitch and YouTube are humming right now. We're going to get to your calls. It's a Monster Monday here on 95.7 The Game. How you feeling about that Niners win? How are you feeling? Don't forget, if you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Your call's coming up here as we recap the Niners win. They're now 8-6, won 5 of their last 6. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Your phone calls, come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray. It's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19.
Hey, what's going on, Bay Area? This is Matt Steinmetz, and I want to wish everybody a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas. I want everybody to have a great new year. So here's wishing you and yours all the best. Remember, you can always download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to listen to sports throughout your holiday season. Yeah!
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising.
For kids, donate your card today. Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
Many of us have noticed that supply chain bottlenecks have become an issue, but Golden State is doing everything we can to supply our clients with the building materials they need. We have the largest inventory of lumber and materials in the Bay Area. Need to place an order? Many products can be delivered the next day. In some cases, the same day. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Our clients have relied on us since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Jack White is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on June 4th next year, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Head to 957thegame.com for a chance to score tickets.
One of Lil Wayne's best beats, man.
Let the beat build.
Love it.
It's a Makita Monday.
Makita Monday, a.k.a. Monster Monday, and 510-294 beep, 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 beep. Don't make me send you a personal text.
Give me my Makita.
Don't make me send you a personal text. You owe me a power drill, buddy.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. I told you. Lay the 9.5 with the 49ers. They will smash the Falcons. The Dirty Birds stink. P.U. You stink. You're a bad football team.
Okay.
Bad football team.
I don't care about it.
No, I don't care, but I care about Malkita. Okay. Hey, 510-294.
Okay.
Where you at? Where you at? You owe me. I want my debt. I don't like having people not pay their debts.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Lannisters.
So look, pay your debt, 510. All
right.
You talk that talk. I'm going to talk that talk.
I'm with you.
Better walk the walk, because
Okay.
I walk the walk. Go ahead, Shasky.
You do. You do walk the walk. All right. Nick Bosa, Aldon Smith, through 32 games. Let's compare the two. Real quick. We did this earlier. We're going to do it again. Through 32 games, Nick Bosa, 24 sacks. Through 32 games, Aldon Smith, 33.5 sacks. Through 32 games, 34 tackle for loss for Nick Bosa. Through 32 games, only 31 tackles for loss for Aldon Smith. Through 32 games, 55 quarterback hits for Nick Bosa. Through 32 games, 56 hits for Aldon Smith. 6 forced fumbles for Bosa, 5 forced fumbles for Aldon Smith. It's incredible. It's incredible the amount of production that they've gotten from Nick Bosa, because Aldon Smith was a generational talent. I know it failed miserably because of a lot of the off-the-field stuff, but I don't think people realize how great Aldon Smith was while it was going down. Like, the numbers were just being accumulated, and I don't think we had any context to it. Nick Bosa is on pace. If he can get a couple of sacks down the stretch here, he can eclipse the 19.5 sacks that Aldon Smith had in a 16-game season that second year in 2012. So I don't know if he can get there. He's at 15 right now. But what he's done through 32 games is pretty incredible.
It is incredible. I got to say, look, if you're flipping coin, say, which one would you rather have? You pick first. I'll take whoever else.
They're both great.
Alden, I remember when he was drafted by the Niners, a lot of people say, what?
We had the broken leg at Missouri.
Yeah, I just didn't. I watched a lot of Big 12 football. I watched a lot of Missouri because City College of San Francisco had Josh Tatum transfer there, Kenronte Walker transfer there. Had a few, Jarrell Harrison, not coaching Adams State. Jarrell's a good dude, playing safety. They all went to Missouri, so I had a vested interest in Missouri football, and I just didn't remember Alden Smith at all. When they drafted him, I was like, damn, so where we going? We turned out to be a damn good pick.
He was ridiculous.
Bosa, I think the expectations were high with him coming in. However, he's exceeded the expectations. He was going to be the number one pick if Kyler didn't enter the NFL draft. And I wasn't too high on Bosa because I just hadn't seen him in Ohio State. Like, Joey Bosa had all the fanfare when he was there at Ohio State. We knew all about Joey Bosa. We knew he had a younger brother, but when Nick was at Ohio State, he was good. They had a lot of great players, but he didn't pop out to me like all those other guys, like Joey Bosa did at Ohio State. Nick Bosa has exceeded expectations. The guy is an absolute superstar. He's an absolute monster. And he plays every down like it's his last down. He is relentless, and that wears out on offensive linemen. That wears out tight ends or running backs trying to block him.
Well, and also, he had the luxury, Alden Smith, of playing alongside, people forget, Ray McDonald was a really good defensive end.
He was.
Justin Smith was one of the greatest 49er defensive linemen ever.
Sapuaga was really, really good as well.
So was Dorsey. You know what I mean? Like, they had guys. And then they had two Hall of Fame linebackers, Hall of Fame talent level linebackers in Bowman and obviously in Patrick Willis. And then you also had Ahmed Brooks on the side. Ahmed Brooks is one of the top sack getters in 49er history.
Yeah.
I know we don't remember it that way, but that's what Ahmed Brooks was. I'm looking at what Bosa's doing right now. Number one most double-team guy in the NFL. Pressure rate, top 5. His ability to get quarterback hits, top 5. Sacks, top 5. Tackles for losses, top 5. The guy's been outstanding. So, yes, Alden Smith was awesome. I don't really want to pick between the two. I'm just trying to contextualize how great the first 32 games of Nick Bosa's career was.
He's been awesome, no doubt. Let's get back to the lines here. 888-957-9570. The Niners are the most dangerous team now in the NFC after winning 5 of their last 6. Let's go to Erica Benicia. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good.
Good. All right. Well, as you guys made it clear, they're rolling. Defense looks good. Offense is rolling. My only concern, really, though, is the secondary, man. I swear, Ambry Thomas made Justin Gage look like a first ballot Hall of Famer, and it worries me. Worries me when they face some of those elite quarterbacks in the postseason, like Rodgers, and I can't think of any off the top of my head in the NFC. But when they face an elite quarterback, what's going to stop these elite quarterbacks from throwing for 400 yards on them?
Well, it's not just the throwing for 400 yards; it's the penalties, because they're going to get a lot of penalties because the Niners have 2 guys that are in the top 7 in terms of penalties.
But if you have a good defensive line that's getting constant pressure on quarterbacks, it helps out his secondary.
It does. But let's not forget, Aaron Rodgers got rid of the ball faster in the game against the 49ers than he had all year. So he was getting rid of the ball after 1-2 steps and either lobbing it up downfield. The Niners have made adjustments in the back end of their secondary. They're not just doing the single high. They're doing like a blend of coverages. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like. And they're going to give up yards.
They did beat the Niners deep quite a bit in that Green Bay game, especially in that first half. Let's go to Bay Rob. Bay Rob, what's happening, man? Bay Rob's in the city. What's up, Bay Rob?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up with you guys, man? How y'all doing?
We can't complain.
It's Christmas week, man. I'm fired up.
All right, check this out. With that game, I'm in agreement with you, Bunte. Atlanta stinks. So I can't really grade the 49ers on what they did because Atlanta stink. They played an okay game, but Atlanta stink. So I ain't got too much to say about that. But I'm just worried about our focus for the rest of these games, man. We need to focus and lock in. I think we could get the job done. We should be able to get the job done, but that's all I'm worried about is our focus, man.
No doubt.
Our focus down the line, man, and the play calling.
No doubt. I thought the play calling was really good. Thanks for the call, Bay Rob. I thought Shanahan was in his bag yesterday. He called a clean offensive game. I didn't have too many complaints about the game plan yesterday.
Well, what I loved about it is you get, obviously, Ayuk going, you get with the big slant, which is a big play, but you got Kittle going, you got Juszczyk going, and you got Deebo Samuel going, and then on third down, they roll out, it was a little sprint out option to Juwan Jennings. Just an easy little simple throw that they just didn't have in the bag 5 weeks ago. And so we're not asking Jennings to give me 5 catches every week. Just a third down here and there. That's what made Kendrick Bourne a lot of money in the offseason. It was like he was a third down weapon because he's the last guy you're thinking about who's going to make a play. And they did it in the red zone as well on that simple little out pattern for him. They've got layers to this offense, and I love where they're at, and I love the way he moved Jimmy around, not on the big sweeping rollouts, but on a little subtle rollout to give him a little more time to step into his throws.
We've seen that quite a bit with Juwan Jennings over here in the last 3 weeks, Shasky, where he does that little sprint right option. We saw it at the end of the first half against Minnesota. We saw it yesterday against the Atlanta Falcons. So Juwan Jennings, we forget he had a big touchdown before halftime against the Philadelphia Eagles in week 2. Juwan Jennings makes plays, and every time he makes a play, I always wonder, did we really have to see Mohamed Sanu this season? Did we really have to have Mohamed Sanu on the football team? Jennings is a player, man. He's physical, and I love the way he plays in a run game. He's always blocking. He's always attached to somebody.
Yes.
He is nasty. You remember about the scrum he had in Jacksonville. He ain't no punk. Juwan Jennings is not no punk, man. I like where his game is at right now.
He does drop a few balls, but that comes with being a young player. But the other thing, more importantly, Bonte, is he gives him a different body type. Ayuk's barely 6 feet. Debo says he's listed at 6 feet. There's just no way he's 6 feet tall.
But let's be real. Debo plays like he's 6'4".
No, I know, but Bonte, it's nice to have a guy with a little bigger catch radius. You know what I'm saying? It's nice to have a bigger body dude who can box someone out along the sideline. So I'm a big believer in you have to have diversity of body types at the wide receiver position. And so the Niners haven't had a 6'3" guy in forever.
No, Shanahan wants that.
Guess
feels
what?
like he doesn't want it.
He's got one now. And this is what I thought Jalen Hurd was going to be for them. So it's been a nice shot in the arm. Random question that just came across to me. You keep asking this person, hey, the Falcons lost by more than 9.5. I want my Makita. What are you going to do with this Makita?
Give me my Makita.
Put it in the closet. Put it in the closet. Use it when I need to use it. Just to have it.
You should build a closet with the Makita to put the Makita in. You should build that closet.
Well, actually, I don't want a Makita. He's supposed to give me a DeWalt or Milwaukee, which I hear is better than Makita. I hear Makitas.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
I hear Makitas are third on the chain. I heard it's DeWalt and then Milwaukee. The Makitas are the ones you find in the 99-cent store. The DeWalts and Milwaukee are the ones you find at Home Depot.
That Makita for 99 cents must have been stolen out of someone's truck. Probably was John Curley's dad's.
We had a lot of people, union workers working all over the city. He said the Makitas don't get the job done, man.
Oh, they don't.
Our text line says that all the time, every day. Makitas don't get the job done. They can't get you a catalytic converter.
They're the Nick Mullins of power tools.
Yeah, we're going to see Nick Mullins tonight at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, baby. Browns Raiders, 2 p.m. Money Mullins getting the start in the Browns uniform.
Quickest comeback from Tommy John ever.
Dude, they said Makitas, you can't get you couldn't get a catalytic converter with a Makita.
Oh.
You need a Milwaukee or DeWalt. That's what the streets are saying. That's what the streets are saying. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening, man?
Hey guys.
What's up, baby?
So, Bonte, you say, this team has learned how to overcome adversity, and that's true in large part because they got a quarterback that knows how to overcome adversity. I mean, after all he's had to put up with this year to turn in a performance yesterday, I mean, I thought that was one of the best performances he's had, at least since 2019. I don't remember a bad test, you know? But if I was going to give a game ball, I don't know who got the game ball yesterday, but if I was to give it, I think I'd share it between Shanahan and Garoppolo. Shanahan seems to be learning, getting better, which I was hoping for because we're stuck with him for 4 years. So that was a great game plan. He had Garoppolo thrown on first down, thank God, and the up-tempo offense working really well. So as far as can this team go deep into the playoffs, fix those problems on special teams. They have concerns in the backfield, but as I recall, 2019 they had problems there too. But if that defensive line is putting pressure on the quarterback, I think they can cover for it.
Yeah.
They got to win out this season, and then I think they got a shot. Maybe if they don't win the division, hey, 6 wild card teams have won the Super Bowl in the past, starting with my Raiders back in '80. So they still have a shot.
Gene,
I like what I'm seeing right now.
Gene, thanks for the call. I like what I'm seeing as well. So since the Niners are the most dangerous team in the NFC, are we talking Super Bowl?
Whoa. Pump the brakes.
But you said the most dangerous team in the league.
Pump the brakes. You got to win a couple games first. Let's not do this to ourselves.
They're the most dangerous team in the NFC.
No.
You know me, I think big.
In my opinion,
ain't no day-to-day operation over here.
Super Bowl talk only begins if you win a division. You cannot go Super Bowl talk prematurely. There's levels to this. There's steps.
Whoa. But you go to the Super Bowl as a wild card team.
You could. But that doesn't mean that
if Arizona wins a division, you think we should fear Arizona?
No.
Arizona look good. The Rams, they win a division.
It's not about those other teams. It's about the 3 games on the road that the 49ers have to go through.
So what? The Niner fans travel. They travel well. They take over stadiums. All right? They took over Cincinnati. They took over Seattle.
Why do you do this?
They took over Philly. Do what?
You go flying off the rails.
Oh, I'm flying off the rails.
They're a playoff team right now. Let's go a couple of weeks. We'll have we're not at the Super Bowl talk.
I'll put the tweet out.
Nowhere near it.
We got KC and Sack. Shout out to KC and D-Lo. D-Lo and KC. Black Bottle Boys. KC's in. He just texts us. You agree with them. What did KC just text us? Here it is. Niners can make a run straight up. They can bully all of those 4 top seeds. Bully their asses. Their offensive stars are out here knocking mouthpieces out. Who want to tackle that in the playoffs?
As we saw when the 49ers had to go on the road in 2013, what happens is you exert so much energy and emotion in those wild card games, which they did against Green Bay that year.
That had no reason. That had no factor on why they lost to Seattle.
They even said it.
It's not.
Frank Gore said it. They ran out of gas in the second half against Seattle.
They had the ball ready to win the game.
Seattle looked like the team that had that week off. It makes a big deal. That's why I really like this spot where the Titan game is, because it gives them an extra 3 days right before the playoffs.
Yeah. They were up 10-0 in that NFC Championship game.
And they ran out of gas.
No, did not run out of gas.
Seattle
they gave
won
up a blunder play
and won that fourth
you know why?
quarter.
Know what happened?
The difference.
Dante Whitner got beat by Doug Baldwin late on the Russell Wilson scramble, and they gave Seattle 3 points before halftime. It was up 10-3. What are you talking about?
I'm listening to Frank Gore, one of the great running backs of all time.
Frank Gore just got knocked out Saturday by Darren Williams.
Don't disrespect Frank.
Frank Gore I'm not trying to disrespect Frank Gore. I love Frank Gore.
They exerted so much energy against Green Bay and then against Carolina in back-to-back weeks that they thought that they ran out of a little juice in that third and fourth quarter. That's all. I'm just telling you what they said.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
That's why wild card teams, and it's only 6 teams have won through the wild card to win the Super Bowl. There's a reason.
At the 18-yard line, man, and they were rolling. They didn't win because it was a bad throw.
All right,
it's a bad throw.
We can come up with all the reasons. I'm just saying it's a harder travel.
So tired.
It's a harder road to travel when you have to go on the road for 3 straight weeks.
They got their feet kicked up on the plane. They're flying first class. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about probability.
And you think about this. If the Rams win a division, they may get matched up with the Rams in the first round.
I would love that.
Quick flight to L.A. Guess what?
It's week to week.
It's going to be nothing but Niner fans at SoFi Stadium. Because they ain't a Ram fan.
But you're still playing a 60-minute game.
Okay, well, fine. Okay, okay. It's football. It's football.
I know it is.
It's going to exert energy. That was an excuse in 2013. I don't want to hear that. They didn't exert energy. They didn't lose steam. They started playing bad football.
If
they
the
made
Niners,
mistakes.
Let's go back to 2013 for just a second. So you're telling me if Ahmed Brooks doesn't get called for that face mask on Drew Brees and Seattle has to come through Candlestick, the Niners get the bye week, you don't think they beat them?
I don't know.
I know they do.
No, they don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't. Because Seattle almost beat them at Candlestick at the end of the season. 1917.
Yeah,
Seattle was a problem.
Yeah, I know.
Seattle
but
was a
having
problem.
that week off that late in the year makes a difference.
Didn't matter.
When the Niners went to the Super Bowl in 2019, having that week off made a difference. It does.
They smashed the Chiefs. Stop it, man. So what, they ran out of gas in the Super Bowl? What happened in the Super Bowl then? They had a week off in Super Bowl 54.
I'm talking about just going to the NFC Championship game.
They had a week off in Super Bowl 54. It was up 20-10. What, run out of gas?
They haven't even officially qualified for the playoffs. I'm not going to talk about Super Bowl. You have to win your division before we can get to Super Bowl.
But yeah,
talk.
you can sit here and say they're the most dangerous team in the NFC.
They are. Those are two different conversations. So if they're the most
dangerous team in the NFC, why not think big?
Because you got to think small before you can get to big. This is how you realize your goals.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, you didn't say I want to be on television someday. When you're 12 years old, there were levels to this. You said, I'm going to try to graduate college, and then I'm going to try to get on radio, and then I'm going to try to do yard barker videos, and then eventually I'm going to do a show with Fab,
I never said those things.
Maybe I'll get an opportunity to be the Warrior pre-
I never
and
said
guy.
those things. I never asked for the opportunities, number one.
Okay.
Number two, when I was 12, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to be a Super Bowl winning MVP. I'm going to be a Super Bowl quarterback. That's how I was thinking.
Well, because you didn't set smaller goals to achieve the larger one.
Now I'm here with you.
You didn't qualify.
Now I'm here with you.
And now people want to set up a boxing match between Bonte and Gore.
This was never a goal. I just, I just do what I do, baby. Let's do what I do and let the cards play out. Whatever the hand is dealt, I'm going to play the hand. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Frank Gore got knocked the hell out. I love Frank Gore. It's my favorite 49er.
I'm not allowing that today.
He's a top 3 49er. If anybody can say it, I can say it.
So
John Taylor. Because I love Frank Gore more than anybody in this world.
Oh,
I love Frankie G.
Okay.
You know how many fantasy football teams on second front to Frankie G? And he should not be boxing.
Yeah, well,
so I don't want to hear about Frank Gore.
Very sad.
Frank Gore talking about they exerted so much injury. Man's maybe walking around with CTE. You see the way he fought?
We're all over the place.
No, I'm telling you. Let's rat-a-tat these calls, man. Rat-a-tat these calls. Jonathan, Frisco, what's happening? You're on the roast. Jonathan, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. I totally agree with you, man.
Which part?
If they could play a clean game, they're the most dangerous. They're the most dangerous team in the NFC, man. Because their brand of football, just it's playoff football. They're bullies. They're physical. You can run the ball. Even the receivers are very physical. Rush the passer, but they got to play a clean game, man.
Jonathan, let me ask you then. If they're the most dangerous team, Jonathan.
Yeah, yep.
Does that allow you to think big? Are you thinking big now, knowing that they're the most dangerous team in the NFC?
No, dude. I'm one game at a time.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
It was an easy game, and then because they have a short week against Tennessee. One game at a time, and then, when we get to the playoffs,
exactly,
then we're thinking big picture. But I want to see a clean game first. I want to see clean game. Let's go to Tennessee and play a clean game, and then play a clean game on. And then we'll see what's up, man. We got to take it one game at a time. They still turned the ball over yesterday, man.
I agree. That's why I can't say it was a perfect game. It was a game I expected them to dominate, but it wasn't clean. There's a lot. I watched that game from the prism of what happens if they play the Cowboys? What happens if they play the Packers and they make those same mistakes? Well, guess what? They're not the Atlanta Falcons. They're not going to stall out at the 1 yard line. Those teams going to score.
Everyone knows that.
They're going to score.
Yeah, and they got to clean up some of that stuff. But it was a very good win yesterday against a team that was basically fighting for its entire season. That was their season on the line, and they got thumped.
Nobody believed in the Falcons, man. Not even Jordan in Union City. Jordan in Union City's a Falcon fan.
Oh.
I guarantee you he didn't believe in the Dirty Birds. Jordan,
Were you wearing a Dante Fowler jersey at the game yesterday?
They make those?
Yeah, I saw a couple, actually.
I saw Vic Beasley Jr. out there representing.
Oh, man. Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Oh, I can't complain, Jordan. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, but Vontae, you're 100% right. I didn't believe in the Falcons. I mean, I remember we were talking earlier in the week. I told you, I'll see you depending on how the score is. But I will say this. When you're supposed to be a good team in terms of the 49ers, you beat up on the bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
You make it not close, and the 49ers did that. So I got to tip my cap to them for that. But yeah, no, Vontae, you're 100% right. No one, I don't care what the record says. You can look at the teams the Falcons beat. They aren't a good team. So
Jordan, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You're a former offensive lineman, went to the Rose Bowl with Stanford. How would you block Nick Bosa? How would you try to block Nick Bosa?
You pray. No, I mean, it's crazy watching him. And there were times in the game yesterday I legit just, I just highlighted him, ISO'd him. And, it's cool having Baldy on. I heard y'all talking to Baldy last week. But he is just so good with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever he's not being double-teamed or chipped, I'm amazed. I really am. Because you cannot block him one-on-one. I knew having him against Caleb McGarry was going to be a nightmare, and it was. But yeah, like literally, I think the biggest thing you can do is you just got to pray.
Yeah, no doubt, Jordan. No doubt. Hey, you're a good fan out there. Sorry I missed you yesterday, man. I was planning at my seats. I didn't want to do too much moving around. I was locked in from the seats, man. All 22. Shout out to Diego. And Zuri out there representing in section 227. Our section was lit yesterday. I really like our group of fans over there.
Shouting out, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
No, Carmen Sandiego. Is Carmen Sandiego dead?
What?
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I mean, I haven't heard about her. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
They call Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
I mean, Carmen Sandiego, she was hot in the 90s.
Flying off the handle.
She was hot in the 90s.
Out of nowhere, just like death proclamations on Carmen Sandiego.
I'm saying, where in the world is she?
I don't know.
She dead. I'm asking.
Where's Waldo, too?
Waldo dead. We know Waldo isn't dead. Waldo's always live. But Carmen Sandiego, I haven't heard anything since the floppy disk era. Carmen Sandiego, is she dead?
The Oregon Trail era.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? 888-957-957. Did they make a movie about her?
I don't know. Is there a movie? I remember there was a cartoon.
Cartoon was sick in the show.
Yeah.
The show was tight.
Yeah, wasn't it a game show?
It was a game show on PBS. It was great.
Yeah.
Right before Ghost Rider.
Oh, good.
PBS was cracking back in the day.
At you.
You avoided that cable.
Rider.
Had to lock in on PBS, baby.
Yeah.
All right, let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls before we get to the crosstalk. We'll get to Austin first, then we'll get to Tamir, and we'll end it with Tanker T. That could go in a variety of different directions. We'll see. Austin in the Bay, what's happening?
What's happening? Hey, what's happening, y'all? How y'all doing?
We can't complain.
Just living life.
Hey, here's what I got, Vontae. Do you remember I said the 49ers from here on out last week is nothing but playoff football for us?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you did.
It is. So, if we're 8-6 and the Bills are 8-6, are we better than the Bills?
Maybe right now. The Bills are not playing good football.
They don't have to go through the Bills, too. So that's, they're
not playing good football right now in Buffalo.
I'm just saying, all these teams are beatable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Beatable right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
They are.
Teams have been playing bad football right now. The Niners are playing pretty good football.
They are.
Granted, with the injuries that we have, it's the next man up. So to give the game ball, you can't give it to the individual person. You got to give it to the team.
Yeah.
That team ball can't lead a locker room. Everybody been stepping up to have the record to where we are right now.
No doubt. You're right, Austin. Yeah. You're right. Atlanta ran 5 plays inside the 5-yard line. Got 0 points.
Yeah, Fred Warner made 2 really nice plays. Eric Armstead made a really nice play. Jaquiski Tart made some hits yesterday. It's good to see him come back into that game after getting hurt.
You know what? One game ball we didn't give to was the offensive line.
Oh, they were awesome. They were
we never talk about the offensive line.
Alex Mack kept Jimmy Garoppolo clean. Jimmy took maybe 3 hits yesterday.
Maybe 3 hits.
And one of them, it felt like he had a lot of time. He held on to the ball a long time. That was that Jeff Wilson Jr. play where it looked like I thought he was trying to get rid of it, and he got crunched in between a couple of guys. Yeah, I thought the offensive line was outstanding, but I also thought Shanahan did a really good job of moving the platform for where Jimmy Garoppolo was going to throw from so he wasn't just a stationary target.
No doubt. Let's go to Tamir. My guy Tamir in the town. What's up, Tamir?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm gonna hit this like Usher. This is gonna burn for me to say this. I'm a Raiders fan, but the Niners have the formula to win a game in the playoffs and run the table right now. They play physical football. They run the ball. Even with the little mistakes, if Jimmy G does the "oh no, Jimmy," the throw, their defense is playing unbelievable right now with a defensive line that can go after it. And I watched all the games last week with the other NFC dudes. Their offensive line can't hold up against this Niner D line, especially if you play Brady. He was getting killed by the New Orleans Saints defensive line. So I just have to suck it up with my pride and say the Niners have the formula to go.
There it is.
Again, I'm like you, Bonte. If you're big time, you think big. I don't think little, man. I coach basketball. If we on a winning streak, I'm not telling them one game at a time. If I feel like we can run this table, we running that. That's what we think big is when we be playing. I'm not into the small one step at a time.
Hey, Tamir, go big or go home.
Sorry.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, but there's
go big or go home.
I hear you. And
go beat up on the Titans on a short week. Beat up on the Texans and let's go.
There's steps that you have to go along the way.
This team advanced to a Super Bowl. They know what it takes to get to a Super Bowl.
It's a different unit. It's a different unit. It's got different defensive coordinator.
The core is the same. You got the same head coach.
Completely different running back.
Got the same head coach.
Different left tackle.
Same quarterback.
Okay.
Got a star left tackle, though.
Yeah.
Same tight end.
Different.
Same wide receiver, Debo. He's been there.
Okay.
All right. You got Nick Bosa, who's been there.
Yes.
Fred Warner Jr.'s been there.
Okay.
Tart's been there. Ward's been there.
There's some carryover.
Emmanuel Mosley's been there.
Yeah, Mosley's hurt right now.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
It's a different team, and you're looking at a rookie coordinator who's shown so much growth this year in D'Amico Ryans. Everybody was ready to throw this guy out, and what he's done with two random cornerbacks that anyone in the league could have had playing for him, it's just incredible. And I know people are losing their minds about the corners. What about this D-line? No Kinlaw, no D Ford, Nick Bosa moving all over the place. They've moved Eric Armstead back inside. They're getting the best out of DJ Jones. Fred Warner looks like he's the best version of himself for this year because there was a couple of weeks where he wasn't looking so hot. I like where the defense is at.
Danker, in the show, baby. Danker, come on, come strong.
Yo, two things real quick. The run game is the DB's best friend. That's going to keep everyone fresh, right?
Mm-hmm.
But straight up, Nick Bosa is a generational talent. We haven't seen a guy like him since our mutual friend, one of my oldest friends, Gino Benedetti, played with a guy at ASU. He told me, Danny, you're locked up, you got perfect leverage, and you think you got it all good, and you look down and he's on 1 foot about to turn the corner on you. Talking Terrell Suggs, who was the X factor for that Baltimore Ravens team.
T-Sizzle.
T-Sizzle's good. T-Sizzle's good, Danker.
Also played special teams at Arizona State and was unstoppable.
No doubt. 510. Can we please get a Mac Jones, Jimmy G Super Bowl?
You would lose your mind if it was a Mac Jones, Jimmy G. It would be the Kozimor Bonte Hill special.
No, I would be cool. You would be the one. I would be worried about you leading up to those 2 weeks. Boy, you imagine Niners made the Super Bowl, lost to Mac Jones. That'd be content gold.
I would be happy we even got to the Super Bowl.
That'd be content gold. You would not be happy losing to Mac Jones. Don't you try it.
Just
Don't
getting
you do
to the
that,
Super Bowl
Shafsky.
would be a huge accomplishment.
Oh, my gosh.
Getting to the playoffs after what they went through. They were -9 in turnovers.
San Fran Shafsky
they were
strikes
stuck
again.
in the mud. They were the 4th team in their own division just a couple of weeks ago.
San
and
Fran
they won 5 out
Shafsky
of 6.
strikes again.
They're hitting their stride.
Willard, did you bring in the orange slices for my guy over here, Capri Suns? That's what we're hearing now. I mean, the guy would not be. Oh, I'd just be happy getting to the Super Bowl.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You guys talk amongst yourself for a second. Let me get something out of my bag.
He's probably got orange slices or Capri Suns. Father of 3.
There you go.
Look them up. The little ones, the minis. The cuties, as they call them.
I like that.
Yeah. They are good.
Cuties are good.
I think you're both adorable. So
I like
brought
to
you
put those in the
cuties.
refrigerator. Did you guys like that win?
Of course. I mean, Team Jimmy G over here. You guys were trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater weeks ago. And, the afternoon guy who I love, I've known him forever, but I'd rather lose with Trey than win with Jimmy, darn it. How you like me now at Cool Mo D? Might be song of the day today. A late.
Ooh,
How you
late
like
edition.
No,
Take is not aging well.
Nothing happening.
Hey.
Mo D single while he's rapping.
A lot of people was
Thank you,
riding
Joe.
with Damon Bruce, though. A lot of people was riding with Damon because they wanted to see the development. A lot of people didn't want to see them winning.
To me, the notion of I'd rather lose with blank than win with blank, you're not a fan. And I know Damon's a Chicagoan. Chicagoite?
Yep. Yeah, Chicagoan.
I think he's upper New York, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
Yes.
Fine. And
He does root for the Bears.
But he's not a San Franscaskian 49er fan. And so that's fine. I've never been a diehard Niner fan. I want the Niners to do well. It's good for us. It's good for them. It's fun when the local teams win. And what Jimmy G is doing right now, it's not Maestro, MVP. Let's just go ahead and slow that part of it down. But he is efficient. He is effective. And they're winning football games. And, it doesn't matter who they beat. Your schedule is your schedule. You win the games that you're supposed to win. And if you lose to Tennessee, doesn't matter. You're going to be a playoff team.
Yes. Well, and it could go even further. This isn't just about the 49ers right now. This is about the entire NFC. Whole thing's beef stew. In fact, everybody who is saying, well, it's just the Falcons, Hang on. Didn't the Cardinals get double-digited by the Lions yesterday?
Anyone can beat anyone. I'm totally
Bucs,
with you.
And I get that the Bucs lost 3 skill position players. Didn't they get shut out
by the Saints?
Division games are different, though. I'm throwing an outlier there. Division games are different. You lose your top 3 weapons in game.
All right, the Lions,
plus your running back.
The Lions are not in the Cardinals division. This has been proven time and time again. The definition of a good team is the team that beats up on a bad team. Please, this whole every time the 49ers win a game, who they beat? No.
The dilution.
Go around the NFL.
But you know what, though?
No.
See, I disagree with that. I disagree.
And by the way,
we can't nitpick a win. We nitpick losses all day long. Hey, it was a great win yesterday.
So
laid a 9.5. Told you that. But there was a lot of things that they need to clean up. Special teams.
I didn't say that there wasn't, but you just said we nitpick losses all day long. That's the point. There are too many people that take the losses and go, well, that's what this team is. And then when they win, they go, well, that one doesn't count. You got to go beat someone good. Look around the NFL. You don't just go 8-6.
Let's just be real. The Falcons are a sorry-ass football team. Okay?
But they still
sorry-ass
buried
football
them.
team. And I'm watching that with the prism of, okay, if I saw this offense operate the way they did tonight or the defense play the way they did today, can you beat the Green Bay Packers? Can you beat the Dallas Cowboys? Any given Sunday, sure you can do that.
They already went toe-to-toe with the Packers.
That's what I'm saying.
You look at the NFC. The lead stories in the 2 conferences after this week. Go all the way back to Thursday. There's 2 lead stories.
Chiefs.
AFC is that the Chiefs are clearly the class of the league
I agree.
in this moment.
Yes.
And the lead story in the NFC is beef stew, brother.
Yeah.
Beef
And look out for the Niners. The Niners have a recipe. Look, if they can get Elijah back, you got Wilson and Elijah. You're they ran for 6 yards to carry yesterday.
Roller coaster, man. Sorry. You were worried about the Falcons last week.
And they handled business.
Oh my God, the Falcons. Oh my God, the Bengals.
He's going Emerald Night now with the recipe.
Come on, man.
Wait a minute,
Nobody's worried about the Falcons. Nobody's worried about the Falcons. A team that hasn't beat a winning team all season long. They went life and death with the Giants and the Jets. I don't care about the Falcons.
With all love, you just said to Dibs 2 minutes ago, a lot of people wanted to move on to Trey. A lot of people.
They did.
You weren't one of those people?
I want to Trey to start week 1. That's why I think it's a joke. Hold on, let me talk. That's why I think it's a joke. We start the show. We start crosstalk talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo's like the 10th best 49er yesterday. Nobody walking out of the game saying, boy, Jimmy played great. Jimmy made the nice throws and let his playmakers make plays. Jimmy still don't throw the football down the field. Jimmy still throws hospital balls.
American epidemic.
Jimmy is Jimmy. Jimmy's okay.
It is an epidemic. When you do bad,
Trey can do that?
When you do bad, we rip you. When you do good, we say it doesn't count. American epidemic.
I just gave Jimmy the biggest slice of pie for the reason why the Niners have won 5 or 6.
I've probably been one of the bigger Jimmy Garoppolo critics in general.
It's an NFL game.
I know.
It's an NFL football game.
I'm with you. But I look up and I say to myself, okay, he missed the 1 game, so he's still on track for 16 games played, even though he came out of the second half. His numbers, if you just look at the raw numbers, they're right there with 2019. They're right there. I mean, he's kind of where he needs to be. If he can get close to 4,000 yards, that's what he threw for in 2019. He had the 27 touchdowns. I don't think he'll get that. But his interception to touchdown ratio, about where it was.
I just like to experience this stuff in the moment. You know what I mean? Like, they're 8-6. This is as good.
Exactly.
There's never been a more optimistic moment all year than right now. Okay, they're 8-6. They're going to make the playoffs. You look around the league, there are warts all over the teams ahead of them. There's never been a more optimistic moment. I think we process this too often with thinking big. Like, there's fear. Does this mean that they're going to try to keep him next year? No, nobody. I don't think anybody thinks that. Nobody's going to do that. It doesn't matter exactly what his numbers are. The fact is the 49ers have won almost every week for the last month and a half.
Exactly.
And the teams around them who are ahead of them are starting to show warts. And so let's do this.
Well, and their best players are playing like it. Bosa is, I went through all the numbers, he's having a monster year. Kittle having a great run.
Yeah, they're using
Debo
Kittle.
is one of the top players in the NFC offensively this year. Trent Williams, one of the best left tackles. Like, their best players are playing their best football right now. I know it's the Falcons.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified, 9 a.m. hour, brought to you by Timeless Coffee, our great friends at Timeless Coffee. Thanksgiving night, I tweeted out that the Niners should fear nobody except for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because when they get their reinforcements back, you see Ambry Thomas, see Josh Norman.
It's a problem.
I mean, Gates Jr., it's a big problem.
It's a problem.
It's a big problem.
Yeah,
it's a big problem to have. but they shouldn't fear any team in the NFC. They shouldn't. But when you talk about an 8-6 football team, a 7-7 football team, what does that tell you?
But again, it's almost bigger for me. It's not even what the 49ers did because they did what I thought they'd do. They did what they were supposed to do yesterday.
They did.
But when you look at what had just happened in the league, like the seedings just got all jumbled. Like the Cowboys could absolutely be their first opponent. You don't think they could beat that team? I think
Cowboys not bad.
They're
though.
not bad.
Yeah,
but I think they could beat that team.
The Niners aren't good. Niners aren't good enough to look down on the opponent and say,
but if you do the could game, they could beat anybody, especially Tampa, the way Tampa looks now with the injuries and with Tommy Brady. I'm going to smash this tablet. It's your fault, tablet. Darn it. And cussing at the Saints coaches.
Good. I like that.
You got shut out. Deal with it, Tom. Yeah, it's going to happen. But if we talk about the could right now in the NFC playoffs, they could beat any of these teams. They also could lose to any of them. But they're in it. I agree
with that.
Yeah, no, of course. Tom Brady trash talk makes me uncomfortable, by the way. Like you can't go from you had a fur on and you're on Instagram on the beach with Giselle, and then like the next day you're in some coach's face being like, nah. I'm like, the dichotomy is too much for me. Yeah, he is. He's
Thanks, Brady slander.
Two milk and cookies for trash talk. I can't do it.
Hey, I'm loving yesterday's win. Did it sound on the television, guys? Because I was out there and it was cold. It felt like the first series.
Cold.
It was cold yesterday. It was.
I was out at Franklin Canyon, played the early 18,
nice.
and your boy was shivering.
It was narrow cold. Out at Franklin Canyon.
Narrow and cold. Yeah. Thankfully, the ball doesn't travel in the cold air, so all my slices weren't going quite as far as they normally do.
But the first drive, the crowd was so loud, and I don't know if they were having communication issues or what. I don't know if it showed on the television, but it was so loud early on. Matt Ryan and his coordinator, they were just out of sync, and the O-line was out of sync. Levi's, it's kind of getting a little grittier now that they're not as,
sneaky loud.
Right?
Story of the 2021 Atlanta Falcons out of sync.
We're hardened by our 7th consecutive day under 50 degrees. It's difficult. There's a lot of drama
out there.
Yeah.
I don't like any of it.
Please, everybody, stay
it's
inside.
hoodie and peacoat season.
I had a beanie,
season. I like
sweatshirt,
that.
and a coat.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. All right, guys, that's it for us. Willard and Dibs will take you up until high noon. Thanks, Roasters. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Deborah Claus.
What's good, Mark?
Spadone, do we have a buzzer of some sort? You got like a little buzzer that... Yeah, there you go. That is the sound that all of us and you at 888-957-9570 will get today if you say anything that resembles, okay? And Spadone will be our judge. You get to decide. You'd be like that Family Feud guy, when they're like that just unnamed, faceless person in the back where they're like, are we going to accept that? That's the sound you're going to get if you approach the comment, it was the Falcons. The Falcons stink. Yesterday's win is only worth 0.5 of a win. Anything that is in that neighborhood of dismissing an NFL victory on a day when the 1 seed supposed Arizona Cardinals went into Detroit and absolutely got cooked. I mean, cooked in every phase of the game. That's the sound you're going to get. That's a no. That's a no from me on it's the Falcons, so prove it against somebody else.
You only can play the games that you are scheduled to play, and you sit 8-6 with 3 of these babies to go. You're north of 80% as far as your chance to make the playoffs. And if you make the playoffs, you're probably not going to have an opportunity to go through Atlanta or the Texans or any of the other dreck that you've been able to beat this year. But you can only beat the teams that you have on your schedule. So I'm with you, Mark. I've never, especially in the NFL, I've never liked to play that game of, oh, well, it's Atlanta. It doesn't count. And something else I've been a big believer in, Mark, and this is what the actual teams themselves do, it's a Victory Monday. So if you want to nitpick the win yesterday, Jimmy Garoppolo goes 19 of 23.
He was good.
Good luck nitpicking that performance. You ran it more than 30 times. When you do that, you win. Nick Bosa making a case for Defensive Player of the Year in the National Football League. Save your negativity and your, it was just Atlanta. Atlanta was in the playoff picture until yesterday.
I mean, Atlanta's not great, but it's not terrible. It's not even the point. It's not even the point. When they beat Jacksonville 5 weeks ago, I heard less then of but it was the Jags. Like the Falcons are an NFL football team. They're not the best. They're by the way, they're not the worst. They're probably 2/3 of the way down the board. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The definition of a good team is a team that goes out and defeats a team that is worse than it and does so convincingly. That's the other thing. Like, maybe you could say that if the last second field goal, they pulled it out 17-14 over the Falcons. Maybe you could have some negativity. They pounded this team. They pounded them with a palindrome, 31-13. I'm taking it, and I don't think the optimism surrounding the 49ers at any point this year has been higher. You buy that?
It probably maybe was a little bit higher after they beat the Rams, the way they took the Rams apart. But to your point, that was like whoa, where did this come from? And now you've got a team that's on a little bit of a roll, having won 5 of 6, and you went out and did to a team that you should have been able to do that too. The spread was 9.5 going into the ball game.
Bang that thing too.
Yeah, that thing was never really in doubt.
I call that a whole week.
Yeah, I mean, we all banged it.
When obviously when the Falcons scored the second touchdown to even things up in the second quarter, or at least make it close.
Their only touchdown.
Yeah. What was it? What was it? Hang on. I'm trying to remember the order of the scores here.
Niners were up 10-3.
That's what it was.
The Falcons go
when they
13
tied it up.
Plays. They tied it up. Yeah, 50 yards down the field.
Second score is what I should have said. When they tied it up at 10, you're like, oh gosh, is this going to be a back and forth deal? But it was absolutely one of those games that never felt like the 49ers were going to lose it. Jermichael Hasty with fumbling the opening kickoff. Immediately I got Seattle vibes. I'm like, we're not going to do this. All right. It's not going to be weird all day. But they great goal line stand. I think it's hilarious now that once you get to the 5-yard line, you're never allowed to kick a field goal again. Like that, have you noticed this across the
Pretty
NFL?
much.
You get inside the 5, you're just a little wussy boy if you kick a field goal. It's hysterical. It's like you're not allowed to do it.
Right. And they had their chances, and they thought they scored, but then the play gets reviewed and overturned, which, good old instant replay. You love it when it goes your way. You hate it when it doesn't.
Can I give you an instant replay story that actually really annoyed me? First time ever. When you get annoyed that replay never happened. So take it from a man and his son who both have Najee Harris on their fantasy teams in the middle of the fantasy playoffs. He gets the ball at the 1-yard line yesterday in that Pittsburgh-Tennessee game. He gets the ball at the 1. He gets stuffed right at the goal line. But as he's going down, reaches the ball out, and it clearly broke the plane. I mean, clearly. They didn't review it. The Steelers opted to not review it. And then, of course, 1 or 2 plays later, Ben Roethlisberger sneaks it in, and a 14-year-old was crying on the couch, and so was a 46-year-old, by the way. I was like, come on, man, we got replay. Let's use this sucker. So I'm keeping those 6 points in the back of my mind, and if I lose by that, I will be sending in a protest.
You'll be fine if that happens. And, taking the fantasy thing one step further, I got to tip the cap to Joe Spadoni. He's up by 70 on me right now. I am getting boat raced.
Wait, what? Now we still got 4 games left. We still have 4. Do you have a shot?
I've got Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
And I've got Justin Jefferson, and I've got Daniel Carlson.
You got a lot.
Not enough.
Probably not.
Not enough.
But that's not out of the question. It's out of the reasonable question. But can I give you one of the most famous phrases in sports?
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, I actually wasn't going to go with that. Stranger things have happened.
No, not that many stranger
things have happened, Dibs.
Yeah, this one's not looking like it's going to go my way.
A Christmas miracle.
Yeah, we've already crafted the concession speech. That'll be coming up today before 12 o'clock.
Do you have a concession speech?
I do, yeah, because
I'm looking forward to that. That's kind of you to even do that. You don't have to do that. You can just send a middle finger emoji to your friend.
That's not how I roll.
Okay, you're classy.
And Joe Spadoni, who we love, our engineer, our board op, whatever, he completes me, he gets me, and things were looking good. I had Hunter Henry going on Saturday. Big game from Hunter Henry. So I went into yesterday thinking, all right, Spadone, about to take you behind a woodshed for a little beatdown. And then Jamar Chase, show up. Chase,
1 catch, 3 yards.
You stink.
Wow. Yeah, that was.
I'll say it. He stinks.
You get those in December. You get games that are just mud fests. They're just slogs. Somebody beats somebody 10-7, and you're like, "What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?" I don't know. You want to be involved in a Green Bay Packer game on either side. Did you notice that 4 weeks in a row, and the Packers are 3-1 during this time, but even though they're 3-1, they've given up 28 points or more in all 4 of those games, which actually is another thing that makes me think of the beef stew that is the NFC. The Bucs, it's not just that they got shut out by the New Orleans Saints. They lost a bunch of their skill position players, and I don't know when they're going to be back. What is the health of Godwin? What is the health of
He's out
Mike
for the rest
Evans?
of the regular year.
Okay.
I just saw that it's not breaking, but it's a development.
And what is going to be the health of Mike Evans? And what is going to be the health of Leonard Fournette? And what about Aaron Rodgers' toe? And why is their defense giving up 30 points to people named Tyler Huntley, who moments ago some of you thought was Brett Hundley? Like, why is that happening? And why are the Cardinals suddenly awful? They look awful. Kyler Murray came back. They might need to go back to Colt McCoy. They look terrible. The Lions, Jared Goff, they went up and down the field on them and did it in the trenches. That was
bite the kneecap off.
We're
going to take your other kneecap.
Thank you. Oh gosh, what was the post-game speech last night at Ford Field? What happened? Did they bite Kyler Murray's kneecaps off? Jeez.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
I still can't. I can't do that press conference. It's still the weirdest one. It's the weirdest one of all time. But anyway, it's throw a bunch of feathers into the air. I'm not here to tell you the 49ers are now going to beat any of these teams. They're one of them. They are one of them. Everybody is totally capable of a stinker on any given weekend in the NFC.
And the NFC West now, while it's not, quote, wide open, it's a lot closer than otherwise we may have thought. So the Rams at 9-4, they're a half game back. They can tie Arizona with a win in their upcoming game. The Niners are sitting just 2 back. And you think about the Niners at Tennessee, tough one. Houston should be a cupcake, and then a finale against the Rams. The Niners, a chance at 11-6, and Arizona is leaky. Oh, he's leaking.
Yeah. This is getting interesting. In fact, I had the guys. Thank you, Sam. I had the guys run the analytics. What happens if? And I don't know if you. I wonder if you just throw out a guess. What happens if the Cardinals with 2 wins over the 49ers, but let's say the 49ers win the last game of the year and have 2 wins over the Rams, and all of them end up with the exact same record? What if everybody atop the NFC West is tied? ¿Quién es más macho? Who wins the division?
Man, that's a great question. You look at the Rams and Arizona, and they split. So,
right. So they would have split, and the Cardinals have the Niners, and the Niners have the Rams, and all of them end up 11-6. What happens?
Well, I think when you go to the tiebreakers and you talk about divisional record, I think is the first tiebreaker. Arizona's sitting at 4-1. The Rams are 2-2, meaning the Rams can get to 4-2. Arizona would probably be also be 4-2. The Niners can't catch them. Cardinals and the Rams split the head-to-head. I think that the Cardinals hold the tiebreaker over the Rams, and the Rams over the Niners.
That is,
the Niners over the Rams.
Yes,
pending the result.
Based on, and again, we're doing some projecting here, but it would be Cardinals first. 49ers would get second place, and the Rams would get third place. Therefore, and we're not talking about a likely scenario, just starting with the fact that the Niners would need to win out, which is not going to be easy. The Tennessee game, the Rams game, those are hard games. I do think they'll beat Houston, although Davis Mills looks kind of capable. I know it was the Jags, but he's slinging the ball around the field a little bit. He doesn't look bad out there. So anyway.
So you're hoping for the Rams then to win their next game, to get to 10-4, and you want Arizona to slide all the way down. If Arizona finishes at 10-7 and the Rams can finish at 11-6 along with the 49ers, and the 49ers win the division. The Niners would win out 11-6. The Rams would win.
We are not having this conversation on Christmas week. We're not having.
No, we are.
No, but we're not because
we are.
But remember 6 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It was over. The season was.
Fire Kyle right now.
Kyle fired. Trey, area, right now.
Lynch, drawn and quartered.
You guys are stupid for thinking that this team could do anything in January. You're a bunch of homers.
You're a bum.
I heard all that. Didn't you hear all that?
Yeah.
So why are we having this conversation Christmas week about winning the division? Winning the division. Now, look, it's not going to happen that they're going to win the division, but
you need Arizona to lose out. They have
and the 49ers need to win out, which I don't think either of those things happen. But yes, noise in January, very possible. Very.
Agreed. And I think noise, quote unquote, would be one win, maybe two. And you look at what Tampa Bay is going through now with the injuries. Fournette hurt. Godwin got hurt. They're in a spot where Tampa Bay looks more of a matchup for the 49ers, because the thing that scared me, we talked about it last week, Tampa Bay's offense that can be high octane. And when you don't have Fournette, such a big piece, we don't know how long he's out. Godwin gone for the rest of the regular season, at least.
At least.
Now you start thinking about, Green Bay. Green Bay clinches the division. They've got their eyes on the bye, which would be, the top seed only. They've got the inside track right now.
How come no one's made that T-shirt yet?
Eye on the bye.
Yeah, now that only one team gets the bye, I think that needs to be that's a slogan. You need to patent that.
Okay,
right now.
I'll get to my my patent people.
There's your
Sam Lubman, by the way, producing today, aka Lub Daddy.
What up, Sam? Booster Boy couldn't make it today.
No. He's averaging about 4.1 shows a week. SPW. Good to have Love in the building.
Yeah. Is he working Friday? Is he working on Christmas Eve, Kyle?
Boy, that's a great question.
Yeah, nobody knows because he's not here. So
if he does it, then it becomes a vacation sensation.
It does.
You could score me one early.
That's $1.
Thank you.
Jennifer Lee Chan is going to join us in about 7 minutes. JJ Stokes is going to join us at the top of the hour. Tim Roy is going to join us a little bit later on. The Warriors punted on a basketball game over the weekend. Jonathan Kuminga played a lot of basketball, so that was fun.
Yeah, they took a knee. They kneeled down.
Or was it? I missed the whole thing.
I didn't see a dribble of it either. I mean,
like so many errands to run right now. I'm like, oh, you're going to sit all your players? Okay, me too. I'll sit out.
Right. I'm going to sit out my fandom, my spectatorship.
Totally. All right, do you guys want to do Song of the Day?
Please.
Let's do Song of the Day. Here we go.
Look at you, kicking it old school.
Yeah, boy.
I believe in miracles.
And I do.
Where you from?
Where are you from?
You sexy
I know it's Foster City.
No, we're not talking
Sexy
about.
thing.
No, we're talking about Jimmy.
Oh.
Jimmy's sexy, isn't he?
Porn star Jimmy.
Especially when he doesn't turn the ball over. That's when you get really sexy. I know there are ladies in my life who just want to look at his Instagram.
Oh.
I get aroused when he doesn't turn the ball over.
Oh man, when he's able to put his hands underneath Alex Mack's legs and receive that pigskin and grab it with both hands.
When he does that, boy. when he cocks his arm back,
tell me,
and then he throws it.
Oh,
don't talk about that.
and then one of the other players that's wearing the same jersey catches it.
Oh,
I do.
I got body envy.
There's an arousal. that takes place.
There's some tingling.
Yeah.
I'm starting to tingle.
Oh, my gosh. That was Brandon Ayuk. They play on the same team. He
I
caught the
have
ball.
a wife.
Some blood flow.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
he was that sexy thing yesterday.
He sure was. 19 to 23. Are you kidding me?
Gosh, why is the phrase "I was wrong"? Why is it so hard to say? Why is it so hard to say?
I'm sorry is the other one.
Well,
because
except for people use "I'm sorry" and then
sorry,
they,
but
they mess it up. Like, do you understand that the most important word in the English language is the one that comes after the word "sorry"?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
That's right. I'm sorry, but, or I'm sorry. This is my favorite. If.
Yes.
I'm sorry if
that
you were
yes.
offended.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that bothered you. So that's your fault that it bothered you. So I'm actually not sorry at all. I'm just being me. Why don't you change you?
I'm sorry for you that you are so sensitive that affected you. That's what I'm sorry for.
I'm sorry that you're lame. That's unfortunate. It's a good thing I'm not lame. I'm sorry that you're lame.
The apology is so difficult because it forces us to be vulnerable. And we as a society,
we feel like
Totally.
we would like to apologize if you're not one of us. It's all brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. I was wrong is a hard statement, but those of you who said that this season was over, stand up and be counted today. Give it a practice. Give it a little try. I was wrong. 888-957-9570. Jennifer Lee Chan next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. We've helped preserve thousands of local jobs and put nearly $400 million back into the Bay Area economy by helping small businesses get loans through the Paycheck Protection Program. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive?
The spirits of...
I think that the optimism has to be at its highest level all year, and that's not because they beat the Falcons, and we're having a wonderful Christmas time. I'm weird. I dig the errands. I do, and I'm not done yet. I like to leave some for the last week.
Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun.
And they
here.
don't stress me out. It would stress me out if I did it too early. I have people in the family who have been done since October, and I'm like, do you realize whatever you bought, we all grew out of it already. Like, I mean, right? So I love leaving some to the end. Let's do this. Let's talk to Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over everything 49ers. And first, get the important stuff. Are you done with your errands, Jennifer?
Of course not. Oh, my God. I've got to go to Tennessee in a couple days. No.
That's right. you're like, I'm here now, and then I've got to go there. Yeah, you've got a hell of a week, don't you?
Yeah, it's a crazy week. And, the schedule's all crazy. They just bumped up Kyle's conference calls to 11:30. So, yeah, it's been kind of crazy.
You could squeeze in maybe some stocking stuffers before then, and if this helps at all, Jennifer, you can take me off your Christmas list if it helps to shorten your errands at all.
Hey, thank goodness for online shopping. You can do it all on your phone.
Oh, no kidding. So, where are you as they do this short week in terms of their ability now to go toe-to-toe with playoff-level teams? I think that's a big question in people's minds. When you look at what they've done the last handful of weeks, it's obviously much better. But outside of that game against the Rams on Monday night, there are still questions about whether or not this team belongs on the short list in the NFC. What do you think about that?
If they can pull it all together and everybody plays the way they are able to play, then they can make a run at the postseason. But it's the little mistakes like the muffed kickoff. I mean, I'm sure everybody that was watching the game was like, oh, geez, here we go again. And, as long as everybody does their part and they don't turn the ball over, they have a chance at this. I mean, you look at all the other teams. The Buccaneers last night suffered a ton of injuries. They didn't look great. A lot of players have been injured across the NFC, so they do have a chance, which is crazy after you think about what they looked like after that 5-game skid earlier in the season.
Jeff Wilson Jr. appears to be getting his legs underneath him. How critical is he as the running back du jour going forward for this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's really important that he is comfortable and healthy, and as he's gotten more healthy, you've seen his production go up. He had under 3 yards per carry earlier when he first came back, and then against Cincinnati, I think he had 4.3 yards per carry, and last night just so much better. And he talked about it after the game, how he feels more comfortable. He is happier and healthier, which increases his productivity by a lot.
Jennifer, how did the team come out of yesterday health-wise?
The one that everybody should be concerned about is Talanoa Hufanga. He suffered a knee injury and was out for the rest of the game. After he had the injury, he was sitting down on the bench, so it wasn't like he went immediately to the locker room. But still, him being out, and I know, since you're a USC fan and you've been following them for a while, you just hate to see guys like that lose the rest of their season, especially in their rookie season, because they learned so much. Their foundation is built in that first year. And to lose playing time and to lose him, especially with the health of the linebackers not being great, he's been a great help in getting coverage, and they've been going nickel and dime packages a lot out there. So they really needed him to be healthy, but it doesn't look great, and we'll find out more in a little bit.
Nickel and dime sounds like my Christmas shopping approach, by the way. So thank you. A lot more nickel coverage than dime coverage for me when it comes to my adult-aged children. Ambry Thomas, you talked about rookies learning on the fly. Are you seeing him take steps forward, or is he just right now like that kindergartner in the first time in the deep end?
Poor kid. I think it's just tough when you're putting him on someone like Kyle Pitts, who's a phenomenal talent. I don't think, in the last week he was against the top receivers on the Bengals. I think the opposing defenses know who to put on him, and it's a challenge. He's learning. At least he's being aggressive. He's not, as Kyle Shanahan says, not shying away from his play or his duties, but he's playing aggressively, which is a good sign. It's just, I think it's one of those things where it's tough to learn how to cover NFL receivers and skill players when you first get in the league. And it'll be a growing process, but I think he'll be fine.
Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us. Jennifer, everybody is still pointing to the defensive backfield. And so this is an extension of what you were just saying with Ambry. What are their options the rest of the way to improve this group?
I mean, they've got to stick with who they've got, and they've just got to work better with them. I think the great thing about the 49ers defense is that D'Amico Ryan seems to be getting into his stride. I think they are working better together. I think at first, when you're as a first-time defense coordinator, it was hard for him to get each coaching position guy in sync with each other. So now I think they're playing much more coordinated. I think, you've got the defensive line and then the linebackers coach and then the defensive backs coach trying to work together. And now they've finally gotten to a point where they are all cohesive and working together, which has shown up on the field.
Nick Bosa just absolutely wrecking the game week in and week out. What have you seen from his performance? And just talk about how much you've been impressed by the defensive line as a group.
You can't say enough about this defensive line, especially with the injuries that they've gone through. Javon Kinlaw has been out, and Maurice Hurst has been out. These guys have done a really good job with productivity, and Nick Bosa, man, if he's not in the conversation for comeback player of the year, there's something wrong with everybody who's voting, because he really should be. He's got 15 sacks in the season. He's playing incredibly well, and for a guy to come back from a devastating injury like an ACL, to have him go out there and just, he said he's playing better. He feels better. To play fearlessly like that when you've got a knee injury. You watch Jimmy Garoppolo come back from the ACL, and guys are tentative at first. They, are worried that it's going to happen again, and you can't blame them. But the confidence that Bosa plays with and the ability that he has, and the fact that he gets held incredibly horribly every game. There was one point that he was in a chokehold. And so for him to just keep going, and the fact that he says, I didn't really even notice it. That one he did notice, but a lot of times when he's held, he doesn't even notice it. He's just got his laser focus on the quarterback, which is just a sight to behold.
Jennifer, let's go 10,000 feet for just a second. It's been a cadence all year long. When the 49ers lose, it's they should start Trey Lance. When they win, national reporters will start just dripping in the idea that maybe Jimmy will still be the quarterback next year. What's your reaction when you hear someone say that? The 49ers are open to Jimmy next year.
It just depends on how they feel Trey Lance has been in practice. And, if he can play, they need to get a couple games where they have a blowout going on so they can put him in there, in some garbage time situations to see how he is and, with live bullets flying. But he's reportedly playing better in practice, which is a good sign. I think it's, for a guy who didn't play last year at all, it's going to be just like Ambry Thomas didn't play last year. It's getting those guys up to speed and playing at the NFL level is going to be challenging, and those guys are going to take their lumps, and anything is possible. Jimmy Garoppolo kind of chuckled when he was the prospect was brought up to him, but you can never say never in this league. So who knows if they think they can get a good deal with Jimmy Garoppolo still on the roster. But honestly, he's playing well, so his trade value has gone up. So, again, anything's possible in the NFL.
All right, so Jennifer, give us the holiday travel report. Where are you going today? When are you going to Nashville? What does this look like for the next 72 hours?
I'm currently on a plane, about ready to go back to LA. And then we've got availability and practice on Tuesday. I won't be physically there for that, but travel Wednesday to Nashville, game on Thursday, fly back to LA on Friday. And then, Christmas weekend off. So, I'll be writing, but it won't be travel filled, which is crazy.
Wow. And so you're sitting on the plane right now. What does the person next to you think of this interview?
I don't have anybody sitting next to me yet. So.
Okay. Congratulations. That's the best kind of flight. All right. There you go.
It's a full flight, but someone will be here soon.
Jennifer, thank you. Safe travels.
Good to talk to you, Mark. Happy holidays.
All right. Yep. There you go. Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area. No one sitting next to her on a full flight.
And apparently no one sitting next to you either.
I was the last one to say, so she said, I'm sure she meant Dibs too.
Lose her number.
I'm the one that should be mad. She's the one trying to rip my credibility by saying just absolutely ridiculous things like, I know you're a USC fan. No.
Good to talk to you, Mark.
No. Well, it's good to talk to you too,
Apparently
Dibs.
it's not. Mediocre to talk to you, other guy. But Mark, whoa.
Jennifer and I go way back. I'm sure she didn't mean anything. She's frazzled. She's on a plane.
Sure.
Right? She doesn't have a middle seat, and people are coming down the middle of the aisle, and any one of them could end up being her partner for the next 90 minutes. That's stressful.
It can be.
Right?
Not as stressful as...
Do you want her to say, I'm sorry if you were offended?
Absolutely. I'm sorry if my saying goodbye to Mark only offended you. That would actually be perfect.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, boy. That's a stressful moment when you watch each person come down that aisle and you're like, is it going to be you? Is it, oh, gosh, no, not you. How about you? I like you. Will you sit down here? It's a vulnerable moment.
It can be
for Jennifer Lee Chan.
So you got to be in the aisle, right? And you leave the middle and the window open, basically saying, to me, that's the strength move there. That way you're letting people know you could sit here, but you either get the window or you get the middle. Now, if you post up on the window waiting for somebody else to join your row, then you're truly vulnerable.
Although much more inviting, and I actually am a window over an aisle. If you're only doing a 1 hour flight, I'm like, I can hold it. I don't need to get out, and I'd like to not be clipped by that drink cart that I know that's coming through.
No more drink carts.
I don't, oh gosh, really?
For the most part, yeah.
None?
Not a lot of drink
I haven't been on a flight. I don't think I've been on a flight the whole time.
No more alcohol on most flights.
That's
now.
Fine. They don't even bring through some orange juice or some water or something?
I think it's more of a platter now where they come with the tray.
Oh.
The 12 drinks on the tray. They don't push the cart.
Tray area.
Thank you. Very good. I'll give you 2. But it's Monday. It's a Monday.
2?
No, that's all this transportation. All this transportation talk has got me triggered based on my BART trip this morning. Which we just canceled trains. You know, we're gonna cancel the 801.
Well, you know what today
it's
is
canceled.
I felt this vibe actually coming across the bridge. Traffic very, very light today, which I think there's no school. School is out, not for summer. But it's out, and so maybe that takes a certain portion of the traffic away. I also think there are many industries who now in the second half of December, they're just like, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're done. We're going to talk to you after the holidays. So traffic was very, very light, and I bet those in charge at BART,
sure,
like you're just not feeling the pressure anymore. You're like, nobody's going anywhere. We're fine. It's Christmas week. Cancel it.
How about a heads up?
I mean, that'd be good. Why did they cancel it? Did they give you a reason?
It seemed like it's a light day of travel.
Okay.
So, you get up on the BART platform, and I'm a big 801 out of MacArthur guy. You get there at 7:58, and you look up at the electronic signage waiting for the SF-bound train 3 minutes, and up pops the message, the 801's been canceled.
Yep.
We just decided that it was going to be
canceled. We didn't need this anymore.
Right. So now you wait for the 8:15 or whatever, and by the time the 8:15 is going to come, now you've got a full BART train, overly full. So thanks a lot, BART.
You know what all this is, of course.
It's a transportation sensation.
It's a transportation, and I'll take you $1 for you because I led you to water. You drank. You're a good man. Thanks, Deborah Claus.
No, I appreciate it because $1 is 1/4 of my fare on BART. Shout out $3.90.
And 1/4 of my Christmas budget as well. So
strong.
Many errands left to do. We will do them. We're here for you at 888-957-9570. We are going to talk to J.J. Stokes here in about 15 minutes. So that ought to be fun. Get his view on not just the 49ers, but all around the league. And I'll also talk to him as a man whose alma mater is UCLA, and then mine is Cal Poly. We were supposed to have a huge hoops showdown Wednesday, Poly Pavilion, mano a mano. Here we go. It's been canceled due to COVID issues. Not surprised. UCLA cowering in the face of a huge matchup with their ranking on the line against Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The Bruins wanted no part, and I get it.
Yeah, it's the vaunted Mustangs of Cal Poly. Probably scary for a team as good as UCLA. The Bruins dealing with a lot of COVID-19 positives, as are virtually every other team. I mean, the Golden State State Warriors. Wiggins in the protocol. Poole in the protocol.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, it has all led to, this is the weirdest feeling ever. You know, there's a football game in 4 hours? A football game in 4 hours.
4 hours?
4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. The Browns are going to play the Raiders. And that 48-hour break for the Browns with all of their people on the list, you know how many they got back? 1.
Really?
They got 1 guy back.
Number 1.
So now the Raiders are like, great. Now you just put us on a short week, and we were all set. We were packed. We were at the bus. We were ready to go. You spun the next 48 hours into a mess for us, all so that you could get 1 player back.
It's
By the way,
a joke.
Who's the player? Because it's not Baker Mayfield.
No.
Like tricky Nicky Mullins. Buddy,
go get him.
Here you go. Here's the game script. Go do it. It's Nick Mullins versus the Raiders in 4 hours. Sign me up for this.
Yeah, I'm excited. Afternoon matinee, Monday afternoon football. I wonder if they still have the theme.
I don't know. What is this? This isn't Monday Night Football.
It's NFL Network, so we'll have the NFL Network theme.
Is that? No, that's Sunday
NBC.
night. That's NBC. Okay, I get them all confused. Other than Monday.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
it's just if I were the Raiders and I know that they are angered, I would be furious over the fact that this game got postponed after the commissioner said, we will not postpone games.
No.
You'll forfeit. Well, unless you're going up against the Raiders who sued us multiple times, so the Raiders get no breaks.
That's exactly right. You can look to above and thank your former boss. We will look to above as well and thank the Twitch audience, twitch.com/95. I'm sorry, twitch.tv/957 the game and youtube.com/957 the game. Dibber Claus already has the you've got the beanie on. It must be winter.
Yes, it's winter and it's a little cold out there.
A little cold in here.
Yeah, I mean it's 67. We're rolling with 67.
Thought we agreed on 68.
I'll bump it up next time we get a moment.
I appreciate you.
I probably shouldn't be wearing shorts in this inclement weather, but I like wearing shorts.
I have no problem with it whatsoever. It's your thing. I want you to do you. That's all we can do. All of this, Willard and Dibs, is brought to you by the Department of Health Care Services. Yeah, JJ Stokes in just a little bit. But the bigger sort of view for me with the 49ers, I just kept thinking it, especially at the end of the night, watching with what happened to the Bucs, and we'll see how the Rams look tomorrow. This is going to be a really interesting one. It was one thing that the 49ers, quote unquote, took care of business. I don't dismiss that. I know a lot of people do. It was the Falcons. You did what you're supposed to do. No, this is the NFL. And the definition of a good team is a team that beats the teams that are not as good as it. So I give the 49ers all credit for yesterday, but the bigger story was what was happening above them. And I know right now people will say, the Packers are fine. They're still the class of the NFC. What are we saying if the Ravens get that 2-point conversion? 1 play for 2 yards. If they get it, what are we saying? It's a completely different narrative the entire top of the NFC would have lost. So I just think I have never felt like it's more wide open than I do right now at 9:52 today.
Well, you look at the top, Green Bay, and they've clinched the division, and they are the number 1 overall seed. You were 37 seconds away from beating the Green Bay Packers. And, not to say that shows that you're as good as them or that you'll do that again if you happen to face them in January, but you have that muscle memory of knowing that you were darn close to toppling them. Tampa Bay, injuries now, and a certain amount of vulnerability that we probably wouldn't have thought about 4 or 5 days ago, and yet now they're going to win their division. They're probably going to be the 2 seed. The Niners, though, likely to take on the 3 seed. If it's Dallas, well, you look at a Dallas team that is good but not unbeatable, and an Arizona team that is absolutely faltering right now. So it does feel a little bit more wide open in the NFC than ever before.
Well, Dallas is the 2 seed in the moment. They actually have a breaker over the Bucs. I haven't looked at the rest of their schedule. Dallas is going to go home to Washington. Oh, gosh, they've got a home date with the Cardinals. They've got a home date with the Cardinals in a week and a half. That's a fascinating game. So someone's going to come out of there with a loss. The 49ers may well end up rooting for Dallas in that game so that they can play Dallas. And then they finish at Philadelphia. None of those are for sure. But I think the 49ers would like to see, correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't you rather see, if you're going to be the 6th seed, still the most likely scenario for the 49ers, wouldn't you like to see Dallas as the 3 seed and Arizona as the 4? Wouldn't you rather Dallas than Arizona?
That's a great question.
Rank that right now. Wouldn't you most like to face Dallas in your first playoff game?
I think I'd rather face Arizona.
Really?
Yeah, an opponent that you've already played twice, and it's tough to beat the same team 3 times in a season. And you lost to Colt McCoy and James Conner the last time, but I don't think Kyler Murray is necessarily 100%. You don't have DeAndre Hopkins to worry about, and your Niner team right now is playing better than ever before. I like the muscle memory of knowing an opponent and playing him the 3rd time as opposed to an unknown in Dallas.
Yeah, although Dallas, I don't think Dak is at full strength either health-wise. Since coming back from his injury, take it from somebody. Yeah, take it from somebody who has Dak as his fantasy quarterback. He not doing that good, okay? Like their offense, it's easy to keep. You know what I've noticed about Dallas? It's easy to keep them to field goals. It's hard to stop them, but it's easy in the red zone. It happened yesterday. I think they scored. Did they score 2 touchdowns yesterday? I think so. I think Zeke had 1. And then Dak threw to somebody for 1. He had 1 touchdown pass. Dalton Schultz got a touchdown. Okay. But that was the New York Giants. I think the 49ers could keep that team out of the end zone. I like their red zone defense. We've watched that a number of times with the goal line stands that they've had this year and even yesterday. The other good news, though, for the 49ers, and maybe they're a good cold weather team based on their style of play, but look at the road environments in the NFC this year in the playoffs. There are 4 road environments, at least with what we know right now. And only one of them provides that sort of daunting, weather-related, hard-to-go-in-there type of a place. And that's Green Bay. That's daunting to go to Lambeau Field in January. But the other 3, Tampa, Arizona, Dallas, there's no home field advantage there. So that's good for the wild card teams.
Absolutely. And for all these wild card teams, and it might come down to matchup more than just venue for me, because you mentioned it, no real daunting venue outside of Green Bay, which would be tough. But you look at the 49ers and how they are built and how they are being successful. Again, yesterday, more than 30 rushes equals a victory. Jeff Wilson Jr. and their ability to pound the rock. Trent Williams and George Kittle on the left side, providing an easy route to run the football. I'm not scared if I'm the Niners about any destination as long as you can run the football.
J.J. Stokes admits that UCLA cowered in the face of Cal Poly and also gives us his thoughts on the 49ers and the rest of the NFC, the whole league, in fact, as he joins us next. Your phone calls, welcome. How has your journey as a 49er fan, your thought on their possibilities in January changed over the last 6 weeks? That's certainly welcome at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the most festive week of the year.
Just call me Dibber Claus
on 95.7 The Game.
Merry Christmas,
a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
NFL week 15? Week 15, right? Week 15?
Yep.
Far from over. We're just getting started. 4 more games to go, 2 tonight, and then 2 more tomorrow afternoon. Let's focus in on where all things are. With J.J. Stokes, former 49er, of course, but the first thing he's going to have to do is answer for why. The UCLA basketball team has cowered in the face of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and canceled the game this Wednesday. You were going down, JJ. It was going to be you versus me, and you were going down.
Oh, you start off with jokes today. I love it. You woke me up right there. Oh, my goodness. UCLA basketball. They're going through some things, and they got whooped up on one game, and I think it woke them up a little bit. So they're going to be ready to go, ready to fight, along with our girls basketball team.
How are you, buddy? Happy holidays. What's going on?
Happy holidays, man. I'm just, me, with my daughters in basketball, family's doing well, and that's all I could ask for.
Hey, I would love to, a story that has sort of taken a backseat over the last few weeks because it seems to have normalized, but it's something we've been following a lot, especially on this show. Even though it wasn't a big game for Brandon Ayuk yesterday, I wonder your perspective of a receiver, I guess any player, but a receiver who sort of ended up in the doghouse and how, as a player who doesn't have the ball in their hands to start, how you work your way out of that. Did you ever experience anything like that? What's
I'm a receiver. I've always been in the doghouse.
Right.
Anyway, yes, there's ways to get around that. Things you would like to do as a receiver. There's multiple things. You can watch film with the quarterbacks, make sure what they see, you're in the right spot. You have to see the same thing. You can get out there before practice, walkthroughs, run the routes because they're designed plays where you're the first read, second read, so you know when the ball's more likely to come to you. You can get out there and work on those specific plays. You can get out there and work after practice. It's about in practice in the scripted period offensively, being in the right spots, and then when the game comes, might happen a little quicker, might happen a little different, but being in the vicinity of the spots you're supposed to be in when the quarterback wants to come to you. And things change. When you see blitzes, it has to happen faster. You have to understand that as a receiver. When you see that everything is picked up, you have your time to work some more magic and increase the separation that you have with a defensive back. So those are things that he can work on with the quarterback and with the coaches and discuss so that everybody's on the same page. The thing about being the passing game, and I think a lot of people are seeing it this year, is it's easy. Well, it's not easy. It's hard to get into a rhythm with the quarterback and receivers, but it's so easy to fall out of rhythm. All it takes is an injury by either the skill position quarterback receivers, or we saw that with Dak. Dak's in a funk with the Cowboys. Then you have the quarterback at Arizona's ankle, and now they're going through their woes. And so it's easy to fall out of rhythm with the receiving core, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. So I believe that it's just timing for them as they continue to work together and play better. The rhythm will get even better between those two.
And you look at the rhythm with Kittle and with Debo, it's obviously been incredible. And Jimmy Garoppolo goes 18 of 23, but Juwan Jennings and his immersion as an additional threat. Are you starting to see this Niner offense as maybe being more impressive than what we would have thought a month ago?
You know what they are? They're starting to gel, and that's the beauty of it. As I watched the game yesterday, they're spreading the ball around to those other receivers that don't normally get it. You see, the Samuel's going to get his catch, Kittles is going to get his catches, but if everybody else is able to get their catches too, it opens it up for those big play guys that the 49ers offense has. I mean, there's no question about it. It's beauty when everybody touches the ball, because then it truly throws the defense off guard.
JJ Stokes with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Who do you like in the NFC? Like, when you're looking, because it looks beef stew to me right now. Like, who is anyone standing out to you?
Right now, who is standing out would be the NFC would be. It's hard to say because nobody has really separated themselves. There's teams that their record says that they're in good standings, like the Cowboys. I don't trust them. Arizona Cardinals. I don't trust them right now. The team that I like, that I think is rising, we get to face them again, is the Rams, and that'll be a true testament of what type of team we are, because they are a team that's on the rise too.
And you look at that Week 18 matchup, as we will have a Week 18, as strange as that seems, against the Rams. The 49ers will be in a spot where that might be for seeding if the 49ers are already off to the playoffs. If you look at a possible playoff matchup for San Francisco, is Dallas the team that you think would be most vulnerable for the Niners to be able to beat?
Oh, I think they match up well. I think our defense plays well up front, and I think that our running game, if you can establish the run, and it seems like the way we run and make defensive fronts move, eventually wearing them down, allows us to run the ball well. We always have misdirection, which makes them question, is that person getting the ball or not? And whether they do or not is irrelevant. It's the misdirection in all of this that really has the running game and the ability to wear the defensive fronts down. I think they could eat Dallas up.
JJ, I'm trying to remember, was there Thursday night football when you played?
Yes.
Okay, so give me a sense of what the 49ers are facing right now.
First of all, I'm sure the players aren't happy about a Thursday night game. The one time that I played Thursday night game, we did it to start the season after 9/11, and it was in New York. But it was our first game. That wasn't as hard on us because it was the first game, but I can imagine after playing weeks and weeks on a Sunday and then turn around, you're going to do more mental preparation than anything, understanding what the defense offers and then devising a scheme to go through that. I don't know that the practices are going to be as intense as a typical Wednesday practice, because the game is on Thursday and you would have to practice on Monday and Tuesday right after a game. And that's the recovery period from the game before. So it throws everything off. A lot of bitterness. I imagine a lot of bitterness this time of year with a Thursday night game, and especially in a season like this where you're on the rise.
The trade-off, though, will be Christmas for the 49ers, because you play the 23rd, and then you're obviously off the 24th, the 25th, even the 26th on Sunday before you ramp back up for the final two games. It's got to be a fun, kind of important piece for this Niner team to at least, you have the short week, but you will get a benefit on the back end.
Yeah, there's always the pros and cons, and definitely the pro is the players will get a chance to be home with their families, especially those that have kids and wives, girlfriends, all that. That will be a luxury that they don't normally get, but. Yeah, that's the one positive thing you can really take out of it, because I know if I just came off of a game on a Sunday in week, would you say 15? I would not be happy about a Thursday game, and nor would anybody on our team.
Yeah, it does feel really, really quick right now, especially as you get later on in the year. JJ Stokes with us. JJ, the receiver position is so dependent on the quarterback. No one's going to say anything publicly, but I wonder, as you watch what has happened in the drafting of Trey Lance, the play, good at times, shaky at times with Jimmy this year, the contractual situation, like if you were a receiver on this team, what would you be rooting for as far as how the next couple of months and year would play out?
Well, I like Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll say that. I don't know. I like what I've seen from Trey Lance. I don't know enough about it. So as a receiver, I would stay with the consistency that I know in Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, whether they do that or not is completely on them. But as a receiver, I would like to stay with a quarterback that I know and I'm comfortable with, and that knows me better. Because when you have a quarterback that steps in, everything's brand new, and you don't know. I think the reads are a little different. Everything happens at a different pace and tempo, and so those are things that you have to develop. And I don't know if I'd want to develop them this year. Next year it would be a different story. This year, not at all.
JJ, what's on your Christmas list this year?
Sit down and relax and let my kids enjoy Christmas. That's the only thing I want for Christmas.
What are the ages, by the way? What are you doing here?
I have a 13-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son.
Oh, my gosh. Are you building things for the 5-year-old on Christmas Eve?
I might be. The things that we've ordered are not here yet. But I'm sure I will at least the night before. That's usually how it works. Well, we're doing it a day or two before, building it and wrapping it. You know how that goes.
A risk taker, just like us. We love it. JJ, thanks, man. Happy holidays. Appreciate you coming on.
Happy holidays to you too, man.
All right, there he goes. JJ Stokes joining us here. If you still have things that have not arrived through the mail, shout out to you. Yeah. I love a risk taker.
Yeah, I'm going in person. Today's the day I ramp it up. Yep. I've got probably 6 to 8 presents to get. Not that many. It's not a huge number.
But that's what. And you're going to do it all in one swoop?
No.
Oh, today's day one.
Yeah, today we'll pick up 1 to 2. Tomorrow 2 to 3, and then Wednesday maybe 3 to 4. We'll do the final touches. That way Thursday you don't have to sweat it because I'll be doing the Christmas Eve celebration this year with my boys. So. You know, you move it up a day. It'll be the Christmas Eve with me, Christmas Day with their mother. So kind of a home and home.
Totally, so yeah, a home and home, which does affect the spread. But
especially when you're up first.
Yeah. So what will you do then on Christmas morning?
Just probably hang out.
Just hang out.
Yeah. I've got a 15-mile run that's going to happen between...
On Christmas.
Maybe Christmas. My roommate, we did the Hanukkah thing, so... My lady.
Yep.
So we kind of knocked that out. There'll be a small Christmas celebration, but nothing major.
Hanukkah feels like it was 3 months ago already.
Right?
Holy smokes. This one was weird this year.
Yeah, it was an early one.
Too early.
Early
Come
Hanukkah.
on, Hanukkah. Let's work on the calendar.
So I'm looking at the weather, and I will base my 15-mile run more on the weather than the holidays. But like I said, Friday night, because Friday night's Christmas Eve, we'll do a nice dinner with my lady and my boys, and then Saturday, Christmas morning, I might just get up and knock out 15. Just knock it out.
Better man than me. Good on you.
And the trails are largely empty early morning, and as long as the weather, I know if Saturday might be still in that rain window, I got to check the Dibbly Doppler.
Yeah, although the Hanukkah, those who partake in Hanukkah, they wait for Christmas to go do all the things that you can do out and about, like if ski lifts are open, all of that. So Kyle Shanahan did just speak to the media and had this really fun quote. I feel like we've got kind of a nerdy group. He called his team nerdy. But what he was basically saying is he was asked, when you've got to play on Thursday, how does your team sort of handle Victory Monday? Like usually you allow your team a little bit of rope to say, okay, go enjoy this one, and then we've got to get back to work. So did the guys go out? It was a home game. So did everybody kind of go celebrate on some level last night? He was like, our group went home.
Yeah.
We've got a nerdy group. They handle W's in a nerdy sort of a way.
And you have to with the short week. And by the way, this will be the last Thursday night football game of the year, and the 49ers are on the hook for the finale for the Thursday night game. But this one's big because if you can take out Tennessee, then you're in a spot where, not that you can ease off the gas against Houston, but you give yourself a little bit of a cushion, figuring you should be able to get by Houston, which, by the way, might set up a flex situation. Flex.
The reflex.
I was looking at the Week 18 slate because they only will flex a game into Sunday night if it's a game that has real meaning. And as you look at the schedule, there aren't that many good games in Week 18 in the National Football League, games that will have actual meaning.
Implication, sensation?
Yes, the Niners, if they beat Tennessee and if they beat the Texans, they'll be sitting at 10-6.
That was delayed, but it was accurate.
It still counts.
Yep.
And the Rams at 9-4, let's say the Rams go 2-1 over their next 3, they'd be 11-5. That game would have wild card implications. So that game might get flexed to Sunday night.
Well, you know what? I am looking at that schedule, and because that's an interesting thought. However, is there Sunday night football Week 18? Like, I'm looking at the schedule right now. They have. And
they leave it open.
January, they leave it open?
Yeah,
because right now nothing is scheduled for 5:20.
I'm going to leave the door open.
But there's got to be a game. They're not going to not have Sunday night football, right?
No, they won't have a Sunday night game if there's not a game that is worthy of the flexing. That's, I believe, what they started doing a few years ago.
But if there's a flexible, then, I mean, NBC, I don't know, like they've got to have a game, right? They got to have a game. Or do they do it then? Yeah, because I know everyone's got to play Sunday. They don't let anybody have extra days of rest.
Right.
But they will mess with the clock a little bit, right?
I think they only, and correct me if I'm wrong, 888-957-9570, I believe the only Sunday night game that they would have is if there was a game that had real playoff implications. They would flex that game in. And if you look at the schedule, Cowboys-Eagles, maybe, if the Eagles are still a factor. Packers-Lions, no.
Bengals-Browns?
That's a no.
What? No, why? Why not Bengals-Browns? Isn't that whole division I
guess you're right. If that division's still up for grabs, that might be one.
If the Browns win today, they're first in the division.
Well, as is everybody else. I mean, have you seen that division? The Bengals and Ravens are 8-6. The Browns and Steelers are 7-6. A half game separates. That's bananas.
And
that
Steelers
division
with that tie, that draw. That is.
All right, 7-6-1. Thank you.
Sticking in their craw, the draw.
A half game separates the whole division.
Yeah, so that might actually be the flex. You're right.
So maybe, no, it's on the table is all I'm saying. There's possible implications there. Looking for other games where both Pittsburgh plays Baltimore that night or that day as well. That absolutely could have some implications.
Yeah, to me, I think you want to have those two games at the same time. You don't want to have
two games at the same time.
You don't want to have Steelers-Ravens play out and have the Bengals and Browns then have the advantage of, okay, now we know that we don't need a win and we can play for the draw or whatever the machinations might be therein. Chiefs-Broncos is another one that's interesting.
Yeah, although the Broncos probably, especially now, and Teddy Bridgewater. By the way, quick update, Teddy, the news is pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Like he's resting comfortably. Yes, he's got a concussion, but it sounds like everything's going to be okay. If you watch that really scary moment with Teddy Bridgewater and they put him on the board and everything yesterday to come off the field, especially with what he's already been through in his career physically, it's like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me with this? But it sounds like, I'm sure it's tough. I know concussions are no joke, but I think the word today is as good as we could have hoped.
That's great.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we'll see what Denver's got cooking the rest of the way. That's an interesting division as well, but it looks like that's going to shape up. I feel like it's going to shape up to be, the Chiefs having clinched by then and the Chargers being involved in a wild card chase. I would expect the Broncos and the Raiders to be playing for orange slices on Week 18.
Possibly. You look at the AFC wild card now, and you've got 8-6, 8-6, 8-6.
I mean, they're just all over. Yeah, we're drunk with 8-6 teams in the AFC.
And then you got the 7-6 Browns, who would, as Spadoni mentioned, leap Cincinnati and Baltimore with the win over the Raiders. And the Raiders, if they win tonight, 7-7, their season is not dead just yet. So they're kind of in that weird must-win sort of territory right now.
Weird feeling about this game this afternoon.
I know.
Really
this
weird
afternoon.
feeling. I know, that's probably why it's a weird feeling.
Totally.
Monday afternoon football. Can we come up with a theme song for Monday afternoon football?
Might just be the Pick Your Battles theme song.
Yeah, I mean, just something. I mean, you can just play Strange Things Are Happening, maybe. You could play that, the Toy Story theme. This is a weird vibe. But I actually think that what Nick Mullins did on Monday night against the Raiders years ago is affecting this game. And maybe even affecting the way people look at it. But I don't know. The Browns got one player back. It's not Who would you say it was?
It was John Johnson, the safety.
John Johnson, a safety. There was a 48-hour delay so that John Johnson, a safety, could play in this game. Congrats. There were words at times where it was like, hey, this team's like, we're barely going to be able to field a team. Makes you feel like the Raiders are going to torch the Browns today. However, the number is holding steady, and it's actually moved in the Raider direction. The Browns are only a 2.5-point dog. If they truly aren't going to be able to field a real team tonight, that should be different. The Raiders have lost 5 of 6. They've not been good. I don't know how to read this one. And we know. We've got the muscle memory. Nick Mullins against the Raiders in a primetimer. Nick Mullins can go win you a football game. We know this.
Yeah. So you taking the 2.5? I mean, this to me is just a classic stay away kind of game.
Yeah.
It's like a haunted house game.
I'll probably parlay something just to make today fun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Me sitting around wrapping gifts. Kids are coming over. You hang out. 2 in the afternoon. They're done with school. Let's turn on the Browns and Raiders and make this
We're
fun.
for points. 40.5's the under right now.
40.5. That thing's come down.
What's the weather in Cleveland today? What do we got?
It's going to be in the 30s, but clear.
Balmy. Okay, perfect. That's football weather. I don't know. Yeah, do something to make this fun, but yeah, don't put little Bobby's gift on this one.
No.
Just stay safe out there, people, and stay thirsty, my friend.
You got 3 whopper spreads in college hoop. 3 of the top 4 teams in the country are on the court tonight, this afternoon.
Are you working through your Pick Your Battles picks right now, live on the air? You're just searching?
Baylor's given 34 and a hook. Purdue's given 38. And Gonzaga's laying 35. I might just take a triple chalk extravaganza.
Well, you also got the Northern California COVID Bowl with the Kings and Warriors playing tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. No Andrew Wiggins in this game. We know there's no Jordan Poole. There's going to be no De'Aaron Fox for the Sacramento Kings, who have been dealing with COVID issues of their own. The Warriors have wrapped up the 5-game trip back tonight, Chase Center. And the Kings tip it off at 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Warriors minus 12 and a hook.
12 and a half?
With no Andrew Wiggins and no Jordan Poole.
Steph's playing, though, right?
But we're sort of. Okay. But we're back to Curry! Doesn't this force you into, and even though I know Wiggins and at times Poole were on the team, but this forces you back into the vibe that you had last year, which is Steph's on the court, let's score. Steph's off the court, what the hell do we do? Like Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, that's who you get the ball when Steph sits. Who gets the ball? Who scores tonight when Steph's on the bench?
Bielitsa.
Oh, Nemanja.
And OPJ, Otto Porter Jr., he can score. Sure. Draymond's attacking the rim more than he has in recent seasons. And you mentioned him off the top, Jonathan Kuminga.
Ooh.
This might be a Kuminga-Moody showcase game.
Well, and he was interesting over the weekend. For those of you who maybe, watched the game for 3 minutes, Warriors lose by 19. I was actually running Christmas errands. I was in a Target parking lot in Daly City when I just popped up on my phone because I was like, gosh, it's the weekend. The game's in Canada. I don't know what is tip-off set for today? And I pulled up tip-off, and you know how now, because we've broken down barriers, now the spread is right there on the schedule.
Yeah.
And it goes Raptors -9, and I go, oh, Warriors decided to sit everybody. It doesn't matter what tip-off is. I might just keep running more errands at Target. But Kuminga scored 26 and went 4 for 6 from deep.
I love it.
That's if he offers that kind of inside-outside versatility combined with those hops, whoa.
Maybe onto something.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Look out.
And again, just 19 years old. So there's so much more maturation, sensation.
Yes, of course.
I had to wait
Thank you.
That still is going to take place. But the fact that he's showing an early wetter, that's exciting.
We can talk to Tim Roy about that more. He is going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. So that's still ahead. Your phone calls welcome at 888-957-9570. And by the way, did you miss it in your Christmas errand malaise over the weekend? Major Clay news over the weekend. We'll catch you up there also. Still ahead. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
One of the season's best gifts doesn't go under the tree. It comes out of the oven.
The only other one I think is close is Embiid. No, I'm sorry, Kevin Durant.
Who are you?
And then Giannis. And then you get to Jokic,
Nope.
and after that, nobody's really within earshot.
Yeah. I mean, even though the Warriors have fallen a half game out of the 1 seed, I do believe that Steph is going to highly likely to win that award. So more on the Warriors coming up. However, across the National Football League, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Get your head bob going, ladies and gentlemen, for the Browns and the Raiders. Monday afternoon football. The Browns, according to Ian Rappaport, will not have their head coach. Kevin Stefanski officially remains on the COVID-19 protocol list and will not coach in this game this afternoon. So the tote board remains at 1. What'd you say the guy's name was? Johnson? John
Johnson.
Jim? Somebody? A safety is going to play for the Browns. It's very, very exciting. The Raiders will also be without starting corner Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs, a rookie, COVID reserve list. He is out for this afternoon's game. And while we're on the NFL and COVID, how about your Los Angeles Chargers now facing a little bit of a what I'd call a mini outbreak, but 3 Chargers have been placed on the list, and this is significant for 2 different reasons. One of them is Corey Linsley. Okay. One of them is Joey Bosa, and Joey is part of an unvaccination sensation, so Joey is automatically out for this weekend's game, potentially out for the following game. And then the third player on the list, this is going to affect the fantasy playoffs potentially.
Don't say it.
My guy in the backfield, Mr. Austin Eckler, has been placed on the COVID reserve list. However, vaccinated.
Damn it.
So getting that on a Monday, probably about as good as you could hope in terms of his chances to be negative. You need those. By the way, did they switch it? Still need 2 negative tests 24 hours apart? Is that still the rule? I can't keep up with what they did. But he's still got a shot to play this weekend. But if you're in the fantasy playoffs and you got Eckler, you're already worried about his leg, and now you're worried about his health too.
Yeah, and that's just what happens in these fantasy football playoffs. I lost Jalen Waddle this past weekend because of the COVID-19 restrictions. TJ Hawkinson on the terrible Lions elected to have season-ending surgery.
Well,
so
why
he goes out. You know, you lose all these players. It comes down to depth in your fantasy football teams. You either have it or you don't.
If you were on the Lions, wouldn't you be like, I'd rather have surgery than play these games?
Well, then the Lions come out and win without it. Right. So what does that tell you about?
Maybe he was the problem.
Maybe. I mean, they've been terrible, but and that just speaks to the NFL this year, Mark, where, okay, you figured Detroit might play a good game against Arizona, keep it close, whatever, but they went out and they smashed Arizona.
Yeah, that one was about as surprising of an NFL result as I've seen all year. Not just the final score, but if you caught any of that game, like I actually watched a little bit of it. I mean, Detroit beat them in every phase of the game. This was a trenches game. They've got a running back. DeAndre Swift is out. Who is this kid they found last week? Craig Reynolds.
From Kutztown College.
Didn't Craig Reynolds, I mean, I feel like didn't Craig Reynolds used to play third base for the Astros in like the 90s or something like that? Is there another Craig Reynolds?
No, he was the lead actor in Smokey and the Bandit.
Got it.
Craig
Okay.
Reynolds.
That's the same thing. So anyway, they found this guy.
He was the guy in Deadpool, Craig Reynolds.
Well, I'm sure he was probably about 17 different guys. Pretty popular name. Deadpool. Still looking for my first season 1 coming up at my next binge watching opportunity.
It's a movie, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, point is, it was just the Falcons. It was just the Falcons. It's not. Thank you. Anyway, they beat them in every phase of the game. Like you turn that. You're like, what is happening right now? I thought the Cardinals were good. I thought Detroit was bad. If you came down from space and landed in Detroit at Ford Field and watched that game, you'd think that the Lions were a playoff team. It was a really weird game to watch. So speaking of some of those things that were weird, and now becoming trends. We spoke last week about gambling taking over not just fandom, but coaching. You got to go for it on fourth down. We talked about this Friday after what the Chargers did, and very easy to look back on it and say the Chargers lost that game against the Chiefs because they went for it on fourth down instead of kicking field goals where they would have won. Well, how about what John Harbaugh is now doing with the Ravens, an 8-6 football team that has now lost twice because they score a would-be game-tying touchdown in the final minute of the game, and instead of kicking the extra point to continue playing, they go for two. And they are 0 for 2 in that situation and lost to the Packers 31-30 yesterday because of it.
And that's the thing that really sticks with me is whatever happened to playing for the tie and playing for overtime. I mean, maybe you don't want to be in overtime so badly that you're willing to win or lose a game based on 1 2-point conversion. And that must be what John Harbaugh was thinking, is trying to avoid the extra taxation sensation of an overtime period and what it would do to the football team. But you came up short again, and you handed Kansas City a win.
This team was 8-3 3 weeks ago. Then they lost to the Steelers by 1. They lost to the Browns by 2, and they lost to the Packers by 1. A total of 4-point differential. They go from 8-3 to 8-6.
Number 4.
And obviously lost Lamar Jackson for about 1 2/3 of these 3 games. They didn't have him for part of what was going on at Cleveland last week. They did not have him at all against Green Bay. But they lost 2 of these games because they went for 2 at the end. And there's a stigma that's been created, don't you think? It now appears if you score late or if it's fourth down inside the 5. We watched this happen to the Falcons yesterday. Maybe this is dumb because they ended up losing. What's 31 minus 13? What is that? 18.
18, yeah.
Right. So maybe this is dumb because you lost by 18. But if I'm the Falcons on that opening, you get the fumble. I'm not walking out of there without points. Come on, give me a little Young Wei Koo. He's got the best name in sports. Happens to be my fantasy kicker. Put the biscuit in the basket and get your butt back over to the sideline, up 3-0.
But the analytics, Mark, the numbers tell you that when you go for it, even if you fail, the likelihood over time is that you'll get it often enough to where it's going to be more worth it to go for it every time than it is to settle for 3. But what the analytics don't tell you, and we saw this in the Charger game against Kansas City on Thursday, is there's a human element of it. When you as an offense go out there and you try like heck to score, you don't score, and then you fail on fourth down, that has a negative effect on you as a human being that doesn't show up in the box score and it doesn't show up on the spreadsheet. And this is where I have a problem with the analytics, because the numbers tell you one thing, fine. Like in the NBA, 3 is greater than 2. If you shoot 30% on 3s, it's the same. At 33%, it's the same as shooting 50% on 2s. That's fine, but when you watch a guy who is a poor shooter continually hoisting and breaking 3s, that has an effect on you psychologically that doesn't show up in the analytics.
I'm an analytics supporter almost across the board. However, to sort of extend even what you're saying, this is what I wonder. At times this comes down to self-assessment, does it not? We can't just simply say, oh, the analytics say on 4th and 1 that you should go for it. You should go for it on 4th and 1. Well, hold on a second. Who are we as a team? Are we a good offense? Are we a bad offense? Are we good at running the ball? Are we not good at running the ball? Does our quarterback have mobility? Are we at home? Are we on the road? What's that? Is Aaron Donald on the other defense? Or hell, DJ Jones practically looks like Aaron Donald right now, the way he's playing. I looked at that yesterday, and the Falcons are like, we're going for it on fourth down. I'm like, they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. You could just feel it. You could feel it in the building. Everybody's reported that Levi's was as loud as it's been in a while yesterday. Kind of a gritty winter crowd, starting to smell the playoffs a little bit. I knew they weren't going to get it. And so in that situation, You're Matt Ryan. You do not have a very good running back in Atlanta. I know Cordero's been fantastic for your fantasy teams, but he's been a running back for, 9 weeks since he really became like a true running back. I don't get it. I thought that's a good analytic play, but not for you. Is there a way to quantify that?
There is, but a lot of times in these moments, they don't think of it in those terms. And that's where San Diego, Coach Staley, they believe with Justin Herbert, the analytics favor us because we have one of the best 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the league, wherever you want to rank him. We have an offense that should be able to get this done. And, well, you tried 3 times and you failed 3 times, but darn it, we're going to do it again because we have faith in our offense. When you look at Baltimore last night, you threw to a guy who had a dominating game in Mark Andrews, crushing my fantasy football dream single-handedly.
Yeah, I was going against him too.
So you like the matchup, and you figure if we can't get 2 yards in this spot, then what are we doing?
Right, but my quarterback is Huntley. He's never played before. By the way, I watched that whole thing live. The game broadcast gave that Green Bay defender credit 15 times for rushing over to Mark Andrews and getting a fingertip on the ball. The ball was 5 yards off. If that guy doesn't touch the ball, it still comes nowhere near Mark Andrews. He threw it directly at a different defender. Like, if I'm John Harbaugh, I've got a backup quarterback in there. I'm at home. I've got momentum. I've rallied back. Kick the one. I know you're going against Aaron Rodgers in overtime, but gosh, I don't know. Rolling out my backup quarterback for one play from the 2-yard line, that just did not. You can't tell me that if you spotlight those things, those idiosyncrasies, that the likelihood is high. That feels like a less than 50-50 proposition.
Absolutely, especially when you've got, just the single greatest kicker in the history of the National Football League. But I think it's more fear of OT than it was, I think this play is going to absolutely work. You want to settle it then and there. Although I thought the old adage was you play for the tie at home, you go for the win on the road. They seem to have gotten that one backwards yesterday.
The old adage is gone. Now
Take that for data.
I think there's a stigma. It's like you're a wimp. Your fan base now, we start thinking about it before it even happens. Do we not? We start thinking, boy, if they score here, are they going to go for 2? Oh, they might go for 2, or are they going to go for? We start thinking about it when they're at the 20-yard line, or like I said, these kickers. Once you go inside the 5-yard line, if you're a kicker, go take a restroom break. You're not allowed to bring a kicker out for a chip shot field goal anymore. Your fan base would be like, "Oh my gosh, you wimp! I can't believe." You have to. It's almost like you're telling your team, "I don't believe in you if you don't go for it on 4th and short now."
And I don't subscribe to that, and it's just something that I have to get over, the analytics of it, because more and more, you're right, more and more teams are going for it more often than ever. And, 4th down is one thing, and, you're at the 8-yard line, 4th and goal, fine, you may kick it. But if you're 4th and 1 at the 8-yard line, you're going to try to get that first down and try to keep the drive going.
All right, it's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience. To address all of your BMW needs, visit BMWFairfield.com today. To book your visit, that's BMWFairfield.com. Tim Roy in 10 minutes, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. The 49ers are winners in dominant fashion, 31-13. And when you see what happens with the Bucs at the top of the board, you see what happens with the Cardinals at the top of the board. The Packers have been giving up 30 points a game for the last 4 weeks, and Dallas kind of like grinds out victories. Their defense is interesting, but Dak Prescott does not look dynamic. Their offense does not look dynamic at all. When you see all that, where do you sit right now with regard to the 49ers' chances to make noise in January?
I like it. I think that they're getting louder and louder. And I talked about this last week when we had this very discussion about, where are you? Are you in? Are you probable? Are you questionable? Are you doubtful? And all that. I think that they're more probable now than ever because of the way that they're going about it. You can run the football, and we always talk about when December and January come, especially in the playoffs, where defenders are allowed to be more physical with receivers. The referees tend to keep the yellow hanky in their pocket more often. So this 49er team, you think about their ability to run the ball, that's a box that they should be able to check in January. The defensive front, Arden Key is having a great season. Take aside I thought it was a little bit of a chicken scratch penalty that he got yesterday. I don't like to rip the refs. That was a bad break on the roughing the passer that kept the drive alive, but he's been good. Eric Armstead's been solid. The defensive front has been better over the last month or two than they were earlier in the year. So that box gets checked to me. You have a quarterback who's been there before. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl as a backup.
Yep.
But we can never take that away from Jimmy Garoppolo. He's got a ring. And I think the things that trouble you about the 49ers, number one, the secondary, the defensive secondary, they can offset that in the way that they play. Keep the ball, run the ball, protect your defense by keeping them off the field.
Well, you want to know what the NFL and the public perception is of the 49ers after this game? Because you can blow it off and say, it was the Falcons. You just raised my eyebrows during our last break when you told me what the spread was Thursday night on the road at first place Tennessee. Would you like to go ahead and unveil that to the audience?
Niners are favored, Mark. Niners are favored by 3.5.
By more than a field goal.
At Tennessee.
That's crazy.
San Francisco minus 3.5. Tennessee getting the 3.5. Over under a 44.5 on a short week in Nashville.
I'll tell you why, actually. The more I thought about this, once you told me that, because your first thought, and I feel like we've been doing this for 4 weeks. The Niner spread comes out, and we're like, like we turned into Scooby-Doo. We're like, wait a minute. Remember, you didn't like when they were favored at Cincinnati. You didn't like it.
No.
You didn't like it. And they did. I mean, they got a little lucky to cover that day, but they won. And this feels big. Tennessee, if they win that game yesterday, they're still in conversation to be the 1 seed in the AFC. And now all of a sudden on a short week on the road, the 49ers are favored by more than a field goal. But I thought about it. It's okay. What's the 49ers' weakest point right now?
The secondary.
Okay. What's the Titans' weakest point right now?
The receivers.
They got no A.J. Brown. They got no Julio Jones. You probably haven't even heard of who they are going to be throwing the ball to. And Tannehill's been on a pretty weak 5-week run. Like, he does not look good. He's containable. He has okay legs, but he's containable. We know there's no Derrick Henry. They've got some decent backups. Deontay Foreman's not bad. But when you look at the matchup of what the 49ers struggle with, it feels like the Titans do not have what a team needs to offer to really take advantage of the 49ers' problem. Maybe that's why Russell Wilson was the last team to beat the 49ers, because he's got DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. If the Vikings move the ball well at times. They've got Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. If you've got a problem in the receiving core, the 49ers have a problem with you. But if you don't, if you have receivers that we can just keep in front of you, if you're looking at this, then I don't know. I think that this is a matchup. Nick Bosa against Ryan Tannehill feels like a real problem for Tennessee.
I think you're right from that standpoint, and no Derrick Henry, so you're not going to allow Tennessee to do to the Niners what the Niners will probably look to do to Tennessee: ball control, pound the rock, etc. So I think that when you look at it on a short week, and the 49ers, by the way, came out of yesterday pretty healthy. Jennifer Lee Chan joined us and gave us the breakdown, and you go in there in a lot better shape than Tennessee does.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We talk so much about the 49ers' health through the years and how it's always seemingly a problem. Right now, I mean, especially you watch what Tampa Bay is going through right now. You look at Baltimore trying to find their way in without their QB. You look at what's happening with the postponement of these games, and Nick Mullins is going to start for the Browns. Who's Washington starting, by the way? Do we have an update on their quarterback? Garrett Gilbert is starting. Which, by the way, one note that's fun, Matty Mayoko just sent this out, that the Saints winning last night dropped the 49ers playoff odds, even though the 49ers won. Playoff odds went from 88% to 80% because the Saints got to 7-7. Now, the interesting thing is the Saints and 49ers can absolutely both go to the playoffs. The 49ers would need someone else to also pass them, and the most dangerous team, being now that the 49ers have tiebreakers over Minnesota, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. The only dangerous team is Washington. And they're playing with Garrett Gilbert tomorrow. So are they? I mean, he is. But are they? Like 80%. I got the 49ers playoff odds at 100%.
That's it, huh?
Hundo. They're in. Let's go. Print the tickets.
They'd have to lose out and have an assortment of other things happen for them to miss out. I'm not quite going to 100, but I like their chances.
All right, 99.8 is what I'll say. Okay, what did Kuminga look like? And maybe even the bigger question, who scores tonight for the Dubs when Steph Curry is on the bench? Our friend Tim Roy, voice of the Dubs, ready for the call tonight against the Sacramento Kings, joins us next. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ball control and ball security.
Ho, ho, ho! It's a merry Monday on 95.7 The Game. Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is the 1 seed. I'm saying this is a 1 seed.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Just like the Packers. I'm not saying it can't be beat.
Jack Frost nipping at your nose.
But this is the 1 seed.
Stay the hell away from me, Frost.
Yuletide carols.
Scott Frost?
Being sung by a choir. And folks dressed up like Eskimos.
We can't use the phrase "stay the hell away from me" when Tim Roy comes on because it's a true visitation sensation.
Cash it.
And here he is right now, the voice of the Dubs, with your latest report on what the future will look like because Jonathan Kuminga, that was pretty interesting over the weekend. I know it was sort of packaged in a, hey, we're just going to punt on this game sort of a way, but Tim, happy holidays. Thanks for coming on. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. I thought it was really interesting to watch him and to see how relaxed he was in a game where he knew he wasn't going to get pulled out, right away. And, it was clear that, if he wasn't the best athlete on the floor, he was the second best athlete on the floor. So, I was really intrigued by that. I'm curious to see how much confidence that will translate to.
And it should be on display tonight as Jordan Poole out, Andrew Wiggins out with the COVID-19 health and safety protocols. Would you expect that he's going to continue to get more minutes, at least in the short term?
Yeah, I think in the short term it makes a lot of sense because then you can keep the guys who come off the bench in their role coming off the bench, and so I would fully expect maybe him to start tonight. I mean, I have no inside knowledge on this, but it kind of makes sense if you look at your rotation to keep everybody the same and just move Jonathan up into that starting unit, let him play with it. Draymond and Steph might get some easy looks that way, and I think it's going to be curious to see how many minutes he does get in the next few weeks.
This is interesting with Wiggins out, Tim, because as we know, we've sort of been able to this year move away from the whole, gosh, what do they do when Steph is out? Who's going to score? Because Wiggins and Poole can handle that, but neither of them tonight. So I'll ask you, how do they score when Steph sits?
Well, I was curious. I was working on some of the numbers in the flight back yesterday, and the Warriors have slowed down a little bit. They're not playing as fast. They have scoring has gone a little bit down. Their shooting's gone a little bit down. I think it's because they're playing a little bit slower. I would expect them to get the ball out and go, trying to get as many easy buckets as they can, because that's one way you can get points without having to struggle in a half court. So I think you'll see the Warriors trying to push the ball a little bit more. I think you'll see guys be a little bit more aggressive. I think Otto Porter, Bielitsa, I think those guys are going to be counted upon to take some more shots tonight. So, but I really think if they get out and run, that could solve some of that problem right away by getting easy buckets.
Draymond Green has been a lot more aggressive offensively this year. Has it been a concerted effort by Draymond, or is it just the game kind of coming to him and him taking more advantage of that?
Well, there's no doubt that he is more aggressive. I think he wanted to be more aggressive. He's attacking the basket. Last I checked, he was in the top 10 percentage-wise in terms of layups. And you're thinking, okay, layups. But, layup a lot of times means you have a big guy flying at you and you're going to try to get it up and over him to score. So it tells me that he's looking to make sure the defense has to honor him. I think when he stays out on the perimeter sometimes, the defense can slough off of him and make him a non-factor. But when he drives and gets to the rim, then the defense has to collapse on him. Then he's got a choice. He can either score or play make, and we know he can play make. So I think it really opens the floor up a lot for Golden State when he does that.
Tim, certainly don't want to let you go without getting a Clay thought. We've now got enough news to know that it appears it'll be after the new year when we see Klay Thompson. But now that we have that information, what do you think the team build up to that moment will be like? And in the immediate, what will his role be when he plays?
Wouldn't it be cool if you had like a boat parade, Klay coming over in his boat up to the dock at Chase Center? I think that'd be pretty cool. I think Clay's going to fit in just like Clay used to fit in. I think, you don't know exactly what a player's going to look like when they come back from injury until you actually see them in a game situation. But knowing Clay, he's going to be Clay. He's going to, he's going to hunt shots. He's going to try to defend, and he's going to be out there to try to take some of the pressure off Steph Curry. So I think Clay will. I think the great thing about this year for Clay is they can do this. They can take their time and make sure that they've got everything lined up correctly for him mentally and physically, so he can get out there and beat Clay. This kind of start gives you that cushion, and so there's no pressure on hurrying him back. So when I see him hit the floor, I fully expect to see Klay Thompson.
Tim, was there any backlash from the league about the Warriors taking so many of their key players and choosing not to go to Canada, or is it because of this COVID-19 season and the situation we're faced with that the league kind of just gave them a pass for that?
Yeah, I think they understand what the situation was, and I think they are trying to address the situation now. We're seeing a lot of players get signed as like COVID relief players now, and so I think the Warriors not playing those guys in Canada was the least of the league's worries right now. Everybody's just got to kind of buckle up and try to get through this as best you can with hopefully a minimum of games postponed. And hopefully when the new year comes, maybe we'll be on the other side of this current outbreak.
Tim, great to have you. Have a great call tonight. We'll be listening. Thank you so much, my friend.
All right, guys, always a pleasure. Dibs, the Niners are in. They're in.
They're in, right?
Okay. All right,
they're
Tim. That's don't want to jinx them, but if Tim Roy says they're in, then I'm not going to worry about it, Tim.
That's good. If you have more things to worry about, like what you're going to buy me for Christmas.
Already done. I'm just hoping that if you get me something back, it won't feel like a reciprocation sensation.
No, it'll be something that will enlighten you. It'll be an education sensation.
Oh, he's just so good.
I mean, that was my favorite 5 seconds of this show. The last 5 seconds. Tim, awesome, man. Thank you.
See you guys. Happy holidays.
All right, you too. There goes Tim Roy. He's the voice of the Dubs. You know that. You'll hear him tonight on 95.7 The Game. It's the Warriors and the Kings. You just spotlighted the worst thing that happens over the holidays. I can't stand it. When somebody that you didn't think coming gave you a gift and you're like, oh, I'm flat-footed.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what I've taken to doing? You're cruising around doing stuff on December 16th, and you see something that's sort of a catch-all, like, give me 4 of those, and just put them in the trunk of your car. Just put them in the trunk of your car. Be ready. Be ready. When that person surprises you, you'd be like, well, here's what I got you, and you just pull that sucker right out of the trunk. There. I thought of you, too. I love you, too. It's okay.
Yeah.
I was ready for your gift with one of my own.
I go a different route with that. And by the way, the guy who does that is a producer here at the station. He produces the morning roast. His name is John Curley.
Yep.
Last year, or might have been the year before with this pandemic, who knows anymore. But it was, hey, as a show, like our show, we're not exchanging gifts. I'm not getting you anything.
We're not?
If you got me something, and this is my approach to all of it, I don't want it. It's the thought that counts.
Really?
Thank you for the thought. Whatever it is that you...
I'm totally bringing you something now.
Don't get me anything. I won't accept it.
I don't want it. No, but I
will
also...
steadfastly refuse it.
Can we look at this from a different angle? If I give you something, I'm not looking for something back. I'm not looking for something back. Maybe I just want to give.
Maybe I don't want to receive.
And that's fine. That's totally fine.
It's really not fine.
No, but I'm not even talking just to you. Like, can we break down this barrier? Just because you give does not mean that you're expecting to get back. People do this with Christmas cards. You get a Christmas card from somebody you did. Like, I know people that are like, I'm going to put 25 extras in the closet so that when we receive the card from the person that we didn't send to or we didn't have their address, now boom. And you get that card 2 days later, you get the one that you just sent. It's like I wasn't trying to get a Christmas card back from you. I was just saying hi.
Right, but it doesn't work that way.
Why?
Because it's society. Now I'm going to owe you. Now put the Christmas card aside because you asked me for my address about 4 days ago.
You're going to get one.
And
You're going to get it.
That's fine.
And I don't want anything in return.
You're not getting anything. The Christmas card to me is a separate conversation.
I want donuts. I want donuts on Thursday. You and Spadone are sitting in last place. It's far from over. I just want my donut on Thursday.
You're going to have your donut.
Okay?
We're getting donuts on Thursday,
That's
and
all
that's
I
fine.
want.
You're going to send me a Christmas card, which is great. It's lovely. I look forward to seeing your wonderful children.
Thank you.
On a 4x6 piece of paper. Nothing warms my cockles more
That's
than
right.
that. But don't expect to get a Christmas card back because I'm not doing Christmas cards.
And that's fine. That's fine. As a man, I've been told it's actually a little rare that I do what I do and send Christmas cards
I used
to people.
be the one who spearheaded the effort.
Yeah, like it was important to me. The dog is on the back, by the way. You haven't seen. Do you know what Penny looks like?
No, and if I say that I could care less, I could not care less. That's going to be hurtful to you.
I could not care less.
But that's because you haven't seen her. She's a beautiful dog.
That's great.
Oh, she's a beautiful shepherd mix.
She's a home dog right now. I'm a cat man. Spadoni knows this.
We need more dogs.
Shout out the goat, Cliff.
We need more dogs. We get the Browns. The Browns are the dogs, and they're a dog. The dogs are a dog. In 3 hours, we've got a dog that's a dog.
The thing about the unsolicited Christmas present, now the card is totally separate. If you send me a card, fine. Not everybody does cards.
Yeah, I don't care if I get something back.
Like we as a show. We as a show. I can't help it every time now.
Obviously, as a bunch of men, we're not planning on just getting each other presents.
No.
But if one of us does, then the whole room will be very uncomfortable.
Completely uncomfortable because the feeling of now I, quote, owe you. Now I got to get you a present. It's not, again, I don't feel this way. It's society.
I know, but just break down
Trust me,
barriers.
I don't owe you anything. I've been carrying you for 12 weeks now. Damn right I don't owe you anything. What's wrong with you, new guy? You think this transition's been seamless because of your professionalism?
Now I'm totally getting you something. Oh, you are going to get a box of chocolates and you're going to eat it. You're going to eat it. That's what you're going to do.
I don't want anything from anybody. Memo to all the people out there. My kids have it dialed. My kids, Dad, I didn't get you anything because I know there's nothing that you want.
This is the work. By the way, just can I quickly, and then we'll give you a 49er injury. There's an injury update here that we'll give you. But the worst question that I get, birthday or holiday, is when your children, my kids are 14, 12, and 7, when your children look at you, hey, Dad, what do you want for Christmas? Oh, my gosh, it's the worst. It's the worst question because they don't want, they know, I always say the same thing. I want a hug. That's what I want. And they get so mad because they're like, no, Dad, you do a lot for us. Like, we want it, and I'm like, you don't have any money that I don't give you. So just don't, you're so cute. You're adorable, but I don't want anything. I just want you to be happy when you open what I got for you like that. I don't want anything else. But they get really upset. I hate that question. I don't want anything.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, my kids are in a
You're
situation
getting a box of
where
chocolates.
they've got their own money now. So if they were to get me something, I know it would come from their own personal coffers.
When they turn 21, I'm going to say new car. That's what I want. I want a new car. Put a bow on it, and I want it in the driveway at 9 a.m. on December 25th.
My son just bought himself a car, so I don't know if he's got enough Skrilla to buy the old man a car.
How about that?
Kid works. Major. Kid works.
If you don't buy me a car, then here's my gift. You don't buy you one either. How about that?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
All right. Kyle Shanahan says Elijah Mitchell and Azeez Al-Shaair, as far as their availability Thursday night, Don't know yet. It is. They are going to be questionable. Game time. Game. Sounding like trending that way. I mean, it's impossible to tell. This Thursday night thing, when you've got players who are sort of questionable, there's zero time to get them healthy. You can't tell even what the practice week looks like. These are two huge players, although, man, Wilson yesterday made you kind of not miss Eli for a day, didn't he? Looked fine.
Yes,
Looked great.
and Eli has made you not miss Trey Sermon, and Eli also made it so you didn't really miss Raheem. And it's what I've been saying all along about the Shanahan style. It doesn't really matter who or whom is the ball carrier. What matters is the guys up front and the scheme and the play calling. So if Eli Mitchell can't go on Thursday, that's fine. Rest up for the next game because Jeff Wilson Jr. is showing you that he has his legs under him and he looks fresh and he looks ready to roll. And you've got Deebo Samuel as your primary running back anyway. So the Alshire injury hurts to me a little bit more than the Mitchell does right now.
I agree with you completely on that. By the way, how much of the importance of Thursday night hinges on tomorrow night's Rams-Seahawks game? You remember you made the comment over the weekend that it all starts, the 49ers' ability to catch the Rams all starts with the Seahawks-Rams game. If the Rams win tomorrow night over the Seahawks, I've even heard some people with the health issues facing the 49ers almost say, like, you can handle the Tennessee game a little bit, not all the way, but a little bit the way the Warriors handled Toronto over the weekend. Like because you now have all these tiebreakers. Thursday night's game, it's big, they're all big, but it's not imperative. It's not a must for the 49ers to have this one.
It's really not. And you have a cushion, and you've got tiebreakers that go your way, and you've got the Texans coming up. You do want to make hay while the sun shines, to quote an old farm expression, meaning you beat Tennessee on Thursday. Now you've got a real cushion that you're looking at. Now you've got a week and a half off. You've got Christmas. You've got no game until 2022. You can let everything else play out. Then you face the Texans, and you're probably going to be 9-point, 10-point favorites at home against a Houston team.
Yeah, depends. Depends on what these two teams do this week. But yeah,
it
it's going to be big.
Depending on what the Rams do.
North of a touchdown.
But you're in a spot where maybe that Ram game won't matter. So you can think about resting guys down the road. I think right now you're going all your eggs in to try to get this win because then you might be closer to 100% playoff chance.
I got a great Shanahan quote that's perfect coach speak, and I would kill to hear you say this quote.
Yeah, no.
Listen to this. This is so great. I love it. I've learned to just love coach speak now. Like, in Belichick. I mean, yeah.
Which question is it? Because I'm looking at the transcript right here.
His quote talking about Alshire and Eli Mitchell. Do you have that one about holding out hope that they'll be ready to go? You want to read that one for me?
Sure. Why don't you ask me the question?
All right. So what is the health status for Thursday of Azeez Alshire and Eli Mitchell, Coach?
No, I mean we're holding out hope that they'll be ready to go, and I know it's a short turnaround there. They obviously weren't ready to go yesterday, but I mean we're not going to have any full practices this week. But if they can go, we'll definitely let them go, and we'll have to probably take it all the way up to kickoff.
All right, so we're holding out hope that they'll be ready to go, and we don't know if they're going to be ready to go. But if they are ready to go, then they'll be ready to go, and if they're not ready to go, then they won't be ready to go.
And they obviously weren't ready to go yesterday. But I mean, we weren't going to have any full practices this week. And without any full practices, we can't determine whether or not they'll be ready to go. So if they're not ready to go, then they won't go. But if they are ready to go, then come Thursday when it's time to go, then they'll go.
By the way,
what's going on here?
Following up on Hufanga, also, we are holding out hope for Hufanga. Quote, we're holding out hope for him. And so we're holding out hope for him, and if he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go, and if he's not ready to go, then he's not going to be ready to go.
Yeah, and I think it was E40 who had a song, "Tell Me When to Go," and so tell me when they're good to go, and if they're ready to go, then I'll tell you when to go. Ghost ride the whip and shake them dreads, etc.
Or we could just let it go. We could let it go, and we could all
Adina Menzel.
We could
Adele
Dazeem.
Well, the cold never bothered me anyway. Let it go. Let it go.
My favorite.
And I was asking John Lynch if he wanted to build a snowman.
It's one thing. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I mean, we're broadcasters, so mispronunciations of names, this is like near and dear to our heart. Like we do this.
What is it when we
do this?
When we mispronounce things all the time?
Well, it's a mispronunciation sensation.
I'll take that one.
However, that was my favorite one ever because that wasn't a mispronunciation. It'd be like if I was like, gosh, is it Dan Dibley or is it Dan Dibley? Let's just call him Dave Dubas. I mean, he just like that had Adele Dazeem has nothing to do with Idina Menzel. It's not.
This is Travolta, right? Was it the Grammys or the Oscars?
Whatever it was. When she was about to perform live, it's like, I give you Adele Dazeem. And everyone's like, oh, wait, what?
It's the intro to it. He's like, the wickedly talented
Yes,
one and only.
The wickedly talented.
Dazeem.
And
He was
also,
so hammered.
And mythical Adele Dazeem. Yeah, she's just like, what's his name, the little snowman in that movie? What's his name?
Olaf.
Thank you. It's just like Olaf. Doesn't actually exist, John.
Whoa. Spoiler alert.
Sorry, kids.
Man.
Don't worry. Santa Claus is coming to town. Please. Everything is fine.
You're right, though, about the Nat King Cole, the chestnuts.
It's the one seed.
It has to be.
I mean, it's literally called the Christmas song. That's its name. You have to be the one seed if you call it the Christmas song. They couldn't even come up with a different name. They're just like, what's that one? I don't know. It's the Christmas song. You know the one we're talking about, the Christmas song. Let's just call it that. It's the one seed.
It's pretty cash money. It's like one shining moment to March Madness.
Like Mariah Carey and Bublé and Johnny Mathis and Last Christmas and Do They Know It's Christmas? You can all scramble for the other 3 1 seeds. That's the one seed. That's the one who's playing the play-in winner. Okay?
That's Bama.
Right. All right.
Please welcome the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem.
That's a good find.
The one and only is exactly right.
The wickedly talented. Nobody's right about that. That's so good.
The only Adele Dazeem in the history of the world, the one that exists in my weird drunk brain. All right. Lazy Dog Restaurant and Bar bringing back its very popular DIY gingerbread house kit for a 3rd season to benefit Habitat for Humanity, where 100% of net proceeds of sales are going to go to support them. So please, we really encourage you to do this because not only will this be fun for your family and the kids, but this is going to a great, great cause. Every gingerbread house purchased at a Lazy Dog restaurant will help families in need of a decent place to live in communities across the U.S. Habitat strives to help others build strength, stability, and self-reliance through shelter. The Gingerbread House Kit is available now until December 31st, just $6.95, and it can be found at all Lazy Dog locations for takeout and delivery while supplies last. Or
be a dog.
You can order it at lazydogrestaurants.com. Got some real interesting dogs coming up tonight. They may make an appearance in Pick Your Battles. You might make an appearance at 888-957-9570. And the Warriors are done with their road trip, and they're back at Chase tonight with the Kings. Tip-off set at 7 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. Last night, in their first game back after COVID postponed 2 games, the Bulls beat the Lakers. But for the first time this year, they won the game but didn't cover. Yep, for the first 27 games this season, whenever the Bulls won, they also won against the number. In every game they lost, they also lost against the number. Up until last night, Chicago was the only team this year that had not middled it. Tonight, the Bulls host the Rockets.
At Lowe's Winterfest, find the gifts to make more holiday. Like savings on select appliance special values, plus free local delivery over $396. Or save $60 on a DeWalt 20-volt Max brushless drill kit. Was $159, now $99. Make your season twice as nice, twice as merry at Lowe's. Home to any budget.
I guess I'm a la carted out on, okay, you got to have this service to watch this. You got to have that service to watch that. You got to have this. You got to pay for that. I'm good. Enough is enough, Mark. There's so much sporting content. Like Saturday morning, I woke up, you usual wake up about 7. You throw on the sports. You got Premier League soccer. Then it gets to be about 8 or 9 to the first bowl game. Shout out Deion Sanders and the choke artists that is Jackson State. That was a loss for me in Pick Your Battles. But my point being, there's so much content out there already that do I really need to go into my wallet to pull out $49.95 to watch a former running back
Well,
try to
that's the
get
thing.
punched by a former point guard. I'm good.
Yeah,
Coach.
you can't ask me to pay for stuff when athletes are moonlighting in different sports. I feel like that's just, I don't know. There's something a little bit weird about that. I'll tell you what I thought did work really well and was completely free to consume over the weekend. Tiger and his son coming in second place. That was, and by the way, lost to the Dailies. I didn't even know that. Did you know that John Daly had an amazing golf son?
Oh,
I didn't know this. That one missed me somehow.
And spoiler alert, he hits the crap out of the ball.
Wow,
just like the old man.
Spoiler alert, Tiger's son is also a robotic tactician on the golf course. Did you see, not only does he have the club twirl down perfectly, he also got completely ticked at a shot that was about 5 yards off. Like a long par 3, and he hit it to about 15 feet, and the crowd was like, "Great job, Charlie." And he's like, "Thanks." Like, he was not happy. He's like, "I don't understand why this thing was 4 yards to the right. I did everything perfectly." So funny. But really, I mean, there's a lot of feels that goes on with that.
Yeah.
Starting with just Tiger walking around in the outdoors with a smile on his face.
Yes, in a golf cart, by the way.
No, that's fine.
And it's fine.
It is.
No, it's great. And, the accident happened last February, so it's been 10 months. And the fact that he's able to just go out and play is maybe a miracle is too strong, but it's impressive.
Oof.
And it's great. And he said that it's not ever going to be a time when he returns to the tour full time, but he can pick and pop some events. So I look forward to next year and seeing what event he might want to partake in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got all that out there. We've got football coming up here in about 2.5 hours as we start the COVID Bowl between the Browns and the Raiders, followed by the Eagles and Washington. And I hadn't thought about it that way, but for these 49ers who now sit there seemingly all set for the playoffs at 8-6, and who knows what's still out there for them as a lot of the teams ahead of them start to leak oil. But tomorrow night's Eagles-Washington game maybe becomes even more significant for the 49ers than the Seahawks-Rams game. We're thinking about rooting for the Seahawks, and if the Rams lose, the 49ers might have an avenue to up their seed. But it's Washington. If the Eagles beat Washington tomorrow, and Washington is starting Garrett Gilbert, if the Eagles beat Washington, I mean, the 49ers, for all intents and purposes, are in, right? I mean, they're in. They're already all right. But, I mean, Washington is the only team that can cause them a real problem because there's no tiebreaker there.
Yeah, but, again, you'd have to get into a situation where you fall into a tie with Washington, which would probably be at 9-8. If you get to 9-8 and you're still behind the Rams, and you'd be behind another team as well, tied for 7th at 9-8 with Washington, then maybe they can make some noise. But as it sits now, New Orleans at 7-7, you've got a game on the Saints, and the Niners, if they lose 3 straight and they get to 8-9, then you're in some trouble. But short of that, and that
even still, they might, because Minnesota 6-7. Philadelphia, 6-7. Tiebreaker. Atlanta, 6-8. Got a tiebreaker. Washington, 6-7. If they lose tomorrow and go to 6-8, then, I mean, the 49ers might not even need to win another game. But they've got a game against Houston at home in less than 2 weeks. And if they win that, they're in. They're in. So, so tomorrow night you become big Eagles fans. And the 49er playoff situation seems highly, highly likely. I think the question now starts to become, when you look at the Packers, Cowboys, Bucks, Cardinals, and Rams, the 5 teams ahead of them, how are we feeling about the 49ers' opportunity to make those games? It's daunting to me to say, okay, could they win 3 road games in a row? I still don't feel like that. But if you spotlight each one of them as an individual, man, I absolutely give the 49ers a chance in any of them.
Absolutely. And if you think about it in terms of, if the season ended today and you had to take on the 3 seed, and let's just call it Dallas for the sake of argument, you're not going to be more than probably 3.5 point dogs, 4 point dogs at Dallas. And you win that game, and you take on Green Bay, Tampa, or Arizona on the road, you're probably not going to be more than 4 or 5 point dogs in that game.
I reached out to my Vegas guy last week and asked him, mythical road game at Dallas right now, what would the number be? And he texted right back and said 4.5.
Yeah.
But that was before the 49ers showed out yesterday. Cowboys looked pretty good too. They're both playing bad teams. But so maybe that I don't know if that would have changed that much. But yeah, you're looking at 3.5 to 4.5 at Dallas, and that is a winnable game.
And I think the spread would be about the same against Arizona, Tampa, and Green Bay in those kind of similar spots. And if the Niners win again and they move a click forward into that divisional round against one of those three teams, you can't foresee, or I can't foresee them being heavy underdogs in any of those games based on what the NFC has become and the fact that the 49ers are starting to play great. You mentioned it. They've won 2 in a row. They've won 5 of 6. If you look at the trend of teams in just the NFC, trending-wise, Green Bay probably trending slightly better.
Yeah.
And then the Niners might be the second hottest team in the conference.
I mean, I saw people talking about the NFC West yesterday nationally and this morning, and the question was, are the Cardinals even one of the top 2 teams in the NFC West? There are those who now believe, with the way the trends are going, that the Rams and 49ers are the 2 best teams in the NFC West. I don't know if that's true, but my gosh, getting run up and down the field by Detroit. You've mentioned Chris Godwin a couple of times being done for the rest of the regular season. How about this that has just broken? He might be done for next regular season as well. Chris Godwin tore his ACL on that play last night, so he is completely done for the rest of this year and playoffs. And I would suggest, with this being Christmas week, he'd be, almost impossible to think that he'd even be ready by week 1 next year.
He was going to be a free agent this offseason, too.
Oh, gosh. What a terrible, terrible break for a fantastic receiver. But, just to chuckle about it for a sec, that sounds like the kind of guy the 49ers would love to sign.
Coming off an ACL. Perfect.
Right? We got him for cheap, and he'll be ready by week 6. It does. It sounds like someone the 49ers, I don't know if they're going to be shopping for a receiver or not. I think they like their guys, especially with what Juwan Jennings is doing, by the way. Can we give him a minute? Can we give 60 seconds for what he led the team? He's tied for the lead in targets yesterday. He's turned it into a real weapon, especially in the red zone because of his size.
Yeah, and that's something that I mentioned to J.J. Stokes about. We talk about Kittle and Ayuk, and we talk about Debo, obviously, as a two-way threat in the run game and in the pass game, but Jennings has emerged now as that extra receiver, that extra threat for Jimmy Garoppolo. And, it's just that sort of syncopation between quarterback and receiver. It's a syncopation sensation. Oof. Is what it is. As
it's a big dollar.
Garoppolo getting more comfortable with his receivers and they getting more comfortable with him.
Been a while since the 49ers have had what you would feel is a receiving core. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There have been moments where you're like, oh, they've got a good one, and maybe 1.5. It's starting to feel like the 49ers have a receiving core. Like Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are a real 1-2. Even though Ayuk only had 1 catch yesterday, I still felt like he had an imprint on the game. His 1 catch was a very, very big one. But adding Jennings in as and I think he's truly become the 3. Wouldn't we say that? I know Trent Sherfield is in the mix at times. But I'm not going to put that receiving core anywhere near the top of the list. It's not Tampa's receiving core, although their receiving core is not their receiving core now either. Minnesota's got a really good receiving core. The Rams have a really good receiving core, but the 49ers are getting healthy at the right time, and that group, all 3 of them, are producing really, really well.
And it's in part because Garoppolo now is not looking over his shoulder anymore. The job is clearly his. It's been his. The offensive line playing better as the weeks have gone on. And, yesterday, a perfect blueprint for how the Niners want to play. You run the ball to set up the pass. You keep Jimmy Garoppolo from really needing to throw it down the field. He had a couple of deep shots, but 18 for 23, the efficiency. This offense is really looking more and more the way Kyle would want them to look.
Absolutely. And so is this show, because it's Pick Your Battles time. The live update, we did not have the greatest weekend as a show. I was able to grind out 1 dub, the Colts. who made me nervous there in the fourth quarter. Every time I put my feet up, man, it's like, gosh, can I just cruise to a dub? But we all remain at 500 or better. The live standings, it's me and Kyle at 4-2, and Kyle is not here to defend himself today, but Spadone, he did send in a pick, right? Okay, so that pick is in, and then Dibs, Spadone, you guys are sitting at 3-3, and Pick Your Battles is next on 95.7 The Game.
Ho, ho, ho! It's a merry Monday on 95.7 The Game. Ho, ho, bleepin' ho. The red and gold unwrapped.
And they're machine washable. So this year, give Skechers to everyone. Find them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Brought to you by Capital One Auto Navigator, where you can find a car, get pre-qualified instantly, and see your real monthly payment without impacting your credit score. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/Auto Navigator.
Want to hear how I almost got off the naughty list this year? I helped Santa save gazillions by having him download Capital One Shopping to his computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. You can download it too and save a bundle. You don't even need a Capital One card, and it's free. So why didn't I get off the naughty list? Turns out Santa's a stickler for naughty words. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary. You know when you order a new video game, or a golf club, or a blender, and then it arrives at your door, you get a little thrill. Imagine how much more thrilling it is when you order a new car. With Nissan at home, you can shop for the perfect ride and order it without ever having to go anywhere. Sure beats a golf club or a blender. Buy a new car entirely online with Nissan at home. Delivered direct from dealer to driveway. Thrill starts here. Services may vary at participating dealers, subject to applicable law. See dealer for details.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And we are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Let's go through this exercise. Listen to this. The Washington football team just sent this out. Defensive line coach Sam Mills, wide receivers coach Drew Terrell, running backs coach Randy Jordan, defensive backs coach Chris Harris, assistant defensive back / nickel coach Brent Visselmeyer, defensive quality control coach Vincent Rivera, and defensive coaching intern Christian Garcia, all out due to COVID protocols and health and safety.
Wow.
All of them gone for tomorrow's game against the Philadelphia Eagles, which has a big effect on the 49ers.
Yeah, it's a huge effect. And Washington, a team that kind of controls its own destiny in many ways, Mark. You've got Washington plays Philadelphia twice, and they still have the New York Football Giants once. So Washington's in a spot where they feel like they're 9-8. If they can get to 9-8, which would be winning 3 of the final 4, that would be enough maybe to get them the 7th seed.
By the way, also on the Godwin news that we just passed along to you, Chris Godwin, if you're just joining us, torn ACL. He will be out not only the remainder of this year in playoffs, presumably at least the start of next year as well. Godwin played this year on the franchise tag.
Man.
This is why that rule ticks players off. This is why. Now, in a way, he doesn't necessarily have a choice on that. And so the team puts him on the tag. That allows them one more year before he hits free agency. And in week 15, this happens. This is why, and I know nobody ever wants to feel sorry for professional athletes. This is one little area. By the way, the athletes, if you do want to give sympathy to someone, they get it over the owners for sure. But I don't really have it for anyone. But this is one little sliver of the sports landscape where I definitely have it, which is that NFL players do not have the security and the franchise tag in particular, where you're taking, in many cases, the top athletes in the sport, and you're preventing them from even having a contractual conversation. You hold them for one more year. You get a torn ACL week 15. Nice knowing you, Chris Godwin. You're no longer a Buck, and we don't know where the heck you're going to play next year. And you just lost a truck full of money.
$70 million estimated. He was going to probably get a contract 4 years, about $70 million going forward for a guy who was having a monster year. This year, he did make $15.983 million.
So he's fine. It's not. We're not talking about he's going to eat, right? But it's still not fair.
It sucks. I mean, I think it's more fair than what happens to Major League Baseball players who get an indentured servitude of between 5 and 10 years, depending on how long they want to keep you down in the minors. So it's not an isolated example, but it is another example of, especially this system, this piece of the franchise tag, where they tag you once, and then there's the transition tag, and there's all these other ways that they can try to keep team control over a player. It just sucks that it happened in this spot.
That's another really good example is the arbitration process. You're ARB 1, you're ARB 2, you're ARB 3, you're pre-ARB. You're like, what the hell are you? What'd you just call me? That whole process, and the fact that guys are under control, and a team's ability to mess with his service time. Like, we're going to let you sit in the minors for the first 6 games of the season, and then we just gained a full another year of control on you. The franchise tag, those are among the few examples where I would go to battle on behalf of the players in some of these conversations. Speaking of going to battle, it's Pick Your Battles on a Monday. We only go through Wednesday's action. Wednesday's action. So it is a 9-game total, and we are 6 in the books already with me and Booster Boy at 4-2, you Dibs and you Spadone at 3-3. So everybody is very much in this. Everyone's at 500 or better and ready to pounce. Let's pick our battles on a Monday as we head for Thursday Donuts. Spadone, why don't you take it away?
And I'll start with Kyle's pick. He did text it in. He said, quote, Raider Nation, baby. I don't care if it's 2.5 or 3. It's sitting at 3 right now. He's taking the Raiders as the road favorite, -3 for Kyle Madsen. I'm taking the opposite of that. I am taking the Cleveland Browns +3. Nick Mullins over Derek Carr today. I love it. Give me a home dog. And we got a special one today with Sam Lubin filling in for Kyle. We have a special bonus pick. Sam, why don't you give us one?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the other Monday night game and go Bears-Vikings. I think Bears' first points will come on a field goal, +115. Bears not very good. They'll stall out. They'll take the points. They'll go for 3. And, yeah, Bears field goal, 115.
Like that. Sam just hucking in a little prop just for the hell of it. Excellent.
Sam, are you in on Thursday? Because if you are, with the correct pick, you can move up the donut draft on Thursday morning.
I am not, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm in the next 3 days, so I will have that donut in spirit.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
It's a spirit donut, which is a lot less fun than an actual donut.
You eat those, you go on a trip, brother. You have one of them spirit donuts. Woo!
I had a spirit donut in Amsterdam, 1993. Got on one of those rental bikes, and boy, did I make my way around that city.
Tour of Italy? What country did you say you're in? Amsterdam.
Holland.
Well,
Two balls outside.
The good news is when you go on the tour of Amsterdam, there are others with you. You're not alone.
Totally, bro.
You're not alone in this world, Dibs. It's okay. All right, so
went
we
to
got
the Rijksmuseum, saw some Rembrandt.
Do you actually know what you saw?
Oh my God,
dude! There's so many colors.
You're so high.
Yeah, I don't do drugs. Why?
All right, so Spadone and Kyle rock the mano-a-mano controversial other room to just stare at each other. Like, I'll see your stupid pick.
I love it.
And all
one of them will be wrong. Although we can hope for the push, which is the double loss scenario.
Loss. Oh, Willard and Dibs, we're definitely rooting for that.
Raiders win 24-21. They both can hang the L, double L.
Except for that I, in real life, through little mustard, on I get the Browns in a parlay +2.5 tonight. I parlayed it with something which I'll tell you about in a second. Go ahead.
I have a feeling it's going to be your pick here and pick your battles. Well, I'm going back to the sport that has burned me. It's like a scorned lover.
Yes!
Mark, I cannot get enough of these December lopsided matchups. I got a couple I like. Baylor giving 35 to Alcorn State. Appetizing.
Look out.
Purdue is laying 39 against Incarnate Word, but I am going to take the total. I'm not going to lay the 39.
I was going to say, Purdue already burned you once. Didn't they lose as a huge favorite?
Yeah. To Rutgers. Rutgers. The T is silent, by the way. Rutgers.
Yes, Rutgers.
Yeah.
Rutgers. It's kind of, they turn a T into a K.
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead.
If you look at the analytics in college basketball, Incarnate Word, according to Ken Pom, KenPom.com, Ken Pomeroy, he's the official stat guy. They're the 5th worst team in the country.
Okay.
They're currently ranked 354 out of 358. Their defense is 2nd worst in the country. Their offense, 20th worst. Purdue is good. Purdue can score.
Sure.
We're going over 145 Purdue against Incarnate Word.
That is a large total for college basketball, and Purdue's largely going to have to handle that themselves. Probably going to have to be north of 90 points for you to be right?
Yeah, this feels like a 95-55, which would be a 150 total, which would be cha-ching.
Cha-ching. All right. Spadone, what do we need on Monday nights? What do we need? We need, what do we need? We need more,
I think we're out of milk, so we need milk.
Oh, we need more dogs. We need more dogs. We don't need more meow. We need more dogs. We need more dogs, and I love the double dog night on a Monday, even though one of them is going to happen during the day. I love those Browns plus the points, but forget that one. It's already been all swallowed up in the other room anyway. Give me the next one. You are not putting Kirk Cousins on national TV in the cold weather outdoors and getting the production you think you're going to get. Give me that home dog. Plus the 6.5 for the Chicago Bears tonight on Monday Night Football.
I love it.
Don't talk about that.
No, I did.
We got action.
Yeah.
We got action.
And speaking of Jim, I like the Warriors tonight, too. I like the Warriors even without Wiggs.
And the number's 12.5?
12 and a hook.
Man, Steiny's head snapped up.
Kings played last night now. Okay, this is a road back-to-back for the Sacramento Kings, who've got their own COVID issues and no De'Aaron Fox. The Warriors do not have an excuse to not win this by 15 or more tonight.
Yeah, this is like one of those ones where I'm going to take your own advice and use it against you and say, when a spread looks to be curious, lean into it. I'd like to.
Do you think that number's curious? That's a big number.
It's way too big, I think.
Oh, it's way too big.
Yeah, it's way too big.
So then you're saying take the Warriors.
I would take the Kings, actually. I think
then that's
12.5 is...
that's not leaning into it. If a spread that's leaning away from it.
Then I would lean away from it.
Okay.
Lean back. 12.5, no Wiggins, and... yeah, Sacramento's an odd one. I wouldn't play it, but I would take the 12.5 with the Kings.
I have to also confess as we welcome Steiny and Goo in, because the Warriors have been and Cleveland has jumped them, but the Warriors are still the number 2 team in the NBA against the spread this year. I've sort of gotten into the habit of just playing them. You just play them every night. They're coming in at a 64.3% clip right now. 64%. Call my message phone. 64%. Call my message. What? Just play them. Just play them every night. They're gonna cover more than half the time. Hi guys, what's going on?
What's up?
What's
How
up?
Are you guys doing?
What you doing?
Just living.
Yeah, just getting ready for the holidays.
You look confused, Steiny. Are you all right? Are you?
I'm dynamite.
Okay.
Kidding?
I mean, I don't know. You look like you're about to maybe wax poetic about something.
No.
Right.
Niners, though. How about the Niners?
I mean, come on. We ready to go? Going to the playoffs.
Jimmy. That quarterback's playing well.
Yes, he is. Yes.
I got some numbers to throw. I'm not going to.
Okay.
Boy, do I have some numbers to throw at our audience later on.
That's great. Is your partner, hey, Daryl, good morning. Has he prepared his apology to Jimmy Garoppolo? Because we're looking for people to man up and raise your hand to the scores table and admit that it isn't about Trey Area. It's about Jimmy G and the fact that he's better than what many people would have thought.
And you know what, Dibs? That hurts because I know we are close, but I'm a guy, Willard, that reacts to new information. Mm-hmm. And I've never robbed Jimmy of being serviceable. Look at 19, took him to the Super Bowl. But the handwriting and the shot heard across the world was draft day last year when they went and got a new quarterback. And to me, just for my liking, I said, oh, he wants the hybrid. He wants the Russell Wilsons, the Murrays. So I can come in today and say, hey, Jimmy sent Chicago. He's getting it done.
Well,
but I'm still nervous when they have that infamous playoff game, whoever it is, that every pass could be a pick.
Sure, and maybe it will, and maybe that will set the stage for what they're going to do next year. I just think, and not across the board, their fans are cut many different ways, but a lot of people this year have failed to compartmentalize the 49ers. Trey Lance is next year. He's always been next year. And no, he is next year. But fine, that's a completely different conversation. But he's never been this year, and at no point this year was the right opinion to give up on the year. Where do you think this is actually going? You're being a homer. This is stupid. That was a wrong opinion, and it's okay to be wrong. It's just not okay to not admit when you were wrong. And I'm not even speaking directly to you. I'm not speaking directly to you, but so many people 7 weeks ago said it was stupid for the 49ers to keep trying this year. So many people. A lot of you listening, you were wrong. It's okay. Just, you were wrong.
You hang in there.
Well, look at the standings. Who are you afraid of? I want 3 answers.
Nobody.
And the team in Texas, I'm afraid of the 49ers. Like, you don't want to play the Niners. Like on that Saturday or Sunday, they can be a problem if things go right.
And things can go right, especially that time of year, because you can run the ball and you can get after the quarterback.
Debo in the backfield.
Your D-line is legit. Jeff Wilson Jr. looks like he's fresh and ready to go.
So 49ers are 8-6. Garoppolo missed the game against the Cardinals when the 49ers scored a season-low 10 points with their rookie.
Thank you for reminding us.
And Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt at halftime of the Seattle game, which was tied. So my way of thinking, Jimmy Garoppolo this year again, 8-4-1.
Yep.
He's 8-4-1. What do you want from a quarterback?
Yep.
Are you giving him a tie in the game he started that they lost?
And it was tied at half when he didn't play the second.
I'm going to wave that off.
Right,
you start it, you lost it. You don't get credit for that.
Trey Lance lost it. Trey Lance came in an even Steven game, and he couldn't bring it home.
I don't know. It's kind of a similar record to the record he's had every year he started for the 49ers.
What is it about? Like, the numbers right now are not lying.
Except for what happens is if we make the conversation all about numbers, you are ignoring things that your eyes do tell you. You know that Jimmy Garoppolo is not an elite quarterback.
Wow.
But we can also have a conversation as to whether or not this team needs an elite quarterback. And do you take the risk of going for one without knowing if he'll actually become one in favor of what you do have, which you know keeps you in every game and you can compete? It's an interest, like what they did, knowing that their jobs will be on the line based on how Trey ends up playing. It was a really interesting decision. It was a fascinating decision they made.
Expensive at that. If Steiny ends up being right and somehow Jimmy, forget Trey's not ready, that Jimmy's under center next year, that tells me, Dibs, why did you go spend all that on the bottle of wine when it don't sound like you're thirsty because it's still didn't get right?
Why would you buy that bottle of $100 wine when you were gonna quit drinking in the first of the year? They're not, and that's where.
Okay, all right.
And I'm all for a conversation. And Jimmy G, I said back when we were a show, back when we were a thing.
How many days?
It was a good 51-week run. I was just looking at the picture I posted on Instagram of the three of us back in studio.
I gotta update my LinkedIn. I think it still has the old show on.
Oh, that's offensive. I take offense to that. Yeah. I'm a big LinkedIn guy.
With the real OC back in the day. I think that even if they win the Super Bowl with Jimmy G, he doesn't come back. I don't think there's any because of what you said. I mean, you didn't trade 3 picks to draft a guy to sit him for 2 years.
Well, and if they win the Super Bowl, they'll get one of those first-round draft picks back for him.
Wow.
Like that's the other thing.
Compensation, sensation.
Yeah, Jimmy's trade value has fluctuated throughout the year. Right now, I feel like it's pretty high, again, based on no good quarterbacks coming out in the draft. And the list of teams that needs a veteran QB is long. Yeah. It is a long list. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. We'll see in a couple of weeks. Davis Mills looks serviceable, but I'd put Jimmy on Houston next year.
And what if Jimmy's on Seattle? Russell looks like he could be up out of Dodge.
Well,
there's so many dominoes. Pittsburgh
needs one.
We also have to allow for the fact that maybe the 49ers made the wrong pick with Trey Lance.
Well, we did just get the story, NBC Sports Bay Area. Trey Lance has been carving up the defense.
I didn't see that. Wow.
Again.
Scout team player of the week.
You're going to see it. You're going to see the game is being played. Jimmy might come back, to me, is simply a message to the league of you better pay if you want him.
All right.
But you'll get him.
I think you're right in the long run.
There's going to be, when we were doing the math, like how many teams of the 32 have a franchise quarterback? And we came up with about half the teams that don't.
Wow.
And if you look in the college, and Goo and I have been all over all this heavy. There's nobody. There's no quarterback coming out of college that you look at and say, he's a franchise guy.
Wow.
So all these teams that don't, and Mark mentioned Pittsburgh and Houston and maybe Seattle, you go around the league, it's going to be guys going from one team to another. The free agent list isn't great, so a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo becomes more sought after than ever before.
He's definitely doing that, Steiny and Willard. The stock is going up right now.
Well, and there's 2 teams that are chasing the 49ers right now, and these are the teams you really look at. Pittsburgh is another one of them as well. When you're potentially a playoff team, but you don't have a quarterback. Like the Saints
have just cobbled this together without a quarterback. Man. Washington has cobbled this together without a quarterback. What if Jimmy Garoppolo was on one of those teams? That's got to be worth at least a few wins, and they would be the 4 or 5 seed right now.
Or even if it's just a win, because the AFC and the NFC, there's a log jam toward the bottom of the playoff picture on both sides to where one win either way could either make or break your hopes.
Willard, because I don't want just Steiny's opinion. I'm going to get it for 3 hours. I want you two on this because I'm running hot. There was a great R&B singer back in the day, Tevin Campbell. He had a hit song, Can We Talk? And I want to talk about going for 2. I remember watching the NFL when going for 2 wasn't even an option, but if I were a player on John Harbaugh's team, they say the hardest thing to win is an NFL game. Do you got dinner plans? You going to see the new Spider-Man?
This is a great question.
Why are you tricking off games, being greedy 2 weeks in a row? Kick it and live for another play.
What I love most about this is you're bringing up, this is a great question, because why did players or we as a world decide? Because every player will come to the press conference afterwards and say this. I love that the coach believed in us. Right. No, he doesn't.
So
He's telling you that we need to just accidentally get one play right in order to win. I don't believe that if we stretch this out for a whole quarter, you can win. He's actually not believing in the team to go for 2.
Where you gotta go?
Isn't that weird?
He's trying to protect the wear and tear of an overtime period.
That's what
he's doing.
That's what I actually believe.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's part of it for sure.
But also, it's kind of like the NBA where 3 is greater than 2. So now we got everybody hoisting 3s from all over the place. And Iguodala 3, to me, is not as good as a Kevon Looney offensive rebound 2. So
I want Iguodala.
It's the whole analytics of it.
Yeah. I'm just like, Harbaugh, you can have 10 wins right now, but hey, just seemed like he had the chicken in the oven. The wife texted him, hurry home,
All right. We believe in our teammates, which is why you guys can do the rest of the show. We're out of here. Steiny, go next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Man. A couple hiccups early for the 49ers. They were not really together. Ayuk wasn't on the same page. Kittle was a little banged up, but I'll tell you what, you could make the case that this season has worked out perfectly for the San Francisco 49ers. They're 8-6. Okay, we'd like them to win 9 or 10 by now. They're 8-6. They're basically a lock to go to the playoffs. They use this year, keep Jimmy Garoppolo around, get your rookie quarterback some experience with the clipboard, make a Super Bowl run. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, let's take our hats off to them right now. Right now, Guru, and say, you know what? Thank you. They got it right.
And they're getting it right. They're getting it right. And I told you this might be some of Kyle's best work. I just hate, and I don't want to sound like a hater, Steiny, early. I hate there's 3 more weeks in this exciting NFL season, and we know for sure that a team that is only 2 games over 500 has an 88% chance to qualify for the playoffs, and that's the Niners. And I'm not saying like James, they're not worthy, but remember the 4-game losing streak when they get ran.
I don't. They won 5 of 6. So why do we want to go back to October?
The Star's 10, Steiny.
What star?
The star of yesterday to me. And the last,
of course.
They've won 5 of 6.
Of course.
Now you're going to be like, Guru, you wanted them out of town. No, I wanted a different quarterback, but
you think Trey Lance could have this team at 8-6?
How about this?
No. Yes or no?
I'm about to answer.
Yeah.
I would love to see it.
Well, I'm telling you, he wouldn't.
No, I'm going to give you an answer. Yes.
No, he wouldn't.
How do you said that Willard says he's calling
because he's 0-1. He's
that
0-1.
me. Oh, okay, not
And
1.5 because you blame him for the Seattle second half.
No, he did score a couple touchdowns in the second half,
Yeah.
but the defense wasn't great in the second half.
Niners? Atlanta stinks. Can we put the rat on the table?
They do stink.
Okay.
They do stink. But my thing is, they couldn't be 8-6 with Trey Lance because the one game we saw him play, they scored a season low in points. They scored 10 points. So I think Kyle Shanahan knew that he wasn't ready, and I mean they're making the playoffs. Now it's a question of who do you want to play? Who do you want to play? And I get it. Everybody's going to. I guess they can beat any of these teams. But again, this is where I differentiate. Can they go somewhere and win a game? Yes.
They're going to have to.
But I do not believe that they can win 3 games in a row in the postseason. That's all. Yes, I do. 4-1-5. You really think Trey Lance would be 8-6 right now? You really think with Trey Lance at quarterback, you'd be 8-6? Come on now. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
You know what, Steiny? You
Let's
make
have
it
a realistic
sound so personal.
Let's have a realistic conversation.
If his name was Tom Thumb, you would just tell me you would still feel the same way you do because he's raw and his history. That's why, like, when you say it the way you do with the conviction, I feel like you know something that we don't.
No, I don't. Kyle Shanahan does. Kyle Shanahan knows that Trey Lance is not right now in the same ballpark as Jimmy Garoppolo. How about this stat?
And I can live with that.
And I'll tell you what, man. I made a big mistake today. I forgot my reading glasses. This is going to be a big factor.
How hard is it? Is it blurry?
Yeah, it's not good. I got to, you got to do stuff like that.
Me.
You can see me on Twitch.
I'm in denial still.
Pro Football Focus.
PFF.
Weeks 1 through 7. Garoppolo had a 56.8 quarterback rating. He was tied for 28th.
Yeah.
Now, but keep in mind, Kittle was banged up, and Ayuk was in the doghouse because he was still learning how to be a professional until Kyle Shanahan straightened that situation out. Weeks 8 through 15. 8 through 15. In other words, it's starting to get to be money time. 86.5 rating. First among all quarterbacks in the National Football League the last 7 or 8 weeks of the season. I mean, what's the guy have to do? What's the guy have to do?
And what if I were to, if those windows get open the window and just get that paper, ball it up, and throw it out the window and say, is anybody surprised? This guy took the team, he was the quarterback, Steiny, to the Super Bowl.
He's better than serviceable, and that's the word you've been using. So you want to react to some new information?
Well, he's
number 1.
His stock is rising.
He's number 1.
That's
number 1.
Wow. And you know what's funny about that? Is the 3 amigos are showing their head.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 8 weeks. I'm sorry. 8 weeks.
The 3 amigos. You like that? I'm stealing that from the Broncos.
Well, that's
Kittle,
why it doesn't
Ayuk,
work. You need something original.
And Debo.
You need something original. You can't use the 3 amigos. It's also a movie.
Johnson. Remember back in the day, Elway? It was Ricky. Help me out.
I was thinking of Martin Short, Steve Martin, and
that's a great flick.
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase, yeah.
That's a great flick. But anyway, Steiny, I'm happy for Jimmy. But do you trust him anymore?
Yeah.
Like I'm coming in.
Certainly more than Trey Lance.
But that ain't going to get you a playoff win.
No, but Jimmy Garoppolo is more likely to get you a playoff win because he's been there before.
But they had all home games. Compare 19 to now, it looks like if Arizona don't fall like Woodley got knocked out from Jake Paul, if they don't, just fall on their face, the Niners are going to be on the road, Steiny.
Yeah.
And I like you because you look at things like, Guru, for them to get to the spot, they got to win 3. I'm focused on the 1, but you are right. It's a tall task when you look at it from that vantage point. But I just want to know, I know we're going to have low. What's the, like, how hard is it going to be for them to play Thursday at Tennessee?
As hard as it is for Tennessee to play Thursday
15 rounds
at
with
Tennessee.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
that was a physical game.
It's the same. I mean, they both have a challenge. Matt's in San Rafael. What's going on, Matt? How you doing? What you got, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Dynamite.
So I have a little trouble with when people bring up Trey's last outing as, the answer to whether he's the guy or not. If you go apples to apples, Jimmy's outing against Arizona when Jimmy was at home versus Trey operating in a Jimmy Garoppolo game plan because he got injured the week before. Trey had us within a touchdown of beating Arizona in their house at full strength.
Yes.
He got ripped, and the offense couldn't do anything against a hobbled, Murray-less Arizona.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I still want to see Trey Lance. I think we're winning in spite of Jimmy. There's a reason Debo runs out of the backfield so much because you can't throw it to him. And Jimmy's still captain of a 15-yard pop. I want to see a downfield offense, and I can't wait to see Trey.
Thanks, Matt.
You get good at that, too, Steiny.
Come on.
Yeah, that was...
Come on.
I like what he was saying, though. But
again,
today's Jimmy's day. It's been his
that's
day.
Right.
5 of 6.
No, it's been his half a season
Since
right
Chicago,
now.
Yeah. I'm going to give you that.
Caller on. But let me ask you this. What the hell is it about Trey Lance? Are you kidding me?
The skill set.
There is none that we've seen. We haven't seen a skill set.
The arm. The 80-yarder to Sherfield. I'll never forget that.
You didn't see it?
It was on TV.
It was in practice.
No, it was the preseason game, Steiny. Yeah, remember the 80-yarder he threw? And then you and somebody else, he threw it 20
Listen,
yards.
here's what I'm thinking.
The receiver had
here's
to go
what I'm
get
thinking. And people better get used to it, baby.
Yeah, having a good hair day,
When
Steiny.
you have a... I still haven't got an
Dude, you're combing it to the side.
it goes over there.
We wavy right now.
Okay, so the one thing about strong front offices and strong management, you can withstand a mistake. Remember when the San Francisco Giants signed Barry Zito? Stunk. He stunk his whole career, basically, for the Giants, but for that one game. Guess what? Giants won in 10, 12, 14. Zito was no harm, no foul. You look at the Warriors. They draft Wiseman. He hasn't done anything yet. Warriors are 25-5. No harm, no foul. Same with Trey Lance. Maybe he's not going to be a great player, but they can withstand that because they're still a damn good team.
That's new, what you're saying. Because when they were down and out, and they were, that 4-game losing streak, all hell was going to break loose. And we thought, I come from the school of, had he thrown that walk-off pick 6 against Cincinnati, I honestly, and I shared it with you, Willard and Dibs, I saw a scenario to where yesterday could have been, quote-unquote, maybe his first start. That's how things turn.
See, but we were talking about that in the beginning of the year, Goo. 17 games, extra playoff team. They were 2-4. I think they got to 3-5. And at 3-5, we were saying, well, now if...
Right.
But they've never...
The math never left.
And even if they would have lost to the Bengals, that would have put them at 6-7 last week. I still think you would have gone with Garoppolo. Steiny, why do you dislike Trey Lance so much?
And that's what I was going to ask. Like, when can you...
I don't like him. I don't dislike him. I've never seen him play.
But you bring him up all...
I tell you why.
You touch on if he was a mistake.
Most rookies, especially quarterbacks, aren't ready to quarterback in year one. He's not ready to quarterback in year one. Will he be ready next year? I don't know. But the idea that these young kids can come in, and I call him a kid because he had no big-time experience in college.
How'd Mac Jones do Saturday? Lost.
Exactly.
I'm not saying it was his fault.
So, you know what? Trey Lance, I wish you the best of luck. Let's see if you can get ready to be ready next year.
Okay.
But I'll tell you right now, and you may laugh, Niners are sitting pretty right now.
They are, and they got house money. And I'll say this to the people, and I don't hear it much, Donnie, and you haven't really said it, that think I despise Jimmy and why I was excited when Trey Lance got announced that he was going to be the quarterback. Steiny, the real thought from me is whoever the quarterback would have been suffice for me because Jimmy will not be next to Montana and Young. That we know. I'm not saying he was a failure. I'm ready and yearning to see the next Russell Wilson, the next, quarterback after up there with Steve
Russell
Young.
Wilson, I think, played 5 years of college.
True.
And Trey Lance played one game of
Aren't you ready to turn the chapter, though?
No, not right now.
Of Kyle.
Absolutely
having
not.
to call a great game, and you just people having to take
18 for 23.
Excedrin when he throws a pass because you're scared. Yesterday he was on fire. Atlanta wasn't nowhere near receivers, but I can't wait to see how this plays out, Steiny. They got action against anybody.
Okay, yeah, you've never seen him play before, but you're making these absolute claims. Steiny, how do you know Trey Lance isn't ready? I know he's not ready because the head coach says he's not ready. Because if he were ready, he would play. But Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch believe this is a damn good football team if they can get a certain level of play from the quarterback position, which they have more than gotten the last half of the season. And, 49er fans, don't be mad. Trey Lance is not ready. He's not as good as Garoppolo.
That doesn't offend me.
If you don't believe that, well, then you want to get rid of Kyle Shanahan, which, okay, I guess.
And here I go,
I guess the same kind of people that want to get rid of Steve Kerr. I don't get it.
No, I don't know where they're at, but I'm coming in on a horse like old Western movie with the badge. I'm the sheriff, and I'm saying, hey, Kyle, you guys got it right. Because you could have aborted mission, made the swap at the quarterback, but you stayed true to what you feel he believes about the QB1, and now look at him. And listen, 88%, Freddie Solomon, 88% chance of getting to the playoffs, and that's if they lose, to go down if they lose Thursday. What do you expect Thursday? We'll get to that before Thursday.
Expect them to be competitive in Tennessee on a short week, even though they're on the road. That's what I'm thinking. Let's go to Johnson. Johnson's in the city.
Love the last
What's up,
name.
Johnson? How you doing, man?
Great conversation. I love this Trey Lance Garoppolo conversation. Yeah, I'm with Guru. I think Kyle Shanahan is lying about Trey Lance. He's better. He's just playing Garoppolo because he's paying him $26 million to play. You don't pay somebody $26 million to sit on the bench. That's what's blocking Trey Lance from getting on the field. Remember last year, Kelly Oubre Jr. was paid $70 million in the tax luxury. He was going to stay in the starting lineup until he got injured or whatever because he was $70 million luxury tax. Even though everybody hated him and he sucked, now look at the Warriors. He's gone.
Thanks, Johnson. But I disagree completely. I disagree.
No politics?
Completely. The 49ers knew they were going to keep Garoppolo this year. They knew they had one quarterback at big money, one quarterback on a rookie deal. If Trey Lance were good enough to play, not just play, but help this team win, which he's not right now, okay? But if he were ready, then you know what? You do suck it up, and you have Garoppolo be a backup for 1 year. That was the plan. If Trey Lance could have come through, if Trey Lance would have been more ready, he would start, and Garoppolo would be the backup. But he's not. And that's what the head coach, the quarterback whisperer, the guy that everybody believes knows quarterbacks better than anybody else, he's decided Trey Lance is not good enough.
You're Dwayne Wade. Remember that lob in Milwaukee, the infamous one he threw when he was on Miami and LeBron? So I'm going to be LeBron to come catch this lob. Because, Steiny, remember I told you when they were giving Trey the Trey package, I was out on that. I'm like, that's not natural. You got one QB. And the reason we found out publicly is Kyle said his rhythm, his play calling rhythm had thrown off. But I love that they're not doing that in there. And I'm wondering, I don't know where you think, if that has something to do with us seeing a better Jimmy, knowing he ain't coming off the field for one play.
Maybe.
Could not be. I mean, whatever, but...
Yeah, so then you know what you do? Get rid of Trey Lance, and we'll have this Jimmy 24/7, baby, and extend him.
How about everybody out there?
Extend Jimmy right now.
Your one play or a COVID test, I'm not making fun, of 5 coming in.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo's 8-5 as a starter this year. Another great year for the 49ers when he's healthy. And that's the other part of this. He's been healthy. Hey, the Warriors have wrapped up a 5-game road trip. They went 3-2, just like I said. And tonight, they're at the Chase Center taking on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Guess who's next? Low Neal. On the other side. No. Low Neal, yes. Yes.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Third and a long one. With Juszczyk. Juszczyk will get the call. Here he goes! Kyle driving in for the touchdown. Steering through the defense, Kyle Juszczyk with his first rushing touchdown of the season from 6 yards away. Nice looking drive by the Niners.
All right, Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoor for a fun, full-body workout, and when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer and stand for a stationary workout in your home. Ready to have some fun and actually look forward to your workouts? Order online now at streetstrider.com. We ship right to your front door. Go online now, streetstrider.com. Also, don't forget, football hour this week with Lorenzo Neal and Sean Salisbury will be tomorrow, 6 to 7. What's up, Lo? How you doing, buddy?
Lo. Hey, I'm doing great, guys. I'm doing great. Steiny and the Gooster. How about my boy Cal Juszczyk? I love it when a plane comes together.
Oh,
Quick
man.
beat, hit the hole. He ran behind. You saw the big tackle, the earth grader, the earth mover. You saw big boy push down.
Yeah.
Juszczyk tight to the hole, and then you saw him go with a quick feet, and then get north and south.
Yeah, not tough to run behind Trent Williams, that's for sure. Just about anybody could do it.
Trent, that big boy, he moves some earth. That boy moves some people. He moved some people around yesterday. They're playing good, man. We talk about this Niner team. I mean, the first half of the season, Goo and Steiny, I mean, we all were outside looking in. Think about it. What they went, they go 3-5?
Yep, 2-4, 3-5.
It looked like it was over. Yeah. So when you look at what happened, I'm going to ask you two, what has been the biggest difference? Of course, I'm going to comment as well, but Steiny, let me start with you, and you, of course, when you bring it up the rear, what has been the biggest difference? If you had to point just one thing, what's been the biggest difference in you guys think the turnaround? Just one, Steiny.
I think it's it's their health and on the same page. And what I mean by that is, Ayuk, something was going on first 3 or 4 games. Then Kittle got hurt. Mitchell was it, but now they're more whole than they've been with their weapons. That's what I think.
Okay, Goo?
Getting the ball to the playmakers. We're getting more 85, more 11, and, of course, Debo. That's what I really believe the takeoff has been.
And guys, I'm there too, but if it's one word, isn't it not been more consistency and discipline throughout the team? Think about the first games that we saw. Guru, you and I people were talking about running D'Amico out of town. His DBs were getting the pass interference. It was just, didn't we all talk about Steiny? Just throw the ball up, and they're going to get a PI. They couldn't cover anyone. They were giving up fourth quarter leads. They weren't playing fundamentally sound football. The offense couldn't. Yesterday ran the ball another 37 times. You had your running game wasn't consistent. You were inconsistent. Doesn't this team now seem like, of course, what you guys alluded to, Ayuk, Debo, and of course Kittle, but don't you see now? Doesn't the consistency as a team that's bought in and actually moving together, that can overcome adversity together, because it seems like they're just more discipline. If that was my one thing I took away, is more discipline and continuity the last 5-6 weeks.
You're right, Lo. And I told the people and Steiny coming in today, I got a bouquet of flowers, but I don't want to be Debbie Downer. But again, that Cincinnati game could have been an L, and somebody should have to be fired in Cincinnati for offensively not going after this secondary from the gate. They waited to the second half. Cost them. Yesterday, I'm looking at Gage and Pitts. They had some deep balls completed. Now, Atlanta had problems getting it in, but Low right now, in 49er land, I understand the feeling of euphoria, but I still feel like that secondary can be had when you play a team that's going to say, test these guys. I don't feel like that's been fixed, but do I sound like a hater pointing that out?
But, Guru, here's the thing, what you got to realize. You're absolutely right. And Steiny and I are not disagreeing with you, Guru. When you look at it, you saw 20 yesterday. He was leaking. Yeah. You throw the jump ball. He couldn't get to it. He had good coverage, but just couldn't do it. He didn't get a PI, got a touchdown over his head. But take it back, though, a step, Goo. Think about that touchdown that he had caught on him. Prior to that, they called roughing the passer. When the quarterback is moving forward, you can lunge because you think he's running. So I thought that was a bad call, and so did the official. That wasn't necessarily a great call. And then the next play was a touchdown, so you would have held him there. So that play wouldn't have possibly happened. So I do agree with you that yes, you can exploit this secondary. But Guru, that's every team has a weakness. Look no further than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
We
last
saw
night.
it. Yeah.
They got Mr. Tom, arguably the greatest quarterback. Got you a goose egg. Look no further than when you saw a lot of these teams. So when we're saying that, we're talking about Calamari is possibly the MVP, and look no further than a winless Detroit team. Now 2 wins beat Arizona. So I understand, Guru, and I understand your optimism, your pessimism, and you're like, God, but you can exploit them. But the front four, which you saw the way the Nicky Bosa, you see the way the other guys are playing, Guru, and they're playing that coverage. They're saying, okay, we know we got to roll the coverage, but if I can bring heat and make a quarterback double hitch or move him off his spot, they're hoping that they can do that so the quarterback doesn't have the time to exploit this secondary that you're talking about, Guru.
That's real.
That's how you do it, by rolling the coverage, rolling it. Because here's the thing, Guru. I always tell you this. If all things being equal, players are going to make plays, but coaches make decisions that determine the outcome of the game. What do I mean by that? When you watch Jerry Rice, if you line up Steiny and you're playing against Jerry Rice, if Jerry Rice is going to make plays, would you guys not agree? In his prime, he would have made plays. The coach's decision is to say, I know Jerry's going to make plays, so I'm going to double him, I'm going to roll coverage to him, I'm going to triple him, I'm going to do things because I'm going to make a decision that's going to help determine the outcome of the game. Because if you just line up and say I'm going to play man-to-man on Jerry or T.O., have fun, you're going to get motorboated. So you saw Cincinnati, coach's decision. You saw at times coach's decision. So players are going to make plays, Goo. So I understand that. Your job, and that's what D'Amico has to do, at times he's got to say, okay, I'm playing man-to-man. I'm dropped like I'm playing man-to-man. Now I got to back that corner up, and he's playing zone. He still can play 3. He still can play 4, and it can look like man-to-man at the beginning. So there's things you can do to cover up that deficiency at times.
Lorenzo Neal joining us. He does so every Monday at 12:30 after Sunday football. You know what, Lo, one of the things that I love is greatness. When a guy is just great and you can tell. And for me, it's a little harder in football, especially a defensive player, because there's 11 guys out there. But, I mean, you don't have to know football to see that Nick Bosa is a machine out there. I mean, how has he been able to – he's got 24 pressures in the last 3 weeks. I mean, what do you do if you're an offense going up knowing that he's lining up in different spots right now?
I'll tell you right now, Nicky Bosa is on such a tear in his first couple of years in the league. Nicky Bosa only needs to play 4 more years, and I'm telling you, even if he never plays again, he's a Hall of Famer. At the clip that he's going, Goo, that's tall cotton, right? What he's been able to do. So if I was going to ask you guys, if you're building a team, me and my son were going over this the other day, and we were talking about if I wanted a D in, would you take Watt or Nicky or Chubb?
I would take Nicky.
I think I'd have to take Bosa at this point.
Really?
I mean,
really?
He's still so
think
young.
About what you guys are saying. See,
Miles Garrett on line too.
So those 3 and add Miles Garrett. So you would take Miles over him.
No, I would take Bosa. That's how.
See, I'm Miles, and then here's what I'm Miles. I'm gonna give you guys my front 3. If I was going on a 3-4, it'd be Miles, Nicky, and Donald. And if I was playing with the 4-man line, it'd be the 4-man line it'd be Miles, Nicky, Donald, and I get the kid Clark from Green Bay to play my 3 technique.
Wow,
just think about what we're saying. You 2 guys have been around football for a long time. You guys do radio. Think about what you guys are saying. You guys are saying out of 32 teams right now, at least you guys are saying there's less than 2 guys. So you're saying there's 2, only maybe 1 or 2 guys that you would take over Nicky Bosa. Think about how lucky the San Francisco 49ers are to have that type of a guy.
Low, and I was telling Steiny this. When I keep hearing Defensive Player of the Year, and I'm not hating on these guys, it's Parsons, it's Watt. But, Bosa feels forgotten. And I think in my lifetime, because you asked me, Derek Thomas, Strahan, and Reggie White, they were unblockable. How close is Bosa to becoming, I don't care what you do, and now that they're putting him in different spots, how close is he becoming to unblockable? 15 sacks with 3 left to go.
You know what makes him so unique, guys, is you can put him on either side, and he's very, very effective. So you're absolutely right. He's a guy that you're going to be reckoned with in this team. You see the hard decision that they had to let a guy go in 99, and you saw the way Indianapolis, another team, probably one of the hottest team in the AFC, they had to make a decision. And Nicky Bosa is a staple. So I think that he's in that sentence, and this is only his second year, Guru and Steiny. So this Niner team, they're peaking at the right time. They're playing consistent ball. Still, they got to clean up some things. You saw the first play of the game, special teams. You can't do that. You're on a short week. You got to travel to Nashville, Tennessee, a team that's playing, that really needs to win. This game. It's going to be a very, 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 very physical game on a short week. Hopefully, the boys, like Coach told them last night, no need to celebrate. We can't celebrate. You hydrate. Make sure you take your B12. Make sure you take your, those guys took the IV, and make sure they got some fluids, because they're going to be traveling on Wednesday, and this is going to be a hostile environment, but this is a game right now. They win this one, guys. Can you believe it? We're saying it. They'll be in the playoffs if you win this one. You win the next, because you got a great chance to right the ship. So this has been good. It's been really good for the Niners, and they turned it around in the second half.
Hey, what do you think of this, Lo? You know what I call Bosa? He's like a cat. You know how if you drop a cat from like the second floor of a building, it'll always land on its feet? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Like Bosa can be on the ground, and he can get up and still make plays. He's incredible.
He's so amazing. He's incredible. And here's the thing. You listen at his press conference, hey, my guy, yeah, we're going to get it back. He's so mellow, but he's a killer. You watch the guy, how he takes on the tackle. When he got that sack yesterday and then caused the fumble, he took the tackle up the field, he planted him, and then he shot put him because he's too fast, came up, got on his upfield shoulder, then he shot put him with his inside shoulder, ripped underneath. That was a hell of a move. People are not talking about, he took that big man, threw him off, and made the sack. Bosa is a guy who causes a havoc. He wreaks havoc. The guy's unbelievable. He's a premier pass rusher. And the thing about it, guys, there's a lot of guys. Derek Thomas was a premier pass rusher. Could he play the run as solid as Nicky? No. A lot of guys could play pass rush, but they're not necessarily bona fide against the run. Nick Bosa can play the run, can play the pass. He's a total package, and I'm telling you guys, he's another $100 million player. So San Francisco 49ers, in 2 years from now, open up that checkbook, because you're going to be writing over $100 million.
Lo, before we let you go, I gotta get your thoughts on this. He's doing it, no shade at anybody else on that line. Arden Key showed up yesterday. DJ Jones, Armstead.
Yes.
He's doing this solo dolo to me. Just imagine when they get the new Buckner or he gets some help. These records could fall. Alden Smith, I'm just telling you, this dude is bad.
And here's the deal, and I talked about it yesterday on Channel 5.
I saw you, Lo, you and Bernie.
Yeah, me and Bernie. But we alluded to just what you said. Alden Smith broke the record, and of course he's going to have a couple more do it. 19, he's going to get that 19. But Alden Smith had Cowboy that he could run the games with. Steiny, yeah. Justin, Smith, who was great in those games, helped him out. So created that. He doesn't necessarily have. But if you look at Armstead and those guys, man, these guys up front, they are playing pretty good. Arden, like you alluded to, Guru, they're front four, and those guys up front, we're not giving them enough credit. Yes, Nicky's a man amongst boys. Yes, he stands out. But guys, those other guys, they're picking it up a little bit as well.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lo, I got to ask you about Garoppolo. And couldn't you make the case, and I know the 49ers got off that 2-4 start, but couldn't you make the case that Shanahan and Lynch's strategy is right now working perfectly? You thought you had a team that could make a run, so you you're using Jimmy Garoppolo this year. You got a young quarterback waiting in the wings maybe for next year, the year after. And now you're 8-6 and playing the best football of the season.
You could make the case that they made that that's a good decision. Yes, you have to make that case now because Jimmy, guys, has played well. He's played solid. And you're seeing this around the league that a lot of guys just can't go out there and just take it over a game. Right. Jimmy's not having to do that, but Jimmy has played very, very solid. He has an aura about him. That's one thing we all can say. He's never doubted himself. He's always been a guy that's going to be out there. He's going to look confident. He's going to try to get it done. Even at times when he struggles, he has that personality and that persona about him. We're all happy for Jimmy. Is Jimmy the next great thing? I don't know. But here's the thing. I play with a guy, guys, and I'm going to tell you right now, we know it's Steiny. You know where I'm going to go with this. He was not a Hall of Famer. If you look at him his first 3 or 4 years when I played with him down in San Diego, was he a Hall of Famer? Drew Brees. Was Drew Brees a Hall of Famer when he was in San Diego?
No.
He became a Hall of Famer when he went to New Orleans. So I don't know, and I'm not trying to make the comparison of him and Drew Brees, but if you look at Jimmy G and you think about his career, look at Drew Brees, his career. He's sitting there, he's playing, trying to hold the team together. All of a sudden, they go get Phillip Rivers. They ship him out of there. They go bye-bye. Now look what happened when he goes to New Orleans. Is Jimmy G possibly going to take a page out of Drew Brees' book? Because when you look at Jimmy, he's not that guy that's just always spinning all around, but he's been pretty consistent, especially as of late.
He sure has.
Look at him,
he sure has, Lo.
What you getting for Christmas, Lo? I've been shopping for you.
Hey, you guys, whatever you guys want. You guys are the sun. I'm the planet. I revolve around you guys. I'll get you guys a nice bottle of Camus. A nice bottle. How about this? We need to go to Niners. Go to the playoffs, guys. If they get to if they make it to divisional, let me tell you what I'll do. You and Steiny, I'll take you guys to the Palm, the best restaurant you guys ever had.
Nice.
Open
He's
bar.
For real.
You two, no question. We'll go, guys. I'll go to my piggy bank and I'll buy you guys. We'll go to the best, finest restaurant you guys want. So that's where I'm at. The reason why I'm saying that, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think I think that they're going to get in the playoffs. I don't see them making it to the semi. I'm not saying going to Super Bowl. Just make it to the NFC Championship game.
All right. Put it in the cap.
Yeah, put it in the cap.
Thanks, Lo.
Put it in the cap.
Great as always,
my
man. Lo Neal. He's brought to you by Street Strider.
I didn't like how that ended.
What?
I thought we were bonding, and then he says he only threw that out there because he don't think it's going to manifest.
Well, that's why you make a bet. You still always want to win a bet.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of with him. I don't think they're going to make the NFC title game.
Okay, so with that said, I was going to do this to Lo. I know we're running out of time. I'm giving you, let's play this game, Stein. I know there's 3 weeks. At Dallas, at Tampa, at Arizona, at L.A., which one of those 4 scares you the most where you're like, Guru, I don't want that smoke?
Tampa Bay 1, Dallas 2, Arizona 3,
What's
Rams 4.
What's happening to them?
Who?
Arizona.
I lost a game.
Or 2.
They're 10-4. Yeah.
They lost to the Rams, too.
Okay. The Rams
that
are pretty good.
Rams showdown could be for the 5th or 6th seed, the last game of the season. I can't wait.
Maybe.
Well, we got focus on Thursday in Tennessee.
If they beat Tennessee, then they got a shot at catching the Rams. But they lose to Tennessee, that shot's over. But, I mean, look, they beat the Rams, 5 straight times now?
They dominated them.
So, it's funny because I'm using the same argument for them and against them. For example, I do think it's tough to beat a team 3 times in a year. And that's what the 49ers would have to do with Arizona. At the same time, I give the 49ers credit because they've beaten the Rams 5 times in a row. So couldn't you theoretically say, boy, it's tough to beat a team 6 times in a row.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. 888-957-9570. Got some open phone lines if you want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Who would be their best matchup in the playoffs? They got an 88% chance to get there.
Damn.
And are you ready to say, hey, Kyle and John Lynch, you know what? You got it right. You got it right. 888-957-9570. Hey, find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators right now. Paid training is provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
It's the most festive week of the year.
Just call me Dibber Claus.
On 95.7 The Game.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
We're live and local all week, covering Niners, Warriors, and everything else.
The Amazon ferries just came by and dropped this right in your mailbox.
No, it's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yay.
Right here.
On Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe to all the latest content. What do we got, about 80?
83.
See if we can bump that up to 100 on twitch.tv/957thegame.
Somebody said when you disagree with me, you stand up.
I stand up when I agree or disagree. Yeah. Agree, disagree. I noticed you responded to the text line.
Snitches get stitches.
That's okay.
Hey, you busted me out the other day, too, Steiny.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Friday. I was driving home like, that damn Steiny.
What did I do?
I'll tell you during the next break. Kelly Oubre with some comments. We'll get to them before we get out of here.
Warriors tonight get back into action against the Sacramento Kings.
No Wiggins.
No Wiggins.
But
and
they're lucky.
No Jordan Poole, too.
He's out again?
I don't know. He's still in
protocol.
COVID protocol. Yeah. And for the Sac Kings, they were without last night De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, and Marvin Bagley. So we'll see who's available to play tonight when the Golden State Warriors take on the Sacramento Kings.
How many people raise your hand if you had the Clay return game was tonight? Because my boy, your friend too, 49er Frankie, he's taking his family.
Yeah.
And they thought tonight would be the night. But unfortunately, he's coming. Just not, like DJ Quick said, tonight.
Yeah, I'm going tonight with the fam. And just
you wearing that?
Probably. Wear a winter jacket.
Gotcha.
Though. And, do I need to change?
No, you look.
I got my gold. I got a touch of gold.
You look preppy. That's all I was.
I got a touch of gold on there. No, so I just picked this game because it was Sac, Memphis, Denver.
Okay.
And I just figured, you know what, Sac's probably the easiest game to get a ticket to. The 23rd against Memphis. Memphis is pretty good, and it's closer to Christmas. More people have off. I think most people were thinking Denver's got a shot of being the game where Clay came back. And for me, it's all about just what's the easiest game to get tickets.
Speaking of Memphis, Steiny, they without Ja, they just don't fall off. They're tough.
You know what's funny is when we talk about teams in the West, nobody mentions Memphis. Right. And you can make a case they have the Warriors' number.
Hello? So, you going last year on me?
Well, this year, too, they beat them. So there you go. Steiny, how can you have it right when you don't have your first-round pick the next 2 years and your quarterback situation for next year is questionable? See, I think that's unfair to say their quarterback situation next year is questionable. I think it's fair to say it's unknown, but I also look at it as they have good options for next year at quarterback. The other thing we might have to throw in there is if my boy Jimmy G keeps playing this well, maybe they get one of those first-round picks back for him.
I would hope that's the case. But let's just say what you said the other day. Oh, God, we went 15 rounds on. Remember I told you I had the Excedrin? If for whatever reason Trey's not ready, then it's almost like another season on ice. And Dibs agree with me across top.
So this season's on ice?
No. Next season to where Trey's
on ice.
It's like, okay, why'd you spend so much to put him on ice?
Because you thought he was better than he was. Because you misevaluated a little bit. But that's okay. It happens. There are mistakes made in the draft. How about this? Let's start really. You know what? It's time for some appreciation. Jimmy Garoppolo this year, better passer rating than Tom Brady.
Damn.
Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, and Pat Mahomes.
That's incredible.
He just gets the job.
Read those again to me.
Jimmy Garoppolo has a better passing rating this year than Tom Brady, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. So, listen, I think the verdict's in to the Jimmy Garoppolo dislikers. I think it's in. Isn't it? If you're somebody that's been talking down Jimmy Garoppolo, if you're somebody who has begged for Trey Lance to play, and if you're somebody who talks about Jimmy Garoppolo like he's average or below,
right?
Let's put the rat on the table. Jimmy Garoppolo's an above-average quarterback. He's in the top 16. He's in the top 15 of quarterbacks.
And then, here I go, because I feel like you're talking to me, and that's fine, but help me self-identify. where I'm at. I just, like, he's vanilla. Nothing wrong with vanilla, Steiny, but I fell in love, right or wrong, with the hybrid. You know, I wanted the Kyler Murrays. I wanted who doesn't, the Russell Wilsons. Did we have our answer about Jimmy in 2019?
I don't know. Maybe he's better than he is in 2019. His numbers are very similar to that year, and the defense is not as good.
He gets Rodney Dangerfield, no respect. And again, another rat on the table, Steiny. We getting busy. Health is wealth. That's what messed up last year. It wasn't he played bad. He just was the best ability. Availability, he wasn't around.
No, that's right. But
when they lost
when you look in the mirror, Goo, and you are honest with yourself, which I believe you are, most of the time, not all the time, most of the time, do you look at yourself and say, you know what, I didn't respect Jimmy Garoppolo like I should have?
No, because I know his limitations and his greatness. Mine was stylistic, what I wanted to see. And in turn, that was on me. That's not a Jimmy problem. That's a Goo problem. So I'm not shocked at what he's doing. I'm not shocked because in 19, he was 6 minutes away. But his formula, Steiny, just his style, I want more. And you can say, I don't care about none of that. You need to be worried about team success.
Right.
So
absolutely,
I got to check myself on that. And if I want that, go watch an Arizona Cardinal game. How's that style doing for him right now? So I think I've always respected Jimmy, Steiny. I just can't shake 2 weeks ago in Ohio, and this is life, how close it was.
Like, nobody thinks about that anymore.
Where am I going?
Oh, he threw a ball that should have been intercepted.
Right, the pick six.
I mean, I'm sure
pick six.
I'm sure we could find similar passes that every quarterback has made. And you know what? If you want to take that win away from him, then you got to give him the win against the Packers.
And it's like your car insurance. They don't charge you for almost accidents, right? It's about the accident.
As far as I know. 888-957-9570. Has Guru been respectful enough to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Throw it out to the people.
I just did.
Oh, no, not just me, everybody. Like, where's our boy from San Bruno, Rob? We're in the same. He has to give Jimmy some credit right now. What's our boy Mike? Fillmore Mike. We have to. It's okay to give people props.
Steiny, are you wearing a yellow Warrior shirt under the sweater?
No,
I'm not. I'm wearing check this shirt out.
Wow,
basketball reference. Yeah,
you pulled it all the way up.
I love that site, and I try to support that site. Basketball Reference, Pro Football Reference. What sites? They're just unbelievable. Any type of information, statistical or otherwise.
So you're leaving from here? You going to get the fam? Or
I think I'm going back to the East Bay.
Okay, gotcha.
But we'll see. And
what'd you think of Friday's game? They almost blew it. The Warriors.
I just take it one game at a time. So I'm thinking about Toronto.
Okay.
And they got hammered against Toronto.
Well,
absolutely lambasted.
That wasn't the real Warriors.
Yeah. They're on a one-game losing streak. I knew you would love Kuminga in a 25-point loss. Yep.
Your boy his body is strong.
I'm glad you said your boy, so you finally gave me credit for discovering Kuminga.
Steiny, I'm telling you.
Let's go to Scott in Sonoma. Let's go, man. Let's do this, because I think Scott's right on the money. How you doing, Scotty?
Yes. Y'all there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, man. I do not understand. First of all, the Niners are it's like a symphony, okay? It's like a group, a band or something, okay? If everything is not running correctly, it's not going to work. Jimmy Garoppolo is the leader of the group, y'all. The man gets down. I do not understand the hate on Jimmy Garoppolo. Can you guys elaborate on that?
Yes, I think the reason is because a lot of 49er fans are enamored with this running quarterback, and they went and drafted Trey Lance. And I also think that some 49er fans are just unrealistic when it comes to having a rookie play game one of his first year when he didn't play the year before. And they have Super Bowl aspirations. It's all locking in. It's all locking in right now for the San Francisco 49ers.
That is true, but also let's put another rat on the table, Steiny. Even that Minnesota game, Jimmy, even though they were gashing the Vikings, Jimmy's star went down in public. The fans, they looked at it like, you know what? The coach doesn't trust you and your lack of accuracy and your inability to not throw the ball high at times. And now the coach has come up with this concept where you throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage. And now I'm talking to myself, not the first time, like, is that more about Debo, or do people look at it like the coach doesn't trust Jimmy? I'm going to say, since Chicago, the Chi-Town, Steiny, Kyle Shanahan has taken the wheels off, and now Jimmy's throwing the ball more downfield, which now has put the ball in the playmakers' hands, and their offense is running. It's clicking to me. That's my theory.
Kyle Shanahan, this is what I'm now watching him in his 5th year. I firmly believe that no matter who Kyle Shanahan has at his starting quarterback, no matter who he has, he would still want to run the ball 30 times a game. Now, if the quarterback got 6 of those runs, I don't think he'd have a problem with it. If Tom Brady were the quarterback of the 49ers, I'm not convinced their offense would look that much different. He would still absolutely, positively try to run the football down teams' throats. That's his number one goal as a football coach. So maybe what we have to realize is he doesn't want quarterbacks to take chances like some of the running quarterbacks. He doesn't want to put a quarterback in harm's way all the time. There you go.
And with that, I know when he was in Atlanta and Matt Ryan, they went to the Super Bowl and Matt Ryan was in his prime. Steiny, he got MVP, and he did both. They ran, but your boy put the ball in the air, but he had to work with who was at his disposal. He didn't control who came in. But I just think, like, man, Kirk Cousins, on his best day or best season, Steiny was throwing for 4K, and we think he was enamored with him enough to where he could have been an option. But only 23 passes yesterday. Jimmy completed 18, Steiny, 32 rushes. But Tremendous. They did what they wanted to that. Yeah, to
that's
Atlanta.
The way Kyle wants it. Like that's the thing.
Physical.
That's what he wants. He wants Jimmy Garoppolo to throw 25 or fewer times a game, I believe. But again, if his quarterback were Trey Lance, he would want Trey Lance to throw 25 or fewer passes. I think if it were Kirk Cousins, he'd want to throw 25 or fewer passes. Now, maybe Brady's a little unrealistic in terms of that number. But or an Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. But I think Josh Allen. He'd be using this. He kind of try to be using the same way. Let's talk about what you brought up about the fact that things are different now. Listen to what Jimmy Garoppolo said about the offense having changed.
Yeah, our offense has changed a lot since the beginning of the season. Run game, pass game, everything has. But that's what good offenses do. That's what good teams do. You adapt as the season goes. Guys come in and out. Coaches do a good job of putting us in position, and guys go make plays.
I wish he would have said how it's changed. Yeah. Because he just kind of said it's changed. But the one thing is, so Garoppolo said the offense has changed. What about Jimmy Garoppolo? Has he changed?
Jimmy hasn't been much different to me all year. I think we've gotten better around him throughout the year. I think we've gotten more continuity on the offense. I think we've, with the skill positions and tight ends, I think, they've gotten healthier and been out there more consistently than they were at the beginning of the year. And when you get a string weeks together from a quarterback and some of the guys you're throwing to, I think you usually improve and you just get more consistent. I think that's what we have struggled with is consistency and guys getting a little better and from health and stuff, and then us just committing to the run a lot better than we did at the beginning of the year and getting more results out of that, to me, helps everybody on offense.
And if you want me to play devil's advocate, I will. And here it is. Brandon Ayuk, because he wasn't ready at the beginning of the year, that threw the 49ers off a hair. It limited what Garoppolo could do. Then George Kittle got hurt. And then I think Debo missed a game or so, well, at least one game and a half of another. So now we're 13, 14 games into the year. He's got all his weapons. They have at least some stability in the backfield with Jeff Wilson Jr., and it looks like Mitchell may come back in a week or two. So he's finally got all his weapons, and they're on the same page, and he's utilizing them.
Yeah, there are no lies detected. But it's funny when you try to earlier you kind of said, "Hey, Goo, he's top 15. I can't think of 15 other quarterbacks." But here I go. Let's say there's a scenario to where, because there's such thing in the NFL, Steiny, where you play from behind in the head, and some quarterbacks, when they get behind and the defense knows they're going to throw, it's different. They can pin their ears back and just go to town. Like if Aaron Rodgers was in the playoff game and he's down 10, or Brady, and this is not a bad thing, or Stafford. That's where I get scared. Yeah, that's where I get scared for Jimmy. If in the playoff game somehow the Niners, and it could even be Jimmy's fault, it could be special teams, they're down 10 or 14. Now they got to throw. That's where I think Jimmy's shortcomings would show more than when they're obviously playing from ahead and they're dictating what type of offense they're going to run. The great ones can. Well,
he's not a great one, but we know he's not a great one. And so he's not Rodgers, he's not Brady, he's not Stafford. So what is he?
He may be Stafford, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in the city. How you doing, Mark? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, I'm really excited about all the weapons we have currently, and I wanted to ask you, how does Taylor and Rice compare to Debo and Ayuk? And also, do you think Ayuk should take the kickoffs as well as the punts and receiving? He did that at Arizona State.
Yeah, he did do that. And I want to say he was using, Kyle Shanahan was using Ayuk as a punt returner.
Yeah. I hate
early in the season.
Yeah.
Why?
Because
if John Taylor could do it, but why wouldn't you want to put a guy with good hands and a playmaker back there?
It's so violent on those collisions on special team that if I got a above average receiver, which I believe Ayuk is going to be, Steiny, I just don't want him to get hurt fielding a punt, because that is a car accident. So to me, I'm out. And you think conventional wisdom is you keep the player from himself. You save him from himself. You ain't putting Rice or Michael Irvin.
No, John Taylor.
Yeah, no, John Taylor was a bad dude.
Jerry Rice was the number 1. John Taylor was the number 2. Debo Samuel's the number 1. And Ayuk's the number 2.
Speaking of Debo, why was he getting handoffs when the game was at I'm not the only one because Twitter was going crazy, but I was in the kitchen. It was a violent collision. I'm like, Kyle, live to take him out.
I need the exact time and situation.
It was fourth quarter with about 3 minutes left. The game is out of hand. Debo's taking handoffs, getting pounded.
Maybe he's got some incentives in his contract. I don't know.
Kyle's aware of.
I don't know.
Call the dogs off. Put in the bench players.
Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan said about Jimmy Garoppolo.
I give soft compliments a lot. It's just, Jimmy and I see each other every day, so it's not like, hey, things have been weird for 5 days. I got to go tell you that I think you're playing pretty good. He doesn't need that, and most of our guys don't. We see each other each day. We're in meetings together. We're on films. Every time he runs a play, I tell him to play. So we're pretty close in that way, and he does pretty good with my soft compliments.
I've never heard that. A soft compliment.
I actually think Shanahan likes Jimmy Garoppolo a lot as a quarterback.
I can't agree with that, Steiny. He liked him enough to bring him in here and go to town with him in 19, take him to they got to the Super Bowl, so they made good music. But again, I just don't believe Trey Lance, and I'm not trying to go down this road. I just don't believe. I think that was for the immediate. And when I say immediate, Steiny, okay, a year, he's not ready, but it's his show next year. So if it's just I like him as a quarterback, then why'd you draft number 5?
Well, because of the injury. And you know what? Maybe that's what is also coming out this year, where people were saying, well, it's his performance and injury.
Yeah.
Maybe what we're finding out now, it was more injury. That it was more injury. That the 49ers, John Lynch, and Kyle Shanahan said, you know what? Damn it. Jimmy is the kind of guy we want. We trust him. Right. He's getting better. He's not the flashiest, but man, does he understand the system. But he just can't stay healthy. That's the number one issue. Not performance, because we know his record. What if the number one issue was injury? And that's why they got Trey Lance. It would almost be, and I'm not comparing Garoppolo to Steph Curry, but if Steph Curry gets hurt this year and misses 30 games, okay, and then next year he misses half the season, you don't think the Warriors are going to go out and get a point guard? Absolutely. And then that point guard's going to come in, and again, this is where the analogy falters, but then the point guard's going to come in, and when he's ready to play, he'll play.
Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, Steiny, but when you identify if that's the case and it's just the injury, I mean, at the end of the day, to me, it's like, okay, give me an opportunity because there's a price to pay. That gets tiresome mentally. So it's easy for us to say, hey, what happened? The reason he came to town, the new quarterback, is our guy gets hurt, but mentally that can be devastating to know. Just like last year, the Niners really weren't crap. It was they lost their starter. Maybe he was tired of living that
Who,
life.
Kyle?
Just the organization.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Maybe what we're finding out is that they actually love Jimmy as a quarterback. He just couldn't stay healthy, and he put them into a monster bind because if he got hurt again,
season down the drain.
Now all of a sudden it's 4 and 5 years that they haven't made the postseason.
And he's only missed one. Remember, I was like, oh, he's gone for. Remember, he went up to the podium. Well, it could be. He's only missed one.
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing.
Got to tip my cap to him on that.
As long as I'm praising Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm going to say it. That loss to the Colts, he was hurt. I think he was hurt. I think they didn't have one healthy quarterback that game. It was the game after where Trey Lance messed his finger up, but after the post-game press conference, Garoppolo basically indicated he wasn't 100%. Maybe that's a game he doesn't play last year, but I don't think that's the case. Steiny, dude, Jimmy G has been consistent. You know who hasn't been consistent? Shanahan and his play calling. Shanahan trying to throw Jimmy under the bus. No, please. I think the play calling, if Kyle Shanahan's changed the play calling, it's because the first 6 or 7 games, he didn't have his 3 big weapons. And the last 6 or 7 games, he's had his 3 weapons.
And he's been utilized. Well, I guess you can't utilize them if they're not there.
Well, you can't utilize Ayuk if he's not into it.
But they're up and running, man.
And again,
Kittle almost 100 yards, 90. Yeah.
But Ayuk only had 1 catch. You got to be pissed. Right. No, seriously.
It was a nice one, too.
An 18-point win, but only 1. Guru's not happy.
I'm a team guy. Hey, how many times did the pocket seem like it was crumbling around Jimmy? And Steiny, I just defaulted to, he's going down because he can't get out of it. And poor Atlanta, almost there, but you couldn't get home.
Can I teach some math to the 707? Jimmy Garoppolo is 11th in quarterback rating, 1 spot behind Cousins. So, yes, he's middle of the pack. That's top third, Chief. That's top third.
32 teams.
All right, there's 32 teams.
Yeah.
And he's 11.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So, let's do some math, 707.
MATH.
That's all I'm saying. 650. Warriors have all-star. Okay. Having Lance behind Garoppolo is good because you don't have to start Beathard and Mullins. And I agree.
Speaking of Mullins,
maybe that's another thing that's going on. Is Kyle Shanahan would say to you, Goo, Trey Lance is not Jimmy Garoppolo right now. He's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. But I'll tell you right now, he's better than Mullins and Beathard.
Oh, no doubt.
So I won't be afraid to put him in that situation. The other thing is if Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt right now and they have to use Trey Lance, the expectations won't be bearing. I don't think the expectations will be bearing down on Trey Lance. Let's say he just twists an ankle Thursday night. I'm talking about Garoppolo. and let's say they lose that game. So now Trey Lance is 8-7. They got 2 more games.
At the helm?
Yeah.
And that would be, they got an easy one. Who is it?
Right. I mean, I would assume they'd still make it to the playoffs at that point when they're ninth game. But what I'm saying is nobody would be saying the 49ers could run the table with Trey Lance. I think they're less likely to say that with Trey Lance than with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, give me this for that. I know it was one game, Steiny. I'm not selling you on anything that happened in that game, but basically right now your boy's an unknown. Trey, he's an unknown. We don't know what he could, when you say run the table, he's a rookie, so it's highly unlikely. Okay, I get that. Vegas would set the odds like almost impossible, but he is an unknown at the quarterback position. And to the people that are tired of the way that Jimmy plays on a good or bad day, you kind of just, get excited for the future on if Trey does pan out, what he could be.
He's an unknown to us. I don't think he's unknown to Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan knows exactly what he's got. And I think Kyle Shanahan's now looking at Jimmy Garoppolo saying, you know what?
We got
now that we got our stuff around him under control, we can make some noise. Especially now if and I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking about looking at the NFC, saying there's nobody that they can't beat.
Just one game at a time.
Yeah, exactly. So 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers, they've won 5 of 6. 5 of 6. It looks like they're going to play either Dallas or Green Bay or Arizona or the Rams. Who do you want to play? Or the Bucs. Who do you want to play if you're the San Francisco 49ers? And no, I'm not jinxing them because they're an 88% shot to make the postseason this year. Don't forget, 7 o'clock tonight, Warriors versus the Sacramento Kings from the Chase Center. 5:30 is the start of Warriors Live. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
What's up, Doug?
Warriors, Sacramento Kings tonight. Chase Center. I'll tell you what. I'm going out there. I'm going out there tonight, and I'll have a report tomorrow. And I'll have an official report on whether this Steph Curry situation is temporary or it should be something that maybe we should worry about. He is just not shooting the ball well.
What was it, 5 of 14 from 3 Friday night?
He's down to 39.8 from 3 and down to 43.0%.
Man, he missed some bunnies on Friday.
Choke artist. I didn't say that. Yeah. That was a drop. But he got some rest. Didn't have to go to Toronto on Saturday. And the streak is now behind him. And they got Sacramento in, and they're not a great defensive team. I got to believe. Going to be a nice night for Curry tonight.
Me too. This is the night. This is, as Betty White said that tonight's the night.
That's Neil Young.
I thought that Snoop said it was Betty White. Tonight's the night, like Betty White. In deep cover?
Well, Neil Young would have put that on paper before Ice-T.
Okay, you going there.
Who?
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
Who was on the NBA? He's everywhere doing the pre and post last night. Your boy's getting chicken.
So who's more real, Ice-T or Ice Cube?
I'm going to go Cube. They're both, yeah. But now your boy Ice-T's playing the police on TV, so he lost some street cred. I mean, you got to get chicken, but you know what I mean. You used to rap about that, now you're the police. But, hey, Steiny, tonight's got to be it, right? He's rested. The bunnies are like, they're fluke, though, but it's still the 2 point.
I got to go look at some other players.
It's not the whistle Friday night. I thought they were going to lose.
Yeah, I didn't look at a lot of other players, but I'm looking at Durant. His numbers aren't down. Man. His shooting percentage is not down. So I got to go look at a lot of other players to see if their shooting percentage is down. I'll tell you this: I don't know that any shooting percentage is down over 5 percentage points like Steph right now.
Harden might be a candidate.
Let me see what he's doing.
Yeah, James.
Hey, Kyrie's coming back.
And he's catching hell
from who?
The Net fans.
Oh, why?
The Nets owners told you they want to win. They need a body. We'll take half. You can play on the road. I commend them for it. Now all we got to do is fix Ben Simmons, get him back.
James Harden's numbers are definitely down. That may be a function of his stomach.
And, yeah. Okay.
Let's just put it that way.
Neck bones. He eating.
By the way, you know what? I'm going to challenge some people here. You know what I'm sick of? And trust me, there's some coaches that I can't stand out there. I'm sick of this fire the coach. Don't give the coach credit. Coach doesn't know what he's doing.
Where's this coming from?
I'll tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from the nitwits on Twitter. Any nitwit on Twitter.
Twitter's
all right? Any halfwit on Twitter that doesn't realize that the Golden State Warriors have a hell of a coach. You just don't get basketball. You just don't get.
I asked you last week, is that out there about Kerr? You got to. It's like dark. You got to tell me where to go find it.
Twitter. Get on the big bird. Right. But it's similar to. And I met a guy out Thursday night.
Right.
Up in Montclair. Met 2 guys, and Shanahan's name came up, and I said, "Come on, what's your problem with Shanahan?"
Yeah.
And he ran through 2 or 3 things, the same kind of things everybody runs through, and I'm like.
But what's the Kerr issue? I got 3 rings.
Here's the Kerr issue.
Bling, and 5 trips. It would have been 4 if KD don't tear his Achilles.
Here's the bottom line. The Kerr issue is with Curry fans, not Warrior fans.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Hey, I'm going to throw something at you like I'm on the mound.
Congratulations to Steve Kerr. He's now Team USA coach for the 2024 Olympics in Paris.
I love it.
All right.
Paris?
Yeah. So anyway, the bottom line is get off the coaches. Get off Shanahan. They're 8-6. They're going to the postseason. Get off Steve Kerr, best Warrior coach of all time.
I always
Don Nelson included.
Yeah, I always do my attorney if I'll take your case. I'll take the case for Kyle. Hey, here we go. This is my retainer. But I would not I'll throw you out my office if you wanted the case against Steve Kerr to be let go. Like, I got to go find that when we get off today. But now you told me the Curry fans are staying. I just don't get that.
They want Curry to play 43 minutes a game. They want him to they want him to run 49 pick and rolls. And
that's just wow.
But they don't like his rotations,
and that's
even
where
though
I
they
was
couldn't
going.
explain what the real rotation problem is.
Do you think Curry's new rotation, the way he's being used, and this is it's coming out left field, Steiny, the bullpen. You think that could have something to do with
maybe? But
how big of a stretch would that be?
I don't know. He's been doing that's a fair point. Steph Curry's been playing the same minutes for the last 10 years, essentially, and this year they're different.
But wouldn't he say something behind closed doors if he felt that was the reason?
Well, my understanding is Steph Curry doesn't dislike it because the one thing Kerr said is he wants Steph in at the end of quarters.
No, I get it.
And I kind of get that too, with 2-for-1 now being a huge part of the game. If you have Steph Curry in the game with 48 seconds left and he's bringing the ball up the court, you can take 2 threes and give up one, and because it's Curry, you may end the quarter on a flurry. So I kind of get that.
So that's not going anywhere anytime soon.
But again, I don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Maybe Steph's not crazy about it. But I also think Steve Kerr wanted to get out of the pattern of, okay, there's 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Get Steph back in.
Oh, my God.
8 minutes, get Steph back in.
Somebody foul. That's how I used to look at it. The clock, Memphis, tick, 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 foul.
Who do you want to play if you're the Niners in the postseason?
Honestly, Steiny?
Yeah.
Arizona.
I don't.
And Hopkins may not be back.
Do you think there's a right answer on that?
That's interesting. Yeah, I do.
So
Tom Brady would make them pay with the secondary, having issues. Dallas, on a good day, something's up with Dak. I don't know if he gets fixed, but I got 3 names for you, Steiny.
Green Bay is the
Gallup, Amari Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb. And I'll throw Dalton Schultz in. That's scary, okay? So secondary right now is your Achilles heel if you're the Niners. And yesterday, Matt Ryan completed some long passes. They just couldn't get in.
So there's 5 teams they could theoretically play, right?
Yeah.
Tampa Bay, the Rams, Arizona, Dallas, or Green Bay. All right. You don't want Tampa Bay, not in the first round.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm with you.
Could Brady in and of himself.
Your second one is going to be interesting to me.
I don't want Green Bay in the first round either.
Can I tell you?
Now, I'm not saying... Yeah.
I don't want Jimmy in cold weather. That's why I'm going with that. So I'm with you.
And Dallas, I think Dallas. I don't.
Defense.
I don't see the 49ers going to Dallas and winning. Believe it or not. So that leaves the Rams and the Cardinals, and I almost want to see how it plays out. I mean,
Rams have lost. Cardinals have lost 2 in a row, and I know you're like, oh, it's not. You can lose a game, Goo, but this could be a trend.
Well, a lot of people are saying, not a lot, but somebody on the text line said, I still hold out hope that the 49ers can win the division. That would take Arizona to lose out and the 49ers to win out.
You talk about collapse.
Because Arizona's got the tiebreaker against the 49ers.
And if you're the Rams, I mean, just for a peace of mind, if you're McVay, you owe the Niners. You would think, Steiny, to lose that game and you're still going to the – I mean – remember I told you, it ends here, that Monday night. They just, Olivia Newton-John, it was, we're running, stop us, and you couldn't. And Lo was talking about Donald and Von Miller. He's going to need a cane in a minute, Von Miller.
510, barking up the right tree. Well said, 510. Sports fans need to focus on being a fan rather than being fake coaches. Oh, I love that, 510. I absolutely love that.
I don't want to say part of being a fan
We're going to sit here not having seen anything of Kyle Shanahan's coaching. We have no idea what's going on at that practice, but we're going to make the decisions about the 49ers and their quarterback. Shame.
After you went on that little tangent right there, you know what I thought about? John Harbaugh telling the team we're going for 2. And I'm looking like, Steiny, the Steiny I know, I feel like you wouldn't be down for that. Like you worked 59 minutes and to tie the game up and then lose it right after you you just scored. Why wouldn't you go OT?
Well, first of all, I got to believe John Harbaugh knows more about his team than we do. So maybe he knew they were dead. They were fatigued.
But momentum was on their side. And they just stopped Aaron Rodgers twice.
Listen,
at home.
I also remember, and Spadoni will remember this because he remembers trivial stuff like this. But I want to say that very early in the year, the Raiders, of course, they don't make the playoffs frequently, hardly at all. But when they made it the year Carr got hurt late in the season, I seem to remember a big game early where they went for 2
against Houston.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, first game of the year.
Yeah, and then many people said that set a tone for that season.
That's a great pool.
It was one of, I believe, 7 wins that year by 1 score or fewer. Well, I guess you can't be really fewer than 1 score.
But like Willard said, Steiny, it almost signals that you really don't think you could.
It might, but that's
like I wouldn't like. I would be like, Coach, let's go OT. We at the house. Let's go. Why are you tricking it off after we just went down the field and shocked the world? You got somewhere to go?
I think that's
it's math.
I think that
it's bad math to me.
I mean, I'm a more of a situational guy. Like I wouldn't have played like the Chargers played last week.
Okay. But that was ultra greedy.
So I don't like. He knows his like. I don't know why he went for it yesterday. Maybe he's got. I mean, I do think that this year between COVID and the injuries, maybe you just don't want to play 15 extra minutes of football because you know what? That's when guys get hurt when they're fatigued and they're playing. Maybe it's not even a. I think it gives us an advantage one way or the other. I think it's just I want to get off the field here in this type of game.
I hadn't thought about the COVID, but at the end of the day, and what's the overtime? 10 minutes. You want that number in the win column, and if I can prolong the game, I'll do that each and every time.
See, I would never make it a rule that I would do it each and every time.
And then sometimes these coaches say, oh, yeah, I asked the team what they wanted to do. Now, I remember there was one instance, everybody rallied around, let's go for 2. Okay, that's different. But at some point, man, I mean, they just smoked off 2 wins.
Well, you don't know that they would have been wins.
But you would have had a greater chance than going for that.
You don't know that either.
A high percentage play.
You don't know that either, though.
Wouldn't you want to find out, though?
Depends.
Let's flip the coin, win the toss, and
it depends. It depends on what you think where your team's at that point.
Okay, how about this?
Like, why did Steve Kerr? Why did nobody play against Toronto?
I thought it was Toronto COVID, and they didn't even want to mess around.
I think you're kind of right, and I also think that he knew they're tired, and you know what? You got to just trust him on that.
But isn't that a gamble that for the non-gamblers out there like you? Isn't that a gamble that you could avoid had you just kicked the extra point?
You know
and
what?
Let the football play itself out.
Yeah.
Why did you gamble when you'd really?
Well, you know what? A freaking extra point's a gamble now from 37 yards
I hate it.
or whatever
I just
it
can't
is.
Stand. It's just so unfair.
That's made it. I mean, that's a big reason.
So it's really a field goal now.
Exactly.
I don't like that.
You know what? Can we find out what was it before and after? Is it gone from like 99? It's probably gone from like. All right, how many extra points were made when it was just the chipping?
Oh, it was. I had to be like 91, Steiny.
I bet it was more than that. 19 out of 20 would be 95. Yeah. I'll bet it's 95 and above.
Now it's like, is it 60? Dallas missed 2 yesterday. Like, dude, you got one job.
Did you hang me out to dry?
What'd I do?
Well, let's bring Spadone in first.
So the extra point success rate, this is from December 9th when they last checked. It's down to 92.5% success rate for the extra point. That's the lowest since 1979.
Yeah.
Damn, they're still high, though, Spadone. Wow.
Yeah.
When you talk about the OT time, when you say I left you out to dry.
Steiny, just to be correct, the Niners have an 80% chance of the playoffs because New Orleans won last night. I got that figure, though, of 88 from you.
And I got it from...
when did you get it? Was it
this
morning?
morning.
Was it before that game
No,
was
it
over?
was this morning.
It was 88 that dropped after the New Orleans win.
So it was printed.
So you didn't really react to that new information.
It's kind of bothered me, so it's at 80, right? It was 88, Steiny. Hey, I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't like that the Niners or any football team has 3 weeks left and you're only 2 games over. So you ain't balling out. I don't like that it's still, you're pretty much in. Like New Orleans, let's go. Now, had that been 6 seeds, Steiny, you'd be biting. We'd be in here like, now it's like, they're in.
They've won 5 of 6.
Yeah. But they lost 4 in a row, too.
Right, but would you rather they be 8-6 on a 4-game losing streak right now?
No, I'd rather them be hot. But still, 2
Especially
games
at this
over,
time.
you don't get that.
8-6 is a good record.
What's my favorite term? That house money mentality. Oh, we can go up here Tennessee Thursday and lose. We'll be all right. There's a lot of teams like that.
Yeah, but and I had the standings up. They're sitting pretty.
No, they are, but it's because of that.
Here we go.
Steiny.
All right, so let's say they go lose to
Thursday. Okay.
49 to the
Titans.
Yeah. All right, so New Orleans is 7-7. Okay, so let's say they win, they get to 8-7, so now they're tied.
Okay.
Washington 6-7. Who do they play?
Dallas. They got Dallas.
You think Washington's going to win 2 games in a row to get to 8-7? No. Minnesota.
Hey.
Who
they got? I'm watching.
They played at A2 against somebody.
I think they're going to catch New Orleans, who right now is in the dude. That defense. How many times does Tom Brady get a goosey? Like Lowe said, that shocked me. I know all the receivers were down. AB won't be cut. He'll be back, Steiny.
Philadelphia plays. I want to say Philadelphia plays Washington at least once more, which means there's a loss for somebody. This thing's over.
6 or 7 is what they're playing for. Or the Rams could fit. What if
Big
the Rams?
the Rams game's tomorrow, right? Rams Seahawks. Was that supposed to be Monday and they moved to Tuesday, or was that a COVID game? Monday to Tuesday.
Sunday to Tuesday.
Okay, Sunday to Tuesday. So if the Rams beat the Seahawks, then the Niners.
They're not, because they're 2 ahead of the Niners now, right?
The Niners.
It's a wrap. Saran.
No, it's still not a wrap, but I'll tell you what, if the Rams lose to the Seahawks, now the 49ers
That's
have action.
what I mean. Yeah, they got the Rams right now, man. Again, they were going the other way in a Monday night game against a division foe, the number 1 seed in Arizona. Now everybody's like Stafford's back. I don't want to fast forward the season, but I can't wait for Niners at SoFi.
That game might not matter. The game might not matter. In fact, I think it's more likely not to matter than matter.
I hate that if it would, because Niners could catch them.
Guru drives me crazy.
God, read that one.
Guru drives me crazy, says the text line. He doesn't want Johnny the kicker to decide the game. Oh, I get it. But he doesn't want the guys on the field to go for 2 to win it either.
Well, you know what I'm doing, Steiny? As a spectator, I want more football. I like something about overtime.
You want more injuries?
Extra innings.
Like more injuries?
Give me the number. You're throwing that out, and how many times? You know what I mean?
The highest percentage of injuries occur during an overtime game.
Okay. You and the family.
I made that up. I don't know.
It sounded good. The Steinmetz are going to the game tonight.
I do not want overtime.
You have. Are you kidding me?
I am dead serious. I do not want overtime tonight for the Warriors game.
I told Rutherford the whole way up, hey, I hope you think we'll get OT. Like there's something about it. Extra innings. It's free.
I certainly don't want extra innings in baseball. Now, if we're talking about a game that I'm at with not a huge allegiance, and it's a playoff game. Yeah, give me maybe overtime, but not.
Steiny,
oh God,
give it to
Let
me
tell you
anytime.
something. I'm out tonight at the end of regulation. I don't care what the score is.
I was at the kids' game, hoop game Saturday, high school. It went OT. I was tinkling.
Yeah.
Nobody knew.
So, but that makes you late for the bar.
Wow.
So then what do you do?
Yeah.
Then you get to the bar late. You get there. Everybody's already too loose. Everybody's already had fun without you. And now you feel like an outsider because you're late to the bar. Get the game over in 2 hours.
About alcohol.
Because
you sound like my friends. Everything's, we got to get out of here before halftime or you can't. Bro, what if you didn't get the drink? Would you be okay? I'm here for sports. You want a drink? You should have stayed your ass at the bar. That's what's wrong. Everybody moving 2 steps. Alcohol. No. Okay, what if you didn't get? I'm already drunk off the sports.
Yeah, I don't get drunk off sports. I mean, are you kidding me?
I slept on the couch last night, Steiny.
Why?
The kids' basketball game.
Sounds like somebody was snoring because they'd had a few.
Listen, Zachary Chan.
Oh, Zach.
Junior hit a 60-footer on Little Daryl's hoop team to win.
Oh, nice.
I ran on the court with the kids and we're jumping around.
Were you the only adult out there? Were you the only adult out there?
In my pants, I guess I had plumber butt.
Were you the only adult?
Steiny took over me. I just ran out and was jumping in the middle with the kids. And I guess I had plumber butt too. So my pants, but the white dude, she's still hot. No dinner last night.
I would be too.
Dude, but I didn't pre-plan it. It was natural.
And that's
a 60-footer.
What makes it worse.
Steiny, I'm in trouble, dude.
You're 40 years old. These are.
Oh man, Steiny, I ran out there with my son like I had a uniform. The kids didn't care.
Actually, you know what? It's a good thing. It's a good thing you didn't come out with us Friday after work because we actually talked about you and whether we would like to see you watch one of your son's games or not. And I said unequivocally, I do not want to see Guru watch one of his son's games.
It was incredible. That ball went in.
Yeah, you didn't make the shot.
No, nor do I have a jersey. Oh, boy.
All right, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations. I'm not sure I believe him. From classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between, they have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. If one of your son's teammates, not your son, not your son, hits a 58-footer to win a ball game, are you going to run out on the court like you actually had anything to do with it? 888-957-9570. We're taking you to 3 today.
Ho, ho, ho!
KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is bad.
Yep.
This is bad.
What happened?
Are we going to be able to post that thing?
I showed it to you, Steiny.
I know you did, and I can't believe you showed it to me. And I can't believe you're poised to show the world.
Wow.
So, Guru's not his son. Not his son. One of his teammates hit a half-court shot. By the way, that's not 60 feet.
Okay, right.
That's about a 48 feet.
Right.
All right. Looked like he might have been a little cross half-court. Anyway, it's a half-court shot. Guru's son's team wins at the buzzer. Teammate knocks down a half-court shot.
Yeah, he wasn't in half.
And there's a video of the team celebrating. And at the end of the video, you just see a grown man, our grown man, Darryl the Guru Johnson. And you know what, Spadone? It almost looked like he was high-stepping, didn't it?
He was so happy.
All right.
He was the only, you just see this large adult man running into the court.
Wow.
There's no one else around. Everyone's just sitting down. Some people are standing up, but there's this guy in his jeans running
The
towards
wife
that
is
court.
hot.
So I guess we're going to post that on Twitter at Steiny and Guru.
Oh, man.
So you can check it out and comment on it.
Oh, man. Wow, I mean, I'll never apologize for being who I am.
No.
It was when you're
should.
into the game. You're into the game like you play. Even the coach said, he said, I'll be fine. They were talking about fining me if it happened again. But, man. And I jumped up and down with the kids. I was like, whoa. Steiny.
Nothing, like just
no food, lad.
How about
No
like
dinner.
like a clenched fist on the sidelines, waiting to make some eye contact with your son.
See, because I still think I played.
Yeah, you don't.
Right.
You
That's
don't.
my only problem. I gotta get rid of. Maybe I need to get hurt.
So Guru, go ahead and message that video to Evan. We'll post it on our Twitter at Steiny Guru.
Oh,
so.
man. Brian's in Fremont. What's going on, Brian? I'm a little shaken, to tell you the truth. I've actually seen the video, and it is it's worth a chuckle, maybe a full-on guffaw. No, Brian. All right, we'll go to Polo. Polo's in somewhere in the Bay. Polo's always up to something fishy because he never wants to put specifically where he's at.
Marco.
Nice.
Hey, I said I was in Rose City today.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Hey, but look, this is what I got. Hey, is it me or is all the quarterbacks right now that throws deep down the field are struggling in an intermediate passing?
Wow.
Besides Jimmy? Besides Jimmy, he's getting the job done. Not only are we getting the job done, we've beaten down the team.
Steiny, you didn't hear me talk to Spadoni I love you, Polo, because there's another quarterback in Dallas that is getting blasted for not throwing downfield. He had the audacity to tell the media, Steiny, it's happening league-wide. Quarterbacks aren't putting up big numbers like the defenses are. I said, that is the worst excuse. Even if you believed it, you don't speak about what they're doing if you're not handling your business. Jimmy was 10 yards in the air, average per pass.
Jimmy Garoppolo leads the league in yards per attempt.
This is a, what do they call it?
Grow up, people.
Is that true?
Yes.
What? So they've
opened
it up, the Matrix.
No, their receivers are the best yard after catch guys.
Oh, see, I'm thinking,
and I think some of it's a credit.
Steiny,
I think some of it's a credit to Shanahan.
But Jimmy's been throwing the ball downfield more. Give me that.
Until I see the numbers.
It ain't the 1 yarder.
No,
and
until I see. No, I got to see.
Dude, the one in Seattle at the back of the end zone to Kittle. We saw Ayuk yesterday, 1 for 36.
Jimmy Garoppolo is number 1 in the league yards per attempt. What are we doing here?
Wow.
What are we doing here? You know what? I'm about to just outlaw the name Trey Lance on this show.
Because it sounds like you don't like. So when you don't like something, Steiny,
I don't know him.
It sounds personal.
I don't know him.
My boys were like, why Steiny don't like? I was like, it ain't Trey. Then I drove off like.
Okay, fine. I don't like rookies.
Now talk
Actually,
to me.
no, that's not true.
No,
I like rookies.
That, though.
No, I like rookies. I can't stand fans who think rookies should play.
Kaminga on line 1.
Kaminga cannot play in bigger games yet.
We've yet to not see him be able to put or get lemon booty. He ain't got to that stage yet.
Plus, you never do the math that if Kaminga plays 28 minutes, somebody's not going to be able to play as much. Nick's in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing? You want to talk about storming the court?
Hey, Guru, I feel you because when my daughter, she's in her last year playing softball at UCSD, man, and I'm hyped up. And it's kind of bittersweet because the last year, time just flies. But when she was playing basketball, she stole the ball and ran the length of the court with the defender chasing her. She laid it off the glass at the buzzer for them to win. I ran down from like 8 rows up in the thing, picked up her and the defender with the clenched fist, pumped up, celebrating with both of them. It was an awesome game. So I know how you feel, Guru.
Wow. Steiny, when it's not planned, you got to give me a pass.
No, I don't. Let me just put this out there. If you're a parent, stay off the floor.
Oh, man.
Stay off the floor.
I wonder if they were all saying. No, they knew it was. Steiny, your boy was. To me, it was a 60-footer. It went in. And I was in the middle jumping.
With the kids. You were in the middle. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you.
Hot.
I could see why. I can actually see why.
Like, you know who you married? I wear my heart on my sleeve. And you see me in the blue Dallas jacket jumping. Dude,
same one you're wearing now?
Yeah. No. That was another one.
Wow, I got to tell you.
I shouldn't have showed you.
It's thrown me for a little bit of a loop.
The thing that got me is he threw up the 1 as he was running on the court like we just won the championship.
It wasn't pre-planned. It was.
Tell me when this gets up to Steiny and Guru because this is unreal. Brian's back. He's in Fremont. He wants to talk about Guru storming the court like he actually did something.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Guru. Oh man, when I heard it on the radio, I thought it was hilarious. I can't wait to see that video. I personally would never have done it, but I kind of feel like I understand why you did it. I don't hate on you for doing it. I hope you don't get fined for doing it again. But if you did it again, I wouldn't blame you. It must have been a hell of a moment, man.
Yeah, Brian, here's the big problem, though. Little Darryl didn't make the shot.
But it was such a selfish act. It was about the team for me. Zach was really my kid. They're all my.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
and
we travel together.
And
we
a
give
great
rides
one from
to
the
other
text
players.
line. A great one from the text line. Would your father ever storm the court?
Norm is you. He is the black Steiny.
I love Norm.
He would have never in a million years.
Isn't that funny how people can be so different?
Yeah. But why is she mad?
Because
the parents gave me a pass.
It's not a good look.
And I had plumber butt. You can't see that on the video. She says, "Look at, dude, it was. I got over like Curry hit it."
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I can't believe you did it, but I am smiling about it. But I can't
Little
believe you did
Daryl wasn't mad. He was like, "I'm proud my pops did."
Joe's in San Jose. This is unreal.
You're unreal.
I can't. It's so funny.
What's up, folks?
Joe, what's going on, man?
Hey, you guys stormed the court. Let me tell you a story. About 2 years ago, my daughter played at hoop, right? And the beginning of the season, she didn't want to play. She said she wants drama, girls are talking to boys, and blah, 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 so be it. So she gets the ball, and this couple next to me is going for the other team. So they inbound the ball, 1 second later, she gets in the corner, turns around, and like Kobe, drops it. And as the ball's in the air, I go, I got to go. And I walk down to the court, and I'm like, that's game, let's go. It's time to eat.
Wow.
Love is love, brother. Those are your basics.
There you go. Wow. Love is love.
888-957-9570. Is it okay for you as an adult and a parent to storm the court when not your kid, but a teammate of your kids makes a game-winning shot?
Oh, man.
By the way, and I know this doesn't have anything to do with anybody, can I play this Belichick just because I love Bill Belichick? All right, I guess he said, T.Y. Hilton should have been? Who was it yesterday? Who he said should have been thrown out? T.Y. Hilton. And here's what he said today.
I'll just start off here. Look, fellas, I apologize if it seemed like I was a little short with you after the game. Obviously a frustrating game. Down 20-0, didn't do anything well enough. I mean, there isn't really much to say at that point without watching the film. Clearly, we had problems in every area. No simple answer, and every play could have been better. Every area of coaching could have been better. Every area of playing could have been better, and any of that would have helped. Not really trying to be short, but honestly, there wasn't too much to say. I don't know that there's a whole lot more to say now, but it's not your fault.
I like it.
Wow. Dude, that's as much as that was like the State of the Union for him.
You know that had to kill him, though, to apologize to the media. He was eating him up inside that he had to.
And he didn't have to. He didn't have to.
Something happened.
Jim Harbaugh would ever do that? No
hypotheticals.
That's a good one.
Why did he do that? Spadoni thinks he was put up to that? For him to tell us.
He's got a great relationship, apparently, with Robert Kraft.
Well, yeah, they kept him over Brady.
Okay, so go to Twitter at Steiny and Guru. The video is up.
Oh, man.
So go ahead and hit it right now. Also, you know what? Give us a follow right now. Let's see if we can bump this up. So let me explain the situation. Guru's at a game. His son's playing. One of his son's teammates knocks down looked like about a half-court shot to win the game.
It was longer, right?
The kids are celebrating. And in the video, you see this tall black man high-stepping onto the court to begin to celebrate with the children.
It's varsity, Steiny.
They're still kids. So check it out on Twitter at Steiny and Guru.
I'm in trouble.
And then you know what? And then you can call at 888-957-9570 and give us thumbs up, thumbs down. Can you, as a parent, celebrate with the team, a high school team? Not if your kid hits the game winner.
I hate this part of it. Wow.
If a teammate hits the shot.
Wow, Steiny. It's all love, man.
No, I know.
Cougar love.
Too much love. What's Cougar? Oh, is that
that's their nickname.
What high school is it?
Kennedy in Sacramento. Yep. But I was overcome with the emotion. That's why I ran.
I know.
Was I supposed to just sit there? I'm watching every play, rooting for the kids. I didn't do it for me. the wife, she's hot. I'm like, why you care what people think? You say that to the kids all the time. I don't care what people think.
You know, I think the question you have to ask yourself, and it's easy to say, was it selfish, though?
Wow. I didn't come in here the next day and tell you I did it, so right there was nothing.
Who took the video?
One of the people that filmed the games.
And you didn't want to go up to that camera and say, can you please delete that?
It was the last thing on my mind. I'm about emotion, man. Watch Spadoni with little bitties out there. He's going to run out there.
We also have a poll up going, so you can say whether you'd be the guy to storm the court or stay on the sidelines, and we'll revisit that.
I think I'm going to win this. Just looking at Twitch 90, we got 90.
No, you got to watch the video first.
Oh, wow.
Because that may influence some people. No, you know what is funny, though, and I'm dead serious, is like my dad was the dad who slipped into the gym without even me knowing. He went up and sat in the corner, and then I didn't even know he was there. And then I'd get home, and he'd be like, let me tell you something, son. Next time I see you, let a left-handed guy go by your left.
Wow.
I'm going to knock you out.
Wow.
Now, you knew he was left-handed, and you let him go left anyway. When did you get there, Dad? I didn't even know you were at the game.
That's Norm. Yeah. Wow.
And me, like, I have to do the same thing with my daughter. It's my youngest daughter, because she doesn't like.
It was natural. No clicks in this era of click, because I didn't even come in there. I was too ashamed to tell you guys after I got in trouble. I was like, I can't tell them I did it.
510, the video would have been 100% better if Guru ran out of the court big stepping. He kind of was. You kind of were. You were ecstatic.
I jumped out like the Holy Ghost was in me. Hey, can I read you Kelly Oubre's comments about playing with Steph?
Yeah.
As great as Steph is, not everyone will be able to thrive playing with him. It's a lot of setting screens and screens and screens for one player, and that just takes you out of your rhythm, you know? It's a lot more team-oriented here in Charlotte, and that's why I feel like I'm playing my best basketball. So that made me go check, averaging 16, 1, and 3 in Charlotte. Anything to what he said about playing with the chef?
Yeah. Yes.
But explain Clay. Explain Durant.
He said it's just not for everybody. It's not for somebody who's selfish, like Kelly Oubre. It's not the style for somebody like Kelly Oubre, who doesn't want to set screens, nor does he even want to pass in the first place. I mean, look, that's why Draymond Green is just
he
perfect
signed up for
Steph
that,
Curry.
right? He's okay with that.
And he's made a living out of it. Let's go to Cruiser. Cruiser's in Washington State. What's going on, Cruiser? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, my guys?
Yes.
What's going on? Happy holidays to everybody.
Same to you.
Goo, man. Goo, I'm sorry, bro. You overstepped this one. You're a habitual line stepper. If little Goo hits that shot, by all means, rush the court. But I think you kind of stepped on the toes of the parent who did hit the shot. The only time it's okay is if everybody in the stands runs down. And Goo, I know you're a man of passion. I know that unbridled passion to the point of madness. But I see you face palming a couple of kids on the bench to get on the court, man. So you got to give way to the parents, you know, who should be there. But my fingers are crossed. I know Lil Goo will make the next one. If that happens, I want to see you all out there full force. Go get them, guys.
Thanks, Cruiser.
That hurt, Bob.
No, he put it in a very positive way.
But Bob, the way he says what I'm doing, living vicariously, I don't want to steal his thunder. That hurts.
Well, let's no. He says it's okay. Bob's in the city. I think he's on your side on this.
I didn't see it's okay.
Yeah. What's going on, Bob?
Yeah, it is okay.
Okay.
I'm with you, Goo. No, I mean, you know, we all get caught up in the heat of the play.
Right.
The fact that you're that much of a spectator and that he hit that shot, you went out there just because you were, you know, elated by it. So I'm cool with that, you know.
But
I'm totally cool with that.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
That's what I'm talking about, Steiny.
But here's what we know. And this is more.
You
to
hate
the
little
point.
D didn't hit it right.
Here's what we know. The game you went to and sat courtside.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Orlando. I'll never forget it.
Yeah. here's what we know. If that game were tied and Steph Curry knocked down a 42-footer to win it, I think you might have run out to try to celebrate with the Warriors.
No. I wouldn't have did that to you guys and the station.
What do you mean, us guys?
I would have made the station look bad. I would have, and my son doesn't play. So it was me and my son, and all the hard work was just been me and him shooting and working. So it was part of that.
Yeah, but he's got to make the shot. He's got to make the shot.
I ain't mad at that. I never thought about it. Wow, Steiny.
All right, so if you want to see the video of Guru storming the court after his son's high school basketball game won at the buzzer, you can go to Twitter at Steiny and Guru. How many people have checked that out so far?
Oh, man.
And the question is it okay?
We have about 250 views right now and climbing.
Nice.
Already 35 votes for the poll.
And then,
if I win this poll,
what's the poll say early?
Am I wrong?
Right now, they are saying stay on the side, but it's only a 51-49 difference. So the people are pretty split on whether Guru had the right to be on the court or not.
Still very early. Very early.
And what about the misses? Where's the spousal support? What are you mad at? Well,
yeah, I get.
I have plumber butt.
I get it. I get it. All right. Yeah. Well, we'll revisit that Twitter poll in the last segment. Hey, you know what? So, Spadoni, this is probably something you know about. What we got some movies that came out this weekend?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, Spider-Man, No Way Home. That's
and
like
the
big
Matrix?
one. The Matrix. No, that's coming out this week.
But they were in the
premiere.
city.
Yeah,
they
premiered
did
at the Castro Theater.
Yeah, it was out here.
The after party was down at the Embarcadero.
Okay. How do you know?
Because I stay up on it. Come on, Steiny.
He was hanging out with Keanu. E-Dog and Keanu get after it, Steiny.
I was
They
more
were
there for
there,
Carrie Ann
too.
Moss.
They
but
were in
that's okay.
attendance.
Hey, you're talking to a guy like Point Blank. Or Point Break.
Point Break.
Set
Point
Point.
Break.
Yeah.
Set Point. I like that movie.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Whatever happened to
Those
him?
are just those are two movies that I have no interest in. The Matrix and Superman.
Spider-Man.
Oh.
But it's why you are who you are.
I know.
You're leaving a lot of chicken on the bone.
Spider-Man. I would not go. I would not go
Spider-Man.
to either of those movies with a free ticket.
But the rest of the world, it broke records, Spider-Man.
Right.
My kids went, I call him Obama, my brother-in-law. I didn't want to go. They were going at 11.
You'll appreciate what I watched yesterday when I had an hour and a half.
What?
I rewatched it. The Doc Ellis documentary.
So you could have knocked off something you hadn't seen, so your horizon would have been brighter.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Hey, real quick, Kevin Durant and Rich Kleiman, they got a show on Apple TV. It's called Swagger, and I believe it's about Durant's upbringing.
Okay.
It's off the chisel.
Really?
Chain. It's called Swagger. SWAGGER. Apple TV. You heard it here first.
And then
Off
I
the chain.
watched something on Apple TV. I watched The Morning Show. Really enjoying that show.
Is it like Shasky and Monte? Are they? Do
they wish? They wish.
I've heard about it. I want to watch it. They do a great job.
This talent has drivers. This talent flies first class.
What?
Oh man!
I gotta check it
You're
out.
a big boy like that.
And Apple TV is so good on the. I know you're not into it.
It does.
The color.
Uh-oh. They're saying that. Are you sure that Oubre quote was from his?
Yeah.
How many followers?
It was 93. We got a legend that just walked in.
What's going on?
Talk to us, D.
Okay.
You know, we may need to do this on his
I've been
show
waiting
to
for
see
this. Yeah, I've
how
been
he
waiting on
handles
this.
it. But you know us. What's up, buddy?
So I don't like crosstalk, and you know that, but I love the two of you. So I had to come in here to talk about this. I have just a few questions. Was your kid on the court?
Oh, there's no doubt he was on the court.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not like he's riding pine
no,
when you're out
he
there.
was- he
Okay,
starts, yeah.
that's important.
Yeah.
So to me, this falls under three big questions. The worst thing you can do as a parent at an athletic event is like ride the kid or the ref too hard. You're doing neither. So
Okay.
you get passes on both of
All
that.
right, I appreciate
the
it.
third worst thing you can do is live vicariously through your own child, which technically you are not doing.
Right,
Because it wasn't your child to hit the shot. Looking at all of this, knowing what your father would say, knowing how Steinmetz feels, knowing how Mr. Steinmetz feels. Matt, you were raised by Gene Hackman and Hoosiers.
Right.
Basically, yeah.
And Norm is the black Gene Hackman. So my dad would have never did what I did. He would have been embarrassed.
My final verdict on this, because it's the holidays, I'm going to give you a mulligan.
Right.
This is one and done, though.
I'll take
I think we all have to agree that this is a one and done event.
I'm on the couch, D. The wife is I'm serious. She's embarrassed. You embarrassed. I said, I'm a kid at heart. The kids like me, you know? Yeah.
Honey, I love sports.
There you go. High school sports.
I'm so impressed. I saw the video. It's incredible.
It's pretty funny.
Follow at Steiny and Guru today.
Thank you.
Download your Odyssey app.
If that got DB in here with us on the mic, we won, Steiny. If that got our guy in here to share the mic with us, oh man! But it wasn't preordained. So,
no, it certainly wasn't. That would make it 5 times worse. You're not wrong for your passion, Guru. You get a pass.
Son was on the court.
As you always say, act like you've been there before.
But I hadn't. I hadn't seen a high school 60-footer with my son playing.
But your high school career's over.
It had nothing to do with it.
It's
So
over.
you think I was running out there like I hadn't thought of that. I got to think about that when I'm driving home.
No, I don't believe you planned it.
Oh, no. Like, I didn't look at it like, oh, I hit the shot. It was my son. Steiny, when you're watching these games,
Why
feel
do you
like
think your wife was upset?
I'm a grown man, and I was the only parent out there. Yeah. I ain't ashamed of it, Steiny. I'm not saying
you should
I
be.
love all the goo loves
I just
the
know
kids.
I would be.
And my son didn't hit that shot. Zach Chan did, and I was happy for him and the team and my son. And the parents.
You know what's funny, though, is Damon came in and said, hey, look, you weren't riding your kid or the refs, so that's one. Well, you do that.
But not in this case.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, the Warriors have wrapped up a 5-game road trip. They're at home tonight against Sacramento. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Once again, head to @Steiny and Guru on Twitter if you want to catch the video of Darryl the Guru Johnson storming the court after his son's high school basketball team hit a shot at the buzzer to win it. And as John Curley, the great producer, would say, is that fair or foul? 888-957-9570.
Ho, ho, ho! It's a merry Monday on 95.7 The Game. Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
All right. I don't.
You don't think differently of me, do you?
No.
Some people saying Dad of the Year.
Who?
A couple people on Twitter.
How many people have weighed in on that? And if it's not many than before, then
you're really a Twitter.
Don't say.
You're into it now.
Well, I just want to see.
Everything's about a number now. How many views and clicks?
How many people on Twitch.tv /
we got 61.
Yeah,
we got up to 110.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
It might have been 10, but it looked like 110. But go ahead, Steiny. You're into this, the views now. I don't like that, Steiny.
Why?
Because that means you're a rebel now for the Twitterverse. Everything's about how many people looked at it.
Well, I want to get a sense for the feedback that we get.
Jeff Porter, he's on Twitter.
If it's only 30 people, but apparently we're already up in the hundreds.
I could save 10 people from a burning building, and at Jeff Porter on Twitter will say I did something wrong. You don't like your boy, Steiny. He said straight embarrassing.
Now,
yeah,
it
wasn't premeditated. I ain't gonna apologize.
That doesn't make it any less embarrassing.
Wow,
you are who you are, Goo.
You're right.
I don't think any differently of you.
Yep.
All right. For the last time, well, maybe not for the last time. Darryl the Guru Johnson's son plays for Kennedy High School outside Sacramento. They won a game at the buzzer, a half-court shot. And there's a video of the team celebrating. And then on that video is our main man, Darryl the Guru Johnson, going out to celebrate with the kids. What's up, E? Oh, are you just doing something else right now? I got you. Let's go to Jeremy in North Oakland. Jeremy in North Oakland. What's up, Jeremy? Where do you weigh?
What's up, fellas? I love the show, man. I listen every day.
Thank you.
And Guru, man, I love the passion. I love the energy, and that's one of the reasons why I listen to y'all's show. But, man, I'll be honest. You could have taken a backseat on that one and just let the kids celebrate and just be the proud dad of the team and clap in the stands. And then give your son the old, attaboy, or Zach the old attaboy when the game was over. So that's all, man. That's all. I do love the passion, though, and I appreciate you for it. Seriously.
I appreciate you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Hey, look, I'm just looking at 2-1. George in Frisco says it's 100% yes, meaning it's okay. And then somebody's got that Shannon Sharp, our guy Ernie, well, that's a no.
Right.
So.
Yeah,
hey, look, it's something that
I was happy. Guru was happy. I wasn't Guru out there. I'm Daryl's dad. Just a man
that may
watching
make it
the
a
games.
That may make it worse. Let's go to Jeremy's in Livermore, and then we'll move on. What's up, Jeremy in Livermore?
Hey, Guru, man. Hey, I'm totally on your side.
There you go.
Hey, all these guys are looking at it from the adult point of view. Look at it from the kid's point of view, man. I mean, you're excited. They're excited that somebody's out there celebrating. They got a huge fan. I mean, where was the other guy's dad? Why wasn't he out there with you? I mean, you took the lead. That's what I don't get, man. That was a short clip. Maybe I missed it, but, hey, I'm saying that guy should have been out there. Hey, and this is the other thing. What if that dude's dad couldn't even be there, right? And at least somebody was out there celebrating with them, right? Yeah. Take a viewpoint from the kids, man. Stop looking at it from an adult point of view. That's all I got to say.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I need him to talk to the missus.
How did little Darryl respond?
This is a shocker. It was like I was okay. It was like I was in the mosh pit.
Well, there's going to be two things. One is, what was his reaction in the immediate aftermath? And then did that change once you guys got home or when you were in the car?
Because he's the opposite of me. He's real reserved, stoic.
Did you give him a ride home?
Yeah.
So you and your wife gave...
All of us. It was hard, yeah.
But your wife wasn't really talking much.
No, just to let us know how she felt. My daughter loved it. And my son, it was like I was on his team. They were so happy. And Zach's dad was there, and I left him like a bat out of hell. As soon as it went in, I ran out. I couldn't stop.
I bet Zach's dad was probably like a little bit like, wait a minute, Goo. My son, you're taking the shine away from my kid, Zach Chan.
Yeah, in good shape, too.
Who, the dad or Zach?
The dad. But Steiny, anyway, man, I won't apologize for that.
No?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's just funny how people are different. That's all.
And that
people are just so
I was
different.
so ashamed, and we'll get off of it.
Yeah.
I was so ashamed that I didn't come in here. Normally, I tell you guys my whole life. I didn't tell you anything about that because the wife had conditioned me that I'd messed up, and I was like, and then somehow it just came up, and people agree with me, dude. It wasn't.
Oh, great question here from the 408. Was the game tied or were you down?
It was tied, so it was getting ready to go to overtime.
Okay, so you ended up winning by 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure on that shot.
See,
Zach Chan.
Yeah, no, it still was we were down 8 too. Did I say we? The team was down 8. Right?
How many would you end up with last night? How many points you have?
What do you mean? Oh, right. I didn't play.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
My bad, Steiny.
Today's it's only it's fine. Today's Warrior game. Couple updates here. No Jordan Poole.
Damn, again.
No Andrew Wiggins for the Warriors. For the Kings, De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, and Marvin Bagley Jr. did not play last night when they played the Spurs. They beat the Spurs at home last night.
So what does that mean? Just assume they're out too tonight?
That's all I'm doing. I mean, there's a list of all the COVID players. Apparently it's up to 100 now. And they're also allowing teams to sign what they call a hardship player. So that
Monte got action.
With who?
Any team.
Okay, that's no. He doesn't have action.
I mean, if his agent was on it like he should be on it, hey. I'm just saying, Steiny. Some of these guys are coming from 24-hour fitness.
No.
I know, but it feels that way.
Isaiah Thomas.
Hey, he had a good weekend.
They win?
They lost. Close game. Westbrook takes the shot that you're going to get blamed for if it's more than just a miss. Let LeBron take it, and if he misses it, it's okay. Lakers going to be all right.
Are they even 500?
I think they're 1 over, 2 over. Spadoni, help me.
He's not here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm not going to say they have no chance.
LeBron
right now,
was active last night.
They're in big trouble. They are in big trouble.
But if you got the pedigree that they do,
they don't have what pedigree?
They won the chip 2 years ago.
Russell Westbrook's on this team
for now, but they got Ariza back. They got Isaiah Thomas.
Ariza's like 39 years old.
He dropped the ball out of bounds on a big possession. Kind of bothered me. He got the dreads or whatever he got.
So let me get this straight. Isaiah Thomas hasn't been in the league in 4 years, but he's going to come in. And does he have pedigree?
No, because he's never won a chip, but he can give him a little spark. Just don't count him out. You got to be awful not to get to the playing game. And LeBron was active. My favorite word, Steiny, spry. Got his ball. Got blocked a couple times too.
Who'd they get beat by?
The Bulls without Zach LaVine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Warriors Kings tonight.
Oh boy.
12.5? Is that what I understand?
Yes, that's a lot.
That's a lot of points.
And they had Boston up big.
Why do you? They won the game though.
But it came that Curry fouled out. Was that a foul on him, or offensive foul at the end, where he kind of ran through Marcus Smart? But
I'd like to endear myself right now to Curry fans. It's definitely not a foul.
Okay.
I mean, the refs were just hosing Curry all night long.
And Curry didn't want to review it because he wanted to keep the timeout. Torres Burke is everything.
5 of 14 from 3-point range for Steph.
Now, to me, that feels like 7. Like that he was almost 7 of 14. He was 2 from being 50%.
Sounds to me like it's close to 3 for 14 too, isn't it?
That's how we're reacting.
He's got to get hot. You got to get hot.
Is it from 3 or 2? Which
Both.
one's concerning you more? Or is it both? It can be.
It's the overall percentage, a little more. It's the fact that he is struggling around the basket, no doubt.
Okay. And last thing, I'm going Ice Cube about Friday. He started out as hot as you can be. He started out as hot as fish grease, Steiny. He was clicking. I think he hit his first 2 from deep. Evan, you could 2. He was hot.
I just know that there's something going on, and I don't know if he's tired. I don't know if it's the defense. I don't know if they're just totally out of sync because of this record. But he's gonna have to start playing better.
When you say he's tired, and somebody would say, "Hey, we're not even at the halfway point," do you think that's still a part of last year and how he went? Steiny, he went hard in the paint 32 PPG, points per game.
I think it can sometimes happen at different points during the course of a season.
Because it's the wide open looks we're talking about too, right?
But that's how sometimes it starts. You just make fewer wide open threes.
But Ray Allen, I don't remember that. And I'm not saying it's happening with Curry. I'm not there yet. But I'm like, it's too early for the numbers. But I am like, I'm watching. But Ray Allen and Reggie, I don't ever remember them getting the ball wide open to where I'm like, oh, it's not the same. It was like they retired being like a threat. And that's where Curry's at.
Let's take a look at Ray Allen's numbers.
Because Ray, when he looked good too in New York. Looked like he could still get you some.
Steph did get to the free throw line 9 times.
Well, there you go. That's big.
Ray Allen, his last year shot. Here's last. What happened there? Yikes! Yeah, see, Ray Allen was a 40% career 3-point shooter, 40 even. But let's just take, he was kind of all over the place for his career. Here's Ray Allen over the course of his career. 39-3, 36-4, 35-6. The first 3 years under 40. Man. Then he goes 42-3, 43-3, 43-4. So then the next 3 years he's over 40.
Damn.
Then the 7th year he's 37-7, 39-9, 39-5 and 35-1. Then he's 29-2.
What?
37-6. Okay, then it's now late in his career. Then he turns 30, and he goes 41-2, 37-2, 39-8, 40.9, 36-3. So he was kind of volatile a little bit. And then his last 4 years, he was 44-4, 45-3.
Damn.
41-9, and then his last year he was 37-5. So that's not nearly as consistent as Steph Curry.
No doubt at all.
His career.
And I heard, I know you know your hoop historian.
Who was the other one you said? Reggie Miller?
Reggie Miller. I heard Bonte with Willard and Dibs the other day, and they were talking about young Ray Allen when he was on the Sonics. I remember this, Donnie, being a Kobe light. Ray Allen and Kobe, I don't know if they didn't like each other early on. Those Friday night games at Seattle, they used to go at it. And your boy Ray Allen used to play like Jesus Shuttleworth, Donnie. Do you remember that, Ray Allen? When he had he was fresh in the league. Like him and Kobe used to go at it. Hashtag random.
All right, Reggie Miller, he finished 39-5. I don't really want to go through this. He played for 42 years. Last year in the league, though, he was 32-2.
Ooh, whoa, red, yeah.
So his last 3 years, he was 35-5, 40.1, 32-2. So
yeah,
we start seeing some under 30s. I'm sorry, under 40s. In terms of shooting percentage.
Steph will knock that out. And who was it? Was it you that said the MVP season, I believe at this juncture, he was under 40%. And then he
I do not think he's going to shoot 47% from three. That's and Evan came up with this. Yeah. He was 38-6 after 28 games. Or 27 maybe.
Okay.
But he shot 47% the last 2/3 of the season. And that gave him, I think that got him up to about 43-something. I don't see him shooting 47% for the rest of the season.
See, I'm with you. I see how you get there, but I don't doubt him. So it's like as we get further down and this continues, then I'll be like, you know what? Okay, I see where you're going. But again, I just go back to last year, Steiny. 32 points per game. He was all that. Okay, Oubre and Wiggins and Dre, but he put in a lot of work.
I think KD's the MVP right now.
There's no doubt. And it's still early.
And because his numbers are unbelievable.
They're going up.
What's their record, though?
They're number one in the East. I don't know what the record is, but they're number one.
They're like 22-9. They've won 7 straight.
Without Kyrie and your boy. So
that's getting close enough to where the Warriors' record is.
What did Ramona Shelbourne say?
I don't know.
She votes on the narrative, for MVP on this, And now KD's got a narrative in regard to, and I know Clay's out, but we've got accustomed to that. But KD's a bad dude.
Honestly, what is the narrative this year and for what player?
Well, Steph says the Warriors are back, and I think he benefited and benefits from Stephen A. saying once he comes back, but
gotcha.
He hasn't touched foot on the court, and Steph went berserk. So I think Steph is already for the first part of the year, the first quarter, he's got an A+. So this is kind of, do I dare say house money, this little stretch, because it doesn't supersede the great start that Steph got off to and the Warriors. 18-2? That's I'm just so he ain't struggling, if you want to call it that, to the degree that you could compare it to the great start that the team got off. Remember that check
Well,
box?
that's the thing. I mean,
and they're rolling.
Look, here's the bottom line. Steph Curry, I mean, by Steph Curry's standards, he's not having a good year.
Right.
He's not having a good year shooting the ball by his standards.
Gotcha.
And he's not having a good year assist-to-turnover ratio.
But who looks at that?
Everybody, don't you?
They're not going to – the MVP is not Steph against Steph. I think of the Spider-Man meme.
Well, you can't give Steph Curry the MVP.
If he's averaging 29 points per
he's
game.
only averaging 27.
Warriors are a 1 or 2 seed. I don't even care about the percentages then. Allen Iverson got MVP. All the guys that got MVP and this, percentages were dirt when you compare them to Steph.
I mean, I'm just telling you that. I mean, I would, if I were a voter.
That's what. Okay.
Yes,
You're looking at his career.
Of course.
Wow, Steiny.
Because then at that point you say, well, wait a minute, this guy should have been the MVP 12 straight years.
Which we know that's going to never happen.
Because how do you give it to him when his numbers are the worst they've been of any year of his career, assuming he keeps up at this pace?
But what about this facet of it? The team's success.
That's because his team's better.
He's an all-star. Forget the all-star. And he's averaging 28 points per game. Because you are right when you go inside baseball and go to the metrics of him against himself, but you're looking at me, Steiny, and telling me on this Monday, hey, Goo, 28 points per game is not enough to get you. We know it's more than enough. Like, I don't think they're going to do all that.
It's not about the points. It's about the efficiency. It's about the efficiency. He's not shooting like Steph normally shoots. He's just not.
For now.
Right. Yeah, for 28 games, it could all change. I anticipate it will change. I think there'll be an uptick. But I don't think he's going to shoot 47% from three-point range for the next two-thirds of the season, which would get him up to 40... But 40, was it 41-1 he got up to that year?
But that's my point, Steiny. What if nothing changed and he averaged 28 points per game and everything was career low for him and the Warriors are the number 1 seed? I still think some voters would be like, nope, I'm going
Well, it depends. To me, it would depend on, like, what's the Nets record. If the Warriors are like 60-22 and the Nets are 57-25 and Curry's numbers hold up and Durant's numbers hold up, Durant's the MVP. Because Durant, against Durant's numbers, you're like, man, he's having a better year than I
could process that. And he just lost to a guy that technically, I'm
you're
shooting
using
myself in my foot.
You're using Steph's own greatness against him. Yes, I am.
Right.
But it's not against him. You're using his... You can't
tell me he's having a good year when he's shooting. Like, that ain't going ignored, is what you're saying, when Durant's are through the roof. If
it would just be weird for a 2-time MVP to win his 3rd MVP in his worst year of his 13-year career.
Wow. But damn, when you're talking about the greatest shooter of all time, like, how bad of a strike is that really? It's like Tiger Woods, you know? Hey, you won the Masters, but you didn't shoot what you shot in 2000. Like,
it's not using Steph's greatness against him. It's just, it's okay. Steph's numbers are, first of all, we don't know what's going to happen. Right. I'm just assuming he ends at 43%. There's no way he will not get the MVP unless these numbers improve. That's what I would say.
Even with the Warriors, with the
because here's the other thing.
With the best record in the league.
You know what? I don't think the Warriors can continue to win at this pace unless he starts shooting the ball better.
And you know what, Steiny? These last 5 games, even though they won, I think for whatever reason, if it's the record, they've been a lot closer. You know what I mean? They've been in some games.
And if here they come.
Oh, what do you
it's
got,
not
buddy?
his worst year. Okay, what was a worse year outside? Let's say his first 2 or 3 years when he was young and hurt. Again, I mean, I'm just.
Mac
I'm just
in Oakland
saying.
says Durant's playing too many minutes.
He is.
How do they not know? But they're going Malcolm X than that early on by any means necessary.
I mean, they're going to have to fix that. I think Steve Nash said they're going to have to fix that.
801, Steiny.
The other reason Steph would still be considered is because there's no Durant anymore. Like, forget, he was never going to get the MVP with Durant on the team.
We hated that.
No,
yeah.
but he shouldn't have, I don't think. So now that he's a lone guy, yes, I think he's got a much better chance of getting the MVP than when Durant was here. But I don't.
Times 100.
But I don't think these numbers can hold up, and the media gives it to him.
Give me this, because I like this text. I'll explain why, but I want to hear your explanation. From 801, Steiny. His body is physically different than any other year. He is way stronger. His shot has to adjust to the new strength.
No, I would disagree.
Because he started off like a machine.
Maybe he needs to lose some weight then.
I'm going to give you a 1. Steph is fine.
I'm not saying he's not fine, but there are numbers that don't look like Steph numbers right now. Steiny, you're not making any sense. I'm sure Jordan won an MVP in a down year for himself. No, not like this. Not like this. Plus, Michael Jordan in his prime was always one of the top 3 defensive players in the league. So that's why he won MVPs. Listen,
I get it. He's gonna blow up, Stein. He knows.
He may,
and he said
wouldn't
it
bet
to
against
us,
him.
and even Steph and Dre, that the record, no excuses. The record was weighing on him.
Okay, we'll see. And I believe. What's he shooting? He's shooting 39. He's shooting 39.8 from 3-point range. All right, I believe he will finish the year
over 40 for me. That's nothing.
I would say 40 to 41 this year.
But the 2 concerns me, and that could be the whistle.
Well, one of the reasons the 2 is down is because he's taking so many threes now. See, if no matter how great a 3-point shooter you are, if you're taking 2/3 of your shots from 3, your overall percentage is going to come down. It has to.
But what's just on that? If that's the theory, the greatest shooter should be the greatest shooter, whether it's a 3 or a 2. What does how many threes I have to take affect me making the 2s?
Because if Steph Curry, let's say he's taking a 17-footer, all right, straight on, he probably shoots 60% from that straight on 18-footer when he gets into the lane.
All right.
Well, from beyond the 3-point line, the best he's ever going to shoot is 45%. So if he takes more threes than he's ever taken in his life, he's going to his numbers.
He'll
how much
bounce
time
back.
we got?
Yeah. Hey, somebody, you've been slayed said that before you said it. How much time we got, Spadone? So you know they listen, because that's your thing.
Slayed?
You've been slayed.
What does that mean?
I guess we'd have to call him or her. Slayed, like a sword fight. You lose and you've been slayed. Or
who? I was?
No, that's their handle.
Oh.
Like you're at Steinmetz NBA.
How much we got here, Evan?
Yeah. We're coming up on 15 seconds.
15, that's it. Okay. Yeah. All right, Warriors, Kings tonight, 7 o'clock tip-off, 5:30, Ratto and Damon with Warriors Live. Warriors get back on the winning track tonight.
Michael Irvin at 4:15.
Michael Irvin first at 4:15 with the boys. Get a look at that video after that.
It's the most festive week of the year. Just call me Dimmer Claus on 95.7 The Game.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
We're live and local all week, covering Niners, Warriors, and everything else.
The Amazon fairies just came by and dropped this right in your mailbox.
No, it's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yay!
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
So how does the TradeMyHome.com program work? TradeMyHome.com.
HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Monday. The end of Week 15, nowhere in sight. We have the first of 2 Monday Night Football games going on right now. There are going to be 2 Tuesday Night Football games. I'm reading report after report how basically the NFL's decided we're going to stop testing because there's so many positive COVID tests right now that they're just going to get rid of it all so they can keep on playing. Nothing stops the machine, which, man, you basically heard Andre Iguodala. If you stuck around after that Celtics game, you could sort of hear Andre Iguodala just not happy with the way the business of sports was being run. He is a little surly. But, look, the Warriors are back at home. The business keeps moving on. The grind happens. I saw Tom Pelissero say that since the start of last week, 213 NFL players have tested positive. That's nearly 10% of the league. Now, 2/3 asymptomatic. The rest have mild symptoms. But we're just going to go right through it. We're plowing through. Ray, happy Monday to you. Business as usual. Nothing changes. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
I hate those people. I mean, if you're not even going to bother to try, then why are you announcing them at all? What is it you're trying to accomplish here? That, oh no, they're superhuman, they can get COVID, not a problem. I mean, what are they gaining here?
Money.
I'm not talking about canceling the games. I'm talking about going through the charade of going, look at all the positive COVID tests, and look at us put them in a protocol that we really don't pay attention to.
Yeah, we don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, why? Well, I mean, why not just come out with an announcement that says, we don't care if they get sick. We just don't care. I mean, at least it would be the one honest thing they've done this year.
Honesty in sports. Good luck looking for it. You don't find lots of it.
I mean, I find it hilarious that given the fact that they're getting negative results, they came out and said, well, okay, then we're just not going to bother reporting anymore. And we're not going to do anything about it. And Jerry Jones was the first one to come out and say, yes, I think this is a good move. Yeah, I bet you do, Jer. You hyena.
So, you want some honesty? Let me give you some honesty. Here we go. That's the best offensive and defensive game of the season over 4 quarters for the San Francisco 49ers. I think that the Atlanta Falcons are eminently beatable. Some teams play to their natural identities, and the Falcons' natural identity historically has always been a soft. When they're at their best, they're a finesse. They are never a physical football team, and they got their butts whipped up front on both sides of the line of scrimmage. The 49ers were angrier, stronger, faster, more intimidating the entire afternoon, Ray Ratto. There is a huge incomplete when it comes to special teams, but 2 of the 3 phases were dominated by the 49ers in this win over the Atlanta Falcons. Dominated.
Yeah, I don't know that this is a historical indictment of the Falcons, but I think it's very clearly an indictment of this one. And don't forget, they're a team that's been awful for a while, which is why they have a new coach. So I'm willing to give them a pass that says this is all they are right now. But the 49ers have established themselves as a team who wants to run the ball, and because they want to run the ball, they have an offensive line that will shove you around. They're not a finesse team. There's not a lot of... The only subtlety in their offense, truly, is the number of ways they get the ball to Deebo Samuel. And other than that, there's no subtlety about what they do. They've finally figured out, yeah, this is what we are.
He's good. Ray's undressing on the air, by the way.
Yes, I am.
That's what everyone's wondering what's happening.
And I turned off the Frigidaire in the studio here. So
the temperature's rising that hot. That's how hot the beginning of today's show is.
Well, otherwise I'm wearing the puffy coat. That's how bad. That's how cold it gets.
Sometimes you do need the puffy coat in here.
Yeah. No, I think the 49ers, through their grinding in the early part of the year, they have now hit their stride as a team that wants to just sort of Michigan you into the ground, for lack of a better term.
31-13, and the Falcons were lucky to get to 13, all things considered. You had 2 goal line stands, which when you look at them and how many plays were run from inside the 49ers' 10-yard line, yet not a single point scored, it borders on historic. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later on. We're going to be saying hello to Michael Irvin later today at 4:15. The playmaker is going to join us. We're looking forward to that. And then the Warriors, like we said, they're back. They bookended a couple of losses in Philadelphia and Toronto around 3 wins to come home 3-2 on a 5-game road trip. That last game was essentially a mulligan game because of who did not play. It was a blowout by Toronto. But man, oh man, hello, Jonathan Kuminga. It was really nice to see that guy get out there and get frisky and have a career high in many different ways. So we're going to talk about how he is probably going to be looking at some more playing time coming up because Andrew Wiggins has now officially joined Jordan Poole in the NBA's COVID protocol. So minutes available. Feels like Mr. Kuminga could take them. And I think we're also going to be seeing some Andre Iguodala as well.
Yeah, I think, that's always going to be determined by his knee. I mean, did they play him a lot more than they planned to early? Yeah, but they were intent on establishing who they were early. And, him playing now, again, he may go 3 games in 5 days and then his knee will start barking at him again. But, you're right. I mean, Saturday, Toronto proved that they can beat Santa Cruz whenever they want.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I would like to see a little bit more Gary Payton II than Chris Chiozza, but that sounds like something we'll get into during Warriors Live, when we're also going to be saying hello to Anthony Slater and Kenny Caraway from up in Sacramento, a radio host up there, friend of the program, Kings fan. It ain't easy being one of those.
Oh, God.
He'll be joining us a little bit later.
Are we his therapy?
We should charge him for today's appearance. You're right about that. That was Jimmy Garoppolo's best game of the season. He was 18 of 23, 235 yards, a touchdown. Kittle said he saw the aura in breakfast. Whatever that means. I saw the aura in breakfast. Could feel it. Could feel a big day coming. Jimmy woke up feeling dangerous, Ray. When's the last time you let your aura go during breakfast?
I prefer not to dine on radioactive oatmeal. So who knows what Kittle's talking about? I mean, I don't know, unless he uses cobalt to fry his bacon.
Falcons didn't register a sack. They had only 3 quarterback hits all day. It was a good day for the offensive line. It was a good day for Jimmy. It was a good day for Jeff Wilson Jr. It was another good day for Kittle, a great day for Debo. Everything worked, and it was a really good day, I thought, for Kyle Shanahan, who had the right game plan, and he executed it. His players went out and executed what was a clear way to go about winning this game, and they did it. They did it for 4 quarters. The 49ers had 5 passes go for 21 yards or more. They were pushing the ball downfield in the air and on the ground all day. It was just a good afternoon of football. I mean, quality of opponent aside. We have seen how topsy-turvy this week is with this weekend's results, Ray, in a couple cities. I mean, prime example of how unpredictable and goofy the 2021 NFL season has become. Tom Brady gets shut out for the first time in a very, very long time. The Arizona Cardinals return home with no kneecaps. None. All kneecaps bitten in Detroit.
We're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to take your other kneecap.
Both kneecaps gone.
And there were only 39 touchdowns scored on Sunday, which is the lowest total, I think, since 2007.
Well, there was 4 games that didn't get, 3 games that should have been played.
I'm just saying that's what it looks like, and I don't see a whole lot going on in this game either. I have a feeling that after a couple of years of really high-powered offense, that defenses are starting to make the adjustment and bringing it back to what defensive coordinators like it as normal.
Well,
it just seems like there are. I mean, Brady never got started. Neither did Kyler Murray. I mean, there are limits to what those offenses can do, and I think defensive coordinators are beginning to figure out what those limits are.
Ray and I brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit. Nick Bosa is a one-man wrecking crew. The 49ers defensive line, which has really been seeing some fantastic play out of Arden Key, for goodness sakes, has been mauling the line of scrimmage since the Bengals game. The roughing the passer on Alden Key is among the worst flags thrown in the NFL at any time. You could root your entire life against the 49ers. Anyone would walk away saying, that's just not football. That's a terrible rule. And beyond it being a terrible rule, it was a terrible interpretation of a terrible rule in the moment that it happened. Key could not have done more to slide quickly as possible off of Matt Ryan, landing on his elbows, trying to hopscotch over him. I don't know what physically the NFL is expecting two falling large people to do. And it was the spirit of the rule is one thing. The actual rule is another. I think both were violated in that Arden Key decision, which led to one of the touchdowns directly that the Falcons would score on the very next play.
I operate on the assumption that anytime a quarterback is touched, there's a 3 out of 4 chance that a flag will come. And while you're right under normal football rules, the NFL has basically told you now for the last 5 seasons, if you touch a quarterback, you take your chances.
You know, there's a part of me that understands protect the quarterback. It is the moneymaker. It's what we're tuning in to see, and I get it. And I think in some examples you can see a clear, lifting up of the quarterback, piling him into the ground, weight upon the quarterback. And in that case, even though I don't like that rule, I could see why it was applied. This was not that. And we will talk about it. We got an awful lot to get into. A most amazing thing before it's all said and done. So it's good to be here. A good Monday show for you. It is our final week before Christmas time officially arrives, which means we'll have some Christmas caroling before it's all said and done. So Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's great to have you here. We're brought to you by Exergen Thermometers because accuracy matters. Fever is a leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science, the acute thermometer that you can trust. Accurate, not acute. Maybe it's cute. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of things. Acutely accurate? Save me, Ray. It's been vigilant. Be vigilant. No, you got to turn your mic on if you want to embarrass me further.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you die on this hill by yourself. I thought you were done. I thought I was done. I thought we were all done. And then you decided to put your tongue in your nostril.
Learn more at Exergen.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV?
common side effect is application site pain, such as burning or stinging.
Come on, moms and dads. Check out eucrissa.com and ask your doctor about Eucrissa.
Can I sing one more song?
Wilson was on the move, but the handoff goes to Samuel, who got the block from Kittle and takes it in, slicing for 6. 10-yard touchdown run. Deebo Samuel.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Kevin Harlan, unmistakable voice on CBS. Deebo Samuel really does it all. 4 catches, 60 yards yesterday, 6 carries for 29 yards. He had a touchdown on the ground. The guy's got 7 rushing touchdowns now on the season, 11 in his career. He's just a football player, Ray. Forget about the position. He's just a football player.
They're all football players.
But he's really
He's the Swiss Army knife of all Swiss Army knives. He's a dynamic pass catcher and a dynamic runner. And I don't know how many more of those there are. I mean, he literally has made himself a hybrid.
It's easy to say there's a little bit of a Cordero Patterson comp there, but he's so much better than Patterson.
Well, Patterson
has just done it a
Patterson's a better volume running back, but he's not nearly the wide receiver.
No.
I mean, if Taysom Hill were a better quarterback, I'd say that's the other tandem guy. But there really isn't one. And I don't know how it is that Kyle Shanahan finds running backs in nearly anything. I mean, if he wanted to make George Kittle a fullback, he could. I mean, he just has a way of divining running backs the way his dad did. There is a skill in that has not yet been revealed, but they show it to you all the time. I mean, just who can't run on that team?
It's amazing the amount of success they've had. Different players, different faces, different styles of running, too. It's not like everyone is carbon copy of the same guy coming off the assembly line. They're all unique, and Shanahan has a way of bringing out their unique skill sets. Samuel became the first member of the 49ers with at least 1 rushing touchdown in 5 consecutive games since Raheem Mostert did that back in 2019. Again, very different players, different styles. Deebo's 12 total touchdowns on the year now, 5 in the air, 7 on the ground, are the most by a 49er since Vernon Davis had 13 8 years ago, all the way back in 2013. So it's been a long time since someone has produced like this in the scoring column.
I mean, think about those teams' records. I mean, that's 49er football since 2013 has largely been pretty bad.
Yep.
So, I mean, I get why that's a record. But just in terms of the eye test, ignore the math. He's a guy who gets to the hole incredibly quickly, or he outruns people trying to get him toward the sideline. He has a gift that we thought Raheem Mostert had. And Mostert has that gift, but Samuel is also their best wide receiver. Probably their best receiver, period. So if he goes down, that's all the offense.
Look, George Kittle is a phenomenon in his own right. Deebo Samuel is the best football player on this team, I think.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. If they were trying to convert a 4th and 9 from their 30 with time running out and your life depended on it, who would you want them to get the ball to?
Well, those two guys. I mean, I'm comfortable with either choice. Make the best choice possible between the two based on the coverage. But in a world of everything being equal, I might still go to. I mean, here's the thing: if it's in the air, I might be going to Kittle there because that's who Kittle's become lately and who he is historically.
But Samuel's the guy who can break any play.
He is.
I think Kittle wears you down like soil erosion.
I need Kittle at the sticks on that play. I can throw to Deebo behind the line of scrimmage and maybe still pick up that first down.
You also think if you've got to score, I think. Well, we're arguing about nonsense.
Right. This is
it's 322, and we've already driven this thing into a ditch.
No, look.
But no, Samuel is the most dynamic player they have, and it's not close.
Yeah. Somebody on the text line, why is Debo running the ball late in the fourth quarter? There was one carry there where I think I would have gone away from him in the moment, but Kyle Shanahan basically said, look, we stayed frosty in this one. He has given up. He's seen games that were away from him come back to him, and he didn't want to do that again. So I probably wouldn't have had Debo slammed in the back of the offensive line on that last series, but everything else, and if that's the nitpicking you're doing about the game plan, it was probably a really good game plan, and it was yesterday. George Kittle, as I was saying, Ray, the December to Remember sales event, he's officially having one here. He is coming off the Player of the Week honors for his Week 14 performance. He became the first tight end in NFL history with back-to-back games of at least 150 yards and a touchdown. Yesterday, he followed that up, 6 catches on 6 targets for a game-high 93 receiving yards. In his last 3 games now, George Kittle has 28 catches on 33 targets, 425 yards, and 3 touchdowns. The yardage ties him for the most with a tight end in the Super Bowl era over a 3-week period, set by and tied by Darren Waller, who had a 3-week tear just last year when the Raiders were at their very, very Darren Waller best last year. Kittle is a beast. He is, look, George Kittle, right now, as of today, I can tell you, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that this team has 2 young players who are destined for the Hall of Fame. George Kittle, if he stays healthy, is going to the Hall of Fame. Nick Bosa, if he stays healthy, is going to the Hall of Fame. Everyone else is on tracking whatever way you want to say, wait and see status. The 2 of them are very, very special players. Very special players. The kind of players that other teams would be willing to trade you, whoever their best player is, for one of the 2 of them. That's how special they are. There's a lot wrong with how this team goes out and executes sometimes. The problems with Bosa and Kittle have only ever been defined by their own health shortcomings. Everything about them as football players is perfect, other than sometimes they get hurt.
Well, I mean, that's true of all football players, so you almost can take that out of the argument. When they play, they're very good. And I think what we've seen is, the 49ers struggled in the first half when one or both of them weren't healthy. And once they all got healthy, they've won 6 of 8. I mean, who else can say that other than the Dolphins?
Which is another, I guess it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. That's crazy too.
Oh, yeah, especially in the new world order in which we live. I mean, when guys are being plucked out of the lineup at a moment's notice, when we have to play multiple Monday and Tuesday night games because of a disease, if you can answer the bell, fine. But if you can answer it in December, that matters. It matters more. I mean, yes, every win counts the same, but the wins in December are what define you and how you plan your futures.
Well, it's why the Patriots have established themselves year after year after year as the hot team at the right time. Because look at Bill Belichick's December record.
Yeah. Bill Belichick's in such a good mood about his team that he apologized to the media today.
Now.
You didn't see that?
No, I did. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I know we got it. At some point, Grandy, put that on the board so we can listen to Bill Belichick sound like he cares about the media or the feelings that he might have hurt for the very first time in his life or career. I don't know how that came about. Here it is.
I'll just start off here. Look, fellas, I apologize if...
Like right there. I can just cut it off right there. I mean, that right there is a piece of sound you've never heard before. Bill Belichick saying, I apologize, into a microphone. Never heard that, Ray. Ever.
Yeah, because you saw the Saturday night in which he basically sat and moped through questions without responding at all.
They were down 20-0 in the fourth quarter, rallied, I think, with like 17 fourth quarter points, but game put away by Indy early. Here is Bill Belichick again, begging for mercy.
I'll just start off here. Look, Look, fellas, I apologize if it seemed like I was a little short with you after the game. Obviously a frustrating game. Down 20-0, didn't do anything well enough. I mean, there isn't really much to say at that point without watching the film. Clearly, we had problems in every area. No simple answer, and every play could have been better. Every area of coaching could have been better. Every area of playing could have been better, and any of that would have helped. Not really trying to be short, but honestly, there wasn't too much to say. I don't know that there's a whole lot more to say now, but it's not your fault.
The only thing that I can come away with, Ray, is a saying that's been ingrained in me my entire life. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, sometimes an ass kicking keeps you honest. And they got their butts whipped. And Bill Belichick felt like he got out-coached, I think. And that's the closest you will ever hear him to slipping into the confessional to talk to a priest.
Yeah, I mean, look, he hates any interactions with the media in general, especially podium interactions. But he's gotten his ass kicked before and didn't do this.
Right?
I mean, I think it's almost like there's a part of him that's shtick. But I think he looked back at this and said, you know what, that's even lousy for me.
Maybe. And it's not like Bob Kraft walked up to him and said, Bill, go make it right. They don't have those conversations.
No, those conversations do not exist. That was him feeling bad that he gave even less of an effort than he usually does on that. That's bad coaching, too.
Well, it's on to Cincinnati. Since the Cincinnati game, the 49ers have just been beating up teams behind the line of scrimmage. Nick Bosa, a one-man wrecking crew. We'll get into just what he has done and how he has looked as a player since he's been back with this team and healthy. He's having a remarkable season, all things considered, and could very well end up with this team's all-time single-season sack record if he keeps on going over these final 3 games, and I wouldn't put anything past him right now. He is such a disruptor on the line of scrimmage. So we'll get into that in just a little bit, but I told you that George Kittle saw the aura of Jimmy early.
I don't know if I saw it at breakfast, but definitely you could tell just in the locker room, especially on the field during warm-ups, Jimmy was definitely inspired to play at a high level today, and he definitely inspired all of us. He's a guy that breaks down the team before we go head out to the field as a team, and I thought he did a great job today. He definitely pulled us all along. I think he had a really good day today. But yeah, no, he definitely an aura. Nice juice. Nice.
Aura. Juszczyk said it.
Jimmy's been stacking weeks this whole year, and we do feel like he's just continually getting better. But I know today there was something different about him. He had this aura about him. I mean, even at breakfast, George and I looked at each other and we're like, Jimmy's ready to go today. And I love to see it from him. It's contagious, too. When we see our head guy like that fired up and ready to go, it makes everybody else fired up.
Look, man, we spent plenty of football season not respecting Jimmy Garoppolo or ready to move past him for something different, even if it wasn't something better. All respect to the way that guy went out and played yesterday. Is he getting better? Kyle Shanahan says basically Jimmy's the same guy all year. It's the play around him that is unlocking Jimmy Garoppolo at this particular time.
Jimmy hasn't been much different to me all year. I think we've gotten better around him throughout the year. I think we've gotten more continuity on the offense. I think we've, with the skill positions and tight ends, I think, they've gotten healthier and been out there more consistently than they were at the beginning of the year. And when you get a string weeks together from a quarterback and some of the guys you're throwing to, I think you usually improve and you just get more consistent. I think that's what we have struggled with is consistency and guys getting a little better and from health and stuff, and then us just committing to the run a lot better than we did at the beginning of the year, and getting more results out of that, to me, helps everybody on offense.
Stringing weeks together, stringing completions together, stringing third down completions together. This is when Jimmy's at his best. He was pushing the ball downfield. He wasn't settling for the easy underneath throw. He was looking to be aggressive, but not aggressive where he was being risky. He didn't have one of those hold-your-breath balls the entire afternoon. The only rookie-level mistake that Jimmy Garoppolo had was that one center exchange with Alex Mack where the ball went on the ground and they recovered it anyways. It was the only thing that looked like, oh, Jimmy's going to make a rookie mistake at one point today because it's just kind of who he is. Well, there it was. It wasn't an interception. And here's how important that is. The San Francisco 49ers this season are 7-0 when Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't throw an interception. That's how important that is. Turn the ball over another way if you have to. Do it on special teams, which they probably will. Do it, a running back puts a ball on the ground, which sometimes happens. As long as Jimmy is clean, the 49ers win.
Well, but some of that cleanliness that you talk about, I mean, I could think of 2 interceptions that were basically sort of game situation dictated where you got to throw the ball and that happens. I don't think he's been terribly inaccurate this year. I think early on in the year, when they were having trouble getting the right people on the field and synchronizing what they do. I mean, you saw what they did. They got blown out twice this year. The other 4 losses, they were in it. I mean, the Green Bay loss was Aaron Rodgers killing you. The first Arizona loss, they were in that. They didn't score a lot, but they were in that. They've really only been dictated to twice. And the fact that it took them 8 games to figure out what's the best way to do this is an indication that Kyle Shanahan's offense requires a great deal more precision than we think it does. But yesterday was a classic Kyle Shanahan game. Jimmy Garoppolo throws the ball 23 times. They run the ball 32. If Kyle Shanahan had to coach one last game, that's how he'd do it. I mean, he's given no indication that he wants to be the guy who goes bombs away in any game. He is a percentage player. We have a better chance of winning the game if we run the ball more. We have a better chance of winning the game if we live one, that in defense. He said it over and over and over again. And now they finally got that. And that's why they're in the position they're in today, which is while they're still the 6th team in the conference, they've now got a game and a half on the 8th place team. And their last 3 games are very doable. Tennessee, well, Houston's that's a bye. And then the Rams, who are showing signs again, but always have trouble with the 49ers. I mean, I wouldn't have bet 6 weeks ago this team could end up 11-6. But that's a very real thing for them right now.
The division could come back to them, Ray. I don't even want to. Let's not even do that.
No. See, that's where you get into trouble. You start raising expectations. They're just going to grind. They're just going to grind their games out. That's it. They're not going to dazzle you. They're not going to win you your fantasy league. They're going to beat bad teams, and they're just going to wear down decent teams.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today. Look, you talk about the 2 times that the game really got away from them. The loss to the Colts, 30-18, that got away from them. The second time around against the Cardinals, 31-17, the Colt McCoy aberration game. That's one that got away from them. They lost to the Seahawks by 7 points the last time they lost to the Seahawks. It was by 7 points the very first time they lost to the Seahawks. They lost they lost by 2 points when Aaron Rodgers came back to get them. It's so funny, Ray, when you look at it as it's happening, you see what's wrong, and you see how many times they've just lost in a row there. They had a 4-game losing streak, and a 4-game losing streak is enough in the NFL to rattle even the most ardent of fans or supportive of critics. When you really take a 35,000 foot from the air bird's eye view of the entire season, all of a sudden they're looking like a team that should be sitting at 10-4. I mean, they got a couple of losses that are by just an eyelash of points, and it's so funny, man, how beauty is in the eye of the beholder week in, week out in this league. It's a weird year, and the Niners are a weird team. So what do you do in a weird year as a weird team? Well, you try to get right at the time where you need to be right, and that's right now. And even though they still got problems in their secondary, and even though their special teams is an adventure just about every single time it takes the field, all of a sudden, what I was maxing out just last week, Ray, is a decent football team, I want to upgrade them. You know that big upgrade button? I'm pushing the upgrade button. The 49ers have improved from decent to not bad. They're not bad. It's better than decent.
I mean, they're in the
They're
top,
approaching good.
They're in the top third of the league, probably.
Yeah. They're not bad.
Anybody not going to take that on the 1st of September? I mean, any 49er fan who hated their team and wanted everybody fired, that's why, fans are not to be trusted.
Not bad.
They don't get to have not bad. They're not to have their own opinions anymore. We will give them the opinions they need.
But we've been wrong. I've been wrong. You've been on the opposite side of right.
What does that mean?
You've been wrong.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind admitting that. I mean, it's all guesswork anyway. But, I didn't think they were the disaster that everybody else thought they were, because I looked at that second half schedule, and which has borne itself out. They played their best football in the last 8 weeks when the schedule got easier. That's not the only reason why, but I wasn't demanding that people be fired and shot yet.
No one was demanding any public executions.
Oh, there were some.
A couple of, accidental drownings, maybe.
Fair enough, yeah.
Kittle and Debo, says somebody from the 650. They'll win you your fantasy league. Hey, maybe. Look at it this way. George Kittle and Debo Samuel. How about this? The 49ers offense is on track to have 2 1,000-yard receivers for the first time in 23 years. We're going back to the days of Rice. George Kittle is 150 receiving yards away from joining Debo Samuel with 1,000 for the season. If Kittle gets there, I'm not trying to jinx anybody, if he stays healthy the way that he's playing right now, feels very likely with the tear that he's on, he's going to get there. It's going to be the first time that the 49ers have had 2 players with 1,000 receiving yards since Jerry Rice and T.O. back in 1998. That's officially a long time ago.
Officially, you needed verification of that?
It's official, Ray. 1998 was a long time ago. It's been a long time. In an exploding world where even bad teams move footballs in the league. The Niners haven't had 2 1,000-yard receivers. That belies what we're going to get into when I talk about team identities. Because when I think about what is the Niners' team identity, it's quarterbacking excellence. Now, it doesn't maintain throughout all quarterbacks all time every year, but Niners are Montana, Young, Garcia, and even just a wink of Kaepernick, who looks state-of-the-art at the very debut of his career. That's what the Niners kind of represent. It's amazing that sometimes it's just a feeling you get other than factual information, because if the Niners had been state-of-the-art quarterbacking franchise, it wouldn't have been 23 years in between 2,000-yard receivers on the same team.
Well, but that's the fantasy of 15 years of Montana and Young. Since then, they really haven't had a dynamic quarterback. When they've succeeded, it's because they were okay offensively and they could defend well. But their last great quarterback was Steve Young. I mean, that's a long time ago. I mean, you could talk about a flash of Kaepernick here and a flash of Jeff Garcia there, but they got their Hall of Fame run the same way that the Packers are finishing off their long run of Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
I don't want to get you too excited, Ray, but apparently Trey Lance is carving it up in practice. You excited?
Oh, shut up.
We got much more coming for you today. Michael Irvin joins us at 4:15. We got Warriors Live starting at 5:30. An awful lot here. Victory Formation Monday on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs.
The Odyssey app. You want Christmas music? It's there. Picked out lovingly. Curated just for you. New Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, Coke Zero Sugar. A little something to get everybody in the mood for the holidays. That's right. Sing it, Ray. Beautiful. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on. God almighty.
Couldn't be worse.
Turn your mic on.
See? That's what it does. It destroys me.
Oh, my God.
Don't do that again, ever.
Michael Irvin, coming up at 4:15. Enjoy your Odyssey app, everybody. So, look, I wrote this down. I mean, it might not be provable in a court of law. Eyewitnesses are the worst witnesses you can get. But here's my eyewitness report of teams and their historical team identities, Ray. Like we said, the 49ers, state-of-the-art quarterbacking, state-of-the-art offense, going all the way back to Bill Walsh. Yes, Mike Nolan happened. Yes, Jimmy Ray happened. But that's what I think about. The same way that Penn State still likes to hang its hat on linebacker U, this is what I think of. When it comes to Chicago Bears, that's defense first, second, and third. That's what they do. That's who they are. It's when they're at their best, they're a defensive football team. When they're at their worst, they're still a defensive football team. The Patriots, when I think of them, I just think of all three phases getting executed. There's a team that thinks special teams is as important as any other part of a football team, and it bears itself out week after week after week after week. It's just balance. That's what I think about when I think about the Patriots, which is hysterical because growing up, we didn't even think about the Patriots, Ray. That's how bad they were.
Yeah, they broke out in 85. Well, they were very good in the 60s in the AFL for a while. Then they were awful for a long time, and then they got to that Super Bowl in 85 against the Bears.
Steve Grogan, baby.
And then they were awful again and didn't become who they are until the start of the century, and they hired Bill Belichick away from the New York Jets.
Well, and the New York Jets, their identity, massive losers. That is their football identity. Tony Kornheiser said it very best one day at the end of an episode of PTI. He said, think about being a Jets fan. All you got is Joe Namath running off the field, wagging a finger. That's all you got. One highlight, one memory, just running off the field, one day, Joe Namath wagging a finger, and that's it. The Jets are massive losers in the dustbin of history. It's how they'll be remembered. The New York Giants, boring. Every single year, even when they're good, even when they're great, even when they got Joe Morris and Lawrence Taylor. Frickin' boring. Every year. When I grew up, even Giants fans hated watching Giants games. I'm talking about Super Bowls that they were involved in.
Oh, no. At their height, Bill Parcells said, if you can get to 13, you got a chance. But I don't think you can get to 13.
Steelers, win ugly, win often. Baltimore Ravens, win ugly, win often. That's why there's a rivalry. They're not just geographical rivalries. They're not just historical rivalries. They're mirror images of each other. It's win ugly football with dastardly stubborn coaches. It's fantastic.
Yeah, dastardly stubborn coaches who last forever.
Yeah.
I mean, three coaches. The Steelers have had three coaches since 1969.
It's one of
That's three coaches in 53 years.
It's one of the most impressive runs of consistency in the history of professional sports.
Yeah. I mean, it's stunning how amazing that is. The only thing that's comparable is Connie Mack managing the Philadelphia A's that he owned.
Right.
From 1901 to 1950.
Doesn't quite count. You're not going to fire yourself, Connie.
Well, he eventually did, but he was also in his 90s at that point. But no, the Steelers that's a phenomenal record, and that's not letting bad coaches stay. They've had a run of success going back to 1970 that people would trade their eye teeth for.
Speaking of a run of success, going back multiple years, See, Lorne Michaels is thinking about hanging it up from Saturday Night Live after all these years. He's been executive producer of Saturday Night Live like forever. There was a small little hiatus where he walked away from the show. They begged him back. Lorne Michaels. Write that down. Keep an eye on that. It's a developing story.
Yeah.
TV legend. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think they've been treading water for a long time, but they still churn it out every year, and it's still NBC's tentpole on Saturday night.
Sure is.
Because one, they don't have anything else, and B, they find just enough writers and just enough performers to skate by. I mean, if they didn't have Kenan Thompson and Kate McKinnon, I mean, it would be QVC.
Yeah. I mean, they're two icons, no doubt. It's a pretty decent cast. They got a good young cast right now. It's Saturday Night Live is on an uptick a little bit. Although I just saw a couple of episodes who just what's her name? Who's the her hair's not green anymore? Her hair's not green. Sad girl. She's a good singer though. Billie Eilish. They just had the Billie Eilish episode. I just watched it. She wasn't good. It wasn't a good episode. It was a poorly written episode. Skits didn't work. But a couple weeks before, it was good. Anyway, there you go. Lorne Michaels might be hanging it up soon. Monitor that, kids.
Well,
back to team identities.
I think I've heard the Lorne and Michaels might retire soon story fairly often.
Have you ever heard it from me?
Not from you,
there
but
you go.
That doesn't make it any more valid.
Now you're getting the straight dope. Historical team identities. Brings us to the Atlanta Falcons. Soft. That is their historical team identity. They're a soft football team. They're soft in their construction. They're soft in their execution. In a big game, you know they're going to go belly up soft because that's what they do. You've seen it. They gave up 28-3. We know that. It's going to echo in Super Bowl lore forever. The only way you give up 28-3 is if you're soft. And God, the Falcons were soft yesterday. Sure, the Niners are hard, but they're soft. I mean, they should have to take their pads off after that game at a Great America family restroom. Like one of those changing tables. They shouldn't have even been let back into the visitors' locker room. They got so pummeled in that game. A season-high 33 pressures against Matt Ryan. Well, I guess I should say against the offense, because it's impossible to have 33 pressures against a quarterback who only threw the ball 32 times, but they did. So that just means pressuring on the day. Ryan was sacked 3 times. He was hit 9 times. The 49ers defense have now notched 12 sacks over the last 3 weeks. They're coming. Nick Bosa's leading the way. Week in, week out. Got his 15th sack of the season. Recorded his 4th forced fumble of the season. He's got a sack in 6 straight games. That's the most since Aldon Smith in 2012, who had a sack in 7 consecutive games. But as we said when we were kind of comparing those 2 players last week, Aldon Smith's success came off the hip of another player. Nick Bosa doesn't even need teammates to be this good. That's who he is. Nick Bosa is a monster right now in this league. He is one of this league's signature one-man wrecking crews. He's got 15 sacks, which is the 5th highest total in team history. Charles Haley had 16 in 1990. Tim Harris had 17 in 92. Fred Dean had 17 and a half in 1983. Aldon Smith, 19 and a half in 2012. Aldon had that spectacular year. No doubt. Can't take it away from him. But he did so because Justin Smith allowed him to be Aldon Smith.
You're talking team identities. There's one for the 49ers that never gets mentioned. They've had a long succession of great defensive linemen. And that goes back to Leo Nomalini, who went to the Hall of Fame by being a great defensive lineman in the 50s and 60s. They've had a steady string of them. In fact, a longer string of them than they've had quarterbacks.
Bryant Young.
Yeah. I mean, that's a place where they're loaded. But you never hear anybody mention that because nobody thinks of that.
All teams, when they're great, are good in the trenches. All of them. It's like there's no exception to that rule. It's why the Falcons will never be great, because who is the greatest Falcons offensive or defensive lineman? I'll wait. I'll give you to the rest. I'll give you to the end of the show, Ray, to come up with the answer to that question without even using Google.
Tommy Nobis.
Alex Mack.
Not with them any longer.
Stole him.
Took him. Who'd you say?
Tommy Nobis.
C.W. Nevius of the Chronicle?
Tommy Nobis is in the Hall of Fame. Don't be dismissive.
When did he go into the Hall of Fame?
Like 1975.
Okay, so the year I was born.
Well, what's that? Why is that a metric? He existed. He was a great player. You asked me the last one. I gave it to you.
There you go. So since 75, not in my lifetime have they replaced the legend of Tommy Nobis.
Don't be dismissive.
I'm not. I'm saying it's a fact.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing with your general point, which is that when they are good because they throw the ball around. But they did have a guy who made it. And they probably have others. I'm just too lazy to look at it.
I'm trying to think who was the impact.
Oh, Claude Humphrey went to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, Claude.
He matters.
How's Stan Humphrey doing?
I don't know. I don't know that matters at all.
Anyway, the 49ers yesterday lived up to my terrible eyewitness team reputation, and so did the Atlanta Falcons. Jimmy Garoppolo said, look, when it comes to pleasing critics around here, probably the hardest critic to please is his own coach.
They're far and few between. Just with not only me, just everybody. That's how Kyle is, though. And you like that in a coach. Pushes you, tries to, we all want to be perfect. We're all trying to be perfect. And when you have a guy pushing you like that, it helps.
Compliments are far and few between. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's got big standards, no doubt about it. But Jimmy lived up to him. He lived up to him yesterday. That's the best game he's played all year. It's not his most prolific. It's not the best game he's ever had as a Niner. But in terms of how did you do over the course of 4 quarters of football, how was everything on first down? How was everything on third down? Did you have any one of those heart attack balls? We're like, oh my God, how is that not an interception? The answer was no, not yesterday. He had a couple of passes that, might have been behind the target a couple of times. But nothing that you'd say, get this guy off the field, not even close. Kyle Shanahan was giving Jimmy Garoppolo his just dues after yesterday's game.
I mean, I give soft compliments a lot. Like, it's just, Jimmy and I see each other every day, so it's not like, hey, things have been weird for 5 days. I got to go tell you that I think you're playing pretty good. He doesn't need that, and most of our guys don't. We see each other each day. We're in meetings together. We're on films. Every time he runs a play, I tell him to play. So, we're pretty close in that way, and he does pretty good with my soft compliments.
Soft compliments. It sounds like a Shannon Tweed movie that would come on HBO at about 1:30 in the morning. By the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Grandy's so young, he's probably looking up who's Shannon Tweed. She had a 97-mile-an-hour fat. She could put cut on it, too, for a minute there. Shannon Tweed, Ray, tell the kids.
I've never seen a thing she's ever done.
You're wrong about that. You'd identify her immediately.
Okay, prove it.
I will.
I don't know who Shannon... I know who Shannon Tweed is, but I've never seen a thing she's done.
But you know who she is.
Well, yeah.
Without seeing a thing that she's done.
Because she's one of those...
career.
She's one of those omnipresent names. And I can't tell you anything she's done.
You never watched... oh, God, what was it called on...
a great movie, that one.
Necessary Roughness or First and 10, Do It Again on HBO. Back in the day, it was like their first kind of football show. Nope. No? Anyway, Shannon Tweed. I believe she was Playmate of the Year.
Well, that got by me, too.
Anyway, prolific career. What was
a bunch of movies you can't remember.
Well, they weren't movies. Again, the soft compliment would have been the name of a Shannon Tweed movie. They were not. These were just vehicles to have her come out of a shower in soft lighting. Every script was eventually leading up to a wet towel.
Did this make her unique in any way?
Well, in 1983 on HBO, it sure did.
She was also in SpongeBob. How about that?
Good to see her working.
I'm game. Who did she play in SpongeBob?
Mom Fish.
Oh, the legendary Mom Fish.
Here's the deal. Soft compliments, what are those?
Boy, that's a great question.
What is a soft compliment from Kyle Shanahan? Maybe there's a better question.
Yeah,
what's
the soft compliment is you didn't suck today.
What's a hard compliment?
You're the best player ever.
Probably not a lot of those getting thrown around.
No, when you're 8-6, you shouldn't get those. In fact, compliments get softer as you get older. What you get?
So does Shannon Tweed.
Jesus, you're not healthy. You are literally not healthy. I mean, when your kid is 6 and 7, it's hard compliments all day long, and then there's ice cream. That fades by the time you're about 11 or 12, and then after that, nobody cares. That's parenting advice for you.
Do you know that Shannon Tweed was on Falcon Crest, Ray?
I'm sure she was. I never saw that either.
She's married to Gene Simmons. Of the band Rush.
Of the band Rush.
I just wanted to see you were paying attention. Kiss, of course.
Yes. Kiss was in a band that I paid almost no attention to.
Well, because you got taste in music.
Okay. So in other words, she married a rock and roll figure who stayed too long at the fair. And that's fame for her.
Aggressively long tongue. Gene Simmons.
Okay. So he's a Komodo dragon with feet.
He is. Shannon Tweed found love with Gene Simmons. It's good. Are those two still together, by the way? Can we look that up?
I can. I went off of the football show that you were asking about, HBO.
1st and 10, do it again.
I don't see the do it again part, but 1st and 10.
Okay, so when they relaunched it, it was called 1st and 10, do it again. Because it went away for a while.
California Bulls. That was the team.
California Bulls.
Yeah.
And the guy who played Ogre in Revenge of the Nerds, that was like his vehicle. It was a vehicle for Shannon Tweed and the guy who played Ogre in Revenge of the Nerds. He was one of the main California Bulls.
You
grew up with HBO and cable, yes.
Oh, God. I mean, frankly, if we could do it over again, I'd confiscate your television.
O.J. Simpson, co-star in 1st and 10.
That's right. O.J. was all over that.
You remembered Shannon Tweed, but not O.J. Simpson.
She was in more developmental to my libido scenes than O.J. was.
Okay.
It's about as honest of an answer as I can give you, right?
That's that's depressing on any number of levels. But
soft compliments by Kyle Shanahan. Sounds like a cologne.
It also sounds
available at Macy's.
It also sounds like exactly the kind of coach he is, which is to say, I give out compliments just so that they know that I'm paying attention to them, like they're tactical. If Urban Meyer had soft compliments, he'd still have his job today.
he had no soft. He had hard insults.
Yeah, and it took him 3 days to immediately, get on the horn with Ian Rappaport to start his redemption tour.
Did you see that? Isn't that something else? He wants you to know that the generation done gone soft.
Yeah, it's not my fault. America has failed me. God, I wouldn't hire that guy to test plutonium.
Actually, that's the one thing I wouldn't mind seeing him doing.
No,
Can you
because
see him trying to bully the plutonium, yelling at it like it's got a half-life of a teenager?
Yeah, kicking it.
The half-life joke was good, Ray. You could have given that a soft compliment of a giggle. Thank you.
No, Urban Meyer is hilarious because he just blew it all up. And then, 4 days later, a guy you don't know, the head coach of the Winnipeg Jets, a guy named Paul Maurice, came out and just quit. He just said, my players are great. I love them all, but they need a new voice. There's a problem in the room, and it's me.
I did see that.
You can't beat that for a quote.
I can't believe his name's not Pierre Maurice. That's how Canadian that quote is.
Yeah, but it's just there's a problem in the room here, and it's me.
That's a level of self-awareness very few people ever reach.
Yeah, I mean, almost none. And literally within hours, there were 4 teams that were saying, well, we got a coach we'd like to get rid of. Let's hire him. And basically he was saying, I'm fried with this. And one of the things he said he was fried by is coaching in the pandemic.
It doesn't sound fun.
Oh, no. I mean, it's one thing we never mention. You know, when we list off this litany of players testing positive, coach is dealing with that every day. And there's a piece of paper that lands on his desk that says, here are the guys you can't have for the next 2 weeks. And, you know, the job, it's a fun job, but it's also stressful. And you add that onto it and you say, this is how it's going to be for the next 2 years and maybe longer. I'm surprised more coaches are just going, I'm done with this.
The money's great. You know, I mean, you got to keep circling back to where else can I deal with a problem like this but still get paid like this?
Oh, yeah, but eventually the problem gets bigger than the money.
Once you get enough money and you're comfortable, why deal with that anymore?
Well, because coaches never leave when it's time to leave. They stay, well, Urban Meyer. You know, did he need the Jacksonville job? No, except that he's a twisted lunatic.
Well, you know, I get why some people love sports and they want to stay around the game because it either keeps them young or they love it. But there was nothing about Urban Meyer that suggested he loved being around the guys or one of the gang or part of a coach's room when he's just lambasting it with, at best, soft compliments throughout his entire career. What's the amazing thing is it had nothing. The Jacksonville Jaguar job this year was not to be evaluated on wins or losses or successes or failures on the football field. It was basically make sure Trevor Lawrence doesn't want to quit football, and that was not on the right track. That was not on the right track. And then make sure that you're not an a-hole to everyone that you deal with. And he couldn't do that. The Urban Meyer fired himself because he couldn't stop being a jackass.
He couldn't not be Urban Meyer. I mean, he was the guy who said, losing tears me up. Then why did you take that job? You were going to lose for 3 years.
Right. You knew what you were walking into. You knew you were going into a game. You know, everyone had loaded dice. You don't even have dice.
Yeah, I mean, you're just rolling squares. No, it's a level of total lack of self-awareness. You know, okay, you hate losing. You're going to a place where they do nothing but that. You hate people who talk back to you, and you're going to a place where the players talk back to you all the time. You like running your own shop. You're going to a place where there's somebody above you all the time. What about that job was good except for the fact that they offered him $50 million over 5 years? Nothing.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Florida's a nice little tax haven.
Yeah, I mean, he took it for greed. That's all he did it for. And he couldn't figure out how to be correctly greedy.
Damon, what'd you think of the HBO show Dream On? Oh, come on, with Brian Benben?
That was pretty good.
It was. It really was.
It didn't have Shannon Tweed in it.
She might have been in a scene or two. I'm just throwing it out there. She was like HBO kept her on retainer, I think. Like, we need someone in a towel. Call Shannon.
Yeah, just lead towel.
Coming up next, we're going to get it back on track. How about this?
It's too late.
Hard and soft compliments for a Hall of Famer. Michael Irvin joins us next here on 95.7 The Game. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits, work-life balance that you love. AC Transit's hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. You can apply today at actransit.org/careers. And oh, by the way, Shannon Tweed and Gene Simmons are still married. Those two kids can make it. Who can't? Hey, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And this holiday season, they want to
95.7 The Game.
It's that time on a Monday where we get to lean into one of our favorite conversations of the entire week. Mr. Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, joins us here to go over a Week 15 that is still very much underway. As a matter of fact, we got another game tonight and 2 more games coming up before the 49ers and the Tennessee Titans kick off Week 16 in Tennessee this Thursday night. Michael, thank you very, very much for joining us. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great, man. I'm sitting here watching some football, and it's a good thing. Like you said, we got Thursday night football, but you got football Monday, you got football Tuesday, and then you'll take a day Wednesday, then you got football Thursday, a little day Friday, and football Saturday. So yeah, we're all over the place with this football now.
Look, and we won't even get into why we're all over the place with the whole COVID conversation. We've talked enough about it, but how hard is it for athletes who become creatures of habit to have to move their week around and change what they think is going to be game day to now we're playing on a Tuesday? I know everyone's a pro and they're paid to do it, but creatures of habits hate when their habits have to get changed.
Right, and you do it because you have to do it, but you better believe it messes with your mind because you're set on how you do things all week long, down to the point, guys, where if you wear a pair of socks and you play well, you want those same socks. You want to put them on the same time. You put them on the last time, at the same place. You put them on the same day. And that's all of that you try to create, all of these little preparations, these little pieces that clicks to your mind. Boy, you're about to play great. Boy, you're about to play great. Boy, you are about to play great. And then when they shift all of that, absolutely, it messes with everything. But like you said, you got to play the game. We have to play the game. We are pros. You got to play the game, but you have to adjust.
With all that said, are you honestly telling us that you wore the same pair of socks for most of your career?
Let me tell you something. If we got going and winning games, I'll come in there with the same pair of dirty drawers on for 18 weeks straight. The same pair of dirty draws if we're going to win that game. That's how football players think. No matter what it takes, I will wear it. Because all you're trying to do is set your mind on the positives. And you got to do some of that dirty, nasty stuff to set on the positives. You do that. Because the reality is, think about it, it's actually biblical. As a man thinketh, so is he. So when you start thinking positive, feeling positive, good things will happen. Talking about this, let me digress over here and tell you guys this is why I trip on the national media and how they go after Dallas with the slump thing. Dallas in a slump. There's the number 2 seed in the NFL with the number 2 offense in the NFL, and everybody's hollering slump, 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 slump. Why? Because that penetrates the mind of the players, and they start thinking that they are in a slump. And that mind games work, especially right here, because everybody is looking for that extra edge when we get down to this time of the season and going into a playoffs.
Well, how about,
I didn't mean to give you that example about the dirty underwear, but I'm just telling you the extent at which I will run.
There we go. And we're just looking for some honesty, and we always get it from you. Now, nobody should change their drawers, their pads, or even do laundry this week with the 49ers because they just played maybe their best football game of the year. Now, that doesn't apply to special teams. That is a problem week in, week out for them. But offensively and defensively, that's as solid a 4 quarters that they've had. They are dominating both sides of the line of scrimmage now for a handful of weeks in a row. Kyle Shanahan's game plans seem to be more on point the last few weeks in a row. And I don't know how much of that is them or how much of that is their competition. But for whatever reason, it's coming together at the right time. And there is a whole bunch of teams in football that, are not coming together at the right time. When you look at some of these results in from Week 15, and we'll get into them a little bit later, but Niners are all of a sudden upgraded from decent football team to pretty good football team.
Because everybody's playing within their groove. Everybody's playing within their groove. This defense, this team, the star of this team really is the defense and the run game. But the star of leagues are the wide receivers and the quarterbacks. So as long as you stick true to your identity, that defense plays like it plays, and that run game does what it does, and we allow that to be the catalyst. Then San Fran's right there. Listen, Garoppolo, look how he's playing. He's playing efficient football. Not anything spectacular. He's not throwing for the 300-400 yards. Not giving you that, but it's efficient football. It's 18 for 20. It's efficient football, not turning the ball over. That's how you win ball games, with that defense and that running game. And guys, did I not say to you guys a couple of weeks ago, if he wanted to, he can make Deebo Samuel an MVP candidate. I was the first to say it right here. Then I started hearing other people kind of throw it around on other shows. I said they've been listening to us talk. That's all I said. They tune in and listen to us talk.
You mentioned the 49er defense. Statistically, they're sort of middle of the pack. So what is it that you see in them that gets them the results they need when the other team's got the ball?
What are you talking about, the defense?
Yeah.
Well, there's no question what you see in them. I can point directly. You see a Bosa. That's who you see in them, if you want to talk about that. That's really what you see. You see that defensive front. And Bosa's having an incredible year. And I was looking over some of those numbers. Even the Bosa, it's 15 sacks, and the T.J. Watt has 17. But then Bosa played in 2 more games than T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt's having an incredible year. Bosa is having a defensive MVP type year, and the defense starts with that front. That's just the bottom line. It starts with that front, stopping the run. That goal line stands after the interception, after the fumble, right on the kick, and you turn around, put that goal line stand together. That's big time, because I thought, wow, what a momentum swing that is. To get that kick, get that turnover right there, and then boom, be high. Oh, we're about to start, jump on this thing, and then turn around and you get that goal line stand and snatch it right back. That was strong.
An early goal line stand. They even had a late goal line stand, 2-in-1 game, and that's almost historic in the NFL. Does not happen very, very often. We've got Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game, and you talked about Bosa. And I don't want to get too excited or over my heels on anybody, because the NFL can cut a great career short real fast. It's kind of what this league does. That guy has Hall of Fame talent. If his body will allow him the career, that's about as safe of a bet for a Hall of Fame defensive end, young in his career, as you could ever see. He is up there with some very special players early in his career, and he's doing it coming off an ACL surgery, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, you can see, though, man. You can see how much he loves. The one thing, when I talked to Coach Smith was the guy that pulled me out of the ghettos for Lauderdale at St. Thomas High School, when he was telling me about he got Bosa kids that were coming in to St. Thomas, and he was talking about then just the drive and the motor that the kid has. He's always going. He works so hard. He's always working on his craft. And you know what? When I see him play now, I go all the way back to that all the time.
Well, it's like you told us about Kittle. Last week we asked you about George Kittle. What's his greatest attribute? And you said he loves the game of football.
That's the thing that makes you Justin Jefferson. I go back to these high school coaches, and because you'll get the grit of the kid. You'll get the grit of the kid. No, he's been like this. This kid has been. Justin Jefferson. Coach Sullivan said, Michael, he's the first one I met that was hungry and loved it like you. He competitive, like didn't want to lose. That kind of stuff, man. When Coach was telling me about Bosa, I was like, and then you have the talent to match it. See, a lot of people usually have that gift and talent and really don't have to love it because it's been so easy to them. So they don't put all the extra time in. They just show up and beat your butt because that's what they've been doing all of their lives, because they have that kind of talent. When you get that red dude that has that kind of talent but that kind of love and hunger, yeah, there's no doubt. No doubt he'll be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt in my mind.
With all the COVID positives that the league has reported, does the fact that they've sort of changed how they're going to to sort of count those? You say, well, if you're asymptomatic, even though you might have it, you get to play. Does that trouble you at all as a former player?
Well, for various reasons, I'm understanding more and more of all of this now. You know, and as I learn more and get more, I understand. Even I had those same thoughts. But even when you talk about it, they said that this new Omicron variant thing, it was like 10%, and now it's like 75% of the new outbreak. So the numbers, from what I've gathered and I'm hearing from people, the numbers are getting crazy. But it even talks about this one hits you quicker and move on quicker. You know, it spreads more, but it's not as dangerous, or it's not as more, it's certainly not more deadly. So all those things. So I have to lean on the medicals of all the medicals of the NFL, the medical people, and I know that they're thinking and getting more information, getting new information, and making those assessments off that. I know the easy thing is the thing that, man, the NFL is trying to change it so they can get people back on the field to play these games because, you know, we know they love money. And they ain't going to stop loving money. That's the reality of it. But I do believe that we have to continue to get the knowledge, man, and trust that these guys are doing the right thing, and according to the new knowledge that we're getting from all these variants.
You know, sometimes you see a rule that you might not like get put into play, but then you say, all right, well, the result of this new rule is safer football, so ultimately you got to be on board with it. When they decided that defending players could not land directly on top of a quarterback with their full body weight, you know, you know when that should apply, and then you know when they probably apply it when they shouldn't. And that happened to Arden Key, who has shown up with the 49ers and completely jump-started his career after sort of toiling away in mediocrity with the Raiders. They moved him inside, and Arden Key's playing great. He landed on Matt Ryan and did everything possible to slide off of him as a player could do from sacking a quarterback directly from behind him in a blind spot. It's not like he picked him up and drove him into the ground with his full body weight. When you see that, you say, all right, well, that's why they put the rule in. Arden Key had one of the worst flags thrown on him, Michael, of the entire season. And it's not just the Niners. I think if you hated the Niners, you'd have to agree, man, that's a tough flag right there.
Right, and you know, and I understand the how would I say? I understand the letter of the law.
Right.
I understand what they're saying from the letter of the law. But what we need are refs that understand the spirit of the rule. The spirit of the rule, not the letter of the rule. If you fall on him, then that's a flag. That's the letter of the rule. But it's not it's for the spirit of the rule. You should be able to determine, okay, that was a normal fall on him. That wasn't trying to drive him in the ground. You know what I mean? If you're trying to drive somebody or drive them, I understand you want to pull away from that. So that I want the refs to call it if you're trying to drive them, especially driving, because you can get a shoulder and you know a lot of danger come from that. But if you're just tackling someone and you fall on someone and you don't see the intent to harm, the maliciousness of it, then we can't stick to the letter. We have to lean more towards the spirit of that rule.
Who's more at fault at that, though? Is it the officials or is it the league for insisting that there not be a gray area, that if it looks like it could be something, it is something?
Yeah, no doubt the league. No doubt the league. And let's talk real here now. Now let's talk real. I know we try to get there on the protocols, but here's the real. We don't want you hurting a dude that we're paying $45 million a year. We don't want you hurting that dude. That's the reality. We don't want to lose the money that we're paying out, and we don't want people not to come to the game that we're going to take in. So we're going to protect. That's just the reality of what they're doing. So, and I know the refs are trying to do what the league is telling them to, but I just wish they'll take some of that in their own hands.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. What was the more surprising result of the games that are in the books already through Week 15? The fact that the Cardinals went to Detroit and lose, or Tom Brady gets shut out at home to the Saints?
Boy, and that's a great question, man. That's a great question because both of them are very surprising. But Brady being shut out is like blow me away surprising from the standpoint they've already lost 3 times in a row to Tom Brady. Tom Brady already lost 3 times in a row to the Saints.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that was his 4th. In the way the Saints played, and you went into that game. Let me tell y'all something, too. Remember, we were just talking about how powerful the mind is. We're just talking about it. That's a perfect question. That's why I'm going to the Tom Brady situation. I would dub that as the one because we know Tampa's a better team than New Orleans. We know that. But we talked all week, and New Orleans hurt. Man, nobody ever beat them 4 times in a row. I'm going to have me a piece of the goat for the rest of my life. Everybody on this field with New Orleans, we're going to have a piece of the goat for the rest of our lives. Nobody's ever done this. So now they the level of play they raised themselves up to, they thinking, well, we will not lose this game tonight. There's no way we're going to lose this game. That's how they had. That's their mindset going into the game. Tampa was saying, yeah, we have problems with this team all the time. We have problems. We saw Gronk. We saw passes being dropped that were laid right perfectly in their hands. So Tom is trying to get over his little thing with the Saints, but by now it has infected the whole team because they all look like, what the hell is going on out here? And then everybody started getting hurt. Now, I've been in one of those games where it just seemed like, man, something going on out here, and a lot of people getting hurt. Then you go from, I'm not even worried about winning this game. I just want to get out of this one healthy. And I saw all of that on the mind of Tampa last night, and it all started from that seed of thought that was planted in their heads.
The other thing that happened this weekend and has been happening...
That to me is fascinating stuff, dude. I'm just telling y'all how powerful the mind is, how powerful what you think is. All that's just some fascinating, powerful stuff because we build so much on muscles. But it's all how are you thinking going into a game? How do you feel? How do you think San Fran thinks right now? You know, they are in the mindset, man, we got it. We're getting healthy at the right time. Everybody coming back at the right time. We're starting to play well at the right time. We're finding our groove. That's what they have in the locker room right now. That's what they'll take into the next game. You know, that it's all about how you connect mentally as a team. It's just a powerful thing.
One of the other things that's happened in the last few weeks, and particularly this weekend, is that scoring's down significantly, particularly touchdowns. There are more and more teams settling for field goals. Is that just the nature of it being December, or do you think defensive coordinators are getting better at dealing with what they've been looking at for the last 5 years?
You know what? The reality is both have a little something to do with it because December gives you some weather. That certainly helps in some of those situations. But first and foremost, people are learning. We didn't think that anyone would ever learn any way to slow down that Kansas City Chiefs offense. But they did, and they have. You know what I mean? Every time we came out with new offenses here, nobody you can't figure. They figure them out. They do. That's what they figure them out. And they play enough. They're smart people, they're smart guys, and they figure it out. It's sooner or later, they're going to figure it out. You have to learn more. You have to adjust after they adjust to you. And that's just the game that we play. But that's how great, and that's what makes this game so great. Because all of those little unknown variables have to all come together at the same time. So, absolutely.
Michael, let's wrap up with this. I want to play a soundbite for you. This is George Kittle saying that he saw a little something in Jimmy. You talk about how much mental setting has to do with success or failure. Listen to George Kittle talking about his quarterback looking dangerous early in the day.
I don't know if I saw it at breakfast, but definitely you could tell just in the locker room, especially on the field during warm-ups, Jimmy was definitely inspired to play at a high level today, and he definitely inspired all of us. He's a guy that breaks down the team before we head out to the field as a team, and I thought he did a great job today. He definitely pulled us all along. I think he had a really good day today. But yeah, no, he definitely an aura. Nice juice. Nice.
The aura. They could feel it at breakfast. Jimmy had a little something in him. And I'll tell you what, the 49ers are now officially 7-0 when Jimmy doesn't throw an interception on the season. Michael, when's the last time you felt a teammate setting the tone for the day? When was it not you? When was it someone else and you took his energy and you brought it out onto the field with you?
First of all, I just got chills listening to Kittle talk about it. You know what I mean? Especially after I was just talking about it. You know, and that does set a mindset, especially so I'm a quarterback ready. Quarterback, all I got to do is get ready. I'm gonna be found. You know what I'm saying? Everything just elevates. Dude, I got to beat you, dude, because I saw it in my quarterback eyes. He's ready now. Don't take this personally, but I'm about to beat you right now. You know, all of that, you know, as opposed to the Tampa Bay thing, like, oh, we've had some problems. You know, we've had some problems. They didn't go into that game like that. They went into the game manifesting what their thoughts were, what San Fran went in manifesting their thoughts. And what would I say was the last time that I've heard quite a few. You know, speaking to San Fran now. To San Fran, I've heard Charles Haley give us one. We got ready to go play San Fran. You know, oh my God! I even get more thinking about it. Chucky talking about him being home, and people and everybody didn't want him, but where he is right now is his home, and as home, we'll show people how together we are right here, right now, today. As we got ready to go play San Fran, we put it on their butts, too. I'm sorry to tell y'all that, but we were thinking about Chucky. It was like, Chucky, can't nobody love you but us. We're going to show you how much we love you right here today. You know what I'm saying? I was inspired because it was a personal thing for him then. So, yeah, you get hyped, man, especially when you see your top players with that thing in their eye as you get ready to play.
There's something else, man. You always bring it when you talk to us, Michael. Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful Christmas with your family. Peace and love to all of you, man.
So peace and love to all of you guys, too, man. And also, happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you so much. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. See, Ray, this is where I try to come into the studio with the energy to convey it from me to you to be great. Do you feel great today?
Your energy sort of dies at the wall, though. It's wasted on me.
It is. But for those who do want to know, we are right now twitching. We're streaming. It's happening. It's on YouTube as well. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. You get to watch us live. Why? I don't know. It's like it's less entertaining than a Shannon Tweed exotic thriller. She was known as the queen of exotic thrillers, Ray. Night Eyes 2, Cold Sweat.
The reason to tune in is just strictly to see what Ray is wearing every day.
Illicit Dreams. Here's the thing. Ray's got a cooler wardrobe than I do.
No doubt.
I'm certain of it.
Same.
He's got a lot of really cool old team swag, a lot of good CFL, a lot of good hockey stuff from defunct, not known teams and stuff. And today, it's a shirt that's somewhere in between, Ray, it's somewhere in between bowling league and hot dog on a stick. It's awesome.
I'm sorry, I was watching the Browns and the Raiders.
Did you enjoy it?
It's one of the worst games I've ever seen. And I grant you, one team has everybody with COVID and Nick Mullins as their quarterback. But the other one is playing in December.
Browns are driving, Ray. Browns are driving. Browns are driving right now.
Yes,
Nick
they
Mullins
are.
is a touchdown away from taking the lead in this
Which
game.
is inexcusable given the fact that they have almost no players. I mean, this team, the fact that they're making these two teams play at all is an outrage. But the fact that the Browns have one guy, Nick Chubb, who might be the second best running back in football, and he by himself is making this happen. I mean, that's an indictment on the Raiders that just reminds me that they are the worst team in football in the month of December, going back almost 20 years now.
By the way, someone's like, Shannon Tweed, yeah, you had to be listening earlier. It all made sense. We're brought to you by
But
Fremont
it didn't make
Bank.
that much sense then, but it makes even less now.
Soft Compliments, starring Shannon Tweed and Kyle Shanahan. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Second to the Monday night doubleheader. Chicago a 6.5-point home dog against Minnesota. Now that it's at 6.5, the only
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
If you haven't already, subscribe to the Damon and Ratto podcast on Odyssey. Check it out. It's on the Odyssey app. It's easy to do. An influencer would tell you to smash that subscribe button. We probably don't have much influence. We'll ask you nicely. Go ahead and do that. Download the Odyssey app. You'll be happy that you did. Well, my program director will certainly be happy that you did.
Why are we making him happy?
Happy wife, happy life.
You have a relationship with him that frankly disturbs me.
So, look, we have an awful lot coming up in our next, what do we got? Well, Ray, on our show, we have 35 minutes left of just the magic that is you and I, and then we're going full bore ahead into Warriors Live. The Warriors are back after an interesting, to say the least, East Coast road trip. They host the Kings tonight. They got the Memphis Grizzlies coming to town on Thursday. By the way, it's the city of San Francisco versus the state of Tennessee this Thursday night. You got the 49ers at the Titans. You got the Grizzlies here. Something's got to give. Metropolitan or a little bit country?
A lot country.
A lot country.
Tennessee there's no ambiguity there.
It's not. Have you ever
the Grand Ole Opry? That's where that
Nashville, way country. Have you ever been to Memphis? Memphis is a little bit more bluesy than it is country.
Yeah, well, it's closer. It's closer to the river.
Very, very close to the river.
Nashville, no. Nashville is unabashedly country.
Oh yeah, it's the Bachelorette capital of the world now. You know that? Like it's the number one destination for bachelorette parties because girls like to get on an airplane and instead of being like harassed by lounge lizards all over Las Vegas, they go and get harassed by weekend and bootleg cowboys in Nashville. And apparently that is more genuine, gentlemanly level of harassing for a bachelorette party.
Why would you know that?
God, it's amazing what I know. The amount of you'd think you were dealing with Cliff Clavin. I have so much useless knowledge in my head.
No, but why would you know that?
Because I've seen my wife get invited to bachelorette parties on location, and other friends of mine plan vacation destination bachelorette parties, and Nashville is always in the mix. And I always asked why, and I've been told it's a great. You know what it is? It's cheap Vegas.
Okay, well, I bet it's more cheap than it is Vegas because Nashville is a weird old-time southern town.
Right, but they got like a strip that is like you can get drunk till 4 a.m.
Well, Memphis has that too. In fact, it's a better strip.
It is. It is, but it's more like bluesy than like I'm trying to be a cowboy.
Yeah, it's
Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, which is another Shannon Tweed movie, I believe.
Probably.
Really quick, guys. I just wanted to let you know that Lucas does not know who Cliff Clavin is.
Cliff Clavin from Cheers? Did you ever see an episode of Cheers, Lucas?
I have actually, yeah.
Okay. He's the postman. He's the postman. He's sitting next to Norm.
In Capitola?
Cliff and Norm. No, he's not the postman in Capitola. Shout out text line.
Why do we allow him to speak? Why don't we just give him a chew toy and send him off to the corner?
It's actually what I got him for Christmas. What'd you get the guys for Christmas?
So far, I'm working on nothing. And with 2 days left, I think I can hold firm. I think I can make it.
You're on track?
Yeah.
How about this, guys? Soft compliments all around. Maybe.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
You should be, Nick. Nick Bosa is one of the ultimate vocal range does not match the talent or intensity you get on a Sunday.
No, I think he's the first guy who has no voice tone. Most people think he has one. I think it's less than that.
Can I get a little bit more vocal stylings of Nick Bosa, please?
We have great energy. So I'm ecstatic about that.
Yeah, it does not match the on-field presentation. Damon, women love country music. They do. A lot of people love country music. I am not one of them. But I understand that if you do, Nashville would be a great place to go. Somebody says also that they've been told Austin surpasses Smashville, is what they call Nashville, apparently.
They call it Smashville because of the hockey team. They basically made up the Predators made up the nickname, and now they wear it as one of their alternate jerseys. Just says Smashville across the front.
Does it really?
Yes.
Because that means something totally different. It doesn't mean hockey to bachelorette parties.
Maybe not. Depends what the bachelorettes are looking for. But no, their alternates just say Smashville across in gigantic letters for people who would like to read but aren't very good at it.
I'll say this about Austin. Austin and Paris are the two cities I've been to that have absolutely lived up to the word of mouth. Yeah. I mean, I growing up right outside of New York, I knew New York, and if you know New York, you got to be enough of a not impressed by it to actually be a New Yorker. So I could never pretend like, oh, it's the biggest and the best anything. Chicago, big, broad shoulder city, if there ever was one, meat and potatoes town. I love it. New Orleans, fantastic. San Francisco's a treasure. Los Angeles is the single biggest disappointing big city I think you could ever go to. LA blows.
You're completely omitting Houston from this list.
I've never been to Houston. I've never been.
You should go to your deathbed being able to say that.
Really?
It's
that bad, huh?
When the planet collapses in on itself, that will be the epicenter.
We just all fold into Houston.
Yeah, and head right to the Earth's core, and we all melt.
Is this strictly a humidity issue for you, or is it more than that?
It's everything about it. It's gigantic sprawl without any point to it. They have a freeway that rings the city. And it's just, that's what it is. It circles the city.
Indianapolis has got that too, and that's a place you don't really want to ever go to unless you have to.
No, if you have to surround the city with a road, that's like the 21st century version of a castle with a moat. It's not there to get you out. It's there to keep other people from coming in.
Or you from leaving, maybe. Yeah. But okay. No, but Austin is awesome. Austin, Texas. It's great. It really is. And Paris. Again,
two college towns.
Totally. You got to love the fighting Frenchmen. But really, Paris. It's the one place. It's if you can, do. Please. And by the way, we're going to talk to this about with Steve Kerr, who I believe joins us tomorrow and can finally talk about being named head coach of Team USA after he made me feel so terrible for congratulating him and saying that he was the perfect choice and hire, and I'm so proud of him, and I think it's going to be great. He had to pull the, Damon, I'm not allowed to talk about that yet. Monday, they held a press conference.
Well, but he's not. He wasn't trying to make you feel bad.
Yes, he was.
No, you asked him an awkward
question. He didn't want me on the
question.
team plane.
Well, you're not getting on a team plane anyway. They'll let you run alongside it. But that's one of those weird things that people do when they want to announce something. They don't want anybody sort of blowing the con before it happens. So he was just being a company guy.
I know.
Which he's well known for being.
How do you think you get the gig in the first place?
I mean, it's hooray, he's the head coach of a thing.
It's more than just a thing. It's Team USA.
Yeah, which you dogged relentlessly a year ago.
No, I dogged some of the
things. One
things.
Exhibition loss is what you did.
You're not allowed to lose to Angola or whoever they lost to.
Angola.
It was Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria's pretty good.
Yeah, Team USA should be better forever and a day. Come on.
In an exhibition game when half of them just got there.
Well, I don't like that.
It wasn't important to them.
Well, it needs to be important. When you put the letters across your chest, Ray, you're playing for more than just yourself. You're playing for...
Who's kidding who here?
Country and cloth.
If they could figure out a way to wear the shirts backwards so that their names are on the front, they'd absolutely do it.
Are you ready for the most amazing thing? Hit it, Grandy.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing.
Actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Oh my God, that is amazing. Oh my God, this is going to be...
Don't say it, I swear to God.
Amazing.
Now, it's time for the most amazing thing.
It's amazing.
On a night where the don't call them Oakland Raiders, it's a whole new era. It's Vegas, baby, Vegas. We see the Raiders now trailing the Cleveland Browns here on Monday Night Football. On this day 12 years ago, Ray Ratto, Jamarcus Russell threw his final NFL touchdown pass. He came in as a backup to throw a 10-yarder to, do you remember?
Stop it.
Chaz Schillens.
Oh, God, I remember his name.
Yep.
I don't remember that. But I think that was one of the many Raider seasons you try to put out of your mind.
He threw a 10-yarder to Chaz Schillens, and he led the Oakland Raiders to a 20-19 win in Denver. Now, I tell you all that to tell you this. Jamarcus, threw 18 career touchdown passes, the second fewest, Ray, for a number one pick for a quarterback in the common draft era, only ahead of Trevor Lawrence. So, needless to say, if we just wanted to measure the number one pick being a quarterback, measured on touchdown tosses, Jamarcus might go down as the worst ever. Truly.
I think he already is. The fact that Trevor Lawrence is this close to him with 3 games to go in his first year is another indictment of Urban Meyer.
It is Urban. He got worse as the year went along. And oh, by the way, welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock hour.
Game KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Oh, I can see we're officially trying to now serve Le Frozen Kicker.
Yes.
In Cleveland.
Yes.
That would have been a Carlson tried and true right through the uprights, but the timeout was granted in Cleveland, and all of a sudden the Raiders are down to
3 seconds left.
Nick Mullins either leading them as a third stringer to victory, the Cleveland Browns, or Carlson was going to drive this 48-yard attempt to and through the uprights. Stay with us as we cover this live here, even though we're really not supposed to do that. We'll do it for the sake of,
we got time to kill.
Well, the Raiders used to be here, so it's kind of a big deal. That is a game winner, and the Raiders are going to the Super Bowl.
They've now won their 24th game in December since 2003.
It doesn't feel like a lot of games.
That's only because they've lost 59.
Wow. 16-14. It's a final Monday Night Football. Remember where you were.
In hell. That's where we were. We were in hell.
Hey, good teams win. What do great teams do, Ray?
Great teams cover. And guess who didn't cover?
The Raiders. Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought they did cover.
Weren't they giving 3?
Oh, the Browns covered. So the Browns are a great team? Is that the conclusion?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Nick Mullins, baby.
Given the fact...
Go to the Super Bowl!
Oh, God. Derek Carr is behaving like he just found out that he had another baby.
He's very happy.
Calm down. No,
Nick Mullins.
The Raiders needed a last-second field goal to beat a COVID-riddled team with a ninth-string quarterback.
It's a W, Ray.
Yeah.
Big night on the strips.
By the way, since the NFL is now fully in bed with gambling, why isn't your record against the spread a playoff tiebreaker?
Wouldn't that be more interesting than what's your current record against your conference or whatever?
Hell yes. Because you know who has the third best record in football against the spread this year?
Is it the Jets?
No.
Oh, okay.
Jets have, I believe, the worst.
Well, I just wanted to go way off the board.
You were in the right.
I'm going Texans.
It's not the Texans either.
Dolphins?
Nope.
All right, who?
Don't say the Jags.
The Lions.
Yep. They are 11-1 and 9-5 against the line.
We're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to take your other kneecap.
Dan Campbell. Coach of the year?
close. Very close. You know who it might be? It might end up being the guy in Miami.
Flores, the way that he's turned it around, I mean,
you'd have to. The only other guy I could think would be Belichick.
I wonder if Belichick doesn't have too many pelts on the wall where he's eliminated himself from any like comeback player of the year.
I bet he has almost no Coach of the Year awards.
Didn't he get a Coach of the Year award where they went undefeated but then lose the Super Bowl? Isn't that the one time they actually gave it to him?
I think that might be it.
There were some extraordinary results during Week 15. I mean, chief among them locally is that the 49ers beat the pants off the Falcons, who just got their butts whipped up and down that offensive line. Even the gift touchdown that they got, thanks to the terrible flag on Arden Key, made it 31-13, and it really wasn't even that close. The Falcons had no business getting to 13. How about this for a Josh Dubois bomb? Talking about the 2-goal line stands, Ray? The Falcons ran 13 plays from the 10 or closer and scored on none of them. It's just the fourth time in the last 30 years that a team ran 13 or more plays from the 10 or closer without scoring a touchdown on that drive. I don't know where Josh Dubois keeps this information or how he aggregates it quickly enough to spit out facts almost in real time, but my God, that's something else.
I can answer that question.
Is it NFL Jesus?
No, it's not. NFL Jesus does not do that very well at all.
Okay.
Stats Inc. He just knows how to program the weirdest questions, and he gets those immediately. That's why, I mean, Josh, frankly, he's a guy who should be living in his own closet because of it, but he has a curiosity for stuff like that, and he's got the tool that makes that worthwhile. Plus, I think AP pays Stats Inc. to do that for them.
Well, either way, that guy comes up with ridiculous amounts of Cliff Clavin level information. 13 plays the Falcons ran from inside the 10 or closer, scored on none of them. Fourth time in 30 years that's happened. That feels like significant.
Yeah. Bill Belichick has won the Coach of the Year award 3 times in 20 years.
Okay.
03, 07, 10.
I mean, think about how many times he didn't win it because they just decided to give it to someone else who was a better story, but really no better coach than he.
Well,
and Bill Belichick, look, he's reached that touchy-feely place in his career. We actually got an apology from Bill Belichick this morning.
I'll just start off here. Look, fellas, I apologize if it seemed like I was a little short with you after the game. Obviously a frustrating game.
Put that in your Christmas stocking, media. Bill Belichick. Is that a hard apology or a soft apology?
That was hard for him.
It was hard for him for sure, but he did it.
No, but he led the press conference with it. And if you're trying to give a soft apology, you want to be as subtle as possible, and you mutter it. I think he genuinely felt like he was ruder than the shtick allows him to be.
That's the thing. It crossed over from rude into unprofessional.
Yeah. And as much, we're on to Cincinnati was pretty unprofessional too. He's not a stranger to that level of.
But at least he gave him something to work with. Like this time, he just mumbled his way through it where that's nothing. Like, Bill, I can't even write it. And then he said, we're on to Cincinnati 9 times in a row. And now we can talk about that for 6 days before the next game gets here.
I think one of his rudest moments was one of the times when he was the most effusive. When somebody asked him a question about the long snapper, and his answer lasted 12 minutes.
Oh, he wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, he loves that stuff.
Filibuster.
Yeah, I really believe at night, when most coaches are studying video of the next game, he's looking at old Tell-Ra NFL, Game of the Week shows from 1957.
When Kyle Shanahan's at his best, he wants to run the game plan from 1957, where he just dominates the line of scrimmage in both directions. The running game gets done what he wants to get done, and the offensive passing game is complementary. That's what happened. Jimmy Garoppolo had his best game of the season. Not his most prolific, not his most accurate, but that was one of his best games of the year. The Falcons didn't register a sack. They had 3 QB hits all day. He was 18 of 23, 235 yards, a touchdown, and just gave up a vibe that this team was feeding off of early. We've heard from Kittle and Juszczyk talking about they felt it coming at breakfast. Jimmy was dangerous.
Jimmy's been stacking weeks this whole year, and we do feel like he's just continually getting better. But I know today there was something different about him. He had this aura about him. I mean, even at breakfast, George and I looked at each other and we're like, Jimmy's ready to go today. And I love to see it from him. It's contagious, too. You know, when we see our head guy like that fired up and ready to go, it makes everybody else fired up.
Two people are saying, what's up with the echo? Are we echoing? Is there something else?
I don't know. No.
Echo.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo spent the week studying an Atlanta defense that was going to be right up his alley. And that's where the confidence was.
They're soft.
Well, they can't stop a team that wants to punch you in the face. And they were 4-12 a year ago. So, you know, it might be in 3 years that Arthur Smith figures out how to build a defense. But they were very compliant last year, too. So I'm willing to give them a pass on this one just because you can't make a bad defense a good one overnight. It takes a while. I mean, Bill Walsh, he made a great defense before he made a great offense, and it took him 3 years to do it.
Got to turn over a roster, especially when it is soft.
Yeah, and turning over a roster takes a while.
Kyle Shanahan giving props to Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't happen often.
I mean, I give soft compliments a lot. Like, it's just, I mean, Jimmy and I see each other every day, so it's not like, hey, things have been weird for 5 days. I got to go tell you that I think you're playing pretty good. I mean, he doesn't need that, and most of our guys don't. We see each other each day. We're in meetings together. We're on films. Every time he runs a play, I tell him to play. So, like, we're pretty close in that way, and he does pretty good with my soft compliments.
Again, we'll spare you the Shannon Tweed jokes going forward, but soft compliments does sound like a late-night, soft, erotic thriller. And look, I'm glad that there's a little tough love from Kyle Shanahan to his players. I think that's where coaching's at its best. You can't always be buddy-buddy with everyone.
Well, it rings false after a while. And you do have to have a level of distance between yourself and your players.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to make that tough decision.
But there are guys, like Pete Carroll is a noted backslapper as a coach. And in fact, he gets into trouble when he tries to be the hard guy. Because you can't be both. You got to pick a lane and then modify what you do based on that. But Pete Carroll's been a very successful coach who wants to run and jump into his players' arms every time they convert a third down.
Different styles for different guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's worked for him, obviously.
I mean, Bruce Arians is a phenomenal players coach. But he's also a guy who will go behind the podium and go, well, that sucked today.
Well, Bill Belichick. Kind of the same reputation.
Well, but Arians, I think, is different because Belichick is never going to do that for anybody.
Right. No, Arians will have you over for poker night.
Yeah, and then tell you why you're a crappy poker player.
Poker pillar?
Poker pillar.
Thank you. Kyle Shanahan today was talking about how Jimmy Garoppolo went out and executed the game plan. He's been doing it all year, but teams are getting better around him. This was from today's conference call.
I think we're getting better each week. You know, Jimmy didn't get to play very much last year, and when he did, he didn't get to play with the guys, everyone else also. So I feel like that, you know, even though we have had some injuries, most part, the same group's been out there. They've gotten a lot of reps together playing, and they've just gotten crisper at that. And got guys who always make plays. Got a bunch of playmakers. But I think we've just gotten better with not hurting ourselves. And the less we hurt ourselves, I think the more we produce in yards and points.
Playmakers making plays. You got Deebo Samuel doing it in the air and on the ground. 4 receptions for 60 yards, 6 carries for 29 yards, a touchdown on the ground. You got George Kittle right in the middle of a December to remember. This guy has got 425 receiving yards, 28 catches on 33 targets, and 3 touchdowns over just his last 3 games. Because of that, Kittle is 150 yards shy of joining Deebo Samuel over 1,000 yards, and they will be the first 49ers teammates with more than 1,000 receiving yards once that happened since Jerry Rice and T.O. back in 1998. You look at, Kyle's talking about his playmakers. Kittle Kittle's got 4,429 career receiving yards now. That's through his first 5 NFL seasons. That's the third most by a tight end through their first 5 seasons in NFL history. And this guy's missed some time. I mean, that's the thing. If he would be number 1 with a bullet had he had an injury-free career up to this point. And we know that he is hardly the beneficiary of a coach who overfeeds him. If anything, he's underfed on most game days, but not lately. And what do you know? It's right in the middle of the 49ers' confidence and resurgence. By the way, he's just behind Jimmy Graham, who, Ray, let's face it, was the first NFL tight end to play more like a wide receiver than tight end for Sean Payton and the Saints. He was in the slot more than he was on the line of scrimmage. Kellen Winslow Sr. skews a little older for most of the audience. You know more about his embarrassing son than you do him, but he was a Hall of Fame tight end.
He was maybe the first great pass-catching tight end. I mean, way better than Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham was just a jump ball because he was 6'15", and they would just throw the ball high in the air and he would jump and catch it. Kellen Winslow was a thing.
Well, now you got George Kittle, who is officially now outperformed through this point in his career 2 other guys who are Hall of Famers bona fide, Rob Gronkowski and Antonio Gates. And if you had to pick the last 2 best tight ends of the last 15 years, if you settled on Gates and Gronkowski, you probably hit bullseye. So it's something else who he has become so early in his career out of absolutely nowhere. Kid from Iowa who caught I don't even think he caught 40 passes his senior year. Not even he was an afterthought basically.
Oh, I thought you were saying that Iowa was nowhere, which would have shown your Big Ten bias.
No. Well, he came out of nowhere. He was not some, Mackey Award winner as the nation's best tight end or anything like that.
He was a 5th-round pick on merit. That's who he should have been. That's where he should have gone. And people who want to say, oh, boy, everybody made a bunch of mistakes on him. You can only evaluate a draft based on whether, A, you made a horrible pick, or you took a guy, and turned him into something great. Because at the time, because I looked at this up once, that's how desperately lonely I am at times. Nobody put him as, boy, he should be in the 3rd round. Not even the 3rd round. He was a 5th-round guy by every analysis. Not everybody can be wrong all the time.
You know who's drafted right before him? Jake Butt from Michigan, the tight end, who was the Mackey Award winner, but had tore up his knee so late in his senior year that his draft capital plummeted.
Yeah, he was destroyed, and it never came around. He was a one-legged player.
Hello. What do you got, Graham?
I got a question for you guys. I want to see if you guys can get within 10 of George Kittle's career college receptions. If you can get within 10, I'll consider you got it right.
What? Over his 4-year careers.
College receptions at Iowa.
60.
What do you think, Ray?
77.
Damon was 12 off. 48 career catches in his 4 years in college. Only 6 in his first 2 years. 20 as a junior, 22 as a senior.
22 catches is all he had his senior year.
Yep.
Kid was a blocking tight end. The truth is, at Iowa, 22 receptions, you might have led the team in catches that year. That's how conservative Iowa's offensive nature is. But
Kirk Ferentz.
Hey, if it works, it works.
By the way, speaking of conservative, your boys tonight are wearing their way throwbacks.
My boys. Oh, yeah, there they are. The Bears are wearing the Michigan helmets.
The Michigan helmets and the CYO uniforms.
It's a good-looking uniform.
They're in for a beating.
I like the socks. I would wear those socks with the all-white look. I like when the Bears come out all white. Just clean. I'm a sucker for an all-white football uniform, though.
And again, you're a sucker for a football team that's never had a quarterback.
Yeah, we make tough choices in life, Ray.
Clearly.
It's how I identify.
You're not allowed to make fun of that anymore.
I think I am. I know I'm not stopping, if that helps.
It's all right. Damon, I know that you and Ray Ratto have an opinion about the Jake Paul fight. I saw he knocked that dude out cold. That's my only opinion of it. And I guess it's not really an opinion as much as just I saw him knock that dude out cold. Who was that dude? We don't need to be hearing from him ever again.
Tyrone Woodley.
Tyrone Woodley. Yeah. Would Woodley like to leave the sport of boxing now?
You couldn't get me to watch that fight if the alternative was being thrown down a flight of stairs.
Did you watch any Tiger and his kid?
I watched one shot where his kid came within an inch of the cup.
Oh,
but I didn't watch it live.
Pin high in between the water and the green?
Yeah, I didn't watch it live. I watched no moments of that live, especially when I heard that John Daly and his kid were playing. I just said, what are you doing?
John Daly.
Why do you value your time on earth so cheaply?
John Daly looks like life's been hard. I mean, he really does.
And he looks like he's happy that it's been hard.
Yeah, no, he's embraced it. He looks like maniacal Santa Claus now. Tiger and Charlie, though, like the kid's going to get top billing sooner or later. Like as a 12-year-old, he was an unbelievable looking golfer. Across the pond, they'll literally let you bet on whether Charlie Woods is going to win a major.
Oh, absolutely.
We won't do that here because the betting in the United States is so above board and moralistic that we would crumble under the weight of betting on someone who is yet to be seen as a legal teenager or adult, I guess I should say.
Oh, no. England in particular is better at letting gambling degenerates be degenerate.
Oh, you can bet on is Elvis still alive today?
Oh, absolutely. They'll take your money on anything. On absolutely anything. That's one of the ways in which them colonizing us, they didn't bring their A game with them.
In 2004, Ray, a betting parlor offered Rory McIlroy's father 500-1 odds on his son winning the Open Championship someday. And like any father, he was deeply offended and walked away saying, "How dare you?" Oh, no, wait, excuse me. I mean, he cashed a winning ticket for more than $340,000. He laid it, he played it, and he won.
See, yeah, they have no, there's no issue of shame or pride involved here. They're running a betting shop. I mean, they're the ones who gave Leicester City 5,000-1 odds to win the Premier League, the year that Leicester City won the Premier League. And they paid off cheerfully on every bet.
How many bets did they have? I mean,
I think
did enough people throw down a $10 or 10 pounds on that one just to say I did it?
No, I think one guy laid like 250 quid and just went deep.
Was that like 75 cents? What's a quid? I don't know.
It's a pound.
Okay.
Sorry, I've lapsed into jargon. But and there was no dispute at any point. But what they did after that was said, you cannot have a 5,000-1 bet on anything anymore. They put a cap on that. They put a ceiling on the odds they will lay out for anything.
Ladbrokes, which is a great name for an English betting house. Ladbrokes. Ladbrokes. Brooks, not Brooks. Oh, excuse. I did write it down.
It's spelled broke, but it's Ladbrokes.
Okay, Ladbrokes. Anyways, it'd be better if Ladbrokes.
It would be, but
it would tell you more of what they're in the business of, making lads broke. But it says that they get so many requests to bet on a kid reaching the Premier League one day that they have fixed long-term odds on 1,000-1 for any child under the age of 6.
Yeah.
So you can bet on any 6-year-old and under to reach the Premier League one day. Apparently, Darren Ravel says the grandfather of Harry Wilson, I don't even know who that is, made himself $165,000 because Harry was 18 months old. His grandfather made the bet and then became the youngest player for Wales in 2013. I know more about Wales than I do the Premier League.
You know that. You know that.
Yeah, but there you go.
I mean, that's something.
Grandfather laying down huge cash. My 5-year-old being a pro athlete one day. Gotta like that confidence.
Well, it's not even a question of confidence. It's just saying, I like my kid.
I like betting on my kid.
This money I have in my hand, I can either throw it out the car window or just say, here, I bet on my grandson, and then give his son the winning ticket. See, this is what I'm doing for your kid.
How crazy is this? We have one Monday Night Football game in the books, followed by Vikings and Bears underway right now. Raiders beat the Browns. Tomorrow, Tuesday Night Football. 2 games on Tuesday night. Seahawks are at the Rams. LA now officially looking to keep up with the Cardinals after they get their kneecaps bitten off in Detroit. Washington at Philadelphia. That is a loser goes home match. If you fall to 6-8 right now, you're officially in trouble. So that is a big game. Cardinals, a shocker, a loss at Ford Field. The Titans lose before they host the Niners on Thursday night. Kyle Shanahan talking about condensed schedule and getting ready for Thursday Night Football this week.
We don't have enough time. Today's Monday, but it's really Monday and Tuesday, so we're cramming in 48 hours into 24. And when the players come in on Tuesday, that's a combination of Wednesday and Thursday, all in a Tuesday. So there's just too much to do. And then Wednesday is a combination of Friday and Saturday. You put in all your red zone, you do your Friday stuff, but then you travel. So it's a whirlwind. You don't have enough time to catch up on anything. So you don't have enough time to waste time as soon as your game's over on Sunday. I think Thursday is a challenge for everybody. There's some years where you have some bad luck on the Sunday before, and it just seems impossible to get your mind together that you can play that Thursday. But you find a way to do it. The thing that I've enjoyed the most, no matter all the negative parts about having to prepare for a game, it's hard to get a weekend off in the NFL this time of year. I mean, the reward for what you go through these next 4 days is having 3 days off, but it's only fun if you win it.
Only fun if you win. Niners fans have been having fun recently. They have been winning more often than not. Ray and I will have much more on that starting tomorrow, right at 3 o'clock. I know that we're going to have Brandon Ayuk join us tomorrow. We're looking forward to that conversation. But coming up next, the Warriors are back home. It's time for Warriors Live, and we got an awful lot to get into. Who's available, who's COVID positive, or certainly in the protocols, and what this week looks like at Chase Center. All for the Golden State Warriors coming up. We're going to have Anthony Slater stop on by in just a little moment. So stick around for much, much more here. Damon and Ratto wrapping it up. Warriors Live is next. We're brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business, your high-rise, your HOA in need of quality painting now the teams are returning? Well, MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today from the Bay Area's painting experts, MB